Chapter 1, I'll give you a chance. China, Guangnan Province under the first-class scenic spot Lotus Town. Evening, a tourist bus has just stopped at the roadside by the simple station. A silhouette will be impatient from which it darted out. The driver looked at the door of the bus, which was only 1 finger thick, and wondered if he had seen a ghost, and muttered in a low voice, "Legendary bone-shrinking kung fu? Could this person be the expert invited by Xinlong Martial Arts School?" Next to the station, a man over 1.7 meters tall, 20 years old, plain-looking, with short hair, exuding a sense of laziness all over his body, standing without a proper posture, giving the first impression of a crappy second-rate gangster. His name was Wu Bing. Finally came here. Next, as long as we find that person called Wang Bawan and protect him for 2 years even if we complete the mission, owing favors is really troublesome. Wu Bing pulled out a mellow-smelling cigar and just lit it when the cell phone on his body rang. "Hey, old Raymond, didn't I say that this period of time is my vacation time, so don't bother me unless you encounter a major matter of life and death?" A mouthful of fluent English came out of Bing Wu's mouth with a pure London accent. A pale voice filled with respect came from the other side of the phone. "Your Highness, no. You have defeated that greedy and damned evil dragon and successfully promoted to the imperial level. Now that you have become one of the 4 strongest in the transcendent world, it's time to address you as the coronet. Major powers such as the Avenging Society in the United States of America, the Ministry of Magic in England, and the Bear and Wolf Alliance in northern Russia have all called to congratulate you, and at the same time, there are also voices of skepticism, such as the Shadow Ninja Village in the Japanese nation, which says that you, coronation, won by fluke thanks to the help of the Empress, and that is why there are a lot of king ranks who are looking for you and want to challenge you head-on." Wu Bing expressionlessly looked at the scenery in front of him. It was an endless lotus pond. On the way here, he had heard the briefings and heard that the area of this lotus pond, intermittently, encompassed 100 miles in a circle. Feel free to come if they want to send themselves to their deaths, but they'll have to cross the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood of the Chinese Dragon Guards first. "What? Coronet, you even went to the country of Huaxia. The season over there is the flood season. If you encounter a thunderstorm and your old illness recurs, the consequences will be unimaginable. Where is there any thunderstorm weather? The weather is fine. The sky is clear." Wu Bing raised his head to look at the sky. Just at this time, the 4 sides of the sky suddenly appeared a large black clouds, straight to the direction of Lotus Town gathered. Rumble, piercing lightning like thunder dragons flashed from above the black clouds, emitting a terrifying roar that shook the sky and moved the earth. Wu Bing's face instantly became unsightly to the extreme. In the depths of a pair of eyes, there was a terrifying flash of white light, just like thunder and lightning in the sky. There was an alarmed cry from the other end of the phone. Old Lei Meng said, "Coronet, you, forget it, you are still in accordance with the old method. Quickly go to find spirits and beautiful women to relieve the condition. I will send someone to send medicine to you as soon as possible. It just so happens that Her Highness Daisy's Jedi Warrior program is about to." Ignoring the chatter on the other end of the phone, Wu Bing directly hung up the phone, then rubbed his hands together. That gorgeous modeling cell phone, unexpectedly like dough, was rolled into the shape of a twist. Thinking of throwing the cell phone away, Wu Bing suddenly realized, could not help but turn to look. Sudden weather changes. The station near the people were scared away, but at this time there is a superb beauty standing not far away, staring at Wu Bing, as if seeing what unthinkable things. The beauty was wearing nostalgic jeans, outlining slender legs. The upper half of her body was a small white hanging shoulder. Her features were exquisite and flawless, perfect, with a pair of large-toed sunglasses hanging on the bridge of her nose, and her head was tied in a large wave of ponytail, youthful and fashionable, with a vivid and fresh atmosphere. She had a small satchel hanging diagonally on her body, LV brand, worth a lot of money, looking like a rich lady out for a short trip. "Hi, expert, you this hand. Is it the legendary dragon claw hand?" The beautiful woman came back to her senses and quickly said, "Master, my name is Ching Xia. Do you want to take a disciple?" Ching Xia finished. Si Wu Bing, actually dumbfounded looking at his own no reaction, thought he did not understand his words, immediately changed to fluent English, said again. Wu Bing came back to his senses and said in a slightly stiff Chinese language, "Miss, you're kidding. I'm not an expert. This cell phone, well, it's a cottage." So, while speaking, Wu Bing's eyes were looking at the 2 black sedans not far behind Ching Xia. However, before he could finish his words, suddenly a motorcycle came roaring down the road behind him. On the motorcycle, there were 2 horsemen with various colors dyed on their heads, whistling and passing by Ching Xia's side, and the horseman sitting on the back seat made a brutal move, directly reaching out and grabbing the small satchel on Ching Xia's body. Ching Xia, unprepared, was violently pulled. The whole person directly to the road fell, but the small satchel shoulder strap was not torn off. The small satchel dragging Ching Xia directly to the ground to fall, and the murderous horseman did not want to let go of the meaning of the slightest. If she fell, she would be dragged along the ground. Xingxia subconsciously issued a scream. See, the tragedy is about to happen. Just in the nick of time, Wu Bing suddenly appeared in front of Xingxia, waist to hold her up horizontally. At the same time, Wu Bing kicked the motorcycle. Boom! With a loud bang, the motorcycle carrying the two killers was hit by a kick and flew across the road on the spot, flying 10 meters off the road before smashing into the lotus pond. Miss, protect miss. 8 big men in suits rushed out from among the 2 black sedans, rushing over like wolves. Xingxia, shocked to calculate the distance of the motorcycle, flew out, turned back to look at Wu Bing, but found that the other party from their own satchel took out $100, to their own hand raised. Beauty, this $100 is considered to be out of the fee. Oh yes, sunglasses are also sent to me. Well, no thank you. Wu Bing returned the small satchel to Xingxia, and took her toadstool glasses, and then turned around to leave. At this time, the sky thunder hidden. Wu Bing felt the breath in the body is unstable. He understands that he must find the bar as soon as possible to be able to do so. Fortunately, just heard on the bus, Lotus Town has a bar concocted god wine. No one has ever been able to last more than 9 seconds without getting drunk. Kid looking for death. How dare you rob our lady? 8 big men in suits arrived just in time to see Wu Bing take Xingxia's money. The leader of a brawny man more than 2 meters tall punched straight at him, while the remaining 7 were flanking from left to right. At a glance it was clear that they were well trained and good fighters. However, Wu Bing did not even look, raised his hand like lightning to catch the fist of the big man directly to the back. Flung. Pugilistic man only felt a horrible strong force came. Not even half of the room to struggle. The whole person on the spot rose up in the air. A moment was thrown out of the lotus pond. Bang! 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 The remaining 7 people hadn't reacted yet, and almost simultaneously received a punch, and were knocked to the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Rumble! A burst of low thunder came from the sky. Wu Bing covered his head in pain, and without looking at the crowd behind him, he flew away from the station, and in the twinkling of an eye, he entered the middle of the town. Xingxia froze on the spot, recovering from the shock for a while, and said dully, Master, absolute masters, there's hope now. Lotus Town wasn't that big, and Wu Bing quickly found the bar, but for some reason, there were many people surrounding the bar's door, and there were constant complaints coming out. Why don't you let us in? You guys aren't from the bar. Who gave you the right? That's right, we came all the way here just to try the 9 seconds divine wine. You guys even blocked the doorway to prevent people from going in. There are obviously still a lot of empty seats inside. Wu Bing squeezed into the crowd and saw 2 strong men wearing undershirts in front of the bar. All of them had tattoos on their flesh. They were not good characters to be messed with. One of the burly men proudly said, You bunch of foreigners, listen up. Today's 9 seconds bar has been monopolized by our master bully. Those who don't want to die will come back another day. Otherwise, our De Luo gang can teach you the rules of Lotus Town. Big Luo gang. Many people changed color when they heard these 3 words, and right away, some people turned to leave, while some travelers who arrived for the first time asked in uncertainty, Hurry up and leave, the Big Luo gang is the bully of Lotus Town. I heard that the gang leader Luo Ba has people in the city, and even the mayor of Lotus Town dares to fight. I see. No wonder. Although the crowd was indignant, but hearing that even the town mayor had been beaten, many of them were ready to disperse at that moment. However, right at this very moment, Wu Bing didn't leave. Instead, he went against the current and walked straight towards the bar's door. Yo, there really is someone who is not afraid of death. The strong man who had just spoken saw that Wu Bing was not afraid of death and walked over. He laughed back in anger and pressed one hand on Wu Bing's shoulder and said, Kid, when you see my uncle later, remember to say that it was me, Luo Quan, who introduced you, and you can get a 20% discount. Wu Bing looked up and raised his eyebrows. Oh, Luo Quan revealed a cruel smile, because I'll break your bones right away. Wu Bing calmly pulled out a cigar and lit it, took a puff and exhaled slowly, saying, I'll give you one chance. If you get out of here immediately, you don't have to meet your uncle tonight. Luo Quan heard a blank stare, and then issued a harumph laugh. The strong man beside him also came over, laughing and pinching hand knuckles, issued a rattling sound. Those travelers who originally wanted to leave stopped to watch. Some kind people shouted to Wu Bing, Young man, don't fight, quickly leave. You can't fight them. Yes, the good man to do not lose. You hurry to apologize to them. Let them let you go. Young man, quickly run. Don't die to save face. Escape is important. Chapter 2. Say it again. Inside the bar, there were 2 parties facing each other clearly. The leaders of the 2 parties were Luo Ba of De Luo Gang and Jiang Chao from Junlong Martial Arts School. Luo Ba is a bald middle-aged man with a big belly, gold rings, gold watches and gold necklaces, just like the appearance of a tycoon. Jiang Chao was a young man around 18 years old, the star tipster of Junlong Martial Arts School, who had once won an award at a martial arts competition in Guangnan province. Luo Ba said sinisterly, Jiang kid, didn't you get the warning that whoever dares to come and challenge 9 seconds divine wine during this period of time is an enemy of my Luo Ba? Do you really think that those flowery tricks you have learned can defeat the real swords and knives of my brothers? Jiang Chao snorted coldly. Luo Ba, I'm not afraid of you if others are afraid of you. Tonight I'm here to drink. If you want to fight, just say a time and place. Other than that, don't talk nonsense. Good. I'll beat you on the drinking table first. Tonight here is the battlefield for the two of us. According to the agreement, who can last 9 seconds or even longer under the 9 seconds divine wine, who counts as a winner? Jiang Chao said in a hateful voice. Luo Ba, you're taking advantage of the fire. Luo Ba disdainfully said. Humph, haven't you been secretly in love with your senior sister? Or else why would you come to fight with me over wine? You, enough. A clear and cold voice rang out. A stunning beauty wearing a tight-fitting hip-wrap dress walked in style. Her 10-inch high heels set off her already proud curves to near perfection. Her translucent stockings wrapped around her long golden proportioned legs, and her long hair was coiled up high, revealing her white and slender jade neck. Eldest senior sister. Jiang Chao spoke first, his expression subconsciously a little nervous, as if a child who had done something wrong was facing a stern elder. Yo, ninth sister is so beautiful tonight. Brother Ba, I've obviously just had a full meal, but as soon as I see you, I feel like I'm starving. Luo Ba also spoke, his eyes transmitting an undisguised light as he greedily looked at every inch of the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was none other than Niezhio, the creator of the 9 seconds divine wine and also the owner of the 9 seconds bar, who was addressed as Sister 9. Niezhio said, please understand that holding out for the 9 seconds divine wine is only qualifying, and the only way to truly win is to defeat the competition 3 days later. Xiao Chao, you shouldn't have come. Even if you win here, you won't be a match for Asashoria 3 days later. Jiang Chao's face reddened and he said stiffly, I have my own way. Luo Ba laughed. That's right, even your principal is no match. You, a little kid who hasn't even graduated yet, listen to your big sister and obediently go back to eating milk. Ha ha ha, the big Luo gang's gang members let out laughter, while the people from Zhenlong Martial School glared angrily at them. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder shook the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that poured down like pouring water, accompanied by roaring winds, showing that tonight was about to be an unusual night. Let's start. Quickly mix the 9 seconds divine wine. No one else will come in tonight. Luo Ba impatiently urged. Chastity. Niezhio understood something when she looked in the direction of the door, and without saying anything, she turned around and took down dozens of drinks from the liquor cabinet, ready to start mixing them. Right at this moment, a miserable scream suddenly came from outside the door and traveled through the sound of the wind and rain into the bar. Luo Ba coldly laughed. It must be another foreigner who doesn't know how to die who was fractured by Luo Quan. That guy Luo Quan. He breaks people's bones when he doesn't move. He's really thinking of his uncle. As he was talking, a burly strong man was smashed in from the direction of the gate, just flying through the middle of the two gangs of De Luo Gang and Zhenlong Martial Arts School, and thumping into the bar before coming to a stop. The burly man's hands and feet were bent at weird angles. Obviously the bones of his hands and feet were broken. Luo Ba fixed his eyes and yelled, Luo Quan, ping! After Luo Quan, another strong man was thrown in, smashing right in front of Luo Quan, hardening Luo Quan's body and trapping it inside the bar. Who? Luo Ba was shocked and furious. He brushed his head and stood up from his seat. Dozens of people from De Luo Gang moved almost at the same time, copying stools and bottles from their side to use as weapons, and looked viciously in the direction of the door. Jiang Chao and the others also turned around, wanting to see who was coming to smash the De Luo Gang scene. In the dim light in the direction of the gate, a short-haired man with sunglasses and a cigar walked in, not even looking at the group of vicious big Luo Gang members, nor looking at Jiang Chao and others. He was so calmly from the center of the two parties through the people, as if there was no one else to sit in Luo Ba's seat. Wu Bing forcibly suppressed the disordered breath in his body and said to Niezhio, serve strong wine, the strongest wine. Kid dares to steal Master Ba's seat. Looking for death. One of the big Luo Gang's gang members roared, raising the bench in his hand and smashing it against Wu Bing's head. Wu Bing did not look back, backhanded a slap out. The crowd only felt a flash in front of their eyes. A crisp slap rang out. Then they saw that gang member flipped 3 times in the air, snapped and fell to the ground like a dead fish. Jiang Chao was so scared that he bounced up from his seat and looked at Wu Bing with unusual vigilance. Luo Ba's forehead oozed a fine layer of cold sweat, because just now Wu Bing's slap was close at hand. But Luo Ba was unable to see clearly how the other party struck. Fast, accurate, vicious. Out of the intuition accumulated from decades of social interaction, Luo Ba knew that if that person was really willing, his gang member would already be dead. Master Ba, let's go together and beat him to death. Seeing their own brothers being beaten, the ferocious and accustomed Dala gang members immediately felt a great loss of face, and ferociously wanted to rely on the number of people to crush Wu Bing to death. Luo Ba was a little moved by what he heard. However, right at this moment, the man slowly turned his head to look over. At that instant, Luo Ba suddenly felt his whole body's cold hairs are up. A kind of life has not been a huge panic, from the depths of the uncontrolled attack on the whole body, making Luo Ba as if falling into an ice cave. From head to toe, from the inside to the outside are ice cold. That kind of feeling, like a rabbit being stared at by a huge dragon. The rabbit was not scared to death on the spot, are already considered bold. Wu Bing only took a glance before withdrawing his sight, turning his head to see Niezhio stopping her movements. He couldn't help but say in displeasure, "Beauty, can you hurry up? I'm thirsty." Okay. Even if Niezhio character is cool, at this time also lisp, it is not easy to clean up the mind. She began to concentrate on mixing drinks, dozens of different colors of liquor in her hands as if alive. As if Niezhio is not in the mixing of wine, but in the jumping of this kind of dance, pleasing to the eye. But at this time the crowd in the bar is not in the mood to appreciate. Luo Ba and Wu Bing retracted his gaze. The whole person suddenly weak and feeble backward. Those gang members quickly catch him, found that his body was actually wet with sweat, as if he had just salvaged from the water. Seeing Luo Ba's appearance, Jiang Chao dared not move even more. A minute later, the 3 cups of 9 colors divine wine blending was completed and was pushed on top of the bar by Niezhio. The 9 seconds divine wine was like boiling water rolling over the wine cups. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, black, white, a total of 9 colors, like 9 divine dragons entwining and crisscrossing, constantly fusing and separating, as if it would never settle down. However, it was clear that the wine was rolling over in the cups, but there wasn't a hint of the smell of the wine emanating out. It was as if the 9 seconds divine wine was nothing more than a cup of boiling water that had been rendered with 9 colors. 9 seconds wine, please taste it. Niezhio's clear and cold voice rang out. 3 cups of wine were meant to be drunk together including Luo Ba and Jiang Chao, but at this moment, those two didn't even dare to come close, so only Wu Bing was left to pick up the wine cups and dry 3 cups in one breath. Seeing that Wu Bing even drank 3 glasses of wine in a single breath, Luo Ba immediately looked shocked. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he turned his head to give a wink to the gang members behind him. The gang members of the Luo gang instantly understood, and all of them revealed sardonic smiles, gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, and began to meditate on the time in their hearts. 9 seconds of divine wine is not a false name. From the bar open so far has been 5 years. No one has ever been able to hold up under a cup of wine for more than 9 seconds. General people can hold up for more than 5 seconds has already been very remarkable. The strongest on the record, that is, known as the Lotus Wine Boss of the Luo Ba, to hold up to the 8th second of the time when he was also drunk. Over the past 5 years, there has been an endless stream of challengers, making the 9-second wine more and more famous, and has even spread to foreign countries. All kinds of wine gods and saints show their skills, but no one has ever been able to break the myth of the 9-second wine. Then tonight this person even drank 3 cups in a row without knowing what to do. After you fall, I'll make your life worse than death. Luo Ba secretly swore, and in his heart, he also began to silently recite the time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Time had never seemed so slow. Luo Ba and the others paid close attention to Wu Bing's condition, and when 5 seconds had passed, Luo Ba's face began to become grave. 6. By the 6th second, someone began to be unable to resist shouting out. 7. At the 7th second, Wu Bing was already sitting steadily on the spot, without the slightest sign that he was going to fall. 8. In the 8th second, a bean-sized sweat flowed down from Luo Ba's forehead, but Luo Ba was oblivious to it, while Jiang Chao also gripped his fists and stared at the motionless Wu Bing. Inside the bar, Niezhio was also nervously looking at Wu Bing. 9. When the 9th second came, all of a sudden, an earth-shattering thunder came from the sky, and Wu Bing, who hadn't been moving, pinged and fell headfirst on top of the bar. 9 seconds. Collapsed. He finally collapsed. Didn't last past the last second. The myth wasn't broken. Jiang Chao breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the already fallen Wu Bing, with pity in his eyes, but more of a celebration, not remembering in the slightest, that Wu Bing had not just drunk 1 glass of wine. Brothers, drag him down to me and serve him well. Later I will go back and slowly concoct him after I finish the wine fight. Yes, first pull out his fingernails and toenails, then put him into a sack to make a human sandbag and beat him violently for 3 days, then throw him into a hole for 3 days, then take him out, pick off his tendons and sell him to a duck store. While the big Luo gang's gang members shouted wildly, Luo Ba let out a long sigh of relief and walked over to grab Wu Bing's back collar with one hand, wanting to drag him down from his seat. But when Luo Ba's hand just touched Wu Bing's collar, it suddenly retracted like an electric shock. Everyone looked over in unison, only to see that Wu Bing, who had just collapsed, unexpectedly raised his head from the bar and sat up again. originally coaxing the bar in a moment of strange quiet down. Everyone with a kind of see the ghost in general look at Wu Bing, especially inside the bar in Yejio. She knows her own blend of wine in the end how powerful, so at this moment she looked at Wu Bing's eyes, burst out amazing radiance. Wu Bing held up his sunglasses and turned around, smiled at the Deluo gang's gang members, and said in a slightly raw Chinese language, "What did you guys want to do to me just now? Say it again?" Chapter 3 Out of Control. Thump thump thump. Luoba was so scared that his face was colorless that he retreated back and forth, and the Deluo gang members also looked at Wu Bing as if they had seen a ghost, and no one dared to say a word. Surprisingly, there is someone. Really lasted 9 seconds. No, time has passed a few minutes. He actually did not fall down, and also a breath of 3 cups in a row. Wu Bing has completely broken the 9 seconds of God wine 9 seconds must fall myth. Jiang Chao and the others were also incredulous. Their brains went blank. The storm was still raging outside, and the sound of thunder came again, showing signs of erupting again at any time. 3 cups of 9 seconds divine wine down. Wu Bing felt that the tyrannical breath in his body slightly smoothed out a little bit, but it was not enough. Without pursuing a group of rogue landlubbers any further, Wu Bing turned to Niejio and said, "That wine just now, please give me 10 more cups." "Ha? Oh well." Niejio woke up from her shock. Her hands were so busy that she had to call in a bartender to help her before she could smoothly blend another 10 cups of 9 seconds divine wine. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Bing took 1 sip and 1 cup, another uninterrupted breath, and continuously drank up 10 cups of wine before turning around and leaving the bar. From the beginning to the end, none of them dared to say another word, and even when Wu Bing stood up, the people from the Deluo gang and the Jinlong martial arts school avoided far away from each other, and made way for a spacious main road for Wu Bing to leave. "Xiao Lu, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go out for a while." Seeing Wu Bing leave, Niejio hurriedly explained to the bartender, turned around and left through the back door of the bar. The street was raining torrentially. Niejio couldn't get to his umbrella in time and hurriedly chased after the figure in the night rain. "Master Ba, it can't be that Niejio has scuttled with that person and there's a problem with tonight's wine." Inside the bar, after Wu Bing left, a gang member of Deluo gang said bravely, "Tonight Deluo gang lost face. If they didn't find some excuses, they wouldn't even need to mix in Lotus Town in the future." Luoba smelled a change in color, turned his head to look at the bar, found that there is no Niejio's figure, and could not help but be more suspicious. Hesitate for a moment. Suddenly there is a big Luo gang of people rushed in to find Luoba, shouted, "Master Ba is not good." The young master of the gang today, when he went out to hunting, was from the road afoot into the Lotus Town, and the young master of the gang was killed, the road into the Lotus Pond, and is now in the hospital. What? Luoba was furious and couldn't care about anything else, leading his men to leave the bar in a hurry. Jiang Chao glanced at the 13 empty glasses on the bar, then with a complicated face, he led the people to leave. Just after the 2 groups of people left, the bar rushed in 8 more big men in suits, who looked panicked and looked around to people to find out the whereabouts of a girl. Tonight's Lotus Town is destined to be an unusual night. From the afternoon onwards there is constant thunder, and at nightfall, it is even heavier rain. The street is a white haze of water vapor. The line of sight is seriously obstructed. Even under the illumination of the street lamps, 10 meters away, it is impossible to see things clearly. The rumbling of thunder is still endless. The sky with blinding white lightning flashes across the sky. Careful people will find that the top of the sky, there is a huge indescribable vortex, is entrained with countless thunderclouds and lightning, slowly rotating. In a cheap hotel, a certain short-haired man withdrew his sight from the windowsill and cursed something in a low voice. The man was none other than Wu Bing, who had just come out of the 9 seconds bar to look for a place to settle down, when he surprisingly realized that 100 Chinese coins were so worthless that he couldn't even afford a decent hotel. He had no choice but to find the cheapest place to stay for the night, in the restroom to take off the sunglasses. Wu Bing's eyes at this time has turned into 2 white aura. A tyrannical to the extreme hostility is extremely pressed in the body. Wu Bing dare not think too much. In fact, he found that he has become more and more sober. If not have 9 seconds of God's wine to help the power of the wine barely suppressed, I'm afraid that the situation has been completely out of control. From the beginning of his memory, as long as he encounters thunder and lightning, Wu Bing's body will erupt with an impulse to destroy everything, and this impulse will erode his thoughts until he loses his mind, turning into a monster who only knows how to kill and destroy, killing any life around him and destroying everything around him. If the thunder and lightning weather was not so severe, spirits could suppress this impulse. Then Wu Bing gradually grew up and discovered that a woman was more effective. But this woman was not just any woman, but had to be the kind of woman who could still be acceptable to Wu Bing when he lost his mind. Then Wu Bing's people found that only the kind of extremely beautiful woman can make themselves acceptable. Extremely beautiful women. If you want, you have come across 2 today, but but remembering the reason for his previous great battle, Wu Bing swore that he would not touch women easily in the future. So the only thing he had to do was to retreat and bet his hopes on spirits. Knock knock knock. Knocking on the door interrupted Wu Bing's thoughts. Wu Bing remembered that he had instructed the shopkeeper to send some spirits up. He put on his sunglasses and opened the door, only to find that the visitor was actually the female owner of the 9 Seconds bar just now. Niajio drenched in the rain, clothes soaked plastered on the wonderful body. That nearly perfect body revealed, everywhere outlined the tantalizing to the extreme curves. At this moment, this scene, wearing clothes is better than no clothes. Wu Bing's breathing instantly became thicker and heavier as he whispered, "What is it?" Niejio had just opened her mouth when another loud clap of thunder erupted from the sky, and then she saw the door in front of her being slammed shut. Ping! A big closed door. "Get out of here!" Wu Bing's voice came out from inside the door, transmitting an extreme oppression. Niejio hesitated for a moment, but Wu Bing's voice sounded again. "Get out! If you don't want to die, get lost!" Niejio couldn't help but look cold when she heard this. She angrily said, "You haven't paid for your drinks yet." The room was instantly silent. The corner of Niejio's mouth rose slightly, like a female general who had won a battle, but soon thought of something else. Her eyes dimmed once again. Then she turned around and left. Inside the room, Wu Bing lay on the bed and gasped for breath. Niejio's appearance, the temptation of that delicate figure hidden under the rain, almost ignited the impulse in his body. Fortunately at this time, the thunder in the sky temporarily ended. It seems that the 9 seconds of God's wine is still a little bit of an effect. God is finally quiet. Wu Bing took off his sunglasses. The white aura in his eyes subsided most of the time, and he could already barely see the outline of the pupil of his eyes, and all kinds of perceptions in his body gradually recovered their sharpness. And it was exactly at this time that a suppressed whimpering sound came from the street below. The whimpering sound flickered and was soon drowned in the sound of the wind and rain, but Wu Bing still heard it, and also heard that whimpering sound, which came from the owner's wife of that bar just now. "Hey, women are trouble." As he spoke, there was no longer a silhouette inside the room. With the wind and rain, a black commercial vehicle was vaguely seen on the street parked on the side of the road, and a short silhouette was carrying a wonderful figure on his shoulders as he walked past. Because of the rain blocking the line of sight, when the short silhouette approached the business car, he realized that next to the car, he didn't know when there was a person standing. That person was holding a half-burned cigar in his mouth, and the majestic rain surprisingly did not extinguish the smoke on the cigar. But this did not cause the short silhouette's attention, because the short silhouette found something greatly annoyed. The person who did not know where to come out, even while holding a cigar, while pulling open the pants zipper, to his business car to urinate. "Asshole. Chinese pig, you're not want to die." Raw Chinese language came out from the short silhouette's mouth with a superior tone of murderous anger. "Japanese?" Wu Bing put away his guy and pulled up his pants zipper, turning to look over. In the dim light, Wu Bing realized that the person was actually a middle-aged man wearing a samurai uniform with wooden clogs on his feet. The middle-aged man's face is lewd, and the person carried on his shoulders is clearly Niejio, who just left the hotel. Niejio has been unconscious at this time. A pair of long and slender long legs was wrapped in the arms of the middle-aged man with his hands. Wu Bing exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and said in a cold voice, "I'll give you a chance. Immediately release the person and get out." "Bastard. This woman's father lost to me in a martial arts match. She is already my woman," the Japanese man said angrily, raising a foot to kick straight at Wu Bing's crotch. Wu Bing was not ambiguous either, and similarly raised his foot and kicked his opponent's crotch equally straight. A miserable scream rang out in the wind and rain. Wu Bing raised one foot straight up in midair to maintain his posture, while the Japanese man was covering his crotch and screaming miserably, but still refused to let go of Niejio on his shoulder. "Don't compare feet with me if your legs are short." Wu Bing took a step in front of the Japanese man, and condescendingly slapped him down, straightening him out like a dead dog on the spot. "If you're short, don't compare your height with me." Receiving Niejio, Wu Bing realized that her face showed an abnormal redness, and her body was abnormally hot in the midst of the rain. Wu Bing held her in his arms, and his heart couldn't help but flutter. Poisoning? Wu Bing frowned, was about to check clearly. Suddenly at this time, the thunder in the sky rose again, one after another, like the gods of heaven beating drums, shaking the sky and the earth. Continuous. Wu Bing stifled a grunt, fell to the ground on the spot, trembling all over. Wu Bing this side fell. The Japanese man but immediately jumped up from the ground. He did not dare to approach Wu Bing, but still bowled to the unconscious Niejio captive to the back seat of the commercial car, and then quickly drive away. In the commercial car door opened the moment. Wu Bing hard to raise his head to look at, but also found that there is a little impression of another woman inside. At that moment, the sunglasses on the bridge of Wu Bing's nose suddenly burst. Two white light like lightning from the eyes burst out. The breath that had been suppressed with great difficulty was completely confused, and the tyrannical hostility was like a shocking flood that broke the embankment, instantly devouring Wu Bing's last shred of sanity. Bastard asshole, how could there be such an expert here? The commercial car sped through the rainy night and soon exited Lotus Town, racing furiously towards the highway outside. Asojiro cursed in Japanese as he drove. A wailing sound came from behind him in a ghostly manner, and Asojiro froze, followed by a face that instantly became extremely lewd. Through the rearview mirror, it could be seen that the back seat of the commercial car had been modified. The compartment was inlaid with thick soft cushions, turning it into an airtight space, connected to the front seat only by a small window. The original 2 rows of seats were removed and replaced with a comfortable soft bed. The soft bed was full of soft mattresses. 2 stunningly beautiful women were laying on top of it. Their clothes were drenched by the rain, tightly sticking to their bodies, forming an extremely impactful picture that made people go crazy. The beauty who was first captured on the car woke up leisurely. She was wearing nostalgic jeans. She had flawless features, just like God's carefully carved masterpiece. Her pretty face was like a tide. Her charming eyes were like silk. Her rosy little mouth poured out hot air, and a voice like silk like a wire was emitted from it, which was tantalizing and capturing the soul. The beautiful woman was none other than Cheng Xia, whom Wu Bing had met at the station. Asojiro's abdomen was hot, and he reacted on the spot. He couldn't help but twist his head to look at the back seat, and realized that the beautiful woman was already red and hot all over, and couldn't help but take off the clothes on her body. Ha ha, take it off, take it off. The women here are greatly good. With his mouth watering, Asojiro's eyes glowed as he watched the scene in the back seat, but he didn't realize that a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down in the sky in front of him. When the lightning dispersed, it revealed a man whose eyes shot lightning and whose body exploded with a hostile aura like a prison or an abyss. The man stood in the middle of the road, facing the wildly racing commercial vehicle without retreating. Boom! Business car directly hit the man. The man's feet do not move. The business car has hit a steel pillar. The front of the car directly sunken into the spot emergency stop. Asojiro was thrown out of the window by the huge inertia, and in a thousandth of a second, he saw the man who looked like a god and devil. How is it possible? The last thought in Asojiro's life had just flashed, when his body was blown away by the man's punch, and he went up in smoke. Meanwhile, far away on a remote island in Western Europe, an old man dressed in a butler's costume worriedly looked at the information in his hands and prayed in a low voice. Lord, if the spirits don't work, please let the beautiful women from the Chinese side be able to fit the coroner's appetite. Behind the old man stood a porcelain doll-like blonde little girl. Heard the old man's words, very old-fashioned, rolled her eyes, and said in a bad mood, Old Raymond, do you need to give you a cross to look like you're more pious? The old man shook his head and said, I think I need a death god scythe even more. In case something happens to the coronet in China, I will gather everyone in the Lady Legion, and cut through the great wall of flesh and blood of the dragon guards of China, no matter what the cost. The little blonde girl sniffed, her face full of excitement and anticipation. Chapter 4, Who else? The sky is especially clean and the air is especially fresh after a heavy rainstorm. As a new day begins, Lotus Town is gradually bustling with students, farmers, office workers, tour groups, and so on, who are beginning to come out of their hermetically sealed houses to begin their plans for the day. Soon someone found in the Lotus Town outside the road. There is a bizarre car accident. A commercial car stopped in the middle of the road. The front end of the car is deeply sunken, but the front is not any collision. And even more unbelievable is that this business car is still shaking one by one. If it is not in broad daylight, I am afraid that they will think it is haunted. Soon someone reported to the police, but faster than the police came is the big Luo gang of people. Luoba with 5 van gang came, a full 50 people. Each hand is holding a weapon, watermelon knife, steel pipe, chains and so on. Luoba one night did not sleep well, because his son Luo gang has been unconscious. The doctor said is hit in the head, to send to the provincial capital of the big hospital to have the ability to diagnose. But last night heavy rainstorms are not convenient to travel, so dragged down. Driving a motorcycle to carry Luo gang that henchman is nothing serious. Under his description, Luoba quickly found out the person who kicked his son. It is the mysterious man on the bar last night. When Luoba sent people to search all over the Lotus Town cannot find Wu Bing, someone gave him a car accident on the road. Luoba immediately brought people to kill over aggressively. Luoba just got off the car. There was another group of people also arrived at the same time. They wore uniform black samurai uniforms and wooden clogs. The number of people was only 10 or so, but each of them had a slender samurai sword at the waist. This was a group of Japanese samurai, who came to China with the Japanese mission, and with the official approval of the Chinese government, they could freely practice martial arts with others in China. The leader of the bonobo samurai was a middle-aged man with a figure that was considered tall among the bonobos, almost 1 meter 7. His name was Aso Taro. Last night his brother did not return home for the night. He thought that his brother had gone somewhere to have a fling. It was only until he heard about the car accident on the road that he realized that something was wrong, because that business car was Asojiro's. Asojiro saw Luoba and spoke directly. "What are you doing? This is my car." Luoba held a machete in his hand and spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground. "Who cares about your broken car? I'm trying to kill the person inside. How dare you?" Aso Taro thought his brother was in the car. He was furious on the spot, and haughtily drew the katana at his waist. Both sides of the leader of a move, each behind the people, have also sheathed their swords. The big battle is imminent. Although Aso Taro only more than a dozen people, but everyone did not say a word. In turn, the momentum is stronger. At this time, the business car is still shaking together. The frequency gradually accelerated. If there is no gas through the front window of the big hole came, even if it is a fool also know what is going on inside. The two parties quieted down at the same time. Just at this time, two more groups of people came, respectively Jiang Chao with the students of Jinlong Martial Arts School, driving more than 20 motorcycles arrived. There is also a pugilistic man with 7 suits of big men came. Jiang Chao's men were armed with long wooden sticks, while the pugilist's men drew telescopic sticks from their waists, or fine military knives. The four parties crowded on the road, and the vehicles coming and going did not dare to approach when they saw such a battle. They could only watch from afar. "Jiang kid, what are you here for?" Luo Ba asked, then pointed at the pugilist. "And who are you guys?" Jiang Chao said. "Our eldest sister has disappeared." Luo Ba, "You must be the one who captured my eldest sister. Hurry up and hand her over." The brawny man's name is Yang Hu. He also said, "Our miss is missing. Someone saw her getting into this car last night." Luo Ba said to Jiang Chao, "I was at the hospital with my son all night last night, so I didn't have time to arrest your big sister. Don't mess with me now or don't blame me for disregarding my township." It was at this moment that excited yelling from both men and women came from inside the business car, followed by the car finally stopping. "It's not Jiro." Aso Taro's face changed when he heard the voice, and he immediately reached out to pull the car door. Sure enough, it's that guy. Luoba was furious and swung his sword at the car window. It's eldest sister's voice. Jiang Chao's face changed drastically. He couldn't think too much and directly stabbed a stick over, without saying a word. Yang Hu slammed his shoulder sideways like a human tank directly into the crowd. Aso Taro's hand had just touched the car door handle, suddenly felt the sound of flesh crashing from behind. He hurriedly turned around and crossed his sword in front of him, but he was slammed by Yang Hu with a violent bang. His back hit the car door with a bang, and he almost fainted on the spot. Luoba's knife was Jiang Chao, a stick stabbed away. Machete did not hit the car window but cut in the car body, cut out a big sparks. The leader of the action. The rest of the natural follow. Anyway, do not need to distinguish who is the enemy. As long as it is not their own people, they will fight and then say, 100 people are about to start a big melee on the road. Those who originally wanted to watch the fun were so scared that they immediately drove away, not daring to stay at all. Just at this time, the car door was suddenly opened from the inside with a bang. Back against the car door of Aso Taro. Momentary reaction is too slow. Has just been Yang Hu frontal hit a hard, and now by the car door to come a bit more hard. The car door is like a big slap and a horizontal slap up, straight to Aso Taro like a fly directly swatted out. A man with half a cigar in his mouth was sitting in the car with a big horse, with only a tattered shirt around his waist, and his muscles were as strong as steel, with sharp corners, looking full of power. Wu Bing looked at the hundreds of people outside the car with a face of impatience, and said irritably, making noise early in the morning, "Do you still have any sense of public morality?" More than 100 people stopped fighting at the same time, listening to Wu Bing's speech. A thought almost simultaneously welled up in their hearts. You have a sense of public morality because you're messing around on a public occasion in broad daylight? Bastard! It's really you! Give back my son! Luoba saw Wu Bing and yelled as he raised his sword and slashed over. What son? I'm not your ancestor. Wu Bing unknown. But the action is not slow at all. He grabbed out with one hand, so fast that people cannot see, directly snatched the machete from Luoba's hands, then backhanded a knife whip. Straight more than 200 pounds of Luoba whip horizontal flying away. Hand over my eldest sister. Jiang Chao gritted his teeth and stepped forward, his long wooden stick used as a large spear, putting up an ancient martial arts stance. Wu Bing didn't even look at it and directly flung the machete in his hand out. The machete was as fast as lightning, brushing to Jiang Chao's face, slashing down from the center of the wooden stick in his hand, which split in half and fell straight down all the way. Jiang Chao hastily let go of his hand, and watched the machete split the wooden stick and inserted it into the concrete floor, still easily missing half of it, which scared him so much that his face turned pale. Yang Hu was still trying to crash through, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but freeze, his mind instantly remembering the scene that happened yesterday at the station. Wu Bing was still holding a cigar, spraying out a large mouthful of white smoke. An inexplicable aura emanated slowly from his body, like a prison, like an abyss. Shilling, who else? No one dares to answer. Only the ear-piercing sound of sirens came from the distance. An anxious voice came from inside the business car. Hurry up, our clothes are torn by you. We can't let anyone. Is this car still drivable? Two distinct female voices rang out. Yang Hu and Jiang Chao's brains went blank at the same time. I'll try. Wu Bing closed the car door and went to the front seat. And surprisingly, he actually started the car. A police car sped from Lotus Town. And not only did Wu Bing not flee outside, he instead turned the car around and drove straight in the direction of the police car. Chapter 5, The Arrogant Security Guard. The speed of the car to speed up to 100 was hit by the dented front end of the white smoke protest, but Wu Bing is ignored. Directly a foot on the gas pedal to the end. To the front of the oncoming police car crashed straight away. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Niajiao let out a shocked cry, but Qing Xia was looking ahead with two glowing eyes. His eyes were full of excitement, and there was not a single bit of fear to speak of. Don't worry, leave it to me. Wu Bing looked back through the small window but saw two pairs of perfect bodies with almost no clothes to speak of. For a moment he couldn't help but both looked dumbfounded, both forgetting to turn back to look at the road. Look at your big head. Quickly go back to look at the road. Niajiao's pretty face reddened, and she hurriedly reached out and pressed Wu Bing's head back, while Chang Xia giggled on the side. Regarding last night's matter, no matter what the reason for it was, but all three of them did not take the initiative to mention it, maintaining a weird tacit understanding. Vehicles ahead, stop immediately for inspection. Stop immediately. The loudspeaker on the police car sent a message over. On the car were four heavily armed criminal police officers, led by Luo Changrong. He was the first captain of the Criminal Investigation Police Force of Lotus Town. Originally a small matter like a car accident should have been left to the traffic police to deal with it, but Luo Ba was his uncle. A credit to him being able to sit in the position of the first captain. And yesterday, his cousin Luo Gang was seriously injured by someone, so he had come. Big captain. What to do? Seeing that the other party not only didn't stop, but instead accelerated and came straight at him, the police officer who was driving couldn't help but look at Luo Changrong. Luo Changrong snorted coldly. Don't be afraid. I've seen a lot of this kind of petty thief. The more you're afraid of him, the more rampant he becomes. Once you're more unafraid than he is, it'll be until he's afraid of you. Give me a rush. I'd like to see who dodges first. Good. The police officer immediately believed Luo Changrong when he heard this, and really rushed straight ahead without dodging, and even followed Wu Bing's example and pressed the gas pedal all the way to the bottom. Good job. Worthy of being my soldier. Luo Changrong praised in an old-fashioned manner, but his palms were unknowingly sweating. The two cars approached at a rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, they were less than 1,000 meters apart. Opposite car, I order you to stop immediately. Luo Changrong shouted once more through the loudspeaker. Seeing that the other party did not respond, still moving forward with a desperate stance, his forehead began to sweat. 800 meters. The driver looked at Luo Changrong. Luo Changrong gritted his teeth and said, keep charging. 500 meters. The driver looked at Luo Changrong again. Luo Changrong glared. No hiding. 300 meters. The driver looks at Luo Changrong again. Luo Changrong yells, what are you looking at? Run me over. 100 meters. The driver finally looked at Luo Changrong. Luo Changrong put one hand on the steering wheel to prevent the driver from changing lanes. The driver closed his eyes and gave up, and the two people behind him hurriedly tied their seatbelts. I don't believe you're not afraid to die, Luo Changrong yelled. Watching the distance rapidly shorten after 100 meters, he was even able to see the cold face with a cigar, the domineering eyes through the hole in the broken windshield on the opposite side. 10 meters. Luo Changrong violently pulled the steering wheel. The police car steeply turned, rubbing the opposite side of the commercial car, and flew into the lotus pond below the road in the air. Pang! The car smashed into the mud of the lotus pond. Luo Changrong cursed. Zhang Xiaofeng, why are you hiding? We were so close to victory. Why did you hide? You disappoint me too much. The commercial vehicle sailed away. Wu Bing's eyes remained unchanged, but his mind flashed through the map that he had glanced at before. The streets of Lotus Town, the distribution of stores and other kinds of information skimmed over one by one, and soon he locked on to a clothing store. But just at this moment, the head of the dent came from the engine. Unbearable heavy load of explosions, like firecrackers, like crackling, originally soared to 130 speed, began to fall. At the same time, all kinds of shouting sounds came from the rear. It turned out that Luo Ba and Jiang Chao and other four groups of people, surprisingly, all of them chased up. I'm still too merciful. I should have killed them all just now, Wu Bing muttered. Niezhou in the back's face changed when he heard this. He quickly changed his words. I'm just kidding. Huaxia is not outside. Indiscriminate killing will be surrounded by dragon guards. Cheng Xia came over and asked with interest, who are the dragon guards? This will be discussed later when we have the chance. For now you guys have to sit tight. As he was talking, the car had already arrived in the town. Because the speed of the car had dropped, the people behind him were already about to catch up. Wu Bing's feet even stepped on it, and the white smoking business car suddenly drifted horizontally, and drifted into the middle of the street to the left at an almost 90-degree angle. The people chasing after the rear of the car could not react. The turn of the turn cannot come. The brake cannot brake. Momentarily fell more than 10 motorcycles. There is also a van of the big Luo gang. Because of high-speed forced turn, directly on the side of the flip and fell to the ground. Luo Ba climbed out of the car window, came up behind a van to continue to chase. Asotaro and Zhang Chao is not the slightest bit slow. Only Yang, who came to the town, suddenly stopped. Go to 9 seconds bar. Yang, who gave an order, and the two black sedans thus broke away from the chasing army. In the commercial car, Xing Xia was so excited that she was shouting, while Niezhou's face was becoming increasingly ugly, and he almost threw up several times. Wu Bing drove the white smoke-rolling business car in the town through the streets and alleys, familiar as a local who grew up here in general, round and round only behind the people who can keep up with fewer and fewer people. In the end, only left Luo Ba and Zhang Chao, as well as Aseo Taro's vehicle is still barely keep up with. Another corner, Wu Bing a sharp brake, turned his head, fast, rolled mattress down. Here is a clothing store's back door. The owner is a woman. Niezhou looked out the window. His eyes could not help but show surprise. Here is indeed as Bing Wu said, is a clothing store's back door? And from the 9 seconds bar is also very close. But how does he even know the owner of the store? Did he come too? Cheng Xia asked. Then what do you do? I'll distract them before going back for you guys. Wu Bing looked back at them and said seriously, don't worry, I'll be responsible. The two women blushed at the same time, and hurriedly rolled up the soft mattress and got out of the car, and walked into the inside of the clothing store. The car continued to start, but it was slow. But Wu Bing was not in a hurry. He was not afraid of those people to follow. If not for the fear of Niezhou and Cheng Xia to go naked, he did not even need to escape. Because escape, this word, never in Wu Bing's life inside the dictionary. Leisurely smoking a cigar, Wu Bing recalled last night's events. In killing Aso Jiro, he actually has no sense. Even the memory has become blurred. Originally he has been in accordance with past experience. Out of control of his own will certainly kill 4 directions. Lotus Town will certainly become hell. But such a situation did not happen. In the blurred memory, in the moment of opening the car door, 2 pairs of perfect body jumped up, and then, the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The 2 of them were actually able to bring me back to normal from my out-of-control state. For the first time, in his thoughts, the car unknowingly passed through Lotus Town and came before a big mountain behind the town, which Wu Bing knew was called 8 Dragon Mountain, one of the 4 major sceneries in Lotus Town. Ping! The car crashed into a pillar in front of the pedestrian plaza. The engine let out a shock. Finally the whole car was ruined, and at this time, Luo Ba and the others also chased over one after another. Even Luo Changrong, also covered in sludge, came in another car. Wu Bing stepped out of the car, was preparing to deal with the group of unknown pursuers, but behind him suddenly came a duck male-like voice. Hey, brother, you are destroying public property. You have to pay a fine. Please pay $5,000. Wu Bing turned to look and found that the person coming was a middle-aged man wearing a security uniform, holding his belly and crossing his waist, and before Wu Bing could pay the money, he already had his hands on writing the invoice. The intercom on the security guard's shoulder rang at the right time. Wang Bawan, is not someone bumped into the square's columns? Remember to make sure he pays for it. A column at least 500. Otherwise, even if the police come, you can't let the person go know it. Otherwise you don't do it. The security guard directly turned off the walkie-talkie. A serious face to Wu Bing said, the pillar you hit is a cultural relic, so it's more expensive. Wu Bing said, are you Wang Bawan? Wang Bawan straightened his back and said, that's right, I'm Wang Bawan, the vice captain of the security team of the 8 Dragons Mountain. Why, do you know me? Don't make up relationships. If you have any relationships, you should pay the fine first. Behind him, Luo Changrong was leading hundreds of people to surround him. Wu Bing looked back and then said to Wang Bawan, I promised someone to protect you for 2 years. Would you like to go and live abroad for 2 years? I'll guarantee that you'll have whatever you want. Wang Bawan rolled his eyes and said in a businesslike tone, pay the 5,000 fine first before you say anything. Swiping a card or scanning the QR code if you don't have any cash is also possible. After Wang Bawan finished speaking, he reached out and took out a POS machine from his pants pocket. I see. I knew it wasn't that easy. Wu Bing complained, just as Luo Changrong arrived with handcuffs. Not waiting for the other party to speak, Wu Bing took the initiative to stretch out his hands and said, "I'm turning myself in." Luo Changrong froze. Luo Ba and others were even more puzzled. Originally thought that there would be a hard fight so that Wu Bing could get into trouble with the police, but unexpectedly Wu Bing was very honorable and directly surrendered himself. Click. Luo Changrong locked handcuffs, is about to take away Wu Bing. Unexpectedly Wang Bawan directly. Wang Bawan pulled Wu Bing to Luo Changrong said, "Our captain has orders. This person destroyed public property. Not to pay a fine if anyone came also not released, or you help him pay the money is also okay." Luo Changrong, who was already in a bad mood, directly broke into a curse. "Asshole, you dare to obstruct law enforcement? You dare to scold me?" Wang Bawan immediately opened the walkie-talkie and said, Captain, hurry up and bring the brothers over." The other side point hard, brought hundreds of people to smash the scene. A roar came from the other side of the walkie-talkie. "It's against the sky. There are people in Lotus Town who dare to smash my Chengfa's venue." Within a few moments, hundreds of security guards, led by a flat-headed man named Cheng Fa, was the captain of the security team of the 8 Dragon Mountain scenic area. And at this moment, Wang Bawan suddenly covered his stomach and screamed, "Oops, my stomach hurts. I'll go take a first." After saying that, Wang Bawan turned around and ran, and in the twinkling of an eye, there was no trace of him. Chapter 6. Tell you the truth. Cheng Fa didn't pay attention to Wang Bawan's clinical retreat. He swept a glance towards the several people in front of him, and his heart immediately had a rough idea. Lotus Town wasn't that big. Cheng Fa naturally recognized the two men, Luo Ba and Jiang Chao. The Japanese man next to him he had also seen because of his previous match with the principal of the Jinlong martial arts school. All three of these men could be considered as stormtroopers, and they were all unique figures in Lotus Town. But this time around, surprisingly, none of them were taking the lead. The one who really wanted to rob people was actually a person covered in sludge, making Cheng Fa unable to distinguish his face. "I don't care who you are. If this man hasn't paid his fine, he can't be taken away even if Huang Tian Laozi comes." Wang Bawan shot away. Cheng Fa naturally took his place, reaching out to press down on Wu Bing's shoulders to prevent him from being taken away. Wu Bing was suddenly a bit amused. If the people of the transcendent world knew that he was actually being snatched around here, he didn't know what reaction he would make. "Cheng Fa, you really want to go against the people's police, don't you?" Luo Changrong said in a fierce voice, one hand already pressing on the pistol at his waist. "What?" Cheng Fa was shocked, then looked at Luo Changrong carefully, finally recognized the face under the sludge. He cursed Wang Bawan in his heart, but on the surface, he exclaimed, "Captain Luo, how come it's you?" Luo Changrong said, "Can I take people away now?" Can. You go slowly, Captain Luo." Cheng Fa nodded and said, "A different person from when he just arrived." Luo Changrong snorted coldly and took away Wu Bing. Luo Ba and the others dispersed with him. "Go, find Wang Bawan for me. Actually dared to frame me. This time let's see if I won't waste him." Waiting for the crowd to leave, Cheng Fa gritted his teeth and greeted hundreds of security guards, looking around for Wang Bawan. In the interrogation room, after some routine identity question and answer, Luo Changrong opened the door and said, "Wu Bing, you rammed a police car, resisted arrest, disturbed public order, beat Luo Gang to the point of serious injuries without waking up, and are suspected of the disappearance case of Aso Jiro. Quickly confess and hand over everything, or else wash your ass and wait for jail." Wu Bing said, "Then I'll tell you frankly, there's no cell in this world that can hold me." "Big mouth," Luo Changrong shouted angrily, then glanced at the camera in the interrogation room. Then, he walked to Wu Bing and said grimly, "I'll give you one more chance, or don't blame me for not being polite." Wu Bing laughed, "This has always been my mantra. Then I also advise you, with your position cannot deal with my affairs, just wait obediently. I believe that your above will soon send someone to take over." Looking for death, Luo Changrong slapped at Wu Bing's face, but at this time, Wu Bing tilted his head and yawned, "Just dodging the slap. How dare you dodge? Good, I'll see how many times you can dodge." Luo Changrong was fuming. Both of his hands came out at the same time, firing left and right at Wu Bing. Wu Bing didn't bother to talk nonsense. He just sat in his position and flickered back and forth. Each time the amplitude was not too big, just enough to dodge Luo Changrong's attacks. No matter how he hit, he just couldn't hit anyway. The criminal police officer who interrogated with Luo Changrong looked dumbfounded. In his eyes, as if the person called Wu Bing could predict Luo Changrong's movements, every time he could dodge calmly, and I don't know if it was to tease Luo Changrong, every time Wu Bing didn't dodge too far, every time he gave a feeling that he was just a little bit away from hitting. "Wang Jin, quickly come over and hold him down for me." Luo Changrong also realized that something was wrong. Close to a minute, he hadn't even touched Wu Bing's hair, so he called for that criminal police officer. That criminal police officer hurriedly came over and pressed Wu Bing from behind. But Wu Bing suddenly said something inexplicable. "Have you guys turned off the surveillance already?" Luo Changrong sneered. "It's too late to regret now, is it?" Wu Bing slightly braced his hands, and the handcuffs on his wrists immediately disconnected from the center. "What are you doing?" Luo Changrong was shocked, remembering that before he came in, Luo Ba had told him about Wu Bing's skill. He immediately turned around and ran towards the interrogation table. The pistol was placed over there when he came in. Wu Bing's action of propping off the handcuffs was not big enough to be seen by Wang Jin behind him. When Wang Jin saw Luo Changrong picking up the pistol and pointing it over, he couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing, Senior Captain? Get away. It's dangerous." With the pistol in his hand, Luo Changrong's heart was greatly determined. He had already thought of the report in his mind. As long as Wu Bing dared to move again, he would not hesitate to shoot him to death. But just at this time, the door of the interrogation room was opened. A man with a country face walked in and swept a glance, immediately calling out to Luo Changrong, "Captain Luo, what are you doing?" Luo Changrong glanced at the visitor and explained, "Director Li, be careful. This person is extremely dangerous." He broke the handcuffs and tried to escape violently. The man with a country face named Li Chong is the deputy director of the Lotus Town police station. He couldn't help but point at Wu Bing inside the room when he heard Luo Changrong's words. What nonsense! Aren't his handcuffs in good condition? Luo Changrong froze, turned his head to look at Wu Bing's handcuffs, and indeed found that the handcuffs are still handcuffed to the top, and the middle chain is properly fastened together. "How is it possible? I just clearly saw him." Li Chong directly asked Wang Jin behind Wu Bing. "Wang Jin, did he just break free from the handcuffs?" No. In the face of the director of Jwei's deep and strict, Wang Jin could only answer truthfully. "Luo Changrong, I'm warning you again. The police station is a place of law. You can't turn off the surveillance, and you can't engage in this torture to force a confession. Don't let me find out there's a next time." Li Chong said, "This person is released on bail. You release the person now." "Bail? Director, he's suspected of." Luo Changrong wanted to argue, but was glared at by Li Chong and could only shut up immediately before allowing Wang Jin to release the person. After Li Chong finished his explanation, he left and didn't have any words with Wu Bing. Wu Bing passed by Luo Changrong and said, "Look, what did I just say?" Luo Changrong gritted his teeth and said, "Don't be complacent. We'll see." Wu Bing shook his head without replying and walked all the way out of the police station. The matter was not over yet. The reason why Wu Bing was able to conclude that someone would step in was because his own loss of control last night caused his breath to go wild. It would definitely alert the people from the Dragon Guard of China, and when they found out his identity, no matter which way they considered it, they were bound to not allow ordinary people to come into contact with him anymore. Matters in the transcendent world could only be handled by the people of the transcendent world, and ordinary people were bound to pay a great price if they forcefully interfered. "I can't imagine that I have to deal with that gang so soon. It's really annoying. I have to find a reason for them not to chase me away," Wu Bing thought as he waited until he walked out of the police station. The expected people from the Huaxia Dragon Guard did not appear. What was waiting for him at the door was Qing Xia, and 8 bodyguards such as Yang Hu. "It was you who saved me?" Wu Bing asked. He knew that Qing Xia's identity was not simple, but he could not imagine that she was able to retrieve someone directly from the police station and so quickly. This was not something that could be done with money in general. Qing Xia nodded. "Yes, but it's just bail. The police department requires that you can't leave Lotus Town for the time being, and will still look for you to cooperate with the investigation in due course. But I've already hired a barrister. He'll be coming over in the next few days, and he'll help you take care of things on the White Way. As long as you don't leave Lotus Town, everything is fine," Wu Bing said. "Don't worry about that. I won't leave during this time." "That's good. Then I'll leave first. I'll come back to you when I have time," Qing Xia said, turning around and about to leave. Yang Hu, however, said, "Miss, going back you're going to marry that bastard. After that." "Shut up." Qing Xia drank Yang Hu's words and got into the car with bleak eyes. Yang Hu looked at Wu Bing and wanted to say something. Wu Bing said in a bad mood, "If you have a fart, let it go. Yang Hu, if you dare to say half a word nonsense again, you don't have to follow back." Qing Xia's voice came from the car. With a bit of coldness, Yang Hu smiled bitterly and shook his head, turning around and getting into the car to leave. Wu Bing watched the car leave, pondering. Behind him resounded a duck-duke-like familiar voice. "Brother, you came out. Come. Quickly pay the fine." Wu Bing turned to look, found that was beaten face swollen nose green Wang Bawan, obviously have a miserable look, but still the old god in the forked waist. The eyes are so bright, the tone of voice that is so powerful, the whole person grizzled unbeatable. Chapter 7, Becoming an Honorable Security Guard. Seeing Wang Bawan's appearance, Wu Bing couldn't help but have a cold look in his eyes and asked, "Who hit you?" Wang Bawan didn't care and said, "I fell when I was taking a." "Who would dare to hit me?" Don't talk about useless things, pay the money quickly, not a penny less than $5,000. Wu Bing took a serious look at Wang Bawan, then helplessly said, no money, I forgot to bring it with me when I came to China, and the air ticket was bought by someone else. Wang Bawan said, don't give me this, if you forgot to bring it, ask someone to call money over, I'll give you the account number. Wu Bing said, the cell phone was thrown away by me. It seems that you are determined to cheat. Wang Bawan's eyes rolled and said, if you really don't have any money, then you come to work and use your salary to mortgage the fine, and when you pay it off, you can leave the job. Wu Bing asked, is it with you as a security guard? Wang Bawan said, that's right, it just so happens that something happened on the 8th Dragon Mountain, and a large number of security guards are needed lately. Let's go. I'll take you to the interview. Wu Bing thought about it and agreed. Anyway, these 2 years is to protect Wang Bawan's safety. Follow him around is undoubtedly the best choice, and can solve the problem of money. 2 birds with 1 stone. Wang Bawan led the way in front, suddenly turned back and said, you kid really came back from abroad? Then you must not have a bank card. Then this way, you don't need to go to the trouble of opening a card. In the future, your salary will directly hit my account. I will automatically deduct the fine for you every month, and then I will give you pocket money. It's a deal. Wu Bing followed behind Wang Bawan and was thinking about things when suddenly his shoulder was hit by someone. He raised his head and saw that the other party was an old man with a hale face and a Panama straw hat on his head. The old man with the hat on his head apologized to Wu Bing, who smiled and said it was fine before the old man put his hat back on and left. Wu Bing laughed, a bit interesting. A few moments later, Wang Bawan brought Wu Bing to the management office of the Patlong Mountain Scenic Area, and after a simple interview, Wu Bing became an honorable security guard. Just after walking out of the management office, the two were blocked. Chang Fa with 10 or so thick-waisted and broad security guards surrounded the 2 men. Chang Fa said, yo, Wang Bawan, found you a companion so quickly. Looks like you don't have to be afraid of ghosts when you go to the mountain to keep watch tonight. Ha ha, a big man is afraid of ghosts. Say it out to laugh, but also as what vice captain, is simply a disgrace to our security team. That's right, I think you don't call Wang Bawan, simply call the son of a, the whole a shrinking turtle like, so timid, simply roll home to hug his wife and eat milk to go. You guys aren't embarrassing the vice captain. What kind of wife does he have for a bachelor? Right hand? Ha ha ha, AI. Our vice captain does not need a right hand. Who in Lotus Town does not know? He lives with his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. You know. Once Chungfa spoke, the 10 or so security guards immediately sneered and mocked, not putting Wang Bawan, the vice captain, in his eyes, especially after the last sentence. It caused a large group of people to roar with laughter. Wang Bawan rushed up and grabbed that security guard, roared, Du Tao, what did you say? Du Tao is a head taller than Wang Bawan, not putting him in his eyes at all. What did you say that you can hear? Everyone knows, your sister-in-law doesn't happen to be a widow. Oh yeah, I heard that her daughter has grown up too. Bastard. Wang Bawan punched at Du Tao. However, the other party was prepared, easily stopped Wang Bawan's fist with one hand, followed by a tackle backhanded arm wrestling, immediately subdued Wang Bawan on the spot. It seems that you were not beaten hard enough just now. You don't even remember. Du Tao looked to Chang Fa. Chang Fa said, then let him long memory. Today almost caused me to offend Luo Changrong. Really live impatient. Give me to let go and fight. As long as not killed are alright. I cover. Good Lu. Du Tao grinned. Was about to start hands to teach Wang Bawan, but at this time, a silhouette of a fast and extraordinary flash to, a foot kicked Du Tao's stomach. Ping. With a violent sound, Du Tao didn't even let out a scream, and was kicked out on the spot, directly falling 5 meters away and fainting. I'm sorry for making you guys ignore my presence. Wu Bing slowly withdrew his foot, and after looking around the circle he landed his gaze on Chang Fa. Now, can I say what I have to say? Chang Fa's face changed. Wu Bing's sudden appearance caught him off guard. He couldn't even see clearly how the other party struck. But how did he weaken his momentum in front of a bunch of his men? Kid, don't mind your own business or how you'll die without knowing. Follow Wang Bawan, that wimp won't have a future. You're such a good hand, why don't you follow me? The vice captain's position will soon be yours. How dare you interrupt when I'm about to speak? Wu Bing walked towards Chang Fa. Chang Fa's face was shocked. He quickly greeted the security guards around him and said, stop him for me. More than a dozen security guards swarmed up, instantly engulfing Wu Bing in it. Chunfa let out a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, it's still the power of many. To be cross with me? You think you can really fight 10 by yourself? Is it hard to fight 10? A demonic voice suddenly sounded beside him. Chungfa looked over in disbelief and realized that Wu Bing had unexpectedly come to his side at an unknown time, standing almost shoulder to shoulder with himself. You when did you? Chungfa couldn't even speak clearly. Wu Bing reached out and gently patted his shoulder and said, "Watch this." After saying that, Wu Bing rushed towards those 10 or so security guards. Instantly, a miserable scream rang out. Wu Bing punched one by one, fist to flesh, a few blinks of an eye. More than 10 security guards fell to the east and west lying on the ground. Cheng He dumbfounded to see the whole process. There is a voice in his heart urging him to hurry to escape, but his feet seem to be rooted in the ground as if, dead or alive, cannot move the slightest. Just now that scene, Cheng Fa simply wondered if he had entered a 5D movie theater, watching a special effects especially realistic martial arts movie. Wu Bing walked back to Cheng Fa and asked, "Can I say my opinion now?" Cheng Fa awoke with a start and nodded his head repeatedly. Wu Bing said, "My opinion is that Wang Baoan will be covered by me from now on, and none of you will move him. Is that okay?" Cheng Fa hurriedly nodded his head, like a chicken pecking at rice. The two men walked past Cheng Fa. Cheng Fa straightened his back and stood still, not daring to move, even if the clothes on his back were already wet with cold sweat. Walking out a dozen steps, Wu Bing asked Wang Baoan, "Not going to get out of breath?" Wang Baoan smiled, especially bright. "Out of what gas? Old me might as well stay alive longer." "Oh," Wu Bing responded, but turned back behind Cheng Fa and slapped the other party to the ground. "It's very justified to let you stand so straight, isn't it?" Cheng Fa shrank on the ground and even resisted to watch the two walk away, a pair of eyes covered with resentment. Lotus Town is a first-class scenic spot in Guangnan Province. The most attractive attractions for travelers are four. The 100 miles of Lotus Pool around Lotus Town is one. The second is the 8-Dragon Mountain behind Lotus Town. 8 Dragons Mountain consists of 8 stone peaks connected to each other, and in the center is a cavern called Flying Dragon Rock. It was rumored that a long time ago, there were 9 stone peaks here, and at that time, the name of the mountain was called 9 Dragons Mountain, with the one in the middle being the most majestic, as it was the head of the dragons, until one day, that stone peak in the middle rose up and took the form of a giant dragon and flew away. The 8 stone peaks left behind were renamed 8 Dragons Mountain from then on, and the place where the giant dragon flew away became the present-day Flying Dragon Rock. The dragon flew away from the sky, from the world peace, so later there is a group of dragons without the head of the world auspicious saying. Along the way, Wang Baoan introduced the legend of 8 Dragons Mountain to Wu Bing. As a native local, these so-called legends Wang Baoan used to disbelieve, but after last night's incident, he became incredibly pious. Wang Baoan said, "Yesterday afternoon I patrolled to Philongian, lazy to find a place to sleep, the result of a sleep to midnight. When I woke up around has been no one, and outside the wind and rain. I had thought that we'll be in Philongian sleep one night, but then," Wu Bing said, "Did you see a ghost?" Wang Baoan asked Wu Bing, "Kid, do you believe there are ghosts in this world?" Wu Bing thought about it and said, "Do vampires count?" Wang Baoan, Chapter 8, The Murder of a Family. At noon, the travelers all went to the farmhouse at the foot of the mountain to eat, and there were very few people inside the scenic spot. 8 Dragons Mountain is like a big mountain that has been hollowed out in the center, and Phylong Rock is like a sinkhole, with a small river on the ground that leads to a subterranean river under the earth. Wu Bing changed into a security uniform, followed by Wang Baoan into the scenic area. Wang Baoan himself drove a dinghy from the small river against the current into the Flying Dragon Rock. Flying Dragon Rock's rock mouth is very windy, but after entering the inside, it is extremely stuffy. Wu Bing looked up and watched the cavern, and found that this is a natural huge cave, a big hole in the middle of the sky. It should be the so-called location of the giant dragon flying to the sky. Directly below the large hole was where the underground river originated, forming a small lake, and Wang Baoan parked his dinghy in the center of the lake. Wang Baoan said, "Last night a huge thunderstorm woke me up, and I saw a lightning bolt suddenly leap out from underneath the bottom of this lake and shoot straight up into the sky, and there was a huge lightning vortex in the sky at that time." Lightning? Lightning vortex? Wu Bing pondered, thinking that it could not be the heaven and earth phenomenon that he had triggered when he lost control. Wang Baoan then said, "Just when I was dumbfounded, there suddenly came an unpleasant sound of ghostly cries from under the lake, as if a miserably dead female ghost was crying out for justice." Wu Bing became interested. "What happened afterward?" "I don't know. I was scared and fainted," Wang Baoan said very frankly, not paying any attention to Wu Bing's contemptuous eyes. "I see you are so capable of fighting. Why don't you dive down and see what's down there?" Wu Bing rolled his eyes and said, "Could it be that you still think there is that giant dragon's treasure down there?" Wang Baoan nodded his head and said with glowing eyes, "Yes, yes, yes, those old guys in town all said so, saying that there is a space underneath the lake, which hides countless gold and silver treasures, all left behind by that giant dragon." Wu Bing was speechless for a while. "So you security guards came over here to keep watch, just to guard the dragon's treasure?" Wang Baoan said, "No, it's because a month ago, the mountain wall suddenly collapsed out of a cave, which hid a strange coffin, the above in order not to affect the business of the scenic spot. so it has been hidden, but also let us take turns to guard. Wu Bing said, take me to see. Wang Bawan brought Wu Bing to a cave near a small lake. The entrance was being guarded by a security guard, prohibiting tourists from entering. Walking in, Wu Bing found a coffin inside the narrow cave. The coffin was not big, only about 1 meter long. The material was dark yellow all over, as if it was made of brass, and the surface was carved with a pattern of divine dragons. There were 9 in total, which was in line with the legend of the 8 Dragons Mountain. In addition, the coffin is also engraved with 4 eye-catching red words. Open the coffin must die. Wu Bing asked, it hasn't been opened? It's so clear on the coffin. Who dares to open it? Wang Bawan appeared unwilling to stay here, letting Wu Bing take a look and pulling him away. I've seen the weather forecast. There will be a thunderstorm tonight as well, so you'll stay here with me to keep watch and prove that I'm not lying. Then you can go down to the bottom of the lake to look for the treasure. Wu Bing had a headache. Thunder again? Then do you have any wine here? Spirits, Wang Bawan said. Yes, I've hidden it inside that hole. It's all burnt knives at over 60 degrees. I bought it specially to strengthen my courage. Wu Bing said. That's good. Then I'll accompany you to see if there's really a female ghost or not. If that ghost is pretty, I'll catch it and make you a wife. Wang Bawan shook his head and said, I don't want a female ghost. I just want treasure. Just money. Then this night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and there was no other unusual sound in the flying dragon rock except for Wang Bawan's snoring. During the period Wu Bing bored into the cave to study that coffin, through perception found that there is no life breath inside. He immediately lost interest. After all, even if it is stuffed with diamonds, it does not necessarily compare to Wu Bing's wealth. Early the next morning, a group of people stormed into the flying dragon rock. Wu Bing took a look and realized that it turned out to be Luo Changrong with more than 20 heavily armed criminal police officers looking up. Wu Bing, it is now suspected that you are suspected of a tragic case of extermination. Please go back with us to assist in the investigation. Luo Changrong's eyes were all blood red. Monstrous hatred was released without any concealment. Although he said this please on his mouth, but one of his hands had already taken out his pistol. Together with the more than 20 people behind him, all of them raised their guns and aimed at Wu Bing while he was speaking. This situation, there is a word is directly shooting chaotic sweep of the scene. Wang Bawan woke up and shouted, Surname Luo, what do you want again? Luo Changrong hate voice. Luo Ba family of 7 people were exterminated last night, up to 70-year-old old man, down to 3-year-old child, even lying in the hospital unconscious Luo gang, have not escaped. Wu Bing has a major suspicion of committing the crime. Now we have to take him back. If you dare to make trouble, I will even arrest you together. Bull ***** major suspicion. Wang Bawan said, he was on watch here with me last night without leaving. How did he go and kill someone? Luo Changrong snorted coldly. Night watch? Wang Bawan, you fell asleep from 12 o'clock last night. If we didn't come over, I'm afraid you're not even awake now. How do you know? Wang Bawan opened his mouth and immediately shut up, but it was already too late. Luo Changrong said, your co-workers came and patrolled, and only saw you, Wang Bawan, sleeping, while Wu Bing was nowhere to be found. Wu Bing blandly said, is there any evidence? Go back and you'll know. Luo Changrong took out a paper warrant and said, this is the arrest warrant. Wang Jin, lock it up for me. Wang Jin walked over and snapped on a pair of thickened handcuffs. Wu Bing was indifferent and turned to Wang Bawan. I'm going on a trip. I'll be back soon. Help me find a place to stay tonight, preferably a single room. I don't like to stay with others. You won't be able to come out this time. Even the Lin family won't be able to save you. Pinning Wu Bing in a circle of more than 20 people, Luo Changrong led the men away. A moment later, back in the interrogation room again, Wu Bing couldn't help but feel a little depressed, a character of the transcendent world, but he was arrested into the police station for 2 consecutive days, or the mundane police station. This was really, Luo Changrong shouted. Wu Bing, quickly explain your motive and modus operandi for the murder. This time you won't be able to escape. Wu Bing said, I also want to know why I became a murderer. Where is the evidence you mentioned? I knew you wouldn't die. Luo Changrong sneered, then turned the computer screen in front of him towards Wu Bing and played 2 videos. The first was an image from inside a 3-story villa, capturing the back of a person entering the villa, and shortly thereafter, a fire burned in the villa, and the person showed a blurry side face in the image, leaving from the side of the villa. Other than that, no one else escaped from the villa. Then the second video is the Lotus Town Hospital. Again that person. This time he brought a mask to cover most of the face, but the clothes, and action, etc. still can let a person a glance with the villa. That person is the same person, and the time is also right. That person went into a ward inside, a minute later left, shortly after a nurse checked into the ward, then soon ran out to call for help in a panic. After watching the video, Wu Bing frowned, The two people in the video screen were indeed the same person, and the side face of the one in the first video, surprisingly, was a bit similar to himself. Just resembling me doesn't prove it's me. Still want to weasel out? Luo Changrong shouted, then signaled to Wang Jin, who pulled up the image of that side face just now, then used technology to magnify and clarify it. Very quickly, when Wang Jin stopped moving, the blurry side face on the screen had turned into a high-definition picture quality. That person was clearly Wu Bing's appearance. Wu Bing was stunned. Then he thought of something and could not help but fall into deep thought. At this time, it just so happened that the phone in front of Luo Changrong rang. Luo Changrong took the phone and listened to it, and then the whole person became excited. Good. Bring the people over right away. Be sure to pay attention to safety. Putting down the phone, Luo Changrong looked at Wu Bing with the eyes of a dead man. I'll let you meet someone later. I'll see what you still have to say. Wu Bing, in the end, you still fell into my hands. This time, I will make your life worse than death. Avenge my uncle's family. Wu Bing did not pay attention to Luo Changrong's threat. In fact, the general situation of the matter he has understood, but he still has some places of not quite understand, so he did not move to wait for the development, so as not to frighten the snake. A moment later, the door to the interrogation room opened and an unexpected person walked in. Wu Bing raised his eyebrows. Ha, it's actually you. Chapter 9 Footprints. The person who came was a pale-faced youth with a killer head of hair, and Wu Bing immediately recognized him as the person who had robbed Qing Xia at the station in his speeding car. Ha, you actually didn't die? No, this is a live witness left behind on purpose as a witness, so that's how it is. Wu Bing only glanced at the other party and immediately understood the cause of the matter, but that killer horseman, that is, Luo Ba's son, Luo Gang. Luo Gang had a fragile look like he hadn't recovered from a serious illness. After seeing Wu Bing, his eyes instantly turned red. If it wasn't for Luo Changrong pulling him, I'm afraid that he was about to pounce on him. It's you. You were the one who tried to kill me last night. I was just robbing some money, but you went as far as killing my whole family. I'm going to kill you. Luo Gang yelled. Only just emotional immediately fainted. Luo Changrong immediately called for someone to send him back to the hospital for good care, and then turned back to Wu Bing. Now the human evidence and material evidence are all there. What else do you have to say? Wu Bing said. Yes, or that. You can't handle my business. Do you believe soon someone will take over this matter? Luo Changrong disdainfully said. Bull *********. I am the criminal police captain of Lotus Town. Who is more qualified than me? Wu Bing smiled without saying anything and turned his gaze towards the door of the interrogation room that was closed. Luo Changrong's gaze flickered. Just at this moment, the door was opened. The country-faced Li Chong walked in and directly said, Luo Changrong, this case is now transferred to me. All of you go out. Directorly this. Luo Changrong felt like he was being stuffed with a pilot in his mouth, and when he was glared at by Li Chong, he didn't even dare to let out a fart and left the interrogation room with Wang Jin. Only Li Chong and Wu Bing remained in the room. Li Chong gestured at the surveillance camera, and the camera's power supply immediately went black. Wu Bing laughed to himself. I've always wondered, with the control of the Dragon Guard of China, how come the last time I was caught in here, I was actually indifferent? So it turns out that you guys have been intervening for a long time now, making me think that it was Qing Xia who helped me. Li Chong said, the last time was just a small matter. The face of the Lin family is still very useful. I just can't imagine that it's less than a day. You're back again. Wu Bing asked, what is your identity? Golden Dragon Guard or Heavenly Dragon Guard? Why can't I feel your transcendent aura? Li Chong looked embarrassed and said, you are too flattering. I am just an Iron Guard. I haven't been promoted to the level of Dragon Guard yet. What? Wu Bing exclaimed. His eyes were full of incredulity. You Chinese Dragon Guards are too underestimating. Right, to send only a lowest entry level to spy on me. Do you know my identity? Wu Bing felt that he was being insulted. Even if he wasn't newly promoted to become one of the 4 emperors, even if he was once a king level, he would be taken seriously when he appeared in just about any country. Li Chang's forehead sweated slightly and said, with my status, I really am not qualified to know your true identity yet. The above just said that you are a big shot and told me to stay away for nothing. If the commotion from the night before was caused by you, then I can probably guess your identity. That's good. I'll tell you who the murderer is. You let me go. I have other things to do. Speaking of the night before, Wu Bing suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone back to find Niezhio until now. Qing Xia had already left, but Niezhio was also by himself. That business car, but there are 2 puddles of blood, indicating that both girls are the first time. That's why Wu Bing said at that time that he would be responsible for the words. As soon as he thought of this, Wu Bing suddenly incomparably anxious to see Niezhio. Li Chong said, I also know who the murderer is, but it's not appropriate to scare the snakes now. We were just about to go along with him and lock you up to see what he's really going to do. So you guys really want to lock me up? You think you can? Wu Bing's face was cold. He reached out and grabbed at the handcuffs on his wrists. The handcuffs that had been specially thickened were like paper mache. They snapped into several sections by Wu Bing's gentle grip. Wu Bing left his seat towards the door. Li Chong hurriedly said, "It's just pretending to be incarcerated and doing superficial work. You can leave through the back door. As long as after tonight, he will do something tomorrow. That's your business." Wu Bing did not stop. Seeing that he was about to open the door and leave, Li Chong gritted his teeth and said, "You have already attracted their attention. If you are not imprisoned, they will continue to kill people to frame you. Last night he killed Luo Ba. Tonight he may be able to kill Niezhio, or your new friend Wang Bawan." Wu Bing stopped walking and said, "That's even easier. I'll just go over there now and kill them all. Won't that be the end of it?" "No, you can't kill them," Li Chong said in a deep voice. "There's an internal problem with the Chinese Dragon Guard. You won't be able to do anything if you kill an unimportant Asotaro, but if you kill all the Japanese, then you'll be forced out of China. I've heard that you came back because of a certain matter, so I don't think you'll be able to bring the situation to a standstill too much. You know quite a bit about me." Wu Bing looked at Li Chong with a smirk. Li Chong, however, felt that his shoulders suddenly sank, as if a mountain was being pressed down on his body, and he almost fell to the ground without standing still. Withstanding the enormous pressure, Li Chong squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "This, after all, is China." Wu Bing froze, and then the whole person was like a deflated balloon. Yes, this is Huaxia after all. Luo Changrong had been indignant after being driven out of the interrogation room. After thinking hard for a moment, really unable to swallow the bad anger in his chest, Luo Changrong unknowingly walked to the front of the director's office, wanting to directly find the director to complain. But just at this time, the phone suddenly rang. Luo Changrong puzzled to look at the caller number, but it was Li Chong who called. "Hey Bureau Li, yes. Well, come right away. Putting down his cell phone, Luo Changrong was excited. Ha, Wu Bing, you're still back in my hands." With excitement, Luo Changrong returned to the interrogation room to take away Wu Bing and personally escorted him to the detention center. In the car, Luo Changrong smiled sarcastically and said to Wu Bing, "Don't worry, I have a few good friends in the detention center. They will definitely take good care of you." Wu Bing seriously said, "No need to be too polite. My requirements are simple. Just have cigarettes, alcohol and meat. I'm afraid that you don't have the life to enjoy it." When he arrived at the detention center, Luo Changrong didn't leave immediately after handing over the people. He went to the monitoring room, found the screen monitoring Wu Bing, and said to himself, "Wu Bing, you don't want to go out alive after coming here. After tonight, even the gods can't save you." Inside the detention center, Wu Bing just came in and was cornered by a large group of people. The prison guards patrolling around disappeared without a trace. A bald man with a face full of horizontal meat walked up to Wu Bing and said with a smile on his face, "Kid, someone has offered money to buy your life. Don't blame us brothers." Wu Bing calmly said, "If I bid higher, can you guys not make a bid?" The bald head looked like he had heard a big joke. "Then tell me, if the price is right, it's not like we can't negotiate. We can even guarantee your safety here." "My prices," Wu Bing laughed, "your lives." The bald man froze, then reacted, "Kid looking for death." With a roar, the hundreds of people huddled in the corner swarmed up, instantly drowning out Wu Bing's thin figure. Luo Changrong in the monitoring room saw such a picture, immediately felt a great joy. The grievances that had accumulated in his chest for the past 2 days were vented. Soon, he left the detention center, and drove back to Lotus Town with his counterpart, Wang Jin. Inside the detention center, the crowd that scrambled to surge forward suddenly choked. A horrible aura like a mountain like a prison in the middle corner erupted, and the next moment, in the front of the bald head was kicked up, and crashed headfirst into the overhead ceiling, and directly hung on. Then, as if the popcorn opened the pot, the front came from the continuous violent sound. A person was flying out in all directions. All kinds of screams and wails should be heard. The back of the crowd just flooded with panic. Suddenly a flower in front of the eyes. The front of the people have all been beaten away. "Big brother, spare my life, ah." The last person's legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a trembling body. Wu Bing brought that person to the dead corner of the surveillance, and then threw that person a human skin mask, saying, "Put on this mask or die. Your choice." That person didn't even think about it. His hands and feet neatly picked up the mask and put it on. Then, a person with exactly the same appearance as Wu Bing appeared. Wu Bing nodded with satisfaction. "This is high imitation biotechnology. It will automatically disappear tomorrow night. During that time if you dare to go and take it off. Dare not dare. The man was so scared that his head was lowered, and when he looked up again, Bing Wu had already disappeared. In the evening, a police car is speeding on the road. Wang Jin ingratiating Luo Changrong said good words. The two met to go to the 9 seconds bar to have a drink. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the roof of the car. The frame of the car above the two men's heads suddenly pressed down violently. The huge gravity pressed the tires to burst. Wang Jin hurriedly stepped on the brakes. The four tires without air ground out a long trail on the road before stopping. What happened? Luo Changrong was shocked and pulled out his pistol. And Wang Jin climbed out of the window of the car and turned around to see that above the roof of the car was empty. Wang Jin was puzzled and climbed up to the roof of the car, then looked at the steel plate on the roof in horror, half unable to say a word. In the end, what happened? Luo Changrong also climbed up, reflected in the eyes. Is too deep concave into the steel plate? Footprints. Chapter 10. Tonight's the night. 9 seconds divine wine was broken in Lotus Town. But the heat of 9 seconds divine wine not only didn't diminish, but made more people want to try it. Everyone wants to be the first one to succeed, but if they try for a long time and can't, they will think that no one can succeed at all. However, if one day someone else really succeeds, they will think that if someone else can do it, then I must be able to do it as well. As a result, the 9 seconds bar was once again bustling with activity, as if it had returned to the time when it had just opened a few years ago, with large numbers of people being carried out every night. Tonight is no exception. Niejio in the coaxing environment constantly mixing drinks, beautiful posture, out of the ordinary movements, forming the most beautiful scenery in the bar. Wu Bing quietly came to the bar, sitting in a dark corner, quietly watching Niejio under the neon light. A burst of drinking and cursing came all the way in from the doorway, and Taro also brashly squeezed his way to the front desk with more than 20 people and said, Miss Niejio, your father has already betrothed you to my younger brother, and now that Jiro is missing, you, as his woman, should be mobilizing your connections here to look for him, instead of selling alcohol here. Niejio didn't even look at Asotaro as much as she did. The movements of her hands didn't pause for a second and said, I have long since severed my father-daughter relationship with Niefong. He can't decide on my marriage. Asotaro said. Niefong had agreed with us before the match to use you or the signboard of Jinlong Martial School as a bet. Unfortunately he lost and ended up choosing you. If you really aren't Niefeng's daughter, then you don't have the right to stop us from taking away the Jinlong Martial School signboard. Niejio said. It's true that I'm not Niefeng's daughter, but I'm Nia Kong's granddaughter, a descendant of the Nia family. The Jinlong Martial School was created by my Nia family, and the signboard was even written by the hand of my ancestor. So unless the Nia family's people die off, you guys don't want to hit the signboard's idea. Asashori Ataro sneered. Then what do you mean? Do you really want to represent the Nia family to duel with me tomorrow? You have to think about it. Your grandfather is in the hospital and your father lost. If you lose again, the signboard will be ours. Niejio gritted his teeth and said, That's right, I'll be the one to take the field tomorrow. After finishing his words, the 9 seconds divine wine in his hand happened to be finished blending. Niejio pushed the wine in front of Asashoryu and said, Dare to drink it? Asotaro's face changed. Cold snort. This cup of wine to keep. When I win tomorrow, you give me to mix 10 pounds. After saying that, Asotaro led his men to leave. Waiting until Asotaro went away, Niejio suddenly felt so tired. The whole person all of a sudden did not have half strength. Originally yesterday when he ran into that man, he thought he had hope. When the man told himself to wait for him to come back, Niejio believed it, but waited until today's daybreak. That person did not come. Xiao Lu, I'll go back first. I'll leave this side to you. Niejio tiredly explained and turned around to leave. Suddenly a voice came. Boss lady, please come with 10 cups of 9-second wine. Niejio body a shock. Horan turned around. Really see last night a whole night did not wait to come Wu Bing. See each other old god in the face of a smile look over. Niejio suddenly feel the nose sour. At this moment, all the aggression as a dike flood, suddenly all at once burst out. Wu Bing saw Niejio looking at himself, wordless moment but suddenly weeping tears. He froze for a moment, and then the next second is a heartbreaking heartache. Sorry, I'm late. A flash over the bar. Wu Bing embraced Niejio into his arms. This just no less than 2 days time girl. In other people stubborn rigid, but in front of their own fragile heart drunk. Wu Bing said, the general of the matter I have been clear. This matter to me. Tomorrow you go on the field to meet the battle is. I guarantee you will win beautifully. I believe you. Niejio said as she crouched in Wu Bing's arms. Wu Bing let go of Niejio, carefully helped her wipe away her tears and laughed. Don't cry. It won't look good if your makeup is blurred by crying. I still have to go out right now, but don't worry. I'll come and help you tomorrow. After Asotaro exited the 9 seconds bar, he brought people directly back to his residence, the only star hotel in Lotus Town, Lotus Hotel. Inside the deluxe suite, Asotaro spoke respectfully to a hale old man. If Wu Bing saw this old man he would definitely be able to recognize him. He was the very old man that he accidentally bumped into on the street. The old man's name was Aso Ghost, and he was Aso Taro's father. Asao Taro said in Japanese, Lord Father, the plan was successful. Niejo has already agreed to tomorrow's match. To deal with her there is no need for you to disguise yourself on the field, Father. I can defeat her with one hand. Asao Ghost snapped. Bastard. How many times have I taught you guys not to take any of your enemies lightly? Or sooner or later you will fall head over heels one day. Asao Taro hurriedly said. Yes, but will it be too strenuous tonight if Father Sama is going to fetch something like that? And if we have to meet the battle tomorrow? Asashoryu Oni said. A small matter. When you have the chance to enter my world one day, you'll understand that people like me don't get tired easily. Asashoryu Taro's heart yearned. Yes, Lord Father's power has already exceeded the realm of this world. That Nyakong, who is known as the martial arts master of the Huasha country, turned out to be unable to even receive 10 moves from Lord Father, and that Niafong is even more of a loser. He fell on the spot in a single move. Asashoryu Ghost shook his head and said, in that world, I'm not considered tough. The ones who truly determine the pattern of the entire world are the 4 emperors, 12 kings, and 36 superheroes, especially the 4 emperors at the top. Those are godlike existences. I'm not even an ant in their eyes. Not to mention the distant 4 emperors, just that man named Wu Bing who appeared in that bar. He is also from the transcendental world. Luckily he didn't dare to be afraid of the Chinese dragon guards. That's why he was locked up in the detention center by me using my tactics. But this kind of person is doomed to not be kept locked up for too long. That's why we have to make a move to take back the things from the 8 Dragons Mountain tonight. And then we can win the tournament tomorrow and take away the Jinlong Martial Arts School's signature. Then this operation will be complete. It's not too late. I'll go to 8 Dragon Mountain now. Asashoryu Ghost changed into a nighttime outfit, wrapping his face in a face scarf, revealing only a pair of eyes. He leapt out of the 8th floor window, then seemed to merge with the night, disappearing in mid-air out of nowhere. Asashoryu Taro said enviously, I'm going to double my cultivation efforts and try to reach Father's height soon. A voice lazily sounded behind him, slightly raw Japanese. Don't call it high even if it's as high as your father's. Half of his body is buried in the earth. He's still hovering around on the D level. If I couldn't even afford to lose face, I'd just die. Who? Asashoryu Taro turned around with a huff. 3 black shurikens came out of his hand at the same time he turned around, whooshing and shooting away. Wu Bing didn't know when he was sitting on the sofa, facing the oncoming 3 darts. He didn't move even for a second, letting the 3 darts graze his face and fly by, just a little bit short of cutting through his skin. Kid, your skills are not up to par. Aso Taro exclaimed. It's you, Wu Bing. Aren't you locked up? Wu Bing laughed. Didn't your father just say that people like me can't be locked up for long? Cut the crap. I'll give you a chance to obediently explain your plans or else. Aso Taro did not wait for Wu Bing to finish. Suddenly bellowed. Broken step rush a few times to Wu Bing's body. High leap. With a hand as a knife to Wu Bing's head. A chop down. A series of actions in one breath. Aso Taro dry and sharp. So fast that people cannot react. Ordinary people, even if they can see his movements clearly, at most can only backward dodge or resist. But today destined to Aso Taro bad luck, because it was obvious that Wu Bing was not an ordinary person. Brush. Faster than Aso Taro, Wu Bing brushed to stand up, his right hand upward and grabbed Aso Taro's wrist, and then an over-the-shoulder wrestling maneuver was made, directly smashing Aso Taro to the ground. Aso Taro screamed miserably. This fall seems to fall apart his skeleton. He felt that he could not lift a bit of strength. There is a blood stasis inside the chest, but cannot spit it out. Difficult to the extreme. Wu Bing asked, say it or not? Aso Taro's face grimaced and said, bastard, do you think we Japanese are as spineless as you Chinese? Nowadays, one of the 4 emperors of your transcendent world is our Japanese. Then I'd like to see how many pounds of backbone you have in you. Wu Bing said, a finger pointing at Asashoryu Taro's tail. Dragon bone. Asashoryu Taro violently as if struck by lightning. His body suddenly tensed up to the extreme in an instant, as if he wanted to break himself into 2 before giving up. Both eyes were even turned white for the most part. Almost even the pupils of his eyes were going to disappear. This technique of mine is called the bone washing and marrow slaughtering technique. If you are able to pull through, you might be able to reach your father's level right away. Saying that, Wu Bing pointed another finger below Asashoryu's navel, and in the next instant, the originally taut body violently contracted into a ball again, and Asashoryu exerted himself one by one, his entire face purple and black, still continuing to exert himself, enduring immense pain. Asashoryu Taro couldn't utter a single sound to vent his agony, as he had already stiffened even his thinking, with only one horrifying thought growing clearer and clearer in his head. If we continue like this, it's simply certain death is worse. Spare my life, spare my life. I'll say it all. With the last few remaining clarity, Asashoryu Taro roared out words begging for mercy. Wu Bing, however, said, no, 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 no. I believe in the backbone of you Japanese. You can still support at least one more finger. Asashori Taro panicked. No, I can't, please let me go. We came over this time because we received news that treasures from the Age of the Immortals had appeared inside the 8 Dragons Mountain, so we came over at all costs. Wu Bing had no interest in the treasures. Why did you take away the signboard of the Jinlong Martial School? Is there any secret in a broken signboard that even the ghost shadow of your shadow shinobi village has sent over? Broken signboard? Aseo Taro looked at Wu Bing with a demented expression. Sir, you don't know what the signboard of Jinlong Martial School is? What kind of look is that? Wu Bing was instantly offended when he saw Asashori Taro's gaze, and a finger point landed on his brow. Chapter 11, 7 Holes of Running Water. Miserable screams emanated from Asashoria's mouth. Asashoria felt a violent explosion in his mind, like a tsunami inflicting abuse. He didn't even last a second. His eyes completely rolled over and passed out. 9 fingers only lasted 3 fingers. Waste. Outside the door resounded with the sound of urgent tapping. Wu Bing did not bother to pay attention to it, and directly leapt out from the window. His body was as far away as a rock, spreading its wings in an instant, and by the time he reappeared, he had already arrived at the top of the 8 Dragons Mountain. Ha! There is even a temple here? Standing at the top of the mountain, Wu Bing found that at the peak of the 8 Dragons Mountain, there was actually a sizable temple, which was brightly lit in the darkness of the night, as if Buddha's light was emanating. But at this time, the Ashen Ghost had already entered the flying dragon rock below, and Wu Bing only had to divert his attention because tonight, in the cave, it was still Wang Bawan who was keeping watch. Wang Bawan turned around at the entrance of the cave, stretched out his head and saw that the coffin of the face is still there. He no longer intends to go in. He walked to the outside of the cave. In a hidden corner near the lake laid some hay. Intends to sleep for a while. As soon as he lay down, the snoring sound immediately pulled up, like a bellows, one by one quite rhythmic. A strange black shadow suddenly came, as if out of thin air. Aseo Ghost kicked Wang Bawan, found Wang Bawan did not react at all. He turned around and entered the cave. A few moments later, Aseo Ghost carried the coffin out. He came to Wang Bawan's side to put down the coffin, and then moved a few 100 pounds of stone, and then took down the rope from his body to tie Wang Bawan to the stone. Since the beginning, Wang Bawan slept like a dead pig, did not even wake up. Just as well, letting you die in peace is a good deed. Asashoria Ghost shook his head as he raised the stone with both hands, thinking of throwing it into the lake for a corpse sinking to the bottom of the water. Hundreds of pounds of weight in Aseo Ghost's hands as if it weighed nothing. He easily lifted the stone, and was about to exert his strength to throw the stone out, but at that moment, the stone suddenly and instantly became incredibly heavy, as if it were a mountain, and in one go, it pressed Aseo Ghost down to both knees. Originally, I wanted to let you off the hook first and let you bounce around for a little while longer, but why did you refuse to let go of a harmless security guard? Wu Bing descended from the sky and landed his feet on a rock, standing beside Wang Bawan as he said, "Since it's a good deed, why don't you just die yourself?" Aseo Ghost didn't panic when he was attacked. The moment he knelt to the ground with both knees, he fiercely accelerated, and his entire body directly disappeared into the ground. If one did not pay attention, one would think that Aseo Ghost had been stepped into the ground by Wu Bing, but in just 3 seconds, the ground behind Wu Bing suddenly burst open, and a black shadow sprang out from it, shooting out hundreds of darts with a raised hand. These shurikens were shaped like short swords, and in the Shadow Shinobi village, they were called bitterless, and the hundreds of bitterless emitted sharp piercing sounds in the air, and each one of them shot out like bullets. Still a D-class upper rank, not bad, Wu Bing said as he stretched out his palm and pressed down. Those hundreds of bitterless were suddenly like a group of flies encountering an invisible fly swatter. A brain was directly swatted down to the ground. Aso Ghost face changed, but he did not stop there. Hands quickly form a legal seal ruthlessly slapped on the ground. Just by Wu Bing shot down hundreds of bitter no again pop up, again shot away. This time, the bitterness is not dispersed, but closely together, forming a large bitterness, like a long sword by the Aso Ghost hands to advance. Wu Bing's still barehanded punch struck out, bringing up a huge wind-breaking sound, like a thunderbolt ruthlessly impacting on top of the tip of the large bitterness. With a loud bang, the large bitterless was disintegrated by the punch, and hundreds of short swords shattered into pieces. Asashorio Ghost in the debris again disappeared into thin air. Wu Bing coldly grunted, a flash and chase to the lake above. To the feet of the lake water in the air a fist smashed down. The water splash in the sky exploded, and the black shadow of Aseo Ghost appeared, spitting blood from the mouth and fleeing in fear from the bottom of the water. Still want to run. Wu Bing 5 fingers virtual grip, a strong force through the body, locked the underwater Aseo Ghost, was about to grab him out of the water. But just at this moment, the shore came from the sound of a storm. Wu Bing's face changed slightly, turning his head to see that the rock that tied Wang Bawan was blown up, fluffed and smashed into the lake water. Not good. not being able to care about the Aseo ghost in his hand. Wu Bing turned back to the lake in a hurry and dove headfirst into the lake water, chasing after the rapidly sinking stone. That stone also do not know by the Asahi ghost to perform what maneuver, even as a bullet like shooting downward. Wu Bing want to lock the space are extremely difficult, only to accelerate all the way down to chase. By this time, Wang Bawan that goods finally woke up. He twisted the body in fear, but the hands and feet are firmly tied to the stone above. How can not break free? Less than a moment, Wang Bawan began to choke on water. A series of bubbles from his mouth and nose rise. The water pressure increases rapidly. The temperature drops rapidly. The light is swallowed by the darkness. Wang Bawan's body convulses. A pair of eyes protruding out. 7 holes have blood flowing out. Wu Bing opened his eyes to crack. His eyes had a thunderous flash, and then his body suddenly increased in speed, like a flash of lightning, finally catching up with Wang Bawan. A fist broke the stone. Wu Bing picked up Wang Bawan, quickly shot upward, and in the twinkling of an eye broke out of the water back to the shore. Wang Bawan unconscious, stomach as big as a pregnant woman in October. Drink a full stomach of lake water. Wu Bing flattened Wang Bawan on the ground, then pressed one hand on his stomach. A column of water spurted out from Wang Bawan's mouth, then followed by water seeping out from both nostrils, ear holes, and even his eyes. 7 holes of flowing water? Wu Bing was flabbergasted for a moment. Then he continued to exert his power to guide Wang Bawan to drain the water, and very quickly, Wang Bawan's figure returned to its original shape. But he still didn't wake up. Wake up! Without thinking, Wu Bing slapped down. Splat! Wang Bawan opened his eyes in response. His hands violently grabbed Wu Bing and excitedly exclaimed, "I saw it! I really saw it!" Wu Bing breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Saw what?" Wang Bawan sat up, gasping for air but lowering his voice. "The palace of the giant dragon. I just saw the palace of the dragon under the water. The legend is true. There really is a dragon's treasure." Wu Bing touched Wang Bawan's forehead, deeply skeptical. "Impossible. You have just been busy drinking water and facing upwards. You are hallucinating." Wang Bawan anxiously said, "It's true. I swear if I lie to you, I will lose my job immediately." Wu Bing looked deeply at Wang Bawan and said, "You really will lose your job soon." Wang Bawan asked, "Why?" Wu Bing looked behind Wang Bawan's empty back and said, "The coffin in the cave was stolen." Chapter 12, Don't worry, I'm experienced. Wang Bawan disbelievingly went to the cave and turned around, and soon turned back in a fury, yelling at Wu Bing, "Hurry up and go look for it. If I don't have a job, their 2 mothers and daughters' lives will be even harder." Wu Bing grabbed his arm and said, "Are you afraid of heights?" "Ha!" Wang Bawan momentarily did not turn the corner, and then the next moment, a strong force from the arm, the scene in front of him instantly switched to the sky above. Thousands of meters of the 8-Dragon Mountain is actually under their feet. Wang Bawan hastily grabbed Wu Bing, but his face quickly revealed excitement. He laughed, "Wow, brother, I know you are very powerful, but I did not expect you to be able to fly up. But even though you're so powerful, the fine still needs to be paid." Wu Bing ignored Wang Bawan's question. He jumped up high in the sky in order to look for a Seo ghost's trail. With a coffin on his back, he definitely couldn't hide his trail completely. Very quickly, Wu Bing discovered a somewhat familiar commercial vehicle on the road leading to Lotus Town. The business car seemed to have just undergone a major overhaul. The front end of the car was still a bit dented in, but the power was no longer a problem, and at the moment, it was soaring to 144 miles per hour on the road at night, which could be described as a windy ride. Go! Wu Bing made an instant decision. Taking Wang Bawan with him, he crashed into the commercial car like a meteor. Wang Bawan looked at the face of the white, shouted, "Big brother, you will not be so directly to smash yourself down it. Will not live." Wu Bing comforted, "Don't worry, I have experience. It will be fine. I smashed a police car like this in the afternoon." Also Ghost pale-face driving the car. Just now with Wu Bing's short exchange of blows, he is completely in the disadvantage. There is not a little chance of victory to speak of. If not early in the binding of the stone to do the trick, I'm afraid that even fleeing for their lives is a problem. Not to mention to take away the vital coffins. How could an expert suddenly appear in the transcendent world? He is at least AB rank or above. Is his appearance a coincidence? Seeing that he was about to enter Lotus Town, also Ghost couldn't help but let out a slight sigh of relief. He was well aware that his combat power was not high, but his ability to hide was definitely confident. As long as he hid towards the crowd, even AB ranked expert would have difficulty in finding himself. Turning his head to look at the coffin in the carriage, also Ghost felt that it was all worth it. As long as the coffin is brought back is to make a great achievement. Then the Aso family will be able to re-emerge in the Shadow Shinobi village. This business car is specially modified for the transportation of coffins. Inside a special arrangement, can be isolated from the perception of extraordinary power. When Aso Jiro disappeared with the business car, the Aso Ghost is most worried about the loss of this car. The son of a group of him, but if you miss the opportunity, you have to regret for the rest of your life. Fortunately, this car was eventually recovered by himself, although the front end is damaged, but the special arrangement of the carriages is not a big problem. It is a blessing in misfortune. However, just at this moment, a huge pressure suddenly fell from the sky. Aseo Ghost's cold hairs all over his body stood up. A huge life and death crisis turned into a heartfelt voice, urging him to hurry up and leave from the car. Without hesitation, Aseo Ghost flipped out of his seat and jumped out of the car window. Two silhouettes slammed into the roof of the commercial car. A loud bang erupted. The steel was twisted hard. The four wheels blew up at the same time, and the car that was originally speeding at high speed was stopped in a second's time, because the car was smashed hard into the ground. Asashoryo Ghost's scalp tingled as he looked towards his heavenly godlike opponent, hoarsely saying, "Who the hell are you? With such ability, you must be an expert from the transcendental world. Please report your name." Both feet landed on the ground. Wang Bawan immediately squatted down and dry-heaved. Wu Bing took out a mellow-smelling cigar and lit it, comfortably taking a deep breath before saying, "When you sneakily put your hands on me at the entrance of the police station, I wanted to slap you to death and forget about it, but after all, this place is Huaxia, and I promised someone I wouldn't kill anyone indiscriminately after I came in, so that's why I left you behind. But my kindness got me in trouble instead, so this time I told myself that it would be good to send you to your death." Asashoryo Ghost said, "Can you let me go? I can give you compensation. In the name of the Shadow Ninja Village." Wu Bing laughed coldly, "Just you, a deranked goods, are not worthy to represent the Shadow Ninja Village. Let that Shadow King come is more like it." Aseo Ghost said, "Your Excellency really wants to completely make an enemy of our Shadow Shinobi Village? Shadow Shinobi Village? It's not worthy." The words were still floating in the air. Wu Bing's figure had already disappeared from the original spot. The pupils of Aseo Ghost's eyes tightened. His hands violently shook forward, and 10 dark red bitternesses shot out without a sound. "Go back!" An explosive shout resounded in front of him. Wu Bing showed his figure and slapped his backhand. The 10 bitter red bitterness immediately reversed its direction and killed back towards Aseo Ghost at a faster speed. Aseo Ghost's strange cry. In front of the body suddenly burst a burst of smoke. Instantly no figure. Still coming this way. Wu Bing raised his foot and stomped it into the ground, and the ground in a 100-meter radius steeply shook, like a ship being hit by a wave in the middle of the sea. A figure was forced out from the ground. The Aseo Ghost came to Wu Bing's back, but instead of pouncing on Wu Bing, his eyes showed hideousness as he pounced on Wang Bawan, who was dry-heaving uncontrollably. However, before the Aseo Ghost could touch one of Wang Bawan's hairs, suddenly a huge force came from the air, like a huge sharp claw, and stopped him in mid-air at once. Wu Bing appeared behind Aseo Ghost and slapped him to the ground. Wang Bawan dry-heaved for half a day without vomiting anything. Suddenly a person smashed in front of him. His head fluffed up and blossomed directly. White and red splattered all over himself. Vomit. This time, Wang Bawan finally got his wish to vomit out something. A big vomit. Not to mention the overnight meal. The next year's rice are vomited out. Don't squat still on the road at night. It's dangerous. Wu Bing mentioned Wang Bawan, who was about to vomit out of his mind, to the side of the road, then turned back and lifted the roof of the commercial car with his bare hands, took the coffin up from the car, and casually threw it next to Wang Bawan's body. "You take the stuff back first, and by the way, call Li Chong and ask him to clean up this place. I have to go beforehand," Wu Bing said. His feet curled and popped. The whole person rose up and instantly disappeared above the night sky. "Wait, vomit, wait Wang Bawan hurriedly called out, but Wu Bing couldn't even see his shadow anymore. Looking at the heavy coffin under his feet, and then looking at the distance from here to 8 Dragons Mountain, Wang Bawan felt like he was going crazy. Inside the luxurious suite of the Lotus Hotel, Aso Taro was placed on the bed, and more than 20 Japanese warriors were guarding the door, so it could be said that they did not move an inch. Wu Bing flew down from the air to the balcony and found that the doors and windows of the balcony were locked. He shattered the door lock and walked in, pulling out a ball of white dough from his arms and sticking it on Aso Taro's face. The dough melted like ice cream and soon melted into a film on Asashiro's face. Wu Bing tore the film off and pasted it on his own face, and when he turned to the mirror above his bed, the mirror reflected a face identical to Asashiro's. Not bad. High-tech does have merit. Next time you can strongly support Daisy's plan. After making sure that there was no breakage on his face, Wu Bing ripped off Taro Aso and stuffed it under the bed. Then he himself comfortably laid down on the bed and slept peacefully. The next morning, when Wu Bing walked out of the suite, the samurai were overjoyed and greeted Wu Bing as he prepared to go to the tournament. The location of the match was in the ring of the Junlong Martial Arts School, and when Wu Bing arrived at the martial arts school with more than 20 samurai, it was already overcrowded. Students from our school, residents of the town, foreign tourists, some reporters who got wind of the event, and some patriots from the neighborhood. They consciously formed a solidarity group. calling on everyone to cheer for Niejio and work together to drive out the Japanese. When Wu Bing appeared with his men, various agitated slogans immediately rang out from the sea of people. Down with the Japanese. Get the Japanese out of China. Niejio will win. Huaxia is invincible. Japanese and dogs are not allowed to enter Zhenlong Martial School. The crowd was in an uproar, pushing and yelling. If it wasn't for the police coming early to maintain order and set up fences, I'm afraid that before the tournament even started, the scene would have gotten completely out of control. Both sides of the crowd issued a variety of abuse, and even secretly threw rotten eggs, tomatoes and small stones, etc. One by the loyal warriors with the body block. Wu Bing calmly through the crowd, walked up to the ring. On the other side of the ring, Niejio had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 13, The Valkyrie appears. Niejio today wore a set of white Chinese practice clothes, wide-sleeved robe, long hair coiled up, snow-white swan neck and white practice clothes against each other. For a moment it is difficult to distinguish which one is whiter, coupled with Niejio's stunningly beautiful face, which makes her the whole person as the ancient incarnation of a female god of martial arts, valiant and majestic. Many unknown outsiders see Niejio's look, cannot help but to shout out of nowhere on Niejio a few more points of confidence. But Jiang Chao and other people are aware that Niejio itself does not have martial arts training. At most, that is, as a child to follow her grandfather practiced a few frames. After her father took charge of the martial arts school, Niejio never touched the martial arts. Today this ring, Jiang Chao would like to replace Niejio to fight, but Niejio did not accept, because Jiang Chao is not Nia family people, nor Niejio's husband. It's all because of that Wu Bing stirring up trouble. If I had lasted 9 seconds that night, I would have already married eldest sister. Jiang Chao secretly hated. Damn bastard. You obviously got eldest sister. Why didn't you come to compete for her? Why did you get yourself in jail? In the ring, a referee came up and read the rules before announcing the start of the match. Niejio looked around for a while and didn't wait for the person she was waiting for to appear. She was gloomy in her heart, but on the surface, she didn't move and put up an ancient stance, preparing to meet the opposite side of Aso Taro. Quickly see the starting stance of the Nia family fist, MS. Niejio makes it so natural and smooth. It's practically natural. If this didn't go through some hard practice, it definitely wouldn't be set up so perfectly. The side of the ring is the judge's seat. From all over the martial arts everyone was invited over to play the role of judges, but also the role of commentary. This is not. They are placed in front of the microphone. Niejio has just made a move. Immediately attracted the praise of a judge with a beard on the judge's table. Sitting next to the beard is a middle-aged man with a long braid. Hearing the bearded man's admiration, the long braid also did not mince words. That's right. Nia family boxing in the southern part of the Chinese country can be considered the top boxing. When the invasion of the powers of China came to Lotus Town, Nia family ancestor is with this set of boxing, with one person's power to beat back the 8 boxing champions, shocked the foreigners, and from then on, founded the Zhenlong Martial Arts School. This starting move may seem simple, but it's actually very elaborate on the inside. Without 30 years of fire, you definitely can't do this kind of divine effect on MS. Nia. Long braid words. The ring Niejio all feel face hot, thinking that he is only 23 years old. Even if from the mother's womb to start practicing martial arts, there is no 30 years of fire. Miss Nia. Wandering off in a match is a big taboo. Slightly stiff Chinese language rang out in front of her. Niejio was startled, and hurriedly followed the memorized routine, and handed out a soft punch. A connoisseur's hand. One look to know if there is one. Niejio, this fist posture is there, but the power and speed are pulled back a large cut. The consciousness is even more than being thrown out of the 10th Street. It feels like a powerful gunshot out of the not bullets, but light air bubbles. Even the bearded man and the long braid on the judge's table froze. Wu Bing also froze. Such strength also dared to stand in the ring. I really don't know whether it's funny or good to be angry. If this is replaced by the real Aso Taro, I'm afraid that Niejio can't even finish a move to be defeated. No way. Can only be so. Wu Bing sighed in his heart, but his hands were not the slightest bit slow. An invisible force instantly through the air. Niejio, the entire person is wrapped in the invisible. Niejio suddenly felt as if there was an invisible wall around him. He couldn't touch it, but it could affect his actions. Originally softly handed out a fist, in the way violently accelerated. A clear and violent sound suddenly exploded in front of the fist. The fist turned into a fierce tiger, whistling out. The bearded man brushed himself up from his seat, shocked. Fist explosion. Gosh. This is a violent sound that can only be punched out when strength breaks through the limits of the physical body. This is a realm that can only be reached by a grand master. Impossible. How is it possible? Long braid muttered with a look of having seen a ghost. This kind of strength, but even Nia Kong hasn't reached it. The last time I heard this kind of ringing sound, it was still performed by a Wudong disciple at the national wushu competition. Jiang Chao was also stunned. He couldn't believe it as he looked at Niezhio in the ring, his heart like 10,000 grass mud horses galloping past. The surrounding audience was not so complicated. They just saw Niezhio punching and kicking as fierce as a tiger. From the very beginning to beat that little Japanese holding his head in disarray, there is not the slightest power to fight back. The cheers and applause rang out. All the people at the venue were shouting at the top of their voices, fearing that Niezhio would be followed by a lack of strength. As hard as he was, the ring, Niezhio is almost fainted. She felt as if she was possessed by something in general. The body is not under their control. They are like a puppet being manipulated, but beat Aso Taro dangerously. Wow! Miss Nia made a chain kick, kicking out 18 legs in the air. Is this the Buddha Mountain Shadowless kick? This is simply more exaggerated than making a movie. Look at this. Miss Nia's move cannon hammer. Oh my god. The concrete and steel ring was blown up, but Miss Nia's fist is fine. Nothing happened at all. Why is there suddenly the sound of a dragon whistling? What is this set of palms from Miss Nia? 18 palms in a row. Could it be the legendary 18 palms of the descending dragon? Impossible. Miss Nia actually gyroscopically spun at high speed and unleashed a stormy attack on Asashori Taro. This is simply beyond the realm of normal people. How can a normal person bring up a whirlwind with their physical body? The bearded man and the long braid hissed one after another. Each of Niezhio's strikes overturned their perceptions, and many moves that they didn't even dare to think about, and that were difficult to achieve even in a movie, actually appeared in reality, or right in front of their eyes. All the spectators in the Jinlong martial arts school are crazy. They are not only not Niezhio shocked, but also feel proud of this. Feel proud. The reputation of Chinese martial arts has spread throughout the world, but there are not many real masters, resulting in today even some people who have learned some fighting to fake, saying that Chinese martial arts is fake. But now, when the crowd saw Niezhio's match with their own eyes, all the rumors did not break down. Chinese martial arts really exist, and it's very powerful. Many people took out their cell phones and recorded videos on the spot to send online to share, and those reporters are even happier to pass out. Originally thought to come here as just a small report, but did not want to meet the amazing news. The only people who are not happy are the Japanese warriors who followed Bing Wu to the scene. They looked at Niezhio, the god of martial arts, with a face full of shock, and felt that they were not even as good as the frog at the bottom of the well, and their own country's karate and aikido and judo. In the ring, then, simply, ping, suddenly a loud bang. In everyone's eyes, Niezhio's powerful punch hit Aso Taro's chest. Aso Taro feet on the spot off the ground and up, from the ring flying out of the horizontal 10 meters away, only to fall heavily in the crowd. In mid-air, Aso Taro's blood spurted out, and he couldn't even let out a scream. The scene appeared momentarily quiet, but in less than a second, a mountain of cheers spread throughout Lotus Town. The judge's seat of the bearded man and the long braid excitedly yelling half a day even they do not know what they are yelling. Niezhio stupidly stood on the spot, maintaining a fist blast out of the stance. Around the body there is still Susu whirlwind has not yet landed. The posture was domineering. The aura is unparalleled. A familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Silly girl, still not according to your boxing style to set out the closing style, and then pretend to be cool down to wear gangs. Niezhio slightly shocked, and then closed the fist pressure chi, hands into palms from high and low. From the top of the head slowly pressed down the small abdomen. Just at this time, the last whirlwind with the hands of the pressure down and disappeared. The dust on the ring Susu precipitation. The dust settles. Chow chow, Niezhio called out. And only then did Zhang Chao by the ring come back to his senses, before bringing the students of the Jinlong Martial School along to escort Niezhio away. On the other side, more than 20 Japanese warriors managed to find Wu Bing in the crowd and left in ashes. And along the way, the Chinese public enthusiastically and cordially entertained them with countless rotten eggs and stinky socks and underwear. Chapter 14, Guest Doctor. In order not to reveal the cloven foot, Wu Bing only had to pretend to be dizzy all the way back to the hotel by the samurai. Back to the hotel. He immediately woke up. He went into the room to finish rinsing himself. Just at this time, a samurai came to report that Li Chong has come. Wu Bing still had Aso Taro's mask on his face, and after he let Li Chong in, he said, "What does Director Li want to see me about?" Li Chong took a closer look at Wu Bing and sighed in admiration. "Mr. Wu is so tactful. If it weren't for the fact that others said you weren't Aso Taro, I really wouldn't have believed it in any way." "Oh," Wu Bing did not hide it and said, "Then it seems that the Chinese Dragon Guard has finally sent a decent expert over?" Li Chong said, "It was last night when we received an alarm and found a stolen artifact, which alerted the upper echelon, so we sent someone over." Wu Bing's heart snapped. That person who called the police. It couldn't be Wang Bawan, right? Li Chong gave Wu Bing a look full of deep meaning, then said, "That's right. He originally called for our help to bring the coffin back, but as a result, We found the bizarre car accident not far from him, and the unnamed body that had its head blown off. That stupid bastard. Wu Bing covered his face with his hands. You came to me because of that car? It's not like you're going to handcuff me to the detention center again. Li Chong said. 2 things. The above thanked you for stepping in to help save the signboard of Jinlong Martial Arts School and the face of Huaxia. But nowadays the internet is developed. Now Niezhou has become the #1 figure in the online search heat. It's too late for us to try to stop it. She will have a lot of trouble next. I hope Mr. Wu will protect her. Wu Bing said. Of course I will protect my woman. Speaking of which, what exactly does the Jinlong Martial Arts School's signboard harbor? Is it really that important? Li Chong was puzzled. You haven't seen it yet? Well, it's a sword. When you have time, ask Niezhou to take you to see it for yourself. The second thing, our executives hope that Mr. Wu can step in and help unlock that coffin. Wu Bing raised his eyebrows. Conditions? Li Chong blushed. Mr. Wu is also of Chinese descent. This coffin concerns a big secret. If it can be unlocked, it will bring great benefits to the country, and the country will be grateful to you. Wu Bing looked at Li Chong fixedly, confirming again and again. Are you sure you are not joking? Li Chong nodded. Regarding Luo Ba's extermination case, we can confirm Mr. Wu's innocence. Wu Bing immediately tore his face away and threw it away, stood up and walked out. Li Chong hesitated. Then what does Mr. Wu mean? Not interested. Wu Bing opened the door and the warriors standing outside looked over in unison, momentarily wondering how Wu Bing had walked out from inside. What are you looking at? Your master was thrown under the bed by that cop just now. Why don't you go save him? Wu Bing said in Japanese. More than 20 samurai immediately wowed and rushed into the room. Li Chang's voice of shock and anger immediately rang out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come on people, come on people. Wu Bing strutted away with his 8 steps, and at the elevator entrance, he encountered a dozen of fully armed SWAT officers, who were killing the luxury suite on the top floor in a fiery hurry. Walking out of the hotel, Wu Bing found that the entire Lotus town is overflowing in an atmosphere of excitement. Everyone's face is very excited, sputtering about today's big battle. The tone of voice is full of pride, and 9 seconds bar of that street is early on crowded people. Niezhou back after the release of today's drinks for free. 9 seconds bar in a few minutes was crowded. The street is still full of people. Niezhou let the bartender lift out a few filled with fresh beer barrels, completely open booze. By Niezhou's influence, the nearby merchants have thrown out concessions, a variety of food half sold, half sent out to the atmosphere to heat up. So when Bing Wu came, he saw the whole street are in the carnival. Hard to squeeze into the bar. Wu Bing found Niezhou was not inside. Fortunately, the bartender Lu remembered Wu Bing, this record-breaking maniac, informed Niezhou's whereabouts. Lotus Town Hospital in a high-level ward. A tall old man lying in a coma on the hospital bed. His age and 60 years old or so, dark face, breathing tightly, hospitalized for almost a week, did not wake up. This person is precisely Niezhou's grandfather. Nia family contemporary family head Nia Kong, Jinlong Martial Arts School last principal. A middle-aged doctor with a slightly chubby figure looked greedily at Niezhou next to the hospital bed. That perfect figure made him want to swallow. Miss Nia, your grandfather's symptoms should be poisoned, but our hospital's medical conditions are limited. I'd still recommend transferring him to a large hospital in the province as soon as possible. My teacher is very prestigious over there. I can take you there. Niezhou shook his head. The poison that grandpa is suffering from is not simple. He can't be moved easily. Otherwise the spread of the toxin will be accelerated. Don't worry. I've already found a divine doctor to save grandpa. The middle-aged doctor said. Miss Nia, forgive me for saying something unpleasant. Don't say anything unpleasant. It'll make you uncomfortable to hear it. Wu Bing walked in and interrupted the middle-aged doctor. He saw the middle-aged doctor's gaze in the window on the door, and his heart was immediately upset. The middle-aged doctor said unhappily, Who are you? Wu Bing said, I'm that divine doctor she talked about. Leave this place to me. You can go out. Don't stay here to steal the teacher. You. The middle-aged doctor wanted to have a fit, but suddenly narrowed his eyes before turning around and walking out. Niezhou looked at Wu Bing and said, Thank you. I said I would be responsible for you. Wu Bing said as he sat on the edge of the bed and stretched out his fingers to press on Niezhou's pulse, like an experienced old Chinese doctor taking someone's pulse. Niezhou marveled, You really know medicine? Wu Bing asked rhetorically, Isn't the divine doctor you're talking about me? Niezhou made a big red face and said, No, my speaker is. As he was talking, an old nun with an icy expression wearing a gray monk's robe opened the door and entered. She said to Niezhou, The poor nun's legal name is Xu Yun, and she has been entrusted to come to see the doctor for the Niekongshi master. The old nun spoke in a hard voice, and it felt like her ears were being pricked. Niezhou, however, got up to greet him and brought Elder Mistress Void Cloud to the bedside. Please, Elder Mistress, Save my grandfather. This one is? Dai Shuyun couldn't help but frown when she saw Wu Bing taking his pulse. Wu Bing glanced at Shifumayam Void Cloud and said, Shifumayam, are you from that temple in the 8 Dragon Mountain? Lotus Town is really a hidden dragon and crouching dragon. The water is very deep. Shifu Mistress Void Cloud didn't reply, but instead looked at Niejio, who said, he's my boyfriend, Wu Bing, and he's learned a little bit of medicine, too, I guess. Speaking later, Niejio herself was unsure as she looked at Wu Bing, who passed over a reassuring look. In that case, farewell. Master Shuyun finished speaking in a cold voice, turned around and left. Niejio called out several times to try and keep the person, but Senior Mistress Void Cloud didn't even turn her head back and directly left the ward. A tiny C rank with a bigger rack than a king rank. Cut, Wu Bing whispered, then said to Niejio, come back, I can cure your grandfather. Really? Niejio asked, turning his head but realizing that Wu Bing opened his 10 fingers to his grandfather, only to see a flash of white light. A hair-thin miniature lightning bolt appeared on all 10 fingers at the same time. With such a vision, Niejio was so frightened that he hurriedly closed the door, not daring to move even once for fear of disturbing Wu Bing. The lightning continued to increase until both palms were covered in lightning, and Wu Bing began to massage Niejio's entire body. The subtle lightning didn't enter Niekon's body with the massage, and Niekon's body soon became red as a red-hot iron block, and an unpleasant stench was evaporated from his body, emanating into the ward. Open the window and turn on the exhaust, Wu Bing commanded. Niejio hurriedly did as he was told, and after 10 minutes like this, Niekon's originally blackened face gradually faded away from black and eventually became rosy. Alright, the toxins have been cleaned up, and also combed all his meridians by hand. When he wakes up, his body should be better. Wu Bing put away the lightning and opened his mouth to yawn, looking like he hadn't slept well. Niejio slowly asked, who the hell are you? Wu Bing said, didn't you just say, I'm your boyfriend? Ping. The door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and the middle-aged man who had just been exasperated by Wu Bing came in with a group of police officers, pointing at Wu Bing and yelling, he's the one who, posing as a miraculous doctor and indiscriminately treating the sick, has put Nia Lao into a coma. Captain Luo, hurry up and arrest him back for a proper interrogation. Wu Bing glanced at the visitor outside the door and said in a bad mood, Captain Luo, you're busy. A criminal police captain who still manages medical disputes? Next to the middle-aged doctor, Luo Changrong was looking at Wu Bing inside the room with an expression of having seen a ghost, and then directly drew his gun without saying anything. Chapter 15, The Bullade. Wu Bing, I order you to crouch down with your hands on your head, otherwise you're resisting arrest. You're escaping from prison privately. I have the right to shoot. Luo Changrong yelled and pointed his pistol at Wu Bing. The group of policemen behind him heard Luo Changrong's words and immediately drew their pistols as well, rushing into the ward from both sides of the doorway and surrounding Wu Bing. Niejio blocked in front of Wu Bing and said, Captain Luo, when did Wu Bing go to jail? Last night he even came to the bar. Don't make false accusations off the top of your head or I'm going to find a lawyer to sue you. Showed up at the bar last night. Wang Jin beside Luo Changrong was shaken, nervously pointing at Wu Bing. The footprints on the roof of the car last night. You left them. Luo Changrong sucked in a mouthful of cold air, even though reason told him that was impossible, but in his heart, he was incredibly convinced that the person who almost flattened the police car last night was definitely Wu Bing. Wu Bing pulled Niejio back to his side. To Luo Changrong said, I said, the world has not been able to lock up my prison. Now you should believe it. Don't worry, I didn't break out of jail. It was your top boss, Director Li, who let me out. If you don't believe me, you can ask. No need to ask. This is impossible. Go to 2 men. Buckle him up for me. 2 pairs of buckles. Luo Changrong gave a wink to his 2 men, but the cell phone on his waist rang at this time. At the critical moment, Luo Changrong didn't have time to pay attention to the cell phone. He stared nervously at Wu Bing on the opposite side of the room, watching his 2 men slowly approaching the past. As long as Wu Bing made a move, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. The cell phone on his waist went quiet, but Wang Jin's went on to ring. Wang Jin glanced at it and immediately picked it up. Director Li, yes, yes, yes. Luo Changrong's face changed. Wang Jin had already handed the phone over. Luo Changrong took the phone, as on Wang Jin's side, and said yes again and again. 2 criminal police officers who walked to Wu Bing's side asked, Captain, still detaining people? Luo Changrong face ugly, gritted his teeth and looked at Wu Bing. Li Chong just in the phone worded harshly, said Luo Ba's case has been closed. The murderer is someone else. Ordered himself not to pester Wu Bing again, or else the consequences. Luo Changrong secretly hated. Take the consequences, the middle-aged doctor said. Captain Luo, the matter of him pretending to be a divine doctor. Luo Changrong's eyes lit up. Right, Even if you have nothing to do with the extermination case, but you pretended to be a divine doctor and killed people. As a police officer I must take a charlatan like you back for a good education. Buckle up. Stop. A chorus of voices suddenly rang out, and as the crowd followed the direction of the voice, they realized that Nia Kong on the hospital bed had actually opened his eyes, and then sat up in a flash. Who says he's not a divine doctor? Luo Changrong, can you cure me? Or you, Dr. Luz, you actually got better. The middle-aged doctor was startled, and when Nia Kong glared angrily at him, he turned around and fled in fear on the spot. Nia Kong had been the principal of the Jinlong martial arts school for decades, and his reputation had spread far and wide. He had even been a judge for the national martial arts competition. Even a single glance was not something an ordinary person could stand. Luo Changrong asked undeterred, Elder Nye, did Wu Bing really save you? Nia Kong sneered, Nia Kong, say what I want. Is it your turn to question me as a small child? Don't dare. Luo Changrong seemed to be very afraid of Nia Kong, collecting his pistol on the spot and leaving with his men, not even daring to say anything on the spot. Only 3 people remained in the hospital room. Nia Kong scrutinized Wu Bing. Wu Bing also looked at Nia Kong, while Nia Jiu lowered his head without knowing what he was thinking. In the end it was Nia Kong who spoke first. Kid has a good eye. Have a good time with your Jinlong martial arts school is relying on you to carry it forward. Wu Bing took out a cigar and held it in his mouth, but did not light it. Your I will be responsible for, but I'm not interested in your mess. Mess? Nia Kong's eyes stormed open. His entire body's muscles instantly tensed, vaguely emitting a hot aura that Wu Bing could feel even when he was half a meter away. He snickered. The old man is quite old and strong. You can consider marrying another one. Feeling that his aura couldn't scare Wu Bing, Nia Jiu only let out his breath and seduced. My Nia family fist is a famous fist in South China. Are you really not moved? Wu Bing stood up and said to Nia Jiu, let's go out for a walk. Good. Nia Jiu glanced apologetically at Nia Kong before surprisingly actually following Bing Wu out of the hospital room, exasperating Nia Kong to the point of wailing. The two of them walked out of the hospital, walking slowly and aimlessly the whole way, without realizing it, but they arrived outside the gates of Jinlong martial arts school. Wu Bing said, it's more dangerous to be my woman. Do you want to have the strength in the ring? I'm talking about really having it. Nia Jiu said, don't I have you to protect me? Wu Bing looked at Nia Jiu. Nia Jiu was good enough to meet his gaze without dodging, firm and persistent. Wu Bing nodded and said, okay, I will protect you. Nia Jiu smiled happily, then said, let's go. Don't you want to know the signboard of our Jinlong martial arts school? I'll take you to see it. Nia Jiu led Wu Bing into Jinlong martial school. Along the way, the students of the martial arts school were thrilled to see Nia Jiu. Some were even so excited that they asked for autographs, all of which Nia Jiu dealt with calmly. Wu Bing said, it seems they are very familiar with you. Nia Jiu said, Jinlong martial arts school is basically my Nia family's property. The current principal is my father, but he only has martial arts in his heart. Only martial arts school. And even my mom got sick and didn't even hear about it. And it wasn't until a year after she passed away that he occasionally learned of the news, but laughed it off. Wu Bing was silent, beginning to somewhat understand why Nia Jiu did not learn martial arts. Passing through half of Jinlong martial school, Nia Jiu finally stopped in front of a building. She said to Wu Bing, the signboard is inside the building. Wu Bing said, I heard it's a sword. It's a big sword. Nia Jiu led Wu Bing into the building, and Wu Bing realized that there was only one floor inside the building, which was more than 20 meters tall, and within the large space, there was only one item, a knife, a large knife that was inserted diagonally deep into the ground. Just the part that was exposed to the ground was more than 20 meters high, and visually such a height should only be half of the shape of the great sword, meaning that there was at least another 20 meters of the blade that was inserted into the ground. A big knife more than 40 meters long. Even if Wu Bing has traveled all over the world and has seen a lot of knowledge, at this moment, he was still shocked by the big knife in front of him. Such a big knife. It is no wonder that it would have attracted the attention of the Japanese people. But Wu Bing also thought, such a big knife, even if the Japanese won the Nia family, how do they plan to take away? And would the Chinese dragon guards agree? Nia Jiu introduced the 4 realms of Lotus Town. The first is the 100-mile Lotus Pond outside of the town. The second is the Flying Dragon Rock on the 8th Dragon Mountain, and the Temple of Compassion at the top of the mountain. And lastly, the Dragonslayer sword in our martial arts school. Only on holidays do we open this place for people to visit. Wu Bing asked, this sword was created by your Nia family? Nia Jiu shook his head and said, I heard from my ancestors that it was only when the ground cracked open during an earthquake that the great sword rose up from the ground, which just happened to be in our Nia family's backyard. And at that time, our Nia family had someone who was a big official in the imperial court. So they made the great sword the Nia family's private possession, and it's been passed down to this day. Wu Bing sked and approached the great sword and stroked it with his hand, and found that the blade was cold to the touch, and there was a hidden hint of overpowering aura flowing through it, and these auras were extremely thin, and even the characters of the transcendental worlds could not feel them easily. Wu Bing was secretly shocked, and thought to himself, could this great sword be more than just a decoration, or was it a real weapon? 40 meters long. Who was the user and who was the enemy? Could it really be a weapon used by the legendary gods to slay dragons? Niegyo said, this knife is not gold or iron. Once someone tried to use explosives, but the big knife was not damaged at all. Later on, someone else used bullets, but they couldn't even leave a trace. So powerful. Wu Bing marveled, thinking that if such a good treasure was taken back and made into a weapon to be issued to his own legion, then wouldn't he be able to directly call out the other 3 great imperial armies? There is something engraved on it. Wu Bing looked closely at the blade and realized that there were some ancient Chinese characters engraved on it, as well as some accompanying diagrams, and at a cursory glance, it turned out to be a set of body-strengthening feats. What's written on it are some crude gong methods. Niegyo pointed to a hole in the ground next to the great sword that extended underground. The other half that's inserted into the ground is higher and deeper. The further you go to the tip of the sword the more powerful it is, but the average person can't go deeper. Wu Bing asked, why? Because of the presence of sharp blade chi inside. A slim middle-aged man stepped out from underneath the hole in the ground, replacing Niegyo's answer, and when Niegyo saw the visitor, his face turned suddenly cold. Chapter 16, You're fired. Xiao Jiao, why are you still here? The man asked Niegyo directly after walking out. Niegyo said, Nia Feng, what do you mean? Hearing that name, Wu Bing knew that the man in front of him was none other than Niegyo's father. Nia Feng coldly snorted, I lost a match with Taro Aso and promised to give you to his brother. Now that they're going back to their country, shouldn't you, as someone's daughter-in-law, follow them back? Niegyo couldn't believe it. Is that what you're going to say? Then I'm sorry, but I've just defeated Aso Taro myself. Nia Feng indifferently said, you only wrapped the dragon-slaying sword even after you won the fight. I'll thank you for the Nia family on that point, but in fact, you've long since been lost to the Aso family by me. So if you still have some sense of shame, get the hell out of Japan and be the Aso family's daughter-in-law right now. Niegyo was furious. Nia Feng, I severed my father-daughter relationship with you a long time ago. You're not qualified to control me. Nia Feng said, joke, where would you be without me? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think you're invincible. Nia Feng said, suddenly jumped to Niegyo's side and raised his hand to strike. Wu Bing's eyes flickered, but he didn't make a move. Niegyo subconsciously waved her hand to fend it off, but she couldn't eat Nia Feng's force, and between the two hands, she was shaken back and forth, almost unable to stand. Nia Feng laughed coldly, there are still rumors outside about how powerful you are, talking about a female wushu god appearing in the world. I'll be damned. Niegyo clenched her fists. Without a word she took the initiative to rush towards Nia Feng, but she was useless in real combat experience. Before she could get close to the past, she was swept by one of Nia Feng's leg sweeps, and when she saw that she was about to fall to the ground, Wu Bing suddenly appeared behind her and held her up. Nia Feng hooked his hand to Wu Bing and said, come along, I'm busy. Wu Bing grinned and was about to make a move when Niegyo and his arms broke free and said, let me do it myself. After saying that, Niegyo once again pounced up. This time her figure was like electricity, brushing it off and arriving in front of Nia Feng, a fist punching straight out. Wu Bing's gaze tightened as he stared blankly at Niegyo's back. Nia Feng only felt a splash in front of his eyes, did not yet understand what was going on. The abdomen was hit hard, the entire body bowed up like a boiled prawn. Ping a little more than 10 meters backward flew fiercely into the dragon slayer knife above. When he fell down, Nia Feng has foamed at the mouth and fainted. Niegyo haughtily turned her head to stare at Wu Bing and said, I said I'll do it myself. Wu Bing grabbed her hand and released a breath into Niegyo's body, but found that there was no other power present inside as normal. Wu Bing said seriously, have you ever had a situation like this before, where you suddenly became powerful on your own? Niegyo shook his head and suddenly realized what surprised him. Could it be that you just didn't intervene? Wu Bing nodded his head, but his mind suddenly appeared the intimate image with the two women on top of the business car that night. Could it be because of me? It was at this time that a surprised voice came from outside the door. The female martial god is indeed here. Brother Huang, come quickly. Wu Bing turned his head to look and realized that two people walked in outside the door. Surprisingly, they were the two judges of the morning's competition, the big bearded man and the long braided man. The two introduced themselves. The bearded man, called Zhu He, thick waist and broad body, is a well-known martial artist in Guangnan province, specializing in external horizontal training. The long braid is called Huang Shu, dry and thin without meat, specializing in leg techniques. The two men explained their intentions. Surprisingly, they wanted to ask Niegyo for advice on martial arts. When Niegyo heard this, he immediately looked at Wu Bing, who without thinking pointed to the Dragon Slayer sword and said, "There are answers to all of your questions on it, so study it yourself." Zhu He was displeased and said, "Who are you and what qualifications do you have to speak in place of the Valkyrie?" Huang Shu also said, "Kid's hair hasn't even grown back yet and he's here to teach us how to practice martial arts?" Uninstructed. After finishing his speech, Huang Jutsu directly put up a martial arts stance, a foot pulled away, ready to kick over. In the martial arts session, to take it upon themselves to point out to people is a big taboo, especially some famous martial artists, but also feel insulted, must be divided on the spot to win or lose. Wu Bing came back from abroad. How to know these? Saw the yellow art challenge. He turned his head to look at Niezhou, but Zhu He preempted. "Female martial arts goddess, please do not worry. Brother Huan will stay in proportion." Niezhou knew that some martial artists valued face over life, so he vaguely said, "Don't hurt anyone." Thinking that Niezhou was speaking to herself, Huang Jiu couldn't help but laugh. "Wushu goddess, please don't worry. I'll keep my hands to myself. After all, he's your friend, but rules are rules, and being taught a lesson for breaking the rules is unavoidable," said. Yellow art, a kick, violently kick up, full of strength, momentum mighty. Look aside. Zhu He cannot help but face stony, secretly think in exchange for their own how to resist. Wu Bing did not bother to think, learn from the yellow art of the same kick out. The 2 feet in the air violently collided, and this is fixed. Zhu He laughed, pain stupid, even compared to Huang Shu foothard. His nickname is Iron Leg, an expert who can even kick a sandbag. The next moment, the 2 feet in midair separated. Huang Shu's face twitched violently. Soybean-sized handfuls of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Zhu He had to see that something wasn't right, walked over and patted Huang Shu's shoulder and said, "Brother Huang, are you alright?" Originally struggling to support, Huang Shu fell to the ground on the spot, holding his legs and yelling, "Something something something, ah, my legs ah." Zhu He was startled, pulling up Huang Shu's leg to take a look, only to see that one of his calves was black and swollen, and he didn't know whether the bone was broken or not. Zhu He said to Wu Bing, "Did you tie steel bars on your feet?" Wu Bing stretched out his right palm and grabbed it into a fist, and a crisp explosion immediately erupted from his hand. "I'll just use my fist then." Another martial god. Zhu He was instantly subdued. Where did he dare to make a move? Wu Bing said, "If you guys really want to learn something, study the techniques on this big sword. We all came this way. When you have a realization, the female martial god will then instruct you well. Look, even the Nye family's family head is over there studying. Wow." All learned to vomit and still refuses to leave. After Wu Bing finished speaking, he left with an odd-faced Niezhou, leaving the 2 half-believing people wide-eyed. "Why did you lie to them?" Leaving the building, Niezhou asked. Wu Bing said, "It's not really a lie. The great sword's kung fu can be very powerful when practiced to a high depth. It's just that it takes a longer time, and since you're not willing to become powerful, I always have to find 2 fighters for you to help you block the next people. Don't forget that your matter has already been spread on the internet." Niezhou's face changed. "When Grandpa is discharged from the hospital, I don't need to care about the martial arts school. Why don't I just go out for a trip and come back when the wind has passed?" Wu Bing said, "As long as you're by my side, no one can touch you." Niezhou was non-committal, and Wu Bing didn't force himself, and after sending her back to the bar, Wu Bing returned to the management office of Patlong Mountain. Wang Bowan's lost coffin would definitely be in trouble. Sure enough, just after arriving at the office of the defense section, he saw Wang Bowan being cursed by Chang Fa, pointing his nose. "Simply a waste, can't even look after a coffin. Now that it's been confiscated, I don't think you need to do it. Even your salary has to be deducted as a fine. Take your stuff and get lost right away." After Chang Fa finished speaking, the several security guards beside him pushed Wang Bowan and wanted to push him out hard. Wang Bowan shouted, "I want to see Manager Yen. You can't deduct my money." Chang Fa said, "This time Manager Yen can't even protect you. Any more nonsense will smash your mouth." Wu Bing couldn't look away, walked in and said, "What did you say you wanted to smash?" Those security guards saw Wu Bing, scared, immediately let go of Wang Bowan. For this devilish man, they are really afraid. Chang Fa, however, was prepared for this. He took out a letter of dismissal and said, "Wu Bing, you lost company property on your first day of work. This is a letter of dismissal. You are dismissed." Chapter 17, 10,000 times with you. Wu Bing took the letter of dismissal and tore it off without looking at it, then threw the pieces into Chang Fa's face and said, "What can you do if I don't want to leave?" Chang Fa took a step back and said, "This is the company's decision. If you have a problem with it, you can go to the personnel, to the company's senior management. If you dare to touch me again, I will not be polite." Wu Bing laughed, because at this time, there were hundreds of security guards surrounded outside. They all had weapons in their hands, batons, electric guns, catch nets, chains, steel pipes, etc. Obviously they had prepared for this. Chang Fa and others took the opportunity to escape from the office, leaving only Wu Bing and Wang Bawan inside, like a turtle in a jar. Seeing his people arrive, Cheng Fa felt that the momentum had been set, clamoring, "Surnamed Wu, you are very capable of fighting. Right, come out this time I will see if you can promise me 108 brothers." Wang Bawan shouted, "Cheng Fa, you're gathering a crowd to cause trouble. If Manager Yin finds out, he'll fire you right away." "Bah! She can't protect herself and will soon be ridden. How can she have time to care about me? If I don't beat the out of you guys today to take revenge, I'll eat myself." Wu Bing walked out and shook his head. "Since you have such heavy tastes, I'll satisfy you. Brothers, go. Waste him for me," Cheng Fa yelled. But he himself didn't rush in first. Instead, he retreated to the back. More than 100 security guards wailed and rushed over, holding the weapons in their hands high. Surprisingly, there were a few moments of charging momentum. "Hey, so tired." Wu Bing lit a cigar in a good mood before crashing headlong, as if a high-speed train crushed through at high speed. Wherever Wu Bing passed, everyone was sent flying. From the office door as the starting point, a straight blank appeared in the security group. Cheng Fa has not yet reacted to what happened. Suddenly his neck tightened. A big hand like an iron clamp violently pinched himself, directly lifted up. Wu Bing backhanded Cheng Fa into his office and called out to Wang Bawan. "Bawan, fulfill his demands." Wang Bawan lifted up the fallen mess Cheng Fa and laughed. "It just so happens that I haven't zoomed in for a few days. I'll manage to fill you up this time. Hey, what are you guys looking at? Let's continue fighting." Dispose of Cheng Fa. Wu Bing did not stop there. For this group of guys who follow the orders of Cheng Fa, not completely beat them scared. After all, it is a hidden danger. So the fight started again. To his completely one-sided scene, the only remaining more than 90 security guards did not last more than 5 minutes time. They all lie on the ground. "Stop!" Drinking sound rang. Several from the management office of the senior ran over. The first one is a gray professional dress wearing a plump woman. She had a pretty face and excellent temperament. Even if she was in a rage at this time, she still gave people a virtuous impression. Even her drinking voice carried gentleness. Wu Bing's eyes lit up, realizing that it was another unavailable beauty. Glancing at the bulging breasts, on which there was a sign stating the name of the beauty's identity. "Manager Yin Yunfei. Manager Yin, you're here. Great." Wang Bawan walked out of the office with his pants in hand, crackling with complaints. Yin Yunfei quietly listened before saying, "I will definitely punish Cheng Fa severely for gathering a crowd. But you guys did lose the company's valuable property, which was confirmed in a meeting at the headquarters, and must be dismissed to deal with it, but no money will be deducted." Wu Bing's gaze was like a torch. "If we are able to get the things back, can the treatment be revoked?" Yin Yunfei said, "That's impossible. The company's top management has already dealt with the police side, and even wanted to package that thing as a tourist highlight while raising the tax rate. But that side was surprisingly tough in caliber, and refused to let up half the time." Wu Bing insisted. "How about if I can get it back?" Yin Yunfei said, "If you can get it back without breaking the law, then not only will you be able to resume your jobs, I can also guarantee that Chingfa's position will be yours." Wang Bawan also said with bravado, "If you can really get the stuff back, I'll let the $5,000 fine go." Wu Bing said to Yin Yunfei, "If I really get it back, can you have dinner with me?" Yin Yunfei was stunned. Then a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. "If you can really make things happen, it's no problem to accompany you for 1,000 times and 10,000 meals. Good, it's a deal." After the words were said, Wu Bing just turned around and left. Yin Fei Yun shook her head, not putting this matter on her mind at all. Being able to transform Lotus Town from a nameless town into a nationally renowned tourist destination, the strength of the company itself was evident. But a company with such strength couldn't even negotiate with the police department. Yin Yunfei didn't think that Wu Bing would be able to make it work. If he was really that powerful, why would he need to work as a security guard? It must be another intentional pomposity to get his attention. Yin Yunfei Yun most despised such people in her life. "Register the list of everyone here and give it to me. I want them all sacked." Yin Yunfei looked at the security guards on the ground and opened her mouth in a shocking decision. The people here had been almost the entire security guards of the entire 8 Dragons Mountain scenic area. If they were all sacked at once, then 8 Dragons Mountain would become an unguarded vacuum, and the slightest mishap would result in a nasty incident that would even affect the entire company. But Yin Yunfei can say such words, naturally not without purpose. Behind her together with a few people are well aware of the Yin Yunfei surface seems to be good to talk, but in fact it is a say no to the Lord. At the same time, several people brought paper and pen. One by one registration passed. Yin Yunfei asked Wang Bawan, "Where is Chengfa? Take me to see him." Wang Bawan said, "Manager Yin is hiding inside the office. He just said in front of hundreds of people, if he doesn't beat the out of me and Wu Bing he will eat himself." So Yin Yunfei's face changed dramatically. The foot that was ready to walk into the office immediately retracted. Tell him that he doesn't have to come to work tomorrow. I will transfer someone from the headquarters to take over. And Uncle ate you as well. If that Wu Bing, forget it, you leave as well. The salary I will ask them to call you as soon as possible. Yan Yunfei said to leave. Is at this time, a police car from a distance to speed of 150 speed wildly. In the distance of 100 meters apart from Yan Yunfei violently emergency brake. And then the whole car so while spinning skidding, while friction on the ground to send out ear-piercing noise, until drifting to the front of Yan Yunfei less than 10 centimeters when, only to be able to stop. Yan Yunfei was directly stunned, and didn't realize she was fine until the police car stopped, and the screams that her men had just made behind her back seemed to reach her ears only then. Wang Boan walked up and cursed, looking for death. Driving like this. The car door opens. Wu Bing walks down from the car, then drags out a coffin dark yellow from the car and throws it in front of Wang Boan. Here you go, $5,000 fine, don't bother me again. Wang Boan eyes light up, cannot help but hug the coffin as a kiss. My job is saved. No, I want to be promoted. Coffin. I knew this coffin is a good omen. Promotion and wealth. Ha ha ha. Yan Yunfei would have also had a belly full of fire, but at this time, seeing that the coffin really came back, she couldn't help but ask, Wu Bing, you wouldn't have hijacked the police station to snatch it back? Wu Bing lit a cigar and blew on it, turned his head to the police car and shouted, hey, come out and explain. Lu Xiaofeng with a white face came out from inside the police car, opened his mouth before he had time to speak. He immediately squatted down and vomited profusely. Now he is aware of why the first time he fought with Wu Bing on the road he would lose. With the madman's car skills, even if Luo Changrong didn't turn the steering wheel at that time, he ended up back to be unable to hold back. He's simply a complete madman. Wu Bing said to Yan Yunfei, tonight at 8 o'clock, Lotus Hotel, see you there. Yan Yunfei nodded her head blankly, her heart having long since turned over. As night fell, 9 Seconds bar had to close early because the drinks were drunk out, which made many people feel bombed out, but Niejio didn't bother. At this time, she was carefully mixing the drinks in front of the bar, which were all from her personal collection, and very few people were able to drink them during the week. The bar was set up a dining table, filled with delicacies, candlelight, wine, romantic music, embellished with a wonderful date about to begin. Niejio asked Xiaolu to go and call Wu Bing over when she got off work. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask someone out, even though that person was already with herself. Xiaolu walked in from outside, looking apprehensive. Niejio asked, what's wrong? Didn't find anyone? Xiaolu said, Sister Jio, or we should forget it, that person will not come. Niejio's face turned cold. What's going on? Tell me. Xiaolu had to say, I went over to 8 Dragon Mountain and couldn't find anyone. Then I heard someone say that Wu Bing went on a date with Yan Yunfei, the one who got to the top by sleeping with men. Humph. And sure enough, on my way back, I really did see them smooching in the Lotus Hotel's restaurant. Clang! The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground, and the wine that had been blended with great difficulty spilled all over the place. Niejio, without saying anything, went out and rode on a small electric donkey to the Lotus Hotel. Chapter 18, The Restaurant Fiasco. The second floor of the Lotus Hotel is a restaurant, a combination of Chinese and Western style, decorated with luxury, is considered to be the highest level of Lotus Town dining place, although a quick promise to accompany a small security guard for dinner. But Yan Yunfei words are not the slightest sloppy meaning, for this also made a special light makeup, wearing a burgundy tight dress, chest that a piece of snow-white fat in the burgundy under the backdrop, giving rise to a feeling of vertigo. With Wu Bing's many years of rich experience, a glance could tell that the heavy pair, at least all of them were E-cups. Yan Yunfei was very curious to survey the opposite side of Wu Bing. He was still wearing a security uniform, holding a mellow-scented cigar, a lazy look, but it was a unique meaning. Wu Bing picked up the menu and ordered more than 10 dishes in one breath, mostly large portions of meat, but the Australian steak ordered 4 large portions. Frightening Yan Fei Yun hurriedly said, are you sure you can finish it? Wu Bing smiled imploringly and continued to order 2 more vintage red wines. Hurry up and serve. Hungry. Wu Bing returned the menu to the waiter, provoking a cryptic blank stare from the other party. Yan Yunfei only ordered a fruit salad and then opened the door. Say, what is it that you are looking for me for? Wu Bing laughed. Manager Yan is so beautiful, am I not allowed to pick you up? Yan Yunfei shook her head and said, at first I thought so too, but later I realized that you don't have those people's desires in your eyes. Wu Bing said, isn't there an old saying in your China that a fair lady is a good match for a good man? Maybe it's because I hid my desires too well that you didn't realize it. In fact, I'm a big colorful wolf. Yan Yunfei was amused and giggled, without the slightest hint of the intimidating pressure of firing 100 people at once during the day. Wu Bing was attracted by the trembling of her chest, and for a moment his breathing thickened quite a bit. Yan Yunfei said, listening to you talk like this, could it be that you are not a Chinese? Mr. Wu. Red wine was served. Wu Bing poured himself a large glass, then a long whale swallowed the water like a direct mouthful before saying, I grew up abroad since I was a child. I can't remember anything before the age of 10, but I should be a Huaxia person. Right, because I find a sense of my homeland here. Yan Yunfei was surprised. You grew up from abroad, so in that case, do you speak a foreign language? With the opening up of the country of Huaxia, nowadays more and more tourists come to Lotus Town from abroad. If Wu Bing is really proficient in foreign languages, then he doesn't even need to be a security guard. He can be a foreign language tour guide, and his salary is several times higher than that of a security guard. If that was the case, Yan Yunfei could consider helping Wu Bing, but with Wu Bing's next words, she thought that the other party was bragging, and it was the kind of thing that doesn't make a draft. Wu Bing said, foreign languages? If you just know how to speak them there should be more than 800, but not many are really proficient. More than 500. I have a friend called Raymond, he is a language genius. There are more than 5,000 languages in the world that he pretty much dabbles in, and is also proficient in more than 3,000. When Wu Bing said this, even an old lady next to him couldn't help but shake her head. Yan Yunfei tugged at the corner of her mouth and almost couldn't help but slap this braggart with no boundaries to wake him up, but luckily she didn't have a fit when the food was served at this time. Next, the two did not continue to chat, because Wu Bing was too busy. More than 10 dishes were placed in front of him waiting for him to destroy. His mouth did not stop for a moment. Yan Yunfei was obviously startled, even forgetting to eat the salad, only staring at Wu Bing who was quickly eliminating the food in a daze. If a normal person were to gobble down his food, he would have eaten very badly, but Wu Bing was different. He was very organized and clean. His hands kept moving back and forth between the food, constantly dividing them into the right sizes, and then when his mouth was about to be empty, he would fill it up again right on time. Not a bit of juice spilled on the table, much less on his face. Moreover, every bone was clean, literally cleaner than if a dog had gnawed on it, and there was even a fried fish where every single splinter had been cleaned out and rearranged to show the complete skeleton of a fish. It was the first time Yan Yunfei had watched someone eat so well, like a highly skilled general commanding a battle. Yo, did our dear manager Yan bring a piggy bank over to sweep the place? It's too scary. A voice so shrill that it was a bit piercing came, only to see a white-faced man in a pink suit walk over, followed by a tall boy with gold-rimmed glasses. LV Yun Duo. Disgust flashed in Yan Yunfei's eyes. This LV Yun Duo was the administrative manager of the 8 Dragon Mountain branch, and had always been on a tit-for-tat with herself and the company, especially with the recent rumors that the 8 Dragon Mountain branch would be promoted to a general manager. LV Yun Duo was even looking for nothing to do, and wanted to overpower Yan Yunfei at every turn. For Lu Yunduo's sarcasm, Wu Bing ignored it, still concentrating on the food on the table, as if nothing in the world could distract him at the moment. LV Yun Duo said with a smile on his face, why does manager Yan still have the heart to eat with these lowly employees? Has your appetite changed again? Yan Yunfei said, it's not your business who I eat with, and how I taste is even more irrelevant to you. And also, we are also employees of the company. We all work hard for the company. There's no difference between upper and lower class. LV Yun Duo clapped her hands, made a little girl's action pretending to be surprised. Yan manager is so great. Oh, I do not know the upper account of the recruitment of foreign language tour guides. Yan manager, how to carry out. If there is no landing now, if you go back to the headquarters tomorrow to report, you can be reprimanded. Oh, and, don't blame me for not reminding you, don't just grab an 8th grade graduate to cope with, the above but said, must master 3 foreign languages or more to be counted. Look at me, this little high, but also mastered 4 foreign languages only. Ha. Yan Yunfei said, I'll take care of my own affairs, no need for manager Lu to bother. LV Yun Duo coldly said, yes, even if you didn't complete the task, you are not afraid. Anyway, you have the second prince to take care of. Oh no, there is also Director Zhou is also in love with you. I heard that he also sent a big diamond ring. Really envious. If I were you, directly to the bed to a trip to spread your legs is not good. Still need to work so hard to come out to show off your face? You. Yan Yunfei picks up a cup of water and splashes it at Lu Yun Duo, but Xiao Gao beside Lu Yun Duo is quick on his feet and blocks the front at once, letting the water splash onto his own clothes. Xiao Gao patted his clothes and said in a foreign language, Die de mi salterdig bleiben. Yan Yunfei froze, clearly unable to hear the meaning of the sentence, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Lu Yun Duo walked out from behind Xiao Gao and laughed. Ahahaha, Manager Yan, you have to fulfill the word from above, otherwise one day you will be old and yellow. But even if you split a zigzag horse, you don't want it anymore. After Lu Yun Duo finished speaking, she brought Xiao Gao and was about to leave in a show of force. Yen Yunfei was so angry that her face turned white, and her hands were trembling as she grasped the water cup. Oh right, Lu Yunduo suddenly turned around and said, Xiao Gao, it's better to tell our manager Yen the meaning of that sentence just now, otherwise she might not be able to sleep tonight. Xiao Gao nodded and smiled, just about to open his mouth, but a voice rang out behind Yen Yunfei. A lady should remain dignified, yes? Suddenly a large warm hand held her trembling hand. Yen Yunfei was shaken and looked at Wu Bing behind herself with a strange look. Wu Bing finally eliminated the food on the table, along with Yen Yunfei's salad, and he looked at Xiao Gao, whose face was stunned, and said, Little friend, can you educate people just because you can speak a couple sentences of German? Then can I be your ancestor if I know 800 foreign languages? Lu Yunduo disdainfully said. 800. There's a limit to bragging. Xiao Gao was even more indignant. Since you're so good, explain the following sentence. Extremes verhalten kommt Venitelkeit, Mittelmäßigkeit kommt von Gewohnheit, Undenges verhalten 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 kommt von Angst. Without thinking, Bing Wu opened his mouth. Extreme behavior comes from vanity, mediocrity comes from habit, and narrow-mindedness comes from fear. This is a quote from Nietzsche. From human natures, too capricious, right? Xiao Gao's face changed, and he was thinking of switching languages to test Wu Bing again, but he didn't want Wu Bing to say, Come to me, Junior. Hai said proudly, just let your horse come. Chapter 19, No use keeping your teeth. Wu Bing Dao, Fagelanyo Basakatine Bane Hokdane, Figmian Mingfaspa Kleichdad, August Hegelen called Ho Eagle. Ko changed color and stiffened. You, looking at Xiao Gao's constipated face, Wu Bing added, You kuzifafeo kunaman lakuv lamanzini, You kuzifafeo kuvlainzim banakuvlakum kuba, Futhia kuzifafeo kunkinikuvlan gokwisaba. Xiao Gao's face darkened. Wu Bing's staccato pronunciation was definitely not nonsense, but he had never heard of it. Lu Yunduo face as gloomy as water. Eyes looking at Wu Bing is undisguised anger. Wu Bing but do not care, and opened his mouth to continue to say a whole lot. Listening to Xiao Gao face cold sweat, not to mention the translation. He even Wu Bing said a few kinds of language are not clear. Lu Yunduo shouted, Enough, no one understands your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yen Yunfei, you're great. Even find a charlatan to make up the numbers. Great. Words can't be said this way. Suddenly, the old lady sitting on the table next to her stood up. She said, As far as I know, the first language that this gentleman just said is Scottish Gaelic, and the second should be the South African side of the language. I have occasionally heard my colleagues say one or two phrases. The grammar is somewhat similar, but the latter ones are really unheard of. But I think he's saying the same thing, the same Nietzsche quote. Lu Yunduo said, Who are you, old woman? You're not with them, are you? The old woman said, Old woman, I don't have such an erudite friend. My name is Su Fenglian. I'm a professor of linguistics at Yinjing University. Su Fenglian. Xiao Gao on the side suddenly shouted, So it's the famous Professor Su. I once sat in on your class. No wonder it looks so familiar. Xiao Gao said as he was given a hard scrape by Lu Yunduo and shut up in a hurry. Mrs. Su asked Wu Bing, I wonder if Mr. Su can explain the second language? Wu Bing said, South African Zulu. Old lady Su laughed. True enough. Humph. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. You only know 4 languages and you still have the nerve to run out and embarrass yourself. Waste. Lu Yunduo pointed at Xiao Gao and cursed, turning around to leave. Wu Bing called out, Wait. Lu Yunduo turned around with an impatient face and said, Let go if you have a fart. Wu Bing said, Apologize. Apologize to Manager Yen for the insulting words just now. Lu Yunduo laughed. Making me apologize to this? You think she is something, and what do you think you are? Wu Bing walked over without saying a word and smacked Lu Yunduo down to the ground. Even his teeth directly spat out 3 of them. Since a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory, there's no use in keeping the teeth. Wu Bing said and leaned down again, cracking and snapping several slaps in a row. Swollen Lu Yunduo's face like a pig's head. A mouthful of teeth was even more broken almost, spit out all over the ground. Lu Yunduo was completely dumbfounded. It was not easy to react, unbelievably pointing at Wu Bing. You a little bastard security guard. Something like, how dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'm your father. Wu Bing kicked down at Lu Yunduo's face, directly knocking him out. Elderly Mrs. Su had long since been scared away. Xiao Gao was stumped in place and could neither leave nor stay. His face collapsed when he saw Wu Bing turn around. But Wu Bing didn't even look at Xiao Gao, but said to Yen Yunfei with a serious face, Manager Yen, this meal you first advance. Okay, when I pay my salary then pay you back. Ah. Yen Yunfei reacted and hurriedly said, Oh. Walking out of Lotus Hotel, Yen Yunfei said to Wu Bing, Thank you for tonight. Wu Bing laughed, If you really want to thank me, just give me a kiss. Yen Yunfei face red, like a cardamom girl for the first time to hear boys confess in person. A pretty face like a ripe red apple. Wu Bing is also teasing a little. See, Yen Yunfei's appearance cannot help but colorful. Today mainly want to ask you to take good care of Wan Bawan in the future. I'm entrusted by someone, Wu Bing was saying, beside Yen Yunfei suddenly close over, leaving a bright red lip print on his face. Wu Bing froze, did not expect a casual sentence. The other party actually took it seriously. If he just said that he accompanied the sleep for one night, that would not be. Just at this moment, a piercing sharp break came from the front. Wu Bing looked up and suddenly his face tightened. On a small donkey, Niajiao is sitting on it with an ugly face, witnessing the intimate scene of the man and woman in front of him. Ironclad evidence. Without any words, Niajiao turned the car around and left. Yen Yunfei realizes that something is wrong. A hint of loss flashes in her eyes, but she quickly returns to normal and snaps at Wu Bing. What? Was seen by your little girlfriend? Then why are you still standing still? Hurry up and chase after him. Wu Bing smiled sarcastically. It's not a little girlfriend. It's just that there was a little accident. Let her go. It's not safe in the dark. I'll send you back first. Yen Yunfei smiled without saying anything and didn't refuse. Niezhou returned to the 9 seconds bar with a cold face like frost, frightening Xiaolu, who hadn't left yet and didn't even dare to breathe a breath. Throw that table of drinks away for me. Niezhou left a sentence, then went up to the second floor. That was her residence. Since she completely fell out with Nia Feng and severed the father-daughter relationship, she moved here. Xiaolu looked at the table full of food and wine and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. And it was at this time that a figure walked in from outside. Xiaolu said, "Sorry guest, we have closed the store." "Ah, it's you." Wu Bing glanced at the table of wine and food. His heart vaguely understood something and asked, "Where is Niezhou?" Xiaolu shook his head and said, "Brother Wu, how should I say you?" Xiaolu told the story once again, then said, "I follow the ninth sister also has several years. The pursuit of her countless people, including a lack of rich second generation official second generation, but I've never seen the ninth sister to a person so moved. If it is not tonight, I don't know that the original ninth sister will also cook it." "I know, you go back first and lock the door," Wu Bing said and went up to the second floor, found that there is an iron door right at the entrance corridor, has been locked from the inside. Wu Bing reached in and pulled the lock off with one pull, passed the iron door to the room door and knocked. Jor opened the door. "It's me." There is no movement in the room. Wu Bing did not say a second sentence, directly reached out and pushed the door. The lock on that door made an unpleasant sound, was broken off raw. "What are you doing?" Inside the room, Niezhou just finished showering out, body only surrounded by a large bath towel, revealing white tender shoulders and slender jade legs, saw Wu Bing suddenly and brutally broke the door. She was really startled, but soon thought of the scene that just saw, couldn't help but face a cold. Wu Bing did not care so much. A step came to Niezhou in front of her to pick her up in a horizontal embrace, directly towards the bedroom. "What are you doing? Let go. I'm going to call the police." "Wu." Niezhou violent resistance. But where is Wu Bing's opponent? Not a few times the mouth was sealed, followed by a sound of a bath towel torn. Downstairs, Xiaolu originally wanted to pack the drinks and food before leaving. At this time heard such a situation no longer dared to stay, and hurriedly walked out of the bar to lock the door. Marveled. Brother Wu is so powerful. No wonder he was able to subdue Sister 9. Idol. Inside the bedroom on the second floor, Niezhou suddenly stopped struggling. Her eyes were dead. 2 lines of hot tears flowed out from within her eyes, staining the bed sheets. Wu Bing stiffened and stopped himself, still retaining a pair of pants on his body. The 2 things he was most afraid of in his life. The first was thunderous weather, and the second was seeing a woman in tears, especially his own woman. Reaching out to wipe away Niezhou's tears, Wu Bing said, "What you just saw is not what you saw." Niezhou sat up from the bed and covered herself with the quilt and said, "Go away. I'm sorry." Wu Bing picked up his clothes, turned around and went down to the second floor, wanting to leave before realizing that the outside was locked by Xiaolu. If he broke this door again, then the bar would be completely undefended tonight. Forget it, just sleep here for the night. Returning to the lobby of the bar, Wu Bing looked towards the table full of drinks and food and couldn't help but feel a little hungry again. Thus, he once again let go of his bladder and ate, and the table of drinks and dishes was quickly wiped out. The second floor corridor. Niezhou do not know when to come out. Looking at the lobby below the buried head eating Wu Bing, she was silent for a long time, and finally went back. Wu Bing looked up at Niezhou's departing back. A headache. A night without words. The next day, Xiaolu rushed to open the door, and before he ran in, he shouted, Brother Wu, it's not good." Wu Bing said, "What's the matter? Panic. Don't worry, the sky has not fallen." Xiaolu said, "There is a car accident at the intersection. The driver is the bodyguard of Ms. Lin. Last time, he was seriously injured and was stuck in the car. His mouth has been calling your name. Chapter 20, Highway. Wu Bing asked. Which Miss Lin? Xiao Lu said. Is the last time with Joe's sister back with that Miss Ching Xia? Hey brother, will you wait for me? Xiao Lu words have not finished. Wu Bing has been the wind rushed out. And sure enough, in the location of the corner to see a black car crashed on the side of the road. The front end is seriously deformed. Emergency vehicles and traffic police have come, but the driver was stuck inside, and now we have to wait for the firefighters to cut the vehicle in order to save the people out. Wu Bing recognized the driver at once. It was Ching Xia's bodyguard leader Yang Hu. When Ching Xia left that day, Wu Bing heard that the situation was not right, but at that time, he was in a hurry to deal with the matter of Wang Bawan, did not have to worry about it, and could not imagine that only a few days' time has gone wrong. Wu Bing looked into the car, found that Yang Hu, in addition to the injuries of the car accident, the most serious body or 2 stab wounds, one in the chest, one in the small abdomen, should have been dealt with before, but after the crash, at this time began to ooze a lot of blood. Hey, who are you? Don't approach the scene. A traffic police officer saw Wu Bing walk in through the cordon and immediately raised his voice to stop. Wu Bing ignored it and looked at the dying Yang Hu, shouting his name in a low voice under his breath. Yang Hu, this is Wu Bing. What happened? Yang Hu snapped his eyes open, erupting with a returning glow, grabbing Wu Bing with both hands and saying, quickly go save the Lin family, save the young lady, only you have the ability to do this anymore. Yang Hu finished this sentence, as if he had used up all his physical strength, and let go of his hand on this. Don't die, hang in there. Wu Bing put his hand into the car and propped the squeezed-in front end outward. After an ear-splitting sound, the front end of the car directly broke into 2. The traffic police next to him who had wanted to pull him were too scared to reach out. Wu Bing dragged Yang Hu out of his seat and put him in the ambulance, then walked towards the station. Wu Bing, where are you going if you're not going to work? A Mercedes SL65 convertible drove over. Yan Yunfei with a pair of large sunglasses stopped the car and asked. Wu Bing's eyes lit up. With a flip he sat on the passenger side. Manager Yan is going to the provincial capital, right? It's just right to bring me along. I have some things to deal with over there. Yan Yunfei happily said. Good. It's just right that you temporarily guest foreign language tour guide to accompany me to the headquarters, so that I can deliver. No problem, but wait until I take care of things first. Wu Bing readily agreed. There's no rush. Today is mainly a meeting, but also to mobilize some people over to replenish the vacancies. When you're free to find me again is all. The vehicle drove out of Lotus Town. Wu Bing glanced at the rearview mirror and found a black Porsche Cayenne following him out. Yan Yunfei asked, what's wrong? Nothing, just drive as you please. Wu Bing pretended not to care and said, by the way, that LV Yun duo didn't pester you, right? Yan Yunfei said, he's the Grand Prince's man. This time he was humiliated here. He'll definitely retaliate in the meeting later, but it's fine. Like he said, I'm backed up by a lot of people as well. He can't touch me at the headquarters. Yan Yunfei smiled to herself when she said backed by many people. Shortly after the car entered the highway, the Porsche behind it started to power up, and soon caught up and drove in unison. Wu Bing turned his head to look at it, and found that there were 4 men in suits sitting on it, as Yang Hu's dress, but there was an aura on their bodies that Wu Bing was familiar with. Killing aura. The Porsche blared its horn, and the man in the car gestured at Yan Yunfei, signaling him to pull over. Yan Yunfei asked, who are they and what should we do? Wu Bing said, you just drive, leave the rest to me. After saying that, Wu Bing directly gave a middle finger to the Porsche side. The driver of the Porsche immediately pulled down his face, and with a swing of the steering wheel, he crashed over from the side. Yan Yunfei screamed in fear, and hurriedly swung the steering wheel to retreat to the low-speed channel. Just at this time, Wu Bing picked up a mineral water from the car and smashed it directly into the inside of the Porsche through the air. The person in the window position subconsciously dodged, and the mineral water smashed into the driver's face, instantly knocking him out. The Porsche almost hit the divider. The car was a big mess. It was hard to brake the car. Yan Yunfei had already driven the car away. Yan Yunfei said, you still haven't answered me. Who exactly are they? They should be rivals of the Lin family. Do you know the Lin family? Wu Bing told Yan Yunfei about Qingxia. Lin Qingxia. Yan Yunfei looked at Wu Bing with shock. She is the sole heir of the Lin family group. The Lin family group is a real estate tycoon in Guangnan province. Their Lin family forest has done a very good job in the greening segment, and is renowned in the property market sector. Rumor has it that they are going to join hands with the Zhang family, a major predator of the property market in China. Could there be something wrong in the middle? Wu Bing said, no matter who it is, there is only one downfall for daring to mess with my woman. Yan Yunfei looked deeply at Wu Bing, then reminded, I know you can fight, but a person's power is ultimately limited. The Zhang family is an e-commerce start, the tiers of the 3 consecutive worlds of China's richest man status. The power is so big that there are no boundaries. If it's really the Zhang family that wants to annex the Lin family, I advise you to stay out of it. This is the 2 major groups of the game, not the street fights and brawls. Wu Bing shook his head. You're wrong. Whether it's a war between a group or a country, it's actually just a fight and a brawl. The difference is just the scale is different. But there are some people outside of this world that ignore the scale. Yan Yunfei was silent, feeling that Wu Bing was either just out of his mind, or he really weren't from the same world. Watch out. Suddenly, Wu Bing swung the car to the side with a sharp pull of the steering wheel, and almost simultaneously, a bullet grazed the window and flew past, rubbing a dazzling spark on the rim. Boom! The gunshot sounded again. Wu Bing pressed Yan Yunfei's head down, while he himself held the steering wheel with one hand to keep the car from having an accident. The Porsche that he had just gotten rid of chased after him, and the man on the passenger side was holding a pistol and shooting out the window. Wu Bing said in an urgent voice, "Quick, let's change positions." Yan Yunfei bent down the head of the face of Wu Bing's sensitive position. At this time also do not care about the embarrassment, and hastily unlocked the seatbelt, twisting the body from the Wu Bing thigh, drilling through. Zero distance close contact, the wonderful touch from the mature body. Wu Bing inhaled a mouthful of cold air, could not imagine such a critical moment, in addition to dealing with the back of the bullet, but also have to deal with Yan Yunfei's proud body, is really too exciting. Yan Yunfei drilled halfway suddenly blushed profusely. You're blocking me. Behind the Porsche has 3 people shooting at the same time. Wu Bing had to manipulate the steering wheel with both hands to try to dodge. Heard Yan Yunfei's words, he had to say, "No way, position is too narrow. You think of a way. I'm not available now." Yan Yunfei blushed to the root of her ears, secretly cursed a rascal, but still hands and feet, even crawling with drilling, finally successfully changed position, sat on top of the passenger seat. Wu Bing cannot care about pity, but to sit in the driver's seat, also do not know how he operates. The car steeply as a bull in heat, roar out of the earth-shattering sound. The speed of the hour instantly marked on the 250, a moment beyond the shooting range of the bullets. Porsche rose up directly, but how can not catch up to go? Can only barely keep the distance without being thrown off? You drive slower, you can't even see the road. In the car, Yan Yunfei exclaimed. The speed of the car was so fast that she didn't dare to open her eyes to see the road in front of her. Wu Bing looked at the rearview mirror from time to time, and then surveyed the surrounding terrain. But instead, he did not look at the road in front much. Today, because it was not a holiday, and the time was still early, there were not many cars on the highway. Not long after, a super long tunnel appeared ahead. Wu Bing's eyes flashed, immediately braking and stopping after rushing headlong. He stepped out of the car and said to Yan Yunfei, "You go ahead and wait for me. I'll go over to you later." Yan Yunfei said, "You don't want to die. They have guns. Trust me," Wu Bing firmly said. Seeing that the other party still looked distrustful, he suddenly bent his head down and kissed Yan Yunfei's red lips. Yan Yunfei's head went blank for a moment, then reacted by cursing and drove away as if fleeing. "Stinking rascal." Wu Bing laughed and didn't care, then stood on the side of the road and picked up a warning ice cream cone, lit a cigar and waited. Not long after, the Porsche roared into the tunnel. Wu Bing grabbed the ice cream cone in his hand and smashed it against the Porsche. With a loud bang, the sharp corner of the ice cream cone pierced through the window and hit the driver, nailing him in the head on the spot, and the driver swung the car by inertia, hitting the shoulder of the road directly. Boom! The car overturned, grinding the ground all the way out of sparks, skidding more than 20 meters before stopping. Wu Bing walked over and violently pulled the door of the car flying, pulling out a man in a suit from the passenger side and asked, "Is it the Zhang family?" The man in the suit had a head full of blood and some brain matter from the driver. He was in a daze at the moment and subconsciously said, "Young Master Zhang said not to leave any survivors. No one is allowed to come to tonight's wedding to cause trouble." Chapter 21. Green in the face. Yan Yunfei just drove the car out of the tunnel, heard a loud bang coming from inside. She immediately woke up and braked the car to a halt, and was about to turn the car around on the spot to save someone. High speed against the traffic, or in the tunnel. This is simply a life-threatening move. Fortunately at this time, Wu Bing walked out from the inside with a cigar in his mouth and laughed. "Yan manager, don't be impulsive. If you have an accident later in the company I can't rely on." Yan Yunfei breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart did not know what to feel. Once again on the car, the two did not speak. Just now Wu Bing the kiss, although it is in order to gas away Yan Yunfei, but the two felt in that kiss and the meaning of a different. A lot of things will become the atmosphere charming. Wu Bing continued to drive. The car speed is still soaring to the limit. Yan Yunfei said, "Since all the people chased, why do you still need to rush so much?" Wu Bing said, "That what's his name, Mr. Zhang, is getting married to Qingxia today, so I have to rush over before then." Yan Yunfei asked, "Are you in that mess, Lin?" Wu Bing confessed, There was an accident and they slept together. Yan Yunfei was stunned, then suddenly remembered something and said sharply, that one last night was also an accident. Why do you have so many accidents? Wu Bing touched his nose and said awkwardly, not many times, just once. What do you mean? Yan Yunfei suddenly reacted. A pretty face suddenly red hot, secretly cursed, stinking rascal. Wu Bing couldn't explain. He only had to focus on driving. In a wild ride to the next, the two of them came to Guangkai City, the capital of Guangnan Province, at noon. According to the navigation, Wu Bing quickly found the address of the Lin family, located in a mid-mountain villa area. The villa area within the tall trees, just like a primitive forest in general, which in the city seems extremely rare. Do not have to think that the villa here cost a lot of money. Non-big rich cannot afford to buy. Yan Yunfei is still angry, told the company address. After the door to the Wu Bing threw down after driving away, Wu Bing all the way sigh, complaining that they cannot turn off their own head fever. That Niegio has not been coaxed. This side of the Yan Yunfei, this is really a water wash or not clear. Hello sir, may I ask who are you looking for? The security guard at the door stopped Wu Bing, looking at Wu Bing also dressed in a security uniform. His peers are very wary. Wu Bing said, I'm looking for Lin Qingxia, please inform me. The security guard looked skeptically at Wu Bing and said, are you a friend of MS? Lin? Not a friend. Wu Bing said, I'm her man. Ah ha 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 ha. The security guard did not hesitate to let out a loud laugh, laughing until his waist played down, wiping his tears and pointing at Wu Bing. Half a day could not stop. Laugh your sister ah. Wu Bing did not have the good sense to scold, walked over and slapped the back of the security guard's neck to knock him out, and then dragged back to the post in a sleeping position. After checking out the exact location of the Lin family at the guardhouse, Wu Bing walked in. Shortly after Wu Bing had just left, a fleet of hundreds of luxury cars drove in from outside, and the fleet was led by a limited customized extended Rolls-Royce, gold in color, dazzling in the sunlight, luxurious and flamboyant, and very visually impactful. The head of the car was affixed with a big she character. The body was adorned with colorful ribbons and decorated with flowers. It was obvious that this was a wedding car. And the vehicles behind, none of them are the world's top luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Aston Martin, Bugatti, Pagani, Koenigsegg and so on. The other Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, at least 2 million up to qualify for the back of the fleet hanging in the caravan. The convoy stopped, but did not see the security guards open the door. A young man dressed in hip-hop style from the gold-colored Rolls-Royce down into the post. Not long after, the door was opened. The young man returned to the car and laughed. The Lin family is really not upscale. What kind of Thai place to live? The security guards are even sleeping during working hours. Inside the elongated car sat another person. A white clean young man in a white suit. He was all noble and had a weather of a big man's son. This person was none other than the eldest son of the richest Zheng family in China. Zhang Wen said, Shuefei, pay attention. Today is my big day, I don't want any accidents to happen. Shuefei had a hangdog look on his face, not taking his master's words to heart. Don't worry, the Lin family's capable fighters have all been taken out by my people. That Yang who escaped, but he's no longer in a position of power. The Lin family is now a lamb to be slaughtered. You've even got Lin Changtian under control. Are you afraid that Lin Qingxia won't obediently give in? Zhang Wen said, when we swallow the Lin family this time, our Zhang family will truly sit at the #1 position in China. And we will never give the Ma family and Wang family the slightest chance again. Shuefei yawned, it's no fun. I thought I could find a few capable fighters this time, but it turns out that there's not a single capable fighter in the whole of China. And those so-called masters are all drunkards who cheat and 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 cheat. Zhang Wen laughed. Don't worry, when this time is over, I will take you to meet Uncle Biao. He has real kung fu. Otherwise it is impossible for him to become my dad's chief bodyguard. Shuefei said, Northeast Tiger King Zhang Biao? I'm looking forward to it. The convoy slowly drove into the gardens and drove towards the Lin family in the villa area. At this time, Wu Bing had already arrived in front of the Lin family's villa. In front of the villa was an open garden, symbolically enclosed by a half-man-high iron fence. When Wu Bing arrived, he found 2 bodyguards in black suits standing at the entrance. These 2 bodyguards were the same as the 4 men they had encountered on the highway earlier. All of them carried a hint of hidden murderous aura. People from the Zhang family. Wu Bing had a judgment in his mind at once, and instead of walking in from the front, he walked to the side of the Lin family to find a position close to the villa and jumped up to the 2nd floor in one go. The villa was empty, as if the servants had all been driven away. Wu Bing strolled around the 2nd floor and found no one, so he took the elevator to the 3rd floor. There were only 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, and Wu Bing quickly found Qingxia's figure in one of them. Qingxia is sitting in front of a large dresser, wearing a white wedding dress. Even the hair is done. Just like a fairy tale princess in general. Qingxia looked at herself in the mirror, a pair of tears in the eyes. Even Wu Bing came to the back did not realize. Wu Bing quietly said, "What are you crying for? You're still like a child at your age." Qingxia was startled. After turning her head in a Hu manner and seeing Wu Bing, the whole person froze. "What for? Don't recognize me?" Wu Bing reached out and pinched Qingxia's nose and laughed. "No way. Why don't we sleep again? Or so you'll recognize me." "Wow." Qingxia wailed and jumped into Wu Bing's arms at once, complaining, "Why did you just come?" Wu Bing patted her back. The bearskin made him a little bit in love, and soon turned from patting to caressing. It's okay when I come." At this time, the sound of the door opening came from downstairs. The fleet came to a stop in front of the villa. The only gold Rolls-Royce drove into the garden, and Zhang Wen walked down with flowers in his hands. Then more than 100 luxury cars opened their doors and walked down the elites from all walks of life. Young masters and young ladies from various families, top executives of major companies and so on. A group of people clustered around Zhang Wen and walked into the villa in a joyful manner, heading straight to the third floor. As for the absence of any other people in the villa, no family members, no sisters, no maids, the people did not care. As long as Duke Shang was happy, who cared about the state of the Lin family? "Qingxia, I'm here." Outside the door of the room on the third floor, Zhang Wen asked softly, "Can I come in?" "Don't come in. Qingxia is not available." A domineering male voice came from within the room. Zhang Wen's face changed slightly as he looked at Xuefei beside him. Xuefei revealed an interested smile and lifted his foot to kick open the door of the room in one go. In the next moment, Zhang Wen's face turned green when he saw the scene inside the room. Chapter 22 Su Shifeng. Inside the room, Qingxia sat on Wu Bing's lap like a bird, the white wedding dress spread on the floor. If Wu Bing wore a suit, it would probably be a beautiful picture. However, he was in a security uniform. "Asshole, where are you, a security guard? How dare you barge in?" Before Zhang Wen could say anything, someone behind him had already started cursing. Zhang Wen noticed that Qingxia's face was overflowing with happiness, and a serious moment of monstrous anger flooded him. "Yo bro, not bad did you think you caught $1,000 lady? How can you put up a fight?" Xuefei smiled and walked in, circled around the two, and whistled and scowled at Wu Bing. Zhang Wen said, "Qingxia, is this a joke you're playing with me? But I want to tell you, no matter who this person is, this is not good." Qingxia buried her head into Wu Bing's arms. "Regardless," Wu Bing laughed, "I also want to tell you to hurry up and release the person, or else you'll find out later, and that's not good." "Ha ha," Zhang Wen laughed in anger, then drank. "Xuefei, got it boss." Xuefei lazily coped and turned his head to Wu Bing. "Tell me, do you want me to break your feet or hands? Or do you want to jump off the third floor yourself?" Wu Bing frowned, followed by the ear-piercing sound of sirens and the sound of arguing coming from downstairs. Xuefei didn't have the heart to say, "No way, you actually called the police? Is this your bottom line?" Zhang Wen's face was a bit ugly as the elevator door opened and a short-haired female police officer walked out with a team of police officers. The policewoman's style was dry and sharp, and she directly came to the room to block Xuefei out, then said to Zhang Wen, "Mr. Zhang Wen, we have received a police report saying that you are suspected of illegally detaining the chairman of the board of directors of the Lin Group, Mr. Lin Changtian, and using this to threaten Lin Qingxia into marriage, in an attempt to annex the Lin Group by improper means. So please go back with us to assist in the investigation." Zhang Wen glanced at the policewoman and said, "To actually send out Captain Su Shifeng Su, it's considered to look down on Zhang." Policewoman Su Shifeng said, "Please cooperate with us." Zhang Wen looked back. Behind the crowd that followed to receive the bride, immediately a barrister came over to negotiate with Su Shifeng. Zhang Wen also walked over to Wu Bing and said, "Everyone has to be responsible for their own behavior. If you can't afford it, your family, relatives, and friends will pay for it." After saying that, Zhang Wen left without looking back. Before Xuefei left, he also gave a set of combination punches to Wu Bing in a pretentious manner. "Next time, I'll massage your bones." Wu Bing looked at Qingxia and said, "Did you call the police?" Qingxia said, "Yes, I was forced to do nothing but report the matter directly to the Yanjing side through my dad's connections. If they don't come again, I'll..." Wu Bing touched Qingxia's head. "It's alright, now that I'm here. It doesn't make a difference if they come or not. Do you know where your dad is locked up?" Qingxia shook her head. "I'm still studying at school. If it wasn't for Yang who's suddenly coming to pick me up, I wouldn't even know that something happened at home." "You're still studying?" Wu Bing's brain drops a drop of cold sweat. No wonder Qingxia is still so pure and heartless. One is that the Lin family protects her well, and the other is that she hasn't been in society yet, and hasn't seen so many hardships and dangers. "Does your family have a car?" Wu Bing asked. Then Qingxia took him to the underground garage, where a Ferrari A12, a Bentley Mulsanne, and a rather old Santana were listening. Wu Bing took the Ferrari 812 as a matter of course, and with Ching Xia in tow, he left the garden, and Ching Xia changed into his usual clothes, white jeans with a crisp shirt, which looked simple, but the brands were all world famous. Ching Xia asked, "Where is this going?" Wu Bing said, "The son of the richest man is not that easy to stay in the police station. Otherwise, his father's stock price will lose a lot of money in minutes, so we just need to wait in front of the police station." Ching Xia's eyes glowed as he said, "Then track down and go to his lair in one fell swoop to save my dad." Wu Bing knocked Ching Xia's head and said, "Where did you learn those words? Aren't you a student?" Ching Xia covered her head and complained, "I'm a junior college student. I learned all this from the movies. My classmates all have this style of speaking. It's old and overbearing." Wu Bing was speechless. Learning how to speak in a movie is called domineering. Then what does it count as if he alone overpowered more than 100 security guards? Soon find the police station. More than 100 luxury car fleet is easy to recognize. But Wu Bing has not yet found a place to park. That side of the police station door. Zhang Wen has walked out of the car to leave. Ching Xia exclaimed, "Not so fast to go through the scene." Wu Bing did not say anything, driving the car so strutting inserted into the fleet. For a moment even by the fleet of people as a part of it. At this moment in the top floor of the police station, Su Shifeng angrily pushed open the director's office and said to a rosy-cheeked middle-aged man inside, "Why did you release Zhang Wen so quickly? I haven't even started the interrogation yet." The middle-aged man was none other than the police chief, Su Maolong. Facing Su Shifeng's questioning, he said, "Firstly, you have no evidence. Secondly, he has a lawyer to vouch for him. And thirdly, there's no reason for us to detain him." Su Shifeng argues with Su Maolong about the 3 points and finally slams the door. Su Maolong had a headache. Hey, so straight and so calm. How to wrestle with a predator. Should not have agreed to go to the police academy? Forget about it. We need to find an opportunity to send her to the bottom of the training before. On the other side, in the highest commercial building in the center of Guangkai City, dozens of people were holding a meeting with a serious atmosphere. With her head wrapped in gauze, even her speech was leaking. LV Yun Duo, dressed in a pink suit, was crying bitterly at the meeting, listing Yen Yunfei's crimes. Manager Yen is the company's senior, privately hooked up with subordinates, was infuriated after I bumped into them, beat me like this, poor me at that time. I was just kindly going to persuade, let Manager Yen pay attention to the impact, because the company has regulations, forbidding the upper subordinates to have an improper relationship. Moreover, Manager Yan's management was seriously negligent, privately taking good care of Wang Bawan, leading to a collective strike and protest by all the security personnel of 8 Dragon Mountain. Manager Yen, in order to suppress the voices of opposition, she did not hesitate to find her lover to beat up the security personnel. More than 100 security guards were seriously injured, and now they are still in the hospital for treatment. But Manager Yen made the next decision to actually fire all of them. Wait, there were 2 people on the chairman's seat of the conference table, with a few similarities in their faces. They were the 2 heirs of the Sacred Realm Group. The elder brother was called Li Tai, known as the Grand Prince by the people of the company, and the younger brother Li Tai, the second prince. The one who opened his mouth to call a halt was none other than the second prince, Li Tai, who laughed and said, "Manager LV just said that Manager Yan's look-alike is 1 to beat 100? LV Yun Duo froze. He was not present at that time, just heard Chingfa said afterward, but was angry, did not think about it. At this time Li Tai brought up to realize that it is not right, so he changed his words. Not a person. Is his lover with Lotus Town rogues and bullies group beat our people? Li Tai added. Then this body of yours is also beaten by Manager Yan's lover? Lu Yun Duo exclaimed. That's right. The people in the restaurant at that time can testify to it, and there are cameras that recorded it. Li Tai suddenly slammed the table and said sternly, LV Yun Duo, you keep saying Manager Yan's good-looking, Manager Yan's good-looking. Don't you know that Manager Yan is my man? Do you not want to mix? On the side, Li Tai said with a smirk, second brother, make it clearer, is it your woman or your subordinate? Li Tai said, is there a difference? Li Tai said, of course there is a difference. If it is your woman, then it is our Li family's daughter-in-law. That is, our own people. Our own people open some fights and beatings with security guards. Don't say 100. Even if it is 1,000, 10,000 are not a problem. But if it is only subordinates, then the impact can be big. Li Tai said, that's right, she is my woman. Now are you satisfied? Li Tai shook his head. That won't do. You have thousands of women. What I'm about to say is the kind of woman that will be your wife. Li Tai angrily said, Tai, don't go too far. I'm not the second prince's woman. Suddenly, Yen Yunfei broke the deadlock. She stood up and said, I am who I am. Becoming a manager is by my own ability. If the company doesn't approve of my personnel dismissal this time, then, Yen Yunfei still want to say something, but Li Tai suddenly passed as a slap in her face, then yelled, I speak, which have you interfered in the part? You do not do my woman, you count what things. Do you really have a good friend? Or do you want to pickpie that old bastard's bed last week? Yen Yunfei covered her face with humiliated eyes, leaving a red handprint in the shape of a slap on it. Lu Yunduo looked in her eyes and almost burst out laughing. Li Tai added oil to the fire and said, "Second brother, don't be angry, it's not just a breast continent point. Such goods if your harem doesn't have it. Brother, I can send you a few. Free of charge." Chapter 23, Layer by Layer. On the golden Rolls Royce, Jiang Wen's face was gloomy as he sipped his wine. His eyes were filled with anger, but at this time he was still restrained and did not freak out, much less vent. Xue Fei said, "Hey, that called Su Shifeng chick is good. The police academy out. A body of meat looks quite strong. Right up must also be very cool. In foreign countries with foreign girls to play more. Have forgotten the delicious Chinese women." Jiang Wen said, "Don't worry, since she dares to spoil my good deed, sooner or later she will pay the price. Just leave it to you to deal with it at that time." Xue Fei thanked, "But her father is a director. I heard that he has power in Yanjing as well. Are you really not afraid of officials as a businessman's son?" Jiang Wen laughed. "That depends on what level of businessman this businessman is, and what kind of official that official is. However, a mere member of the municipal party committee is not in my sights." Xue Fei said indifferently, "Engage in these routines or you eat brain to come easy. I do not have so many curved intestines. Today that security guard will be handed over to me. I'll catch him at night to you." "Right, do you want to catch the Qingxia together? I sometimes really do not understand. Directly to her sleep service is not on the line, not to be served on the fight to serve. I have never really seen the bones to fight is not soft." Jiang Wen said to the person in front of the car, "Let the group disperse. Tonight, please invite them to their own clubhouse for entertainment. The cost are credited to me." The person in front responded and immediately sent out a message. In a short while, the hundreds of luxury cars dispersed individually. Only Bingwu was still following behind. He, isn't this car the one from the Lin family's basement? When I kidnapped Lin Chantian at that time, I still wanted to get rid of it." Xue Fei was bored and turned on the car's omnidirectional image, and quickly spotted Wu Bing's car. In fact, Wu Bing hadn't deliberately tried to hide. Xue Fei said, "It's a bit interesting." Before Lao Zi went to look for him, he came to the door on his own. Does this security guard think he is the lone hero invincible? At this time, Jiang Wen's cell phone rang. Jiang Wen looked at the caller's number and his face changed. He hurriedly answered. "Dad." A low voice came from the other side of the cell phone. Jiang Wen didn't even dare to take a breath, all the way only knowing to nod his head and answer yes, until he hung up the phone. He used his hand to wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead. "My dad told me to rush back to Yanjing immediately. Hold off on the Lin family side for a while. His people will handle it," Xue Fei said. "Then I'll stay and promise to take care of that security guard in Qingxia." Jiang Wen said, "No, you have to go back with me as well. Go to the airport right now. My dad said that this time when he goes back, he wants to meet a few big shots from the Western underground world. You have a reputation over there. You might be used this time." "Alright then, let's leave that security guard with a small life first." Xue Fei suddenly laughed. "But young Master Zhang, aren't you worried about your bride being ridden by that security guard?" Jiang Wen coldly snorted. "Do you think I really want to marry her? If it's true then my parents will come over. It's just a little, just play with it. No matter what, the Lin family's property still needs to be gotten. My dad's people have already, but Lin Changtian's side, with my dad's methods, the Lin family can't get away with it." At the back, Cheng Xia suddenly said, They are going to the airport. Could it be that they are going to take my dad out of Guangkai City? Shouldn't be, they just came out of the police station. Knowing that they have been targeted by the police, they won't act rashly again in a short period of time. Your dad should still be over here somewhere." Having said that, Wu Bing still chased after them, wanting to ask them directly before stopping the car. But at this time, in a building by the roadside, there is a strong figure of professional women covering her face came out from the inside. She was in tears, even with sunglasses cannot block her tears. Wu Bing suddenly braked sharply. "What are you doing? They're running away!" Qing Xia shouted, but Wu Bing got out of the car to meet the sunglasses beauty and asked in a cold voice, "Who hit you?" Yen Yunfei raised her head and saw Wu Bing. She didn't know why her nose was sore. She almost couldn't help but to jump over and hug Wu Bing and cry. Qing Xia walked behind Wu Bing and secretly looked at Yen Yunfei and said, "Wow, even someone hit a woman, or such a beautiful sister. It's really abominable. Go!" Wu Bing grabbed Yen Yunfei's hand and dragged her back. Yen Yunfei was in a big hurry. "Wu Bing, what are you doing?" "I'm not going back. I've resigned." "It's not a matter of resignation." Wu Bing saw Yen Yunfei relying on not leaving, simply turned around and picked her up in a princess hug, ignoring her struggles and walked directly into the building. Qingxia anxiously looked at the roadside, found that so a delay. Jiang Wen's car has long disappeared. there is no way out. She had to follow. Wu Bing walked in. Wu Bing came to the elevator door and said, "Where are they? The people who beat you up?" Yan Yunfei begged. "Wu Bing, count on me to beg you. Don't go. Just let me leave." Yan Yunfei. Wu Bing glared fiercely. A domineering aura erupted from his body. "If you don't say anything else, I'm going to beat them up layer by layer until they come out." Yan Yunfei exclaimed. "Wu Bing, are you crazy?" Wu Bing did not speak again, holding Yan Yunfei and turning towards the guide desk on the first floor. Yan Yunfei finally said, 80th floor, top floor conference room." Inside the conference room, after Yan Yunfei was driven away by Li Tai began to preside over the meeting. Many items of the agenda were discussed one by one, and soon the appointment of the general manager of 8 Dragon Mountain was discussed. Li Tai said, "The original candidates were Yan Yunfei and LV Yunduo. Now that Yan Yunfei has left, there is nothing more to discuss. The position of general manager of 8 Dragons Mountain, in my opinion, it will be given to LV Yunduo. Second brother, you have no opinion, right?" Li Tai was still annoyed at Yan Yunfei's lack of face. He didn't leave the scene and already gave face. How can he be in the mood for discussion? He said on the spot, "No opinion." Lu Yunduo looked at Li Tai excitedly, waiting for his next appointment announcement. Li Tai nodded to Lu Yunduo, then said, "Well then this time it was decided to appoint the general manager of the 8 Dragon Mountain branches." Wait! A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Then the door of the conference room was kicked open, and Bing Wu walked in with Yan Yunfei and Qing Xia. Lu Yunduo was still secretly hating whoever it was that was interrupting at this moment, and after he saw Wu Bing at a glance, he immediately screamed, "Wu Bing, how dare you come here?" Li Tai frowned. Who is he? LV Yunduo wanted to gnash his teeth and say Wu Bing's identity, but as soon as he moved his mouth he realized that one of his teeth was missing, so he hated it even more and said, "He's that bully, Yan Yunfei's lover, so it is you. Are you really a security guard?" Li Tai said, smiling and looking at Li Tai on the side. Li Tai glanced at Wu Bing, immediately clapping his hands. "Yan Yunfei, you was offending me for such a piece of trash?" Wu Bing took a step forward to look around the conference room. Dozens of people, these so-called company executives. There is no one to put a small security guard in the eyes. At the moment is buzzing discussion non-stop. Wu Bing said, "Who hit Yan Yunfei? Step forward." Li Tai was furious. "How about it was me who hit? She is erased by my old son." "You have Li Tai words have not yet spoken. Suddenly a flower in front of his eyes, a silhouette suddenly came to his own body. Did not have time to see clearly who it was. His face has received a slap. Snap! A slap smack. Li Tai screamed on the spot. All the top management in the conference room froze. But Wu Bing did not stop there. He grabbed Li Tai's lapel with one hand, backhanded another slap, directly knocked Li Tai into a daze and rolled his eyes. "I'll call security." LV Yunduo shouted hurriedly, running to run out. "Want to run?" Wu Bing lifted Li Tai and came behind Lu Yunduo in one step, grabbed his collar from behind and threw it backhandedly towards Li Tai's side. Chapter 24, Children of the Holy Realm. Li Tai's figure flickered. His movements were extremely agile to hide 3 meters away, allowing Lu Yunduo to fall solidly, injuring himself, but Lu Yunduo didn't let out a scream, dryly lying on the ground straight and not moving at all. "Ha, there's actually an expert?" Wu Bing glanced at Li Tai, then said to the others, "What are you waiting for? There's nothing more for you guys to do. Trouble the last one to bring the door with you." The executives of the Sacred Realm Group were like amnesties, scrambling to take the door out. Not even one person who wanted to stay and show their loyalty, but the last one really obediently closed the door. Wu Bing dropped the hands of Li Tai, and then casually moved the more than 10 meters long conference table to the door behind the door. The room was left with Wu Bing, Yan Yunfei, Qing Xia, and the brothers Li Tai, plus a pretended unconscious Lu Yunduo. Li Tai said, "Which family's son are you from? Why did you come out from inside the Holy Realm and still use force indiscriminately in the mortal world?" Wu Bingdao, "I've heard a thing or two about the Sacred Realm of China. It seems like it's filled with immortals who consider themselves superior. So that's where you're from? You're not from the Holy Realm." Li Tai's body tensed up and really started to get serious. "Who are you?" "This is the territory of the Chinese Dragon Guards." Wu Bing walked in front of Li Tai and said, "Beat me before you say anything." Almost as soon as Wu Bing's words fell, Li Tai had already burst into action, like a high-pressure erupting cannonball, with an elongated residual shadow behind him. Peak B rank. A bit of strength. Wu Bing stood in place calmly, his arms naturally hanging down without the slightest intention of resisting. Li Tai erupted into a stormy attack. His punches and kicks were so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch the exact trajectory, and in Yan Yunfei and Qing Xia's eyes, they could only barely make out Li Tai's figure while his arms and legs had turned into a blur. Fists to the flesh. Feet generated wind. A series of violent sounds rang out on Wu Bing's body. Every vital point of his body had been viciously attacked by Li Tai, but Wu Bing didn't react at all, and by the time Li Tai had swung around his body 3 times, he had begun to yawn. Yan Yunfei looked at the scene in front of her with a look of having seen a ghost. How could she not have imagined that the impression of the gentle great prince would be so capable of fighting? Simply inhuman existence. But what shocked Yan Yunfei the most was Wu Bing. She knows that Wu Bing can one person knocked over more than 100 people is very powerful, but did not expect to be able to powerful to this extent. This stand in place and let people hit. Could he have reached those movies and novels, and the so-called King Kong is not bad. Qingxia on the other hand looks a little excited, waving her pink fist stupidly. Can't wait to go up and perform herself. After the 5th lap, Li Tai jerked back and gasped. What kind of monster are you? Wu Bing said. Finished fighting? It's my turn. After finishing his words, Wu Bing walked as if he was a normal person, walking towards Li Tai step by step. A faint aura emanated from his body, all of it surging towards Li Tai in front of him. Li Tai violently felt his body sink, then even his breath was shortened. The surrounding air seemed to be drained, forming a vacuum-like space, making him feel that the air pressure in his body was rapidly expanding, as if it was going to directly burst his chest. At that moment, Li Tai couldn't even escape. He could only use his entire body to suppress the air pressure in his body. Wu Bing came in front of Li Tai and raised his fist. If I go down with this punch, you will die. Li Tai's face was full of purple. He knew that Wu Bing was not bluffing. Having arrived at a realm like Wu Bing's, he could already disregard the constraints of the mortal world. Even if he killed himself with one punch, he would really be dead. At most, the family in the Holy Realm would take revenge in the future. But what was the point of taking revenge if he himself was dead? In an instant, Li Tai, blessed to the heart, flopped down to kneel on the ground. Please surround my life. From now on, have any command at your disposal. Wu Bing said expressionlessly. Yan Yunfei has become the general manager of 8 Dragons Mountain. From now on, you take care of her in official matters. Yes. Li Tai nodded his head in agreement without any hesitation. Just at this moment, there were intensive tapping sounds coming from outside, and those group executives who had escaped had finally called for security. The pressure on his body disappeared all of a sudden. Li Tai was like a fish out of the water back into the water. Gasping for air, he saw Wu Bing turning to leave, and hurriedly stood up from the ground and ran to the door to open it. Dozens of security guards armed with electric batons outside the door were about to rush in. Li Tai quickly stopped, and then respectfully sent Wu Bing 3 people to the door. Wu Bing walked to the elevator entrance, suddenly turned back and said, I know you must be indignant in your heart. I can give you the opportunity to call someone. I will wait for you, but if you dare to move others, Li Tai hurriedly said, I don't dare. Wu Bing left with the 2 girls. Li Tai also returned to the conference room. At this time, Lu Yunduo automatically woke up, attentive to come over to shush him. Li Tai was precisely upset, seeing LV Yunduo directly slap over. Lu Yunduo screamed miserably. The whole person directly hit the wall. A few bones are broken, but this time is really fainted. Li Tai looked at Li Tai on the ground and said in a low voice, no need to call anyone. When I fuse the last innate true chi from this waste, I will be able to break through the tiger realm to advance to the dragon realm. When the time comes, prepare the airplane. I'm going back. Li Tai finally grabbed Li Tai from the ground and went straight to the top floor of the building to leave Guangkai City in a helicopter. The 3 of them, Wu Bing, exited the building, and Wu Bing was in a hurry to go after Zhang Wen, so he separated from Yan Yunfei. Back in the car, Qingxia excitedly said to Wu Bing, Brother Wu, teach me martial arts. I want to become an expert like you. Wu Bing said, I don't know martial arts. Qingxia thought that he didn't want to teach, and immediately pouted her mouth high, like a small child who couldn't ask for candy. Wu Bing shook his head and drove his car furiously on the road, chasing after the airport. Drive slower, be careful of hitting people. Qingxia was shocked. This was the city center section. The traffic was already clogged. Wu Bing even drove his car to a speed of 100 upwards. Simply don't want to die. Sure enough, soon, behind the car appeared sirens. A motorcycle police officer with a loudspeaker ordered to stop. Wu Bing not only did not stop, but also a foot on the gas pedal to the end. The Ferrari roar continued to accelerate. In the road left through the right, instantly the biker police fell out of sight. Soon came to the airport, but Zhang Wen and the others had long left on a special plane. Wu Bing stopped the golden Rolls Royce, wanting to ask something from the driver's mouth, and in the end, he only knew that Zhang Wen had gone back to Yinjing. Take me to his place. Wu Bing didn't let this matter go. He let Qingxia drive behind and follow. He himself sat in the Rolls Royce and followed the driver back to Zhang Wen's residence in Guangkai City, which was a 5-star hotel under the name of the Zhang family, and a set of presidential suites on the top floor was Zhang Wen's residence in Guangkai City. Wu Bing scraped the ground and searched the presidential suite but found nothing. Just at this time, Qingxia's cell phone rang. Hey, Dad. What? You're back. Chapter 25 followed. Putting down the phone, Xia Qing surprised Wu Bing and said, Brother Wu, my father has come home and asked us to go back now. Us? Wu Bing smiled, guessing something in his heart but not showing it on his face. He said, in that case, let's go back. Qing Xia did not suspect anything and followed Wu Bing as he drove back to the forest villa area of the Lin family. There were no surprises along the way, and the two of them rode the elevator from the garage back to the lobby on the first floor. A man with white hair and a little bit depressed spirit was sitting in the hall. In his 50s, his body was still hard, sitting on the sofa with his waist naturally straight. Dad! Qing Xia's eyes reddened and she directly jumped into the man's arms. This man was none other than Lin Changtian, the chairman of the Lin group and head of the Lin family. Lin Changtian doted on Qing Xia and comforted her, then said to Wu Bing, I still don't know how to address you? Wu Bing sat across from Lin Changtian and said, Junior surname Wu, single character Bing. Wu Bing, Lin Changtian said, thank you for saving Qing Xia. The Lin family has suffered a scam, and is still not over the crisis. I have to trouble you to look after Qing Xia for a few more days in the next few days, and when things are over, Mr. Lin will definitely thank you heavily. Wu Bing said, if there's anything you need help with just open your mouth, no matter what aspect. Lin Changtian froze, looked deeply at Wu Bing and said, it's fine, the Lin family didn't rise in a day. I still have some friends that should be able to help. Master, the car is ready. A burly man walked in. Qing Xia looked up and said in surprise, Big brother Yang Hu, you're back. Yang Hu nodded, then said to Wu Bing, the favor of saving my life is unforgettable. Wu Bing glanced at Yang Hu and realized that the injuries on his body were still not healed, but even so, Lin Changtian still wanted to use Yang Hu. It seemed that the Lin family had really reached a very critical juncture. Alright then, Mr. Wu might as well stay here for the next few days. I'll get busy first. Lin Changtian and Yang Hu drove away, leaving Wu Bing and Qing Xia alone in the large villa. Qing Xia is a heartless lord, sought his father back, feel all the dark clouds are dispersed, and began to change the way to ask Wu Bing to teach martial arts, and is the top kind, must be a few days to learn to be invincible kind. Wu Bing did not have the good sense to say, do not bowl asterisk. Hungry? Qing Xia hastily nodded, did not eat all day, at this time by Wu Bing a reminder. Suddenly feel hungry to the ground, both eyes are a little black. She pitifully looked at Wu Bing, thinking that he went to the kitchen to show off his skills. Who knows, Wu Bing said. If you're hungry, go cook, I'll wait for you. Qing Xia opened her eyes wide and said, what is the rice cooked with? Wu Bing slapped his forehead and had to go into the kitchen and get busy himself. Qing Xia waited for a long time, until almost ready to faint from hunger. Wu Bing's voice rang out, dinner is ready. Qing Xia jumped and walked to the dining room, only to look at 2 bowls of something just sitting on the table. Instant noodles. Qing Xia said, brother Wu, I read less you don't lie to me. This is rice? Wu Bing rarely seen some blush, fainted. I say yes is yes. Qing Xia spat out her tongue and immediately sat down to eat the noodles. In the next few days, Lin Changtian went out early and came back late. His demeanor became more and more haggard day by day, and there were a lot more white hairs on his head. The whole person seemed to have aged a dozen or so years, and even people like Qing Xia who were so neurotic had noticed that something was wrong. 3 days later in the night, Lin Changtian walked up to the roof of the villa and stood on the edge with all his thoughts. What will happen to Qing Xia if you die? Wu Bing's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Lin Changtian seemed as if he wasn't surprised. He didn't look back and smiled miserably. Lin's group can't be saved. You take Qing Xia away. Go far away. Just let her live an ordinary life. Wu Bing said. Do you think Zhanwen won't be able to find her? With the strength of the Zheng family, even if they go abroad, they don't necessarily see that they will be able to escape with their lives, do they? Lin Changtian closed his eyes in pain. I'm sorry for her. I shouldn't be greedy. It's all my fault, but it's useless to say anything now. Zhang Yuan is forcing me to enter the game. Within 10 days, he can't come up with enough $10 billion to fill in the stock market. Lin's group will not only have to turn over to someone else, but the Lin family will also be saddled with a huge debt, and there is no hope of turning over again in his whole life. Wu Bing said, so how much money have you gotten from your busy schedule these days? Lin Changtian shook his head and said, those so-called friends are all characters who can share wealth and riches. Perhaps they were all threatened by the Zhang family. So, Wu Bing said, since that's the case, then you can jump in peace. Although I'm not a good person, but since Qing Xia is already my woman, I'll be responsible to the end. Lin Changtian let out a long sigh. Thank you. Wu Bing suddenly said, there's a Santana there in the garage that I've seen for some years. Is there some story in it? If that's the case, I can keep it for Qing Xia. Lin Changtian froze. His eyes recalled the past time. He couldn't help but open his mouth. That car is my first car, then just bought back. I took Qing Xia, her mother, in Guangkai City, drove for a whole day. At that time, Guangkai City hasn't had a few concrete roads. There are potholes everywhere. But, chattering, Lin Changtian said a whole lot, talking about the hardships of his struggle history, talking about the morning of Qingxia's mother's death, talking about the happiness of Qingxia's healthy growth. Said many, until talking, behind him suddenly came the sound of Qingxia's crying. Lin Changtian turned around in a flash, and saw his daughter, who was crying like a tearful person, standing beside Wu Bing with sandy eyes, and if he wasn't being pulled by Wu Bing, I'm afraid that he would have pounced on her long ago. Dad, don't jump, don't leave me, we'll live together, even if we don't have money, it's no problem, as long as you don't leave. Lin Changtian was in old tears. He wiped away his tears and firmly walked back and hugged Qingxia. Okay, Dad promises you, no matter what, we will live. The two fathers and daughters left the rooftop, but Wu Bing stayed behind. He took out a cell phone, which he had just brought from Qingxia, dialing a complicated and lengthy string of numbers. Old Raymond's voice came from the other side of the phone. Coronet, you finally called. If we couldn't reach you again, we were all ready to attack the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. Wu Bing said. What happened? Old Raymond said. I don't know where the news came from that you are recuperating in a certain town in China. Many people have caught wind of it and mixed into China to try to find you. As far as I know, there are already 3 confirmed king levels, namely the Shadow King of the Shadow Ninja Village in the Japanese country, the Black Dragon King, the remnant of the Evil Dragon Legion, and there is also one more. Who is your lover? Alice. Wu Bing had a headache. Doesn't Clark care? Let that humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex come over. Half of China will be demolished. Old Raymond said. Pipe ah, but Clark is being watched closely by the Chinese dragon guards and can't enter the interior of China, so he can't do anything about it. He can only put out the word that if something happens to Her Highness Alice in China, he's going to start a war. Wu Bing said. By the way, it seems like something went wrong with the Chinese dragon guard some time ago. Do you have any news from your side? Old Raymond said in a deep voice. Yes, Coronet. This is something that I am also wanting to report to you. According to reliable information, the Dragon City Flying General who controls half of the Chinese dragon guards, has mutinied. Wu Bing's face sank. Japanese? Lei Meng said. It is still unclear, but the fact that the Japanese country was able to send transcendent humans into the country of Huaxia in large numbers to scavenge for treasures is the handiwork of the Dragon City Flying General. The Shadow Shinobi village doesn't know where they got just a word or two that a mysterious treasure exists somewhere in Huaxia, a treasure that is enough to make the entire transcendental world go crazy. And now a lot of transcendental forces are stupidly trying to infiltrate into Huaxia, and even the Emperor of the Yellow Emperor's side has sent someone to ask Coronation if you had received the news long ago, and that's why you entered Huaxia in advance. No wonder. Wu Bing proceeded to chat with Lei Meng about the general intelligence of the world today. Both the mortal world and the transcendent world were covered before Wu Bing finally talked about the Lin family. Wu Bing said, let's help in this matter, but we can't contribute for nothing. The profit that should be taken is also taken. Just treat it as a business deal. Raymond said. Understood. I will take care of it. There is one more thing. Her Highness Daisy's Jedi warrior has already researched the first generation. Coronet, you don't want us to follow you, but I think a biochemical droid. You won't refuse it. Alright. I know. If I don't accept it, Daisy will definitely not let me go next time. Bingwu said the address and then hung up the phone. Back in the villa, Qingxia had already fallen asleep, while Lin Changtian was in the study regaining his fighting spirit and starting to prepare for his future retreat. Wu Bing said to Lin Changtian, I'm going to go back to Lotus Town for a trip. In these few days, the Zhang family's attention should be on the stock market. If you really encounter anything irresistible, feel free to come to Lotus Town and look for me. Lin Changtian was surprised. Leaving so soon? Wu Bing said. There are some things that must be taken care of. Lin Changtian nodded and said, then I'll have Yang Hu send you off. Wu Bing refused Lin Changtian's kindness, then left the forest of the Lin family alone. He walked on foot, but it was faster than a car, and in a short while, he had arrived at the outskirts of the countryside. This place was a piece of rotten buildings, deserted for unknown years. No one would come during the day, let alone at night. Wu Bing came to the rooftop of the 30-story high rotten building and let out his voice. After following for so long, aren't you coming out yet? A black shadow appeared out of thin air 20 meters away behind Wu Bing. It was a long-haired woman with no facial features but a demonic red lip on the side. Chapter 26, 3 Kings Battle the Emperor. Wu Bing picked up a cigar. Never saw him buy anything after arriving in China, but his cigar was never finished. Who? Auntie, dressing up like this in the middle of the night is scary. If the children see it then they will still have nightmares. Long-haired woman is not very old, looks only 30 years of age, and the face can be said to be the best choice, if not too pale, and also hanging down long hair wearing black clothes as if a ghost. She is also a beauty. Hearing Wu Bing's flirtation, The long-haired woman opened her mouth and said, in a fluent Chinese, I heard my men say that Coronation Lady wants to see me, so I came, coming quite quickly. I thought you were still setting off from the Shadow Shinobi village at this moment. Shadow King. Wu Bing stuck his hands in his pants pockets, his mouth holding a cigar with an old-fashioned look. If you dress up properly you have some good looks. Could it be that what's-her-name Dragon City Flying General was seduced by your beauty and that's why he rebelled against Huaxia? Do you think so? Wu Bing looked up to the sky. A bright moon was hanging high above, and black clouds were coming in. A valiant man in ancient Chinese war armor leapt out of the black clouds, holding a nearly 2-meter-long war spear in his hand, and drifted down to the other side of Wu Bing, forming an angle with the Shadow King. Dragon City Flying General, Li Guang. Wu Bing glanced at Li Guang and lazily said, anyone else, come out together. Thunder King, you shameless villain. Today I will avenge the evil emperor. A muffled voice sounded downstairs, followed by a rumbling sound from the rotten building under his feet. A big black man crashed through 30 floors of floorboards from below and appeared behind Wu Bing. Wu Bing said seriously, Black Dragon King, although this is a rotten building, but you have to be fined for destroying other people's things like this. Die. The Black Dragon King did not stop for a moment. His body knotted up a layer of black light like a black diamond, and his body was like a high-pressure cannonball crashing against Wu Bing. As soon as the Black Dragon King moved, the Shadow King also moved at the same time. She quickly formed a seal with both hands and slapped it towards her chest. Then there were thousands of black shadows of wolves crying and ghosts howling flew out from behind her, just like a swarm of devils, surging towards Wu Bing in all directions. Li Guang retreated to the edge with his battle spear in hand and did not participate in the siege. Facing the Black Dragon King with amazing aura, Wu Bing did not dodge, stood still and directly punched hard. Boom! Shocking loud vibration. Even in dozens of kilometers wide open city center, are able to hear this loud noise? Countless people from sleep was awakened. The crowd at first thought it was thunder, but soon, the ground came a slight vibration. Earthquake? Numerous people are in disbelief. Huangkai City has not had an earthquake in hundreds of years. Is tonight going to be a precedent? And outside the suburb, after Wu Bing and the Black Dragon King threw a punch against each other, the 30-story rotten building underneath his feet collapsed, raising a shocking cloud of dust and smoke. The Black Dragon King was sent flying hundreds of meters by Wu Bing's punch, while Wu Bing stopped in mid-air without retreating a step. The difference between high and low was clear at a glance. Ear-piercing screams came. Thousands of ghosts and shadows in the immediate aftermath of the Black Dragon King instantly engulfed Wu Bing. However, the ghost shadows just surrounded into a group less than 3 seconds time. Blinding light burst out from inside. A lightning like 1,000 lightsabers pierced through. Thousands of ghost shadows instantly gray smoke. Heaven and earth back to quiet. Ghost escape. Brush. A silhouette steeply appeared in front of Wu Bing. The Shadow King broke through the air. Her right hand transformed into a sharp claw and silently stabbed at Wu Bing's heart. Her 5 fingers were like hooks, piercing through Wu Bing's pectoral muscle. 5 fingers inserted into it. Wu Bing did not even frown, and flirted. As far as I know, this move of yours is called in China, grasping wave dragon claw hand. As he said that, a bucket-thick lightning suddenly struck down in the sky, invoking heavenly lightning. You really have advanced to the emperor level. The Shadow King was shocked and hastily dodged to retreat, but Wu Bing was not willing to let her go, only to see his figure flashing like electricity. The lightning in the sky also folded in a different direction, along with Wu Bing's fist blasted towards the Shadow King who was in the midst of retreating. Save me! A violent life and death crisis enveloped his heart. The Shadow King loudly begged for help, while his own hands kept making seals. A black barrier appeared in front of him. Li Guang on the side moved. He shook his battle spear and simply stabbed straight at Wu Bing. A series of violent sound. The black barrier laid down by the Shadow King under Wu Bing's fist, like paper mache. One side was broken. Just blocked Wu Bing less than 0.1 second. But still, it was this little bit of time. Li Guang's battle spear had already stabbed over, and the virtual shadow of a great city that loomed like a mountain flashed on the spearhead of the battle spear. The momentum was majestic. Fist to lance. Wu Bing did not pause for a second. The bucket-thick lightning was absorbed by his body and then blasted out from his fist. A hemisphere of power expanded rapidly, followed by an even more earth-shattering roar than the first one just now erupted, and all the rotten buildings within a 1-kilometer radius were shattered into pieces, and also formed an airwave similar to a sandstorm that tumbled and scraped in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky were shaken apart. Just at this time, the earth in this area shook violently, and a large color-red wall rose from the ground, like a giant awakening that had been sleeping for an unknown period of time, and with an epic vicissitude of coolness. It stood above the great land of China, within a radius of 10 miles. All were surrounded by such a large blood-colored wall in a circle, the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, a treasure of Huaxia, the age of which could not be traced. It was an incomparably huge spell formation, and an unimaginable treasure, guarding the peace of the Huaxia land, controlled by the Huaxia dragon guards, able to defend against the enemy externally, and purging chaos internally. You can let go and cast it, Li Guang said coldly after summoning the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. Just now in the middle of the duel with Wu Bing's move, even he was knocked back hundreds of meters, and his battle spear was even bent up in a big arc, almost breaking on the spot. The Black Dragon King flew back and looked at Wu Bing incredulously. Impossible. You were obviously injured by the evil emperor's strength greatly retreated. How is it possible that you are still stronger than before? Wu Bing spat out the head of the cigar in his mouth and said, that's a question you can ask the evil emperor. As Wu Bing said, his body exploded and flashed, taking the initiative to attack the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King roared as his body underwent expansion, growing steeply in size, transforming into the form of a black Tyrannosaurus Rex, 10 meters tall and divine. The Shadow King's face completely disappeared, and then the black shadow was stretched like a curtain, eventually turning into a huge black flag. Countless ghostly screams rang out from it, and an ordinary person would be delirious just listening to it. Li Guang was not lagging behind either. His strength equal to the king level fused with the battle spear, transforming into a 100-meter-long giant spear. The shadow of the great city on the spear became a few points clearer, as if it was transformed into the real thing, causing the giant spear to carry a heavy to the extreme aura, emitting a booming sound of winds in between the penetrations. The three kings battled the Thunder Emperor. If it wasn't for the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood guarding the city, I'm afraid that after tonight, Guangkai City would have to be wiped out in the world. The next day, the people of Guangkai City received official news explaining that last night's vibration and loud noise was a government department's detonation to remove a piece of rotten buildings outside of the eastern suburb, and that the government was planning to develop that piece of land today, and was currently ready to convene an investment bidding process. The eastern suburb will be blocked off until the end of the bidding, and idle people are strictly prohibited from approaching. Early in the morning, a Mercedes convertible left Guangkai City and drove towards Lotus Town. Because the highway in the eastern suburb was blocked and impassable, many cars bypassed to the north, causing the highway intersection to be blocked. Yan Yunfei was sitting in the car quietly in line when suddenly at this moment, a person crossed in from outside and sat directly on the passenger side. Yan Yunfei was startled, but when she took a closer look at the visitor, she exclaimed, Wu Bing, what's wrong with you? Wu Bing was holding half a cigar in his mouth. His face was a sense of fatigue that could not be concealed, as if the regular people had not slept for a few days and nights. His body was dirty, the clothes on his heart broke a hole, the inside of his pectoral muscles were exposed, and 5 shallow wounds could be seen. The wounds had not completely healed, and it could be clearly seen that there was still black pus and blood inside. Wu Bing said, it's fine, just last night with a few people fought, I counted it as good. They can be more seriously injured than me. One by me knocked off an arm, one by me tore off a large handful of long hair, one by me to throw away the weapon. Ha ha. Yan Yunfei was now vaguely aware of Wu Bing's extraordinary, associating it with last night's incident. She couldn't help but ask, the shaking over in the suburb last night, was that caused by your fight? Without waiting for Wu Bing's answer, Yan Yunfei took a look and realized that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Smoker. Yan Yunfei reached out and took off Wu Bing's cigar. Smelling the fragrance couldn't help but put it into her mouth and inhaled a mouthful. As a result, she was choked and coughed repeatedly, so angry that she directly threw the cigar away. At this time, there was an airliner flying over in the sky. I don't know who exclaimed, pointing to the ground below the window. What happened to that place? Only to see above the ground, outside the eastern suburb of Guangkai City, a place the size of 10 miles in a circle appeared a huge deep crater, as if it had been hit by a meteorite, and it was unknown how deep the center was. Inside the airplane, a young woman with a hip-hop hat and long black hair with big waves. She looked at the deep crater on the ground and silently said in English, Wu, you must not be okay. On the other side, inside the villa complex in the forest of the Lin family, Lin Changtian received a mysterious phone call from Yang Hu. The other party said in fluent Chinese, hello Mr. Lin, I'm Raymond Moses Wittgenstein from the other side of the ocean. Generally other people address me as Duke Raymond. It's very presumptuous to call and disturb you so early in the morning, but I think Mr. Lin should be interested in a business. Lin Changtian listened quietly, then trembled. Is the day. The Lin family stock price by the mysterious funds injection. Stock price all the way up until the stop. A series of 7 days. The Lin family stock price doubled nearly 100 times. Lin Changtian's body value in the rich list jumped more than 10 in a row, into the top 5 of the rich list of Huaxia. At this time, Wu Bing finally woke up after sleeping for 7 whole days in Yan Yunfei's house. Chapter 27, Martial Maniacs Fighting Fake. 7 days of time without eating or drinking. If not for Wu Bing's breathing long and strong, if not for his wounds automatically healed, not even a little scar left, if not know his extraordinary, Yan Yunfei would have to send Wu Bing to the hospital. Wu Bing's first thing after waking up is to eat empty Yan Yunfei dormitory refrigerator stock, and then also all the snacks in the house are killed. Fortunately Yan Yunfei came back. A mouthful of more than 10 large portions called him outside, which made Wu Bing stop. After eating and drinking enough, Wu Bing asked, "No one is looking for your trouble, right?" Yan Yunfei shook her head and said, "LV Yun Duo was transferred to another branch. I became the general manager of the 8 Dragon Mountain branch, and the head office sent new security guards. Now Wang Bawan is the head of security. No one can bully him. Do you want to consider being a foreign language tour guide?" Originally, she wanted to say that foreign language tour guides were highly paid, but once she thought of Wu Bing's strength, Yan Yunfei simply shut up. How could someone with such inhuman strength lack money? Wu Bing laughed. "You just sat on the position of general manager. Do you need some male assistance on male public relations and so on? I can reluctantly for you to change clothes and bathe full body massage and so on." Wu Bing pointed to the new clothes on his body. Even his hair was a fresh smell. Wu Bing clearly remembered that before he fell asleep, but he was dirty and worn out, and his hair was full of dust, but now this is the case. It must be Yan Yunfei's credit. Horny bastard, go to hell. Yan Yunfei pretty face a red. Directly on the Wu Bing kicked out of the dormitory. Said dormitory, in fact, is a positive set of commercial housing, 3 rooms and a hall of nearly 200 square feet. Lotus Town in these years, the land was fired up. More and more real estate openers to invest in. And now the price of the house has been speculated on 21,000 square feet of the price of the flat. Yan Yunfei, former personnel manager. The dormitory is a single apartment. Even if promoted to general manager, according to the reason at most is a room. But the holy realm of senior management do not know what authorization directly hit the money to buy such a large suite, but also sent into the luxury home furnishings. Only need to turnkey on the move-in. After leaving Yan Yunfei's place, Wu Bing went directly to the 9 Seconds bar, only to find that the bar was not yet open, so he had to turn to the 8 Dragons Mountain. In front of the office of the security section of 8 Dragons Mountain, Wang Bawan stood in front of him in a dignified manner, and in front of him were more than 100 security guards transferred from the headquarters. Seeing the arrival of Wu Bing, Wang Bawan hurriedly dismissed the crowd, and then led Wu Bing into the office, pointing to a desk next to his own and said, "This is the position I've reserved for you. From now on, you'll be the vice captain of our 8 Dragons Mountain security team." Is saying, outside walked into a clerk with glasses, figure flat appearance general, but saw Wang Bawan is a look of no good look. "Wang Captain, yesterday asked you to take the ID card of those security guards over to make a copy for the record. How did you forget again? This is Xiao Yanzi, my newly recruited clerk." Wang Bawan smiled unconcernedly and introduced to Wu Bing, a famous brand college student, over for internship. Xiao Yanzi glanced at Wu Bing, found Wu Bing looks mediocre and immediately lost interest, directly back to their own desk to start busy work. Wu Bing asked Wang Bawan, "Nothing happened in the past few days while I was away, right?" Wang Bawan mysteriously pulled Wu Bing to one side and quietly said, "There really is. That coffin a few days ago when I was on watch, it even talked to me." Wu Bing's pupils shrunk. He had once sensed the coffin and confirmed that there was no sign of life inside, but now Wang Bawan said so. Could it be that his perception was wrong? Said what to you? Wang Bawan stared wide-eyed with an innocent face and said, "I don't know." Wu Bing said breathlessly, Go and take a look." The two went up the 8 Dragon Mountain to the Flying Dragon Rock. The coffin was still put back in the cave. Wu Bing once again reached out to perceive, found that there is still no fluctuation of life breath inside. This time he looked carefully, found that the coffin seems to be one. There is no intentionally open the lid of the closure. Wu Bing said, "Did Li Cheng send anyone?" Wang Bawan nodded. Came several batches of cultural relics experts, but cannot study to give a bird. The back also invited a Taoist priest to come, but said some mysterious words. The Taoist said roughly the same as the legend of our town, said that this coffin is the key left by the giant dragon, can unlock a certain secret realm. Key? Wu Bing said, "Where is that Taoist man?" Wang Bawan said, "Gone." Said he wants to go back to his master's school to look into it and come back later. Wu Bing was silent. From what he had learned from Lei Meng's mouth, there was a treasure in China that made the entire transcendental world go crazy. The time roughly coincided with when this coffin appeared. If this coffin was really the key to that treasure, then Lotus Town would be in turmoil next. How strong is the power of the transcendental world? Someone once said that if the transcendental world fought with the mortal world, the mortals would lose everything in one night, not to mention the famous and powerful people on the surface. The 4 emperors, 12 kings and 36 superheroes. There are also some hidden strong people, such as the Dragon City Flying General Li Guang's general character. His own strength does not have to be the Black Dragon King of the King of these poor, but has not been included in the 12 kings. In this world, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even if he was promoted to the emperor level and became one of the 4 strongest people in the transcendental world, Wu Bing was not sure that he could say that he could be invincible. Wu Bing said, "Boan, don't wander around during this period of time. If the coffin is really lost, don't have it. Saving your life is important." Wang Boan said, "That's of course. What can be more important than one's own life? By the way, in order to thank you for your help, my sister-in-law has been asking me to take you to her home for a casual dinner. Why don't we do it tonight?" Wu Bing thought about it and agreed. In the afternoon, Wu Bing once again came to the 9 seconds bar. "The bar is open, but Niezhou is not in," asked Lu only to know. Niezhou really went on a trip to go, has been gone for 5 days. She prepared the method of 9 seconds of wine passed on to the small Lu, also did not say when to come back. Leaving the bar, Wu Bing had Niezhou on his mind, knowing that she still hadn't gotten over her misunderstanding with Yen Yunfei, which is why she left. "Gao Ran, you're finally back." Suddenly, a fat one and a thin one ahead excitedly stopped Wu Bing. Among the two, the fat one had a big beard while the thin one had a long braid. It was the judges from Niezhou's martial arts match with Aso Taro, and Wu Bing had forgotten their names. "Something wrong?" The bearded Jui grabbed Wu Bing's sleeve and said with great excitement, "Master, your method is too effective. The kung fu on the Dragon Slayer's sword. After we drilled into it, we really found something amazing. On it there is even a record of the long-lost internal kung fu of China." Long-braided yellow art also said, "That's right, Brother Zhu and I had already touched the door, but we were never allowed to enter, and we wanted to look for the female martial arts god, but it turned out that she was repeatedly challenged by the martial arts madman a few days ago and failed, so she just left." "That's right, we were just trying to get through the gate, and after we cultivate our internal kung fu, we'll teach that martial madman a good lesson." Zhu, he gasped. That bastard actually suspected that the female wushu god's kung fu was a fake, and said that we had arranged it beforehand, and that he was going to fight a fake when he thought he had learned a few years of Western boxing and then claimed that the Chinese wushu was a joke. Chapter 28, I won't fight back even if I'm beaten to death. Wu Bing paused in his footsteps. Niezhou was forced away by that crazy martial artist? Shu, he said conclusively. Yes, the female Valkyrie originally came to observe the dragon-slaying sword's feats for the past few days, saying that she suddenly had a lot more feats in her head and wanted to come and verify them, but as a result, before we could see her demonstrating her divine feats, she was disrupted by the crazy martial artist with a large group of sons of Es. Huang Shu gasped. If it wasn't for the female martial arts goddess not seeing eye to eye with them, she would have thrown out her hands and flung a few streets out. This group of sons of Es relied on the martial arts school and didn't leave, saying that the female martial arts goddess didn't dare to accept the challenge. So angry that Senior Nia Kong almost took action himself. Wu Bing said, "What about that Nia Feng? Doesn't he value the Nia family's face?" Zhu He disdainfully said, "Don't mention him, he lost a match with Aso Taro before, and now he's gone to take on Crazy Wu, and was beaten to the ground in the same 3 or 2 moves, he really has no eyes." Huang Shu honestly said, "Martial Madman does have a few real skills, is learn some combat techniques abroad, but so defy my great China thousands of years of inheritance of martial arts, really hateful. Go and meet him." Wu Bing breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Niezhou was not out because of himself. As for that what martial arts madman, but Western boxing is just a Western boxing, those mortal boxing champions, even the top ones, it is difficult to compare with those in the transcendental world, even if they are D-ranked. But then again, what exactly is going on with Niezhou? Is she really awakened or something? How did the kung fu appear in her head? Is she also a transcendental bloodline? Wu Bing previously thought that Niezhou is to have had that kind of relationship with himself after the mutation, but now Wu Bing found together with the relationship of Qingxia seems to have no change. That can only be said that Niezhou's mutation is the cause of their own. Along the way thought, unknowingly came to the Town Dragon Martial Arts School. Wu Bing looked at the location of the entrance, cannot help but a little dumbfounded feeling, only to see dozens of Jianghu people were standing on both sides of the doorway, each with a banner good challenge female martial arts god. What vigorous adamantine leg, what invincible iron head, what horizontal training golden bell shroud, what the 9 yang fists, the 8 barren claws, the 6 palms, the windless fingers. They are wearing Chinese ancient martial arts costumes, some even on the spot stalls selling medicinal wine, power pills, golden gun loose and so on, a variety of strange, is simply a small shopping mall. Wu Bing walked over and asked in a loud voice, "Who is a martial arts madman? Hurry up and come out to fight. I'm in a hurry." Wu Bing is to ask everyone. A time dozens of Jianghu people at the same time stopped the action of the hands. Eyes are not good, all look at Wu Bing. A strong and powerful man from a stall called vigorously Vidra leg walk over. He was a full head taller than Wu Bing, and condescendingly said, "Kid, listen to your tone, is that you think you are awesome? You're the martial arts madman? Wu Bing said. The burly man used his thumb to point to himself and said, "My name is Chen Dali. The Jianghu people call Dali Vajra." Not waiting for Chen Dali to finish, Wu Bing directly bypassed him to continue to a large group of said, "Who is the martial arts crazy? Quick out not to come to challenge it. I am Niejio's man. I came to take the challenge for her. You say yes as on what grounds? Kid, don't come to make trouble. Here masters like clouds, just take one out are enough for you to drink a pot. Martial madman went to eat to go, or brother first to accompany you to play? We are all peers, we have to talk about first come first served. Don't think you can beat the tip by lying asshole." Dozens of Jianghu people talking about the crowd. Most of them cannot believe Wu Bing's words, eyes looking at Wu Bing full of banter and ridicule. "Bastard, how dare you look down on me?" Chen Dali suddenly shouted. From the back of a foot on Wu Bing's waist and eyes kicked over. This kick was particularly sinister. If he was kicked, although there was no immediate danger of death, he was afraid that his waist would be broken. What is the most important capital of a man in front of a woman? Is to have a good waist. Obviously, Chen Dali heard Wu Bing claim to be Niejio's man immediately after this kick. The intention can be described as sinister and vicious to the extreme. You do not claim to be Niejio's man. I will break your waist, so that you cannot be a man. The corner of Wu Bing's mouth revealed a cold smile. Do not even look at the back of a glance. Directly backhand grabbed Chen Dali's foot nude, and then force twisted around. Ka-ching! Chen vigorously issued a pig-like screams. On the spot on the ground. Foot pain, heart more pain. To footwork walking rivers and lakes, but was twisted off the foot. Not to mention the face. Even if you go to the hospital in the future to connect the bones, but also no longer before the flexible. A body of kung fu and so on is wasted. This side of the matter quickly caused by the onlookers. Many of the students of the Town Dragon Martial Arts School and the people of Lotus Town rushed over to join in the fun, together with some travelers, and soon surrounded the entrance to the martial arts school watertight. Those students have long had a grudge against these Jianghu people. We all know that they are trying to step on the female martial arts god's name to get to the top and become famous. If it wasn't for the fact that Nia Kong had given a deadly order not to make a move, thousands of students would have already fought with them. And the people of Lotus Town are also angry. Niejio is now equal to half of the signboard of Lotus Town. These assholes are clearly here to smash the signboard. The people which have a good face to give them a look. This is not the case. These Jianghu people who want to eat have to walk a long way because there is no one in the vicinity to sell things to them. So when they saw that someone had gone to smash the scene, they couldn't help but hoot and holler. Dozens of Jianghu people who had just looked down on Wu Bing instantly quieted down. And a few who had said they wanted to play with Wu Bing even shrunk into the crowd, afraid that Wu Bing would see them. Wu Bing said, "It's not that I'm targeting any of you, it's because in my eyes, everyone here is trash. Let's go together. I'm really in a hurry. Who are you to be so arrogant? Didn't your master teach you what martial virtues are? Let's all go together and waste him. Young man, if you gain power and spare people, the road will be better in the future." Dozens of Jianghu people began to return the favor, but just not a single person dared to come up. Wu Bing said, "If you don't fight, don't talk nonsense. I'll give you 10 seconds to hurry up and pack up your stalls and get out, or I'll be rude." 10, 9, 8, kid, you don't be too crazy. We set up a stall here in the way of you. The police didn't care what you count. That's it. Don't think you can fight and then you can do whatever you want. Believe it or not, we call the police. Don't hesitate. Let's go together. The Jianghu people were all excited. One by one, they pulled up their sleeves and took out their weapons, really ready to have a big fight. 3, 2, 1. Wu Bing counted 10 seconds regardless and saw that every one of them was willing to go. Immediately walked to the nearest stall and kicked over the things on it. "Cutting off my wealth. I'll fight you." A middle-aged man dressed as a Taoist priest with 8-character whiskers bellowed out and flew to pounce on Wu Bing. Dozens of Jianghu people saw that Wu Bing really made a move, and someone else took the lead to make a move, so they were immediately ready to swarm on him. "Stop!" Suddenly a shout rang out from the crowd of onlookers. The crowd automatically dispersed to channel, appearing a tough man. The Hanyu was only about 1 meter 5 in stature. His muscles bulged out like iron bumps. He had 1-inch long short hair, and his pair of eyes were sharp and very sharp, as if they were able to pierce straight through the heart. "I heard that you were looking for me, and now I'm here." The shrewd man walked up to Wu Bing and said, "I am Wu Crazy Wu Ao, uninstructed. It's good that you're here. Take it." Wu Bing didn't bother to talk nonsense and kicked over. Crazy Wu could not expect Wu Bing to fight when he said he would. Seeing a foot kicked straight to him, his heart snapped. A strong sense of crisis made him subconsciously stretch out his hands to block in front of his body. The ping sounded. Wu Crazy by Wu Bing kicked both hands. The whole person thumped a series of 7 steps back, before barely standing still. Wu Bing nodded his head. "Indeed, you do have a bit of weight. No wonder Nia Fong lost." With those words, Wu Bing took a step and walked up again, wanting to continue striking. He wanted to settle these troubles once and for all, otherwise he didn't even know when Niejio would be willing to come back. Wait! Martial Madman suddenly shouted. He hid his trembling hands behind his back, holding his head high. You still haven't told me your division, which martial arts school you practiced. I'm here to fight a fake this time. If you're not from a Chinese martial arts school, then there's no need for me to fight with you. There are masters in this world. I admit that there are many people who can beat me, but Chinese martial arts are all fakes. I am here to fight fakes. Unless you report your master's school and then use Chinese martial arts, I won't fight back even if you beat me to death. Chapter 29 Anti-Ling. Wu Bing laughed and pointed at the Jianghu people. They are also Chinese martial arts. Why don't you get them to fight the fake? Crazy Wu said. Sooner or later, I will spar with them. But right now, our targets are all Niejio. Even if you are Niejio's man, but you are not using Chinese martial arts, so you can't replace him, then you can just go die. Crazy Wu walked the setup trying to force Wu Bing away, but Wu Bing didn't follow the setup at all. He walked quickly towards Crazy Wu, thinking that this guy is so talkative. Why don't you just knock him into the hospital for a few months? When Crazy Wu saw that Wu Bing didn't even eat his own set, his face changed, and he said to the surrounding Jianghu people, everyone, this person doesn't talk about the morality of the Jianghu, then we don't have to be polite. Let's go together. Everyone go on. Abolish him. Dozens of Jianghu people cajoled. The Taoist priest who had his stall smashed immediately swung his old fist and punched at Wu Bing. The rest of the crowd also separated their hands, without the slightest intention of fighting one-on-one. Xu He and Huang Shu are pulling back, yelling loudly for their courage. The martial arts school students in the crowd saw these Jianghu people want more people to bully less people. Suddenly can't stand it. Jiang Chao walked from the crowd to behind Wu Bing. I'll help you. As soon as Jiang Chao came out, hundreds of martial arts school students came out with a bang, and now there were more people on Wu Bing's side. Both sides fell into a big mess at once, and those surrounding the people of Lotus Town who had hot-blooded youths also added in. Wu Bing slapped the Taoist priest and looked back at Jiang Chao and said, What? You don't hate me for robbing your big sister anymore? Jiang Chao spoke up while pestering an iron-headed kung fu. That's a personal grudge. I carry it. Oh, Wu Bing responded, then walked towards the Wu lunatic at the very back of the crowd. That martial arts lunatic shouted the loudest, but hid at the end of the fight, occasionally seeing a single weakling before striking out, all of which was to get a single strike and then immediately back off, waiting for the next opportunity. You are quite shrewd. Wu Crazy just sneak attack a martial arts school student's retreat back. Suddenly heard around the sound of Wu Bing's voice. His reaction is also very fast. Do not think. Directly a fist is swung over. At the same time, the right foot toes retreated pointing to the ground, ready for the next move. Wu Bing did not even look. His hand was so fast that he could not see the shadow, and brushed the face of the crazy martial arts maniac, and knocked him to the ground at once, and beat him to the point that he did not have a place to use any of his backstroke. What? Didn't you say that you won't fight back even if you die? Wu Bing walked over and was about to break a few of Crazy Wu's bones, but at this time, a large hand suddenly stopped in front of him. Wu Bing said without any good humor, Old man, which side are you on? The person who came was a tall old man with a rosy complexion, and it was none other than Nia Kong, the principal of Jinlong Martial School. After Nia Kong was discharged from the hospital, he learned that Nia Feng had actually used his own daughter as a bet, and in a fit of anger, he directly abolished Nia Feng's position, and once again stepped into the role of principal himself. Wu Bing, stop it. Nia Kong blocked in front of Crazy Wu and said, since he suspects that Huaxia martial arts is fake, let's use Huaxia martial arts to beat him until he believes it. Crazy Wu hurriedly got up from the ground and shouted, good. Senior Nia has a point. You decide the time and place, whether you come or Niejio comes. Nia Kong coldly laughed. Dealing with you doesn't need me to lower my seniority yet. Jor is not in Lotus Town right now. I'll just send one of my disciple grandson to fight with over. Wu Jiao. A girl with a ponytail was in the middle of the crowd's raw melee. She snatched that iron-headed gong from Jiang Chao's hands, and when she heard Nia Kong shout, she immediately launched a punch to smash it on iron-headed gong's head, and she rawly smashed that iron-headed gong, who claimed to be invincible, into unconsciousness, and then jumped over to Nia Kong's side. The corners of the eyes of Crazy Wu's eyes jumped as he watched. Headmaster, Wu Jia came to Nia Kong's side and looked sharply at Crazy Wu. Come on, you're going to have a go with this senior Wu. Give it your all, Nia Kong said, suddenly vocalizing the thought of the mixed fighting scene and yelling, all stop. The voice was like a bell, and like a lion's roar. The eardrums of more than 100 people were vaguely painful, and unconsciously, they all stopped. The corner of the eyes of Crazy Wu's eyes jumped again, realizing that Wu Jia had already pulled back to face himself and said, Wu Jia, an 8th-year student of Jinlong Martial Arts School, please teach Senior Wu. The people around immediately vacated their positions so that the two could strike to their heart's content. Wu Bing skimmed his lips and was reluctantly pulled aside by Nya Kong. Crazy Wu looked around, a clear slap mark on his face, looking a bit lousy as he said, I take back what I just said. It's not appropriate to compete in a martial arts match today because I was just sneak attacked by that person, and my head is still dizzy. Crazy Wu pointed at Wu Bing, who was directly speechless. Nya Kong frowned, then what do you mean? 3 days? 3 days before the competition, Crazy Wu said, when I recover my peak state, I'll be sure to ask for proper instruction. Alright then, 3 days later, the match will be held in the martial school's ring, and I'll ask all of you to witness it then. After Nya Kong finished speaking, he let go of Wu Bing and walked back. The crowd booed at Crazy Wu, who ignored it, looked deeply at Wu Bing, and followed dozens of Jianghu people away. The entrance of the martial arts school quickly quieted down. Zhu He and Huang Jiao had just heard Nya Kong's roar and immediately excused themselves to Wu Bing and chased him into the martial arts school. Wu Bing was a bit helpless. After such a mess, he had to go back to 8 Dragon Mountain to wait for Wang Bawan to get off work and then go to his house for dinner together. As for Wang Bawan's background, Wu Bing now knew about it. Wang Bawan is not a Lotus Town locals. He was young with a brother traveled the world. The results of that brother in order to save him sacrificed his life. Wang Bawan in order to repay the favor, came alone to the Lotus Town to take care of the brother's wife and daughter. This care is close to 10 years of time. During this period of gossip was said countless, but Wang Bawan has not been taken seriously. All of their wages to the brother's wife, their own clothes are not even willing to buy. 365 days a year, every day is wearing a security uniform. Wu Bing followed Wang Bawan to the residence. Is a small alley inside the town of Lotus a small building? 2-story. The outer walls did not paste tiles, making the whole house is like a rough house. At a glance know that is the poor family. Walking in, the home is simple but not dirty and not messy. The cement floor is clean. Everything inside the house is not dusty. A woman over 40 years old came out and said, is it Uncle Aid is back? Wu Bing heard as stunned, and then saw the woman's eyes looking into the empty nowhere. The pupils of the eyes did not have the slightest focus look. However, when Wu Bing saw the woman's appearance clearly, his body involuntarily trembled a little. This woman, it seems like I've seen her somewhere. Wang Bawan said, it's me, sister-in-law, I'm back. This is my colleague Wu Bing. Last time I told you it was him. I'll bring him over for a casual dinner. Well, benefactor. Thank you even sit down for a while first. When my daughter comes back then we can eat. The woman took Wu Bing's hand and thanked him repeatedly. The palm of her hand was very rough. It seemed that she didn't usually do a lot of rough work. Wu Bing had an inexplicable impulse in his heart. He took the woman's hand and helped her to sit down. Said, don't say that. I didn't do anything. My name is Wu Bing. You can call me Xiao Wu or Bing. You are also surnamed Wu. The 8th uncle did not even say your name before, said the woman. My dead husband is also surnamed Wu, so we might have been a family a few hundred years ago. I listened to your voice. Xiao Wu, you're not too old. Right, why don't you call me Auntie Spirit? And in the future, treat this place as your home. To come and eat often. Home? Wu Bing nodded. For the first time he heard someone say that he could have a home. Auntie Ling was very talkative. Once she opened the topic, she couldn't stop talking, and soon she knew almost everything about Wu Bing. And after she knew that Wu Bing was still unmarried, she even said that she knew a lot of big girls in Lotus Town, so she could introduce them to him. Wu Bing looked at the smile on Auntie Ling's face. His heart could not bear to refuse, so he agreed to all of them. While chatting, a girl with a ponytail walked in outside. Mom, I'm back. Aunt Ling said, hey, back, come and meet your brother Bing. He is your 8th uncle's colleague. Chapter 30, How to Write the Word Service. Seeing the girl, Wu Bing immediately recognized her. She was none other than the girl who was so raw and fierce in the melee just now, with one punch able to knock Iron Head Kung Fu out. Wu Bing had a bit of an impression of her. Wu Bing is 17 years old this year. There are still 2 years before graduation, but to be able to snatch the opponent from Jiang Chao's hands, in itself already shows that she is powerful. Wu Jie also recognized Wu Bing. So it's you, Master Brother-in-law. Master Brother-in-law? Wu Bing broke out into a cold sweat. What the hell kind of title was this? Wu Bing laughed. Yes, didn't you just claim to be Grandmaster Sisters man? Now the whole martial arts school has spread the word. Nye Jiao is the granddaughter of old Principal Nye. Although she doesn't come to the martial arts school to practice martial arts, all the students call her Grandmaster Sister. Since you are her man, then of course we all call you Grandmaster Sister husband. Aunt Ling frowned. You are with Jor? Wu Bing didn't know how to explain to Aunt Ling, so he could only vaguely answer yes. Then asked, what's wrong? Aunt Ling said, no, it's just that I remember that when Nijiu wasn't even born yet, her grandfather seemed to have fixed a marriage contract for her, but that was a long time ago, and now that times are different. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Wu Bing didn't say anything on his lips. but he remembered this matter in his heart. Wu Bing came back to open the meal. There is no mountain delicacies. Our ordinary home cooking, fried eggs with tomatoes, eggplant with fish, steamed meat with squash, and Aunt Ling's own chicken. Chicken head and claw chicken bones are used to make soup. The chicken is used to stir fry. Just put some ginger and green onions. It's very smooth and flavorful. A meal. Wu Bing unknowingly ate 5 bowls. Fortunately, Auntie Spirit specifically boiled more rice, or not enough to eat. Wu Bing to the vegetables and soup are all swept away before finally stopped. To Auntie Ling's cooking praised. Auntie Ling said where, while the corners of the eyes are smiling out of the crow's feet. After the meal, before Bing left, he approached Wu Jia alone and asked, "Are you sure about taking on Crazy Wu?" Wu Jia said, "No, but still have to fight." "Fights, can't think that you can't beat it, so you don't fight it?" Wu Bing laughed, knowing that you can't beat them and still fight. "Isn't that silly?" Wu Bing seriously said, "When there is a way back, of course you cannot fight, but in life, a lot of things are not there is no way back." Wu Bing froze, could not imagine that a 17-year-old girl who had not yet left school would have such a sigh. After thinking about it, Wu Bing said, "Why don't I come and be your practice? I know about the strength of Wu Maniac." "Wu," he said, "good Bing brother you out of the afternoon so handsome Many of my classmates are very curious about you, but unfortunately you already have a famous husband, and looks too ordinary. There's no need to say this out loud." Wu Bing touched his nose. "Come on, make your best effort." "Yes." Just after the words fell, the aura on Wu Bing's body suddenly changed, instantly turning from a neighboring sister to something like a professional boxer. Her eyes were so sharp and focused, just like a female leopard examining her prey, quickly swept the whole body of Wu Bing once. Wu, immediately underfoot, the body swooped down, low punch to Wu Bing's abdomen. At the same time, her footsteps chapter and verse, when she threw a punch, her lower body has already stood a pile frame, such as the arc like a square, outside the tension inside. Wu Bing's eyes flashed, waved his hand to intercept the attack on the abdomen, but Wu Bing is a touch of scattered. Her feet flash, her figure has turned to the back of Wu Bing, then turned the momentum of an elbow into his waist eye. Wu Bing stepped forward to get rid of Wu Jia, but Wu Jia is like a piece of craft, like a shadow has been wrapped around Wu Bing's side, striking ferocious and dry, moves straight to the vitals of the person, as if it is not a martial arts school students, but a ruthless killer. Wu Bing began to just defense to test. After figuring out the Wu Jia's routine, he only began to strike back, not moving, but moving as fast as lightning. Wu Bing even deliberately suppressed his speed. Hands are still so fast that Wu Jia cannot see the shadow. Wu Jia's rhythm was quickly disrupted, and finally by Wu Bing a finger gently poked in the temple. She knew that she had lost. Wu Jia retreated to the side, frowning as she thought about something. Wu Bing bragged to himself, "How is it? The only martial art under the sun is speed. Awesome, right?" Wu Bing shook his head and said, "The only martial art under the world is momentum. This is what I read on the Dragon Slayer's sword. When the heavens fall apart and spacetime collapses, it's useless even if you're fast." Wu Bing was choked for a moment, and did not bother to get serious with Wu Jia, seemingly casually asked, "If I have a way to make you stronger, are you willing to suffer? The very bitter kind." Wu Jia smiled and didn't answer. Leaving the Wu family, Wang Bawan had to go back to his dormitory to sleep. Wu Bing suddenly realized that he seemed to not even have a place to sleep until now. He thought about it and came to Yen Yunfei's dormitory, thinking that she was living alone in a 3-bedroom apartment anyway, so she should be able to borrow one for herself. Open the door. Yen Yunfei is still a professional dress. On the dining table is a bucket of instant noodles. A laptop is still open. Obviously Yen Yunfei is still working after work. After all, she just became the general manager. Many things still need her to sort out clearly. "Why are you here?" Yen Yunfei was a bit surprised, but her tone clearly carried a happy meaning that she herself did not realize. Wu Bing cheekily said, "I've gotten used to sleeping in your bed these past few days, and I can't sleep outside." "Stinking rascal." Yen Yunfei's face flushed red and made a gesture to close the door. Wu Bing quickly said, Don't. I'm telling the truth. I don't have a place to sleep. You wouldn't see death to save me from living on the street. Then you sleep in the guest room. I still have to be busy. There's something in the refrigerator if you're hungry." Yen Yunfei let the door open and walked back over to the dining table herself to continue working, really not paying any more attention to Wu Bing. Wu Bing went for a drive around the house, then opened the door and went out. Yen Yunfei was so mesmerized by her work that she didn't even notice. It wasn't until Wu Bing came back again and put down a large pile of hot dishes with beef mince that Yen Yunfei woke up. "Eat before you work, or you'll lose weight." When Wu Bing said this, his eyes were staring at Yen Yunfei's bulging E-cups, then rushed to escape back to his room before Yen Yunfei could get mad. Yen Yunfei huffed and puffed as she looked at the locked door to her room. suddenly guffawing as she looked at the snacks on her desktop that she had bought from a street stall. She hummed condescendingly before continuing her work. However, a minute later, upon realizing that Wu Bing showed no signs of coming out again, Yan Yunfei immediately opened the plastic bag with excitement, her beautiful big eyes covered with little stars. The next day, Wu Bing found that there were a lot more blonde foreigners on the street, and they came to Lotus Town in groups, as if they were traveling in a group, and there was more than one group. Wu Bing passed by them expressionlessly, the corner of his mouth pulled up an arc of interest. Interesting, all the major powers have come. It seems that Lotus Town is going to be lively. Is the Chinese Dragon Guard going to hold a transcendent assembly here? All the way to the office of the security section of 8 Dragons Mountain. Wu Bing is now the vice captain of security, nominally belonging to half management personnel. As long as the above is not pursued, he cannot even have to go on patrol and stand guard. Besides, now the captain is Wang Boan. The general manager is Yin Yunfei, who will have nothing to do to mess with Wu Bing. Even if you do not look at the face of the monk, you have to think about Wu Bing's terrifying combat power of 1 to fight 100. Xiao Yanzi black mouth and blackface and knocking something, as if someone owes her a lot of money is not paid back, as if, all day long have no good face. Wu Bing had just sat down when Xiao Yanzi called out, Captain Wang is asking you to go to Fei Longyan. Wu Bing asked, what is it? Xiao Yanzi did not raise her head. How do I know? You go will not know? Oh. Wu Bing touched a snub. Gray to Feilongjian. Found that today Feilongjian even closed. Many tourists are blocked outside, and blocking them is not a security guard, but a group of brawny men in black combat uniforms. People who didn't know anything would think that they were soldiers when they took a look at that combat uniform. But Wu Bing saw that they didn't have shoulder insignia on their shoulders. There was only a thunder and lightning symbol, which wasn't a representation of a military rank, but more like some kind of special team, or mercenaries. Hello? This place is temporarily under control, not to be entered. Please leave. Seeing Wu Bing walking over, the leader blocking the doorway immediately spoke. Wu Bing said, I'm a security guard here. Our captain told me to come over. That chief turned a deaf ear and mechanically said, please leave. Wu Bing immediately his face sank. That chief is also a bad character. Seeing Wu Bing's face he smiled disdainfully. Finally no longer mechanically speak. What? Not convinced? Wu Bing, here. Luckily at this time, Wang Boan came out from inside the flying dragon rock. He had a pass in his hand and could bring Wu Bing in. Wu Bing was pulled inside by Wang Boan, and that leader said behind him, security guard, do you know how to write the word obey? Wu Bing stopped in his tracks when he heard that. The chief grinned, and the 10 or so companions beside him smiled and shook their heads as if they were used to it. Chapter 31, It's a Misunderstanding. Mrs. Master, Lei Team, you are also too boring. A security guard, is it worth it? Yes, Lei Team, if you're not happy, later the guys will accompany you to drink. I heard that there is a 9 seconds bar here, claiming that no one can last more than 9 seconds. We are waiting for you to take to smash the signboard. Right. Lei Team in the army is famous for specializing in breaking the legend. This time by the way what broken bars legend also broken it. More than a dozen loaded Hans were laughing at that leader. No one put Wu Bing in their eyes. Lei Jun shook his head and said, drinking is nothing, but transferring me back from outside the country is already enough of a nuisance. Now I have to suffer from a lousy security guard. I really can't take it anymore. Hey, do you know how to write the words of the service or not? If not I'll teach you all. Wang Boan preempted. I will write the word serve. This big brother don't be angry. Don't be general with us. The one inside is still waiting for us. Or I'll turn around and write it to you. Write your grandma. Lei Jun is tall. With an arrow step he rushed to Wang Boan, and slapped him directly. Wu Bing's face chilled, turned around and stretched out with one hand, blocking Lei Jun's slap. So it's a bit of material. Lei Jun laughed coldly and was about to continue to strike when Fei Longyan suddenly walked out, a middle-aged man wearing a green military coat with 2 flying swords embroidered on his shoulder badge. The middle-aged man drank Lei Jun and said, Lei Z, there is something to wait for me to finish my work before getting it done. The main thing is important. Lei Jun reluctantly stepped back and wiped his neck with a gesture against his own neck, threatening Wu Bing. Seek death. Where did Wu Bing receive such a threat? At that moment, he shook off Wang Boan's hand and walked straight towards Lei Jun. Do you think you can fight? The middle-aged man frowned, but did not speak. Of course I can fight. To fight trash like you, I can casually fight 100 or so. Seeing Wu Bing automatically looking for him, Lei Jun instantly squeezed his fist to a violent sound. Not waiting for Wu Bing to come, he first punched over. Wu Bing didn't even look at him. His figure flashed with a brush, and in the next moment, Lei Jun's whole person flew backwards as if he had been hit with a heavy blow with a bang. The more than 10 men immediately reacted. More than 10 gun brush aimed at Wu Bing. More than 10 people scattered in all directions, appear very well trained. Lei Jun sat up from the ground and opened his mouth to vomit. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "Good hands! Lotus Town really hides crouching tigers. Good good good," the middle-aged man said, and gave a wink to those Hans. More than 10 Hans reluctantly put down their guns. 2 of them walked out and helped Lei Jun, who was vomiting wildly, to leave. Wang Bawan led Wu Bing into the flying dragon rock. The middle-aged man walked ahead. The 3 of them came to the cave where the coffin was hidden. The coffin had already been moved out. A group of people also dressed in black combat uniforms were using a powerful cutting machine to cut the coffin. Ear-splitting friction sound. High-speed rotation of the special grinding will cut in the coffin. Bursting eye-piercing sparks. A good half day's work. The grinding will red smoke until the collapse. The coffin was cut on the position, leaving only a faint white marks. The middle-aged man went over to use his hand to wipe. The white marks disappeared. The coffin is intact as before. Hard and unheard of. The middle-aged man said, "This coffin, which one of you has a way to open it? The country will have a heavy reward." Wang Bawan shook his head. Wu Bing simply closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. The middle-aged man did not get angry and introduced himself. "My name is Lei Goen, from the Chinese Special Security Bureau. This coffin has been targeted by some people. If it is not dealt with as soon as possible, Lotus Town will usher in a disaster." The word came down from above. "If we can't open it to take out what's inside, then we have to destroy it on the spot. But as you guys can see, this thing is extraordinary. Long before you guys arrived, we used a small bomb to try to blast it, but it obviously didn't work. I thought that since it was discovered by you guys, then it would be better to leave it to you guys to deal with it. You guys will surely have a way to deal with it." Wang Bawan shook his head. "Chief, I really don't know how to open it." Lei Goen said, "If you don't open it for a day, you guys won't have to leave here for a day." After Lei Goen finished speaking, he led the crowd to leave, but left dozens of people to guard the exit, faithfully fulfilling Lei Goen's orders. Wu Bing suddenly asked, "Where is Li Chong? I want to see him." Lei Goen said, "This is not something that a police chief can meddle with. Wu Bing, I have investigated you but came up with nothing. I know you have problems, but it doesn't matter. Here in Huaxia, no problem is a problem. Follow my words so that you can have a chance to see the light of day again." When Lei Goen left, Wang Bawan sighed. "What a bad luck. Just a few days after becoming the captain, this happened. What should we do now? If we really can't open this coffin, will we be locked up here forever? What's the difference between that and being in jail?" Wu Bing said, "What else can we do? See step by step." Wang Bawan said loudly, "No way. I want to go back to be my captain. I want to go back to the dormitory to sleep." Wu Bing ignored Wang Bawan's venting. In fact, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. Just that would offend Lei Goen. Lei Goen is different from Luo Chingrong in Lotus Town. He has great power, even if Wu Bing can leave, but that also means that in the future, you have to think about living in Lotus Town, will not be able to see the light. Around the coffin carefully looked at half a day. Wu Bing still did not find anything. Those patterns do not have too much meaning. Perhaps there, but Wu Bing is not familiar with Chinese culture. There is no way to start. There is no way. Wu Bing simply lying on top of the coffin to sleep. Wang Bawan vented for a while after the quiet mind actually went fishing in the flying dragon lake. I do not know where he tossed a rod. Half a day was really caught up a few. Enough for 2 people's dinner. Night came. Wu Bing and Wang Bawan finished eating grilled fish. Wang Bawan said quietly to Wu Bing, "Bing, I know you can fly. Why don't you take me up there for a walk? I want to go and breathe the fresh air at the top of the mountain." Wu Bing skeptically said, "Uncle 8, you're not going to go to that nunnery to peep at people bathing, are you?" Wang Bawan said with a stern look on his face, "How could that be? I am not such a person." Wu Bing thought about it and had nothing to do anyway, so he took advantage of the fact that those soldiers didn't realize it and flew Wang Bawan up to the top of the 8-dragon mountain. Seeing that temple of compassion, Wu Bing instantly remembered the nun he had seen in the hospital, and thought to himself that she was also a person of the transcendent world, so how could she allow the Japanese to come and steal the coffin? As he was thinking about things, Wu Bing suddenly realized that there was no more Wang Bawan around him, and when he went to look for him again, Wang Bawan had already scaled over the fence of the Temple of Compassion and sneaked in. This old rascal. Wu Bing covered his face with his hands and gritted his teeth. Actually didn't call on me. However, before Wu Bing could make his move, a pig-killing scream came from the side of the Temple of Compassion from Wang Bawan. "Ah, help! Wu Bing, come and save me! Save me!" Wu Bing sighed and flew into the Temple of Compassion, and soon found Wang Bawan who had been seized. And the person who had seized Wang Bawan was no one else. It was none other than Master Mrs. Void Cloud. "It's you!" When Shurdai Shuyun saw Wu Bing, her cold face was even more chilled. Wu Bing said, "Senior Madam, this is all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding? This person sneaks outside our bathhouse and sneakily looks inside. This is called a misunderstanding? As Senior Mistress Void Cloud spoke, many more nuns ran around, each one in a hurry to get dressed, all looking like they had come out of the bathhouse. At a glance, there were at least 30 of them. Moreover, Wu Bing found a problem. These more than 30 nuns, even are more than 30 years old women. Each one of the appearance is not bad. In the mortal world, absolutely everyone is a beauty. Wang Boan looked at those nuns, unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The sound of gurgling a bit was so shrill, hearing those nuns each with cold eyes and raised eyebrows, itching to violently beat Wang Boan on the spot. Uncle 8, tell us what's going on. Wu Bing didn't even know how to open his mouth. The only way was to throw the mess back to Wang Boan. Wang Boan came back to his senses. With Wu Bing coming to him, his mind was greatly stabilized. Immediately opened his mouth and said, 8 Dragons Mountain is our company's. What's wrong with me coming to patrol the mountain as a security guard? Chapter 32, The True Words of Buddhism. As soon as Wang Boan's words left his mouth, Wu Bing couldn't help but praise him for his wit. Although this kind of reasoning sounded far-fetched, but if it was clear that he was going to cheat, it seemed to make sense. But he didn't want Master Xu Yun to coldly snort. Nonsense. At the time when the Holy Realm Company wanted to contract the 8 Dragons Mountain, Zhao, Zhang, and Li had already promised that they would never interfere in the affairs of the Temple of Compassion, not to mention sending people to patrol the area. You, this pervert, are clearly ill-intentioned, so the poor nuns are going to throw you off the mountain. With that, Master Xu Yun said, lifting Wang Boan's collar with one hand, as if lifting an eagle lifting a chicken. She was really going to throw him off the mountaintop. Wu Bing immediately refused to do so. Senior Madam, even if he was peeping at you guys, it's not a crime punishable by death. Just punish him or call the police to deal with it. Don't they all say that monks are merciful and compassionate? Senior Madam, how can you take someone's life at every turn? Elder Mistress Xu Yun coldly said, it's not up to you to make decisions here. Get out of my way. What if I don't allow it? Wu Bing was also a bit annoyed. It was clear that he had already backed down, but the other party was going to be so aggressive. It was true that Wang Boan was wrong for peeping, but he shouldn't have been killed for it either. If Mrs. Xu Yun wanted to beat Wang Boan violently to take out his anger, Wu Bing would not stop, but if he wanted to be killed directly, then there was no negotiation. If you don't let it go, you have to let it go. Master Mrs. Void Cloud slapped her palm out. An invisible strong force rose out of the air and slammed straight at Wu Bing. Wu Bing coldly grunted and advanced instead of retreating, and when he stepped his foot on the ground, the palm force shot out by Master Teacher Mrs. Void Cloud was actually shaken to the point that it collapsed and disappeared. Void Cloud Mistress' face sank, threw the hand of Wang Boan to the disciple behind him, and then both palms came out, transformed into a gust of wind bombarded towards Wu Bing. Wu Bing was unwilling to hurt anyone. After all, he was the one who was in the wrong first, so he just kept shocking away the attacks of Master Wu Yun, hoping that he could make her know what to do. So you have a few Dao skills. No wonder you should come to the Temple of Compassion to cause trouble. Seeing that her attacks were ineffective, Master Xu Yun immediately took a step back and reached out to take out a string of dark golden Buddha beads from her neck, a total of 108 of them strung together to form a scurry. An inexplicable aura emanated from the Buddha beads, causing Master Teacher Mrs. Void Cloud to be like a new person in an instant. No longer an icy cold aura on her body, but a vast and mellow, Buddhist intent. Master Xu Yun held the Buddha bead and said, ask again, let or not let. Wu Bing's face gradually serious. Originally thought that this Void Cloud Master Teacher just sea-level strength, no matter how much tossing and turning will not be a threat to himself, but did not expect her to remove the Buddha bead after. Wu Bing even directly cannot see her strength at this time. But so what? Wu Bing continued to take a step forward, clearly indicating his answer. Seeing Wu Bing's movements, Master Xu Yun immediately formed an arcane Buddhist seal with both hands, and then, the string of dark golden Buddha beads suddenly burst out with dazzling golden light, and an illusory golden Buddha shadow, as high as 100 meters in height, condensed behind Master Xu Yun's back. The precious appearance was solemn. The moment the Buddha's shadow was formed, Master Mrs. Void Cloud slowly opened her mouth, but there was no sound. The sound came from that tall Buddha's shadow. OM. The true words of the Buddha came out, and heaven and earth resonated together. Nameless huge force from the inexplicable space and time. Wu Bing does not even know how to resist. The body was huge force flipped up, high up after, and then was violently pressed, as a big invisible hand shot down. Wu Bing body vibration. The whole person as a meteor from the top of the 8 Dragon Mountain fell, blasted into the flying dragon lake, stirred up dozens of meters of splash. One move, just one move. Wu Bing can't even resist, was directly knocked down the mountain. That a grand and boundless power simply let a person can't resist. As ants met a tsunami, heart despair. Fortunately, I do not know whether it is the virtual Cloudmaster Teacher Mercy or that force is already so. Although Wu Bing was hit down at once, but the body is not injured, quickly flying out of the lake. The top of the mountain came Wang Bawan's wolf-like cries of misery. Master Xu Yun really said one thing, really threw Wang Bawan down the mountain, and not thrown down this side of the flying dragon lake, but directly thrown to the 8-dragon mountain outside. Clearly is really want to live to death Wang Bawan. Wu Bing did not dare to delay. His body like electricity to the flying dragon rock outside the storm shot away. Those soldiers guarding the entrance to the cavern only feel a flower in front of their eyes, when they look at the time of doubt, but there is nothing there, only that they think they have seen the eyes of the flowers. Outside the mountain, Wang Bawan presented a parabolic fall, less than 10 meters from the ground. Wu Bing caught him in time, his crotch has been soaked through. Wu Bing said, "Uncle 8, you pissed your pants." Wang Bawan sat on the ground and said dementedly, "It's fine, just wash it, that, sooner or later one day I'll take off her pants and whip her ass." Wu Bing couldn't help but feel a chill thinking about that picture and reminded, "Uncle 8, that Master Xu Yun is afraid to be 60 years old, an old woman. I don't care if she's 80 years old and 100 years old, I'm going to beat this ass. You probably didn't notice, that ass of hers, tsk, it doesn't look like she's 60 years old at all." Wang Bawan stood up from the ground, and quickly regained his colorful guts. "But speaking of which, those disciples of hers are really all superb. 30-year-old women are like wolves and tigers with nourishing tastes. I like it." Wu Bing didn't have the good sense to say, "Then you go up yourself, I won't accompany you." Wang Bawan hurriedly pulled Wu Bing and said, "Don't leave me behind, now that we're all out. What's next?" Wu Bing thought about it and said, "You go back to the dormitory first, I'll go find someone. Don't worry, with me, no one can touch you." "Oh." Wang Bawan looked up at the top of the mountain before reluctantly leaving. Wu Bing also looked towards the mountain top. This was the first time he had lost a fight since he had been promoted to the emperor level, but that didn't mean that he really couldn't beat Master Void Cloud anymore. If he unleashed his full power, the terror of the emperor level would be a nightmare for the entire world. In the office of the deputy director of the Lotus Town Police Department, Li Chong was about to turn off the lights and get off work, when suddenly there was a flash of light in front of his eyes, and Wu Bing was sitting on the opposite side of the desk. Wu Bing opened the door and said, "What's up with that Lei Gowen? The Special Security Bureau has more power than your Chinese Dragon Guard?" Li Chong laughed bitterly. "Bigger is not really, at best, it's at the same level. Let's put it this way, we Dragon Guards are a state machine cultivated by the state, while the Special Security Bureau, in name, sounds as if it's more of a state organization than us, but in fact, they are just tools for the Holy Realm to monitor the mortal world." Wu Bing frowned. "The Holy Realm again?" Li Chong said, "That's right, the Li Taiyi you met in Guankai City is also a person in the Saint Realm, but their family and the other two are just gatekeepers. The real people in the Saint Realm are actually people in the Special Security Bureau. Although they are people in the Holy Realm, they can have their own army. These years the Holy Realm has cultivated their own cronies in large numbers, and now their forces have infiltrated foreign countries, and the country is even filled with their eyes and ears." Wu Bing said, "So they weren't invited by Li Taiyi?" Li Xiangli nodded. "Li Taiyi's energy is not that big yet. Lei Gowen came here for that dragon coffin. Don't ask me what's inside. We Dragon Guards really don't know." Wu Bing asked, "Is the sacred realm so strong that even your government is so afraid of it?" Li Chong said, "If those old ancestors come out, their strength is at least equal to the four of you." Wu Bing could not help but be moved. The four that Li Changs referred to were naturally the four strongest emperors in the transcendent world. If the Holy Realm possessed such strength, it did indeed have capital that it could be proud of. Wu Bing asked again, "What's going on with that Temple of Compassion?" Li Chong simply said, "I don't know. I don't have enough rank." Wu Bing turned to leave and suddenly said as he was on his way out the door, "Since you guys don't deal with each other, when I teach them a lesson, you guys shouldn't come and join in the fun." Trouble. Is there such a thing as begging someone?" Li Chong laughed bitterly for a while. After this period of time of speculation and insight, he was now well aware of Wu Bing's status symbol. Once he thought that he was actually dealing with one of the strongest four emperors in the transcendent world. Li Chong couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself. No. What did he just say to teach Lei Gowen a lesson? None of my business. Chapter 33. The Killing. Wu Bing left the police station, and when he passed by the 9 seconds bar he suddenly remembered what Lei Jun had said during the day and couldn't help but walk in. At this time is 9 o'clock in the evening, just when the bar began to lively. But the 9 seconds bar is cold and quiet, because in front of the bar stood 2 loaded gunmen, blocking all the guests. When Luo Balet de Luo gang block people, there are still people who dare to come out and theorize. But nowadays, when the characters are replaced with real weapons, even those who look at the front of the bar dare not have. Wu Bing did not want to cause trouble for the time being, so he entered the bar through the back door and came to the back of the bar, only to see the bar has been emptied. Lei Jun with his men sitting in front of the bar, His face is still imprinted with the palm prints left by Wu Bing, his eyes obscure. Do not know what he is thinking. Xiao Lu was at the bar, fearfully mixing 9 seconds of alcohol. To the general public, when a group of vicious characters carrying real guns and bullets came in front of them, pointing a gun at your head and telling you to do something, who could be unafraid? This big brother. The 9 seconds wine has been mixed. Please enjoy. It took twice as long as usual. Xiao Lu finally mixed the 9 seconds divine wine with trembling hands. Without even looking at Xiao Lu, Lei Jun picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Then the next second, Lei Jun wowed and opened his mouth to spit out all the wine he just drank. Bastard! What kind of garbage is this? How come it tastes so bad? Lei Jun directly slammed the wine cup in his hand on Xiao Lu's head. You call this goddamn wine? Believe it or not, I will shoot you. Xiao Lu was smashed head by the wine glass. Blood flowed straight down, stained half of his face. He subconsciously reached out to wipe. The person beside Lei Jun over there immediately slapped him over. Damn, you still dare to wipe? Did Lei Jun tell you to wipe? Xiao Lu covered his face, scared and begged for forgiveness. Big brothers, this is really 9 seconds divine wine. I mixed it according to what the boss's wife taught me. It's half dead. Lei Jun laughed. Tell your boss's wife to personally come out and mix it. If it tastes the same, I'll let you go. Otherwise, Xiao Lu shivered. Despair flashed in his eyes. Captain Lei, I'm really sorry. The boss's wife, she went out on a trip. That's why she taught me. Asterisk. You are just playing with me, aren't you? Lei Jun became furious. One hand grabbed out Xiao Lu's collar to pull his body over hard. Call her back immediately, or else I'll smash all the wine glasses in the bar on your head, Xiao Lu said with a sobbing voice. The boss's wife. She didn't bring her cell phone. Lei Jun completely sank his face, casually threw Xiao Lu to his men and said, pull it to the back and use the wine cups to smash me until I die. The two men laughed and picked up Xiao Lu, dragging him towards the back of the bar. Xiao Lu struggled. Don't. You are soldiers. How can you bully your own civilians? Are you not afraid of military justice? A man dragging Xiao Lu laughed. Ha. Soldiers? Bull ***** soldiers. We are from the Holy Realm. We just borrowed a set of clothes to facilitate our actions. Your mortal military law can't control us. The other man said, kid, we know you're innocent, but so what? If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on your bad luck. The two dragged the screaming Xiao Lu to the back of the bar. Lei Jun then walked into the bar himself to get a drink and poured it into his mouth cup by cup. The rest of the Hans also each took their own wine to drink, cursing as they did so. Damn, it's always us bullying others. Even when we go abroad, we directly rely on our strength to crush those drug lords and arms dealers. I can't imagine that today the ditch has turned over, and actually gave someone a beating in this fart of a place in Lotus Town. It's not even if you've been beaten, but you can't shoot back. It's really a loser. Lei team, why don't we rush in the middle of the night and directly shoot that son of a to death, even if General Lei pursues the matter after the military. Anyway, the people are dead. The big deal is that we'll get some more credit back later. Right, Lei team, otherwise if we as Saint Realm outsiders are still beaten up by Immortal, then the reputation of the Thunderbolt Warriors will be all ruined. The crowd spoke up. Lei Jun was moved and was about to speak when he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. No need to go. I'm coming. Lei Jun had a steep jolt. His body was as nimble as a great ape, instantly tumbling out of the bar and back outside the bar, surrounded by more than a dozen of his men. It's you! Once Lei Jun saw the person, it was actually Wu Bing who had beaten up his face today. There's a way to heaven and you're not leaving. Lei Jun did not stop for a moment. His hand flipped. A large desert eagle appeared in his hand at once, and he directly pulled the trigger at Wu Bing. Boom! The bullet flew out of the barrel of the gun with a bang, bringing up a straight burst of air in the air, shooting straight at the center of Wu Bing's brow at a speed that the naked eye could not see. Wu Bing smiled in a calm manner, and seemingly gently stretched out 2 fingers, and clipped them to his brow. A bullet head was easily clamped between the fingers, from the skin on Wu Bing's brow, but only a millimeter away. Throwing the bullet head onto the bar, Wu Bing shook his head and said, "What kind of gun does a man use to fight? He should use this." As Wu Bing spoke, the 2 raised fingers retracted and pinched into the shape of a fist. At the same time, Lei Jun felt a creepy aura all over his body. Between the crisis of life and death, he once again pulled the trigger, while shouting to his companions around him, "Shoot, all of them." More than 10 brawny men woke up at the same time, drawing their guns as fast as they could. However, it was already too late. The bar was directly smashed. Wu Bing rushed from it and smashed out with a single punch. The second bullet from the Desert Eagle was sent flying backward by his punch, and the reverse shot hit Lei Jun's face, bloodying half of his face. But Lei Jun didn't have time to scream in misery before his heart was struck by the immediately following punch. Bang! The fist was like a big gun, and the blow was a blow that pierced through the chest to the back. Lei Jun lowered his head in shock. looking incredulously at the bull-sized hole left in his chest after Wu Bing withdrew his fist. With one punch, Lei Jun crumpled to the ground. More than 10 Hans fired at the same time, bullets bursting like streams. Wu Bing's body is like lightning, so fast that even the bullets cannot be captured. Under the intensive gunfire resounded with the ringing sound of fists colliding with flesh. More than 10 Hans fell to the ground one by one. The 2 men standing guard outside the door heard the loud noise inside the bar also ran in to support them. But after they came in, they only saw a field of corpses. Just as they were anxiously looking for traces of the enemy, Wu Bing appeared behind them, and one punch at a time completely solved the entire Thunderbolt warriors. The bar was filled with the pungent odor of blood. Wu Bing lit a cigar and came to Lei Jun's face. Lei Jun hadn't yet broken. His eyes were wide open and he was glaring at Wu Bing as if he was going to kill him with his eyes raw. Wu Bing squatted down with his cigar in his mouth. Since you don't value other people's lives, don't blame them for not valuing yours either. Saying that, Wu Bing reached out and grabbed Lei Jun's hand dipped in his own blood and wrote something on the floor. Lei Jun's body had already lost consciousness. He didn't know what Wu Bing was going to do. He could only forcefully open his eyes wide. Wu Bing grabbed Lei Jun's fingers and wrote a word on the floor with one stroke. Look, I can write this character. Wu Bing threw away Lei Jun's finger and turned around to leave the bar. Lei Jun's eyes looked at the ground, on which was written, "Serve," over at the back door. There were 2 corpses lying beside Xiaolu. Wu Bing said to Xiaolu, "Whether you want to or don't want to, you can't stay in Huaxia anymore. If you believe me, you should leave immediately. Call this number. When the time comes, there will be someone who will arrange for everything for you. When you get outside and meet my people, you will be safe." Wu Bing told Xiaolu a very long string of numbers for him to memorize with his cell phone, and then told him to leave quickly. The powerful gunshots had long woken up half of Lotus Town. The ear-piercing sirens came. Li Chong had brought almost the entire police department with him, and when he entered the bar and saw the field of corpses, his face was so ugly that he couldn't even get a facelift to look good. In addition to Li Chang's men, around the 9 seconds bar, 3 groups of uninvited guests also came. They were so well hidden that Li Chang's men didn't even notice them. Among the 3 groups of people, there were a pair of teenage men and women, the man with deep black-rimmed glasses, the woman with faint magpie spots on her cheeks. There were 3 big Western men with tiger backs. Each one of them was over 2 meters tall and stood together like 3 small mountains. There was an old man in a strange dress, wearing a long knife and wooden clogs, and at this time, Wu Bing, who was the murderer, came to the Lotus Hotel alone, because he inquired about that Lei Goen of the Special Security Bureau, who lived here. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Chapter 34, Don't Worry About Dying. Lotus Hotel Luxury Suite. Lei Goen stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the street where the alarm bells were ringing loudly. That sidewalk was exactly where the 9 seconds bar was. Lei Goen picked up his cell phone and dialed a number, but it was answered by a stranger's voice. Directly hang up the phone. Lei Goen to the empty room said, "Third uncle, lazy accident, trouble you go a trip." A voice rings out, "No need, he's here." Lei Goen's body shook. He turned around to look at the room's sofa in a Hugh manner. Wu Bing had quietly sat on it at an unknown time. A cigar was dangling from his mouth as he gulped down the clouds, making it impossible to see what expression was on his face. A hunched-over old man appeared out of thin air beside Lei Goen. He was wearing an ancient Chinese robe and carried a decaying aura, as if he had already lived for countless years of existence. Uncle San whispered to Lei Goen, "Be careful, he's very strong. I can't see through him." Lei Goen's complexion flickered before returning to normal. He sat down across from Wu Bing and said, "Since you've already walked out and started a fight with Lei Zi, that means you've already thought about the consequences?" Wu Bing's voice came out from the smoke. "Lei Jun and his men have already been killed by me." Anger flashed across Lei Goen's face. "Do you really want to go against the country?" Wu Bing said, "I think you're wrong. First of all, I'm not a member of the Huaxia country. Secondly, I've heard people say that your action this time is just a private decision you made, and it doesn't represent the country. If I have to say it represents, then I can only say that it's the Holy Realm's intention." Lei Goen said in a cold voice, "Since you know about the sacred realm, then why are you still seeking your own death? You even dared to find me. Do you even want to kill me altogether? Think clearly. As long as I don't die, even if I can't find out your details, everyone in Lotus Town who crosses paths with you will suffer." Nya Jiao, Wang Bawan, Yan Yunfei. Oh yeah, there's also that widow you just met today, and her daughter. If you dare to touch me, I won't let any of them go. Young master, third uncle suddenly voiced out a reminder, his hunched waist straightening up a bit, his eyes looking sternly at the still unreadable Wu Bing across the room. He felt a hint of a mind-shattering aura. However, Lei Goen ignored it and continued, "I've seen a lot of pikers like you. How much do you think you can fight? Can you beat our entire sacred realm? Can you beat those old ancestors?" Joke. At the end of his words, Lei Goen picked up the teacup on the coffee table and directly smashed it at Wu Bing. The third uncle behind him stormed up the moment he struck, rushing towards Lei Goen, who was only a meter away from him. The teacup stopped in mid-air. The sight of tea pouring out of the cup could be seen. Time was as if it was frozen. Or it could be said that it was slowed down countless times, because this was a speed that ordinary people's vision could not relate to. Even an old antique like third uncle who had walked out from the holy realm could only stare with wide eyes, capturing everything in front of him in depth. Fast, too fast. Uncle San only felt his eyes flashing. Then the screams of Lei Goen came from his ears. Looking back, he only saw that Lei Goen's nose had been smashed by a teacup and collapsed into it. The teacup was stuck in the middle of the bridge of his nose, taking its place to become the new nose. Wu Bing was still sitting on the sofa swallowing clouds as if he had never moved. Uncle San crossed the 1 meter distance to Lei Goen's body, looking at Wu Bing as if he were an enemy. Son of a, how dare you hit me? Third uncle, kill him for me, kill him. Lei Goen covered his nose and howled furiously. Tears, snot and blood were mixed together on his face, making his face unusually hideous. After killing him, I'm going to arrest all the people I just mentioned. Men and women will be sold to kills in foreign countries, tortured to death, tortured to death. Shut up. Third uncle gave a rare explosive shout. At the same time he flipped his hand. A palm-length silver flying sword appeared with a stern sword chi, floating in front of third uncle's chest. Young master was just confused for a moment. I hope that the high person will be generous. The Holy Realm Thunder Sect will have a generous reward. Thunder Sect, huh? I remember. Wu Bing stood up from the sofa calmly. After I kill you all, I will enter the Holy Realm later to destroy the Thunder Sect as well. So, you guys just go die without worry. Boom! As Wu Bing finished his words, a tyrannical aura erupted vigorously from within his body, instantly filling the entire room, causing the place to turn into a unique space, one that was independent of the world and possessed its own laws. Domain. Which king of the transcendent world are you? Uncle San's expression was unusually grave. The silver light on his flying sword flashed, and his sword chi tumbled like boiling water. What answered Uncle San was the coffee table that was kicked up. Young master, run away. Use the divine light great escape talisman. Uncle San shouted explosively. The flying sword in front of him shot out with a whoosh, and the sword chi that erupted from the flying sword was like an incomparably sharp tornado, instantly churning up the coffee table, and then flashed toward Wu Bing's heart. Get lost. Wu Bing slapped his hand across the top of the flying sword, like swatting a fly, directly sending the flying sword flying to the side. Uncle San was shocked by this scene. When Lei Goen behind him took out a jade talisman from his body and crushed it with force, the jade talisman was only 3 inches long, and when it was crushed, a clear light immediately flew out from the talisman, enveloping Lei Goen's entire person in one go, and then whooshed through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the north side of the room, and in a flash, he was already 1,000 meters away. Can you run away? Wu Bing coldly snorted, raised his hand and punched the third uncle to spit out blood and flew backwards. However, his own figure flickered. A ray of lightning instantly cut through the sky, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived 10 kilometers away, just in front of Lei Goen. How is it possible? Lei Goen looked at Wu Bing in the air in horror, his body involuntarily trembling. Die! A fist struck out. There was a heavenly thunderous tremor in the high sky. Wu Bing's fist suddenly exploded with a ball of lightning, carrying an aura of destroying everything until Lei Goen in the clear light. Stop! Right at this moment, a delicate cry came from far away. Before the person arrived, a golden shield had already broken through the air and flew right in front of Lei Goen's body. The fist went forward and struck hard on top of the golden shield, only to hear a loud noise erupt. The golden shield was sent flying backwards by Wu Bing's punch, and ruthlessly crashed into Lei Goen's body, almost crashing the clear light on his body. Lei Goen opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His face was full of surprise as he looked to his rear and shouted, "Is it the Dragon Guards people? Come and save me. I'm the junior patriarch of the Sacred Realm's 3 major clans. The Thunder Clan." A slender figure appeared in front of Lei Goen. It was a tall beauty with a cool appearance and long flowing hair, like a goddess of the night under the moonlight. Wu Bing said, "You are the one behind Li Chong, right? Get out of the way. Don't jeopardize the friendship between Drakengard and me." The beautiful woman said, "I am Golden Drakengard Su Ruo." Lei, Wu Bing, this person cannot be killed. Wu Bing said, "Reason." Su Ruo explained, he is the young sect leader of the Sacred Realm's Thunder Sect, and his grandfather, Thunder Daoist, is one of the Sacred Realm's 4 great old ancestors, as well as an important honorary consul of this country. If you kill him, not only will you attract the Thunder Sect's retaliation, but even the entire Sacred Realm and the Huaxia country. It's impossible to ignore it. Finished? Wu Bing said, then just continue to let him die. After Wu Bing finished speaking, he once again raised his fist and slammed it over. The words had been said. Su Ruo also knew that it couldn't be that simple. With Wu Bing's status, if he could be convinced by a stranger in 3 words, then he wouldn't be one of the 4 strongest people in the transcendent world. Golden Dragon Shield. Rise! Su Ruo let out a cry. The golden shield in her hand rose against the wind, instantly transforming into a large golden wall with a 5-clawed golden dragon carved on the wall, sending out a roar of fury towards Wu Bing. A loud sound. Fist smashed down. The golden wall was Wu Bing knocked back 100 meters. Su Ruo face like tide. The corners of the mouth overflowed with blood in the back of the bitter support. That Lei Goen is the eyes of the chaotic. Do not know in playing what idea. After a punch, Wu Bing's fists like a storm, crackling against the golden wall of a storm. Straight to the wall of the head of the golden dragon roar into a wail. And finally a flash of golden light. The golden wall disappeared steeply, turned into a bit of golden light into Su Ruo's body. Su Ruo had never seen such a barbaric attack. The golden dragon shield was considered a top magic treasure in the Dragon City headquarters, but it was smashed back into its original form by a person's fist. It was too overbearing. Quickly help me block him, Lei Goen suddenly shouted, urging the clear light on his body to violently slam into Su Ruo from behind. How could Su Ruo not expect Lei Goen to sneak up on him? And in a moment of inattention, he was actually slammed into him and flew forwards. It looked as if he was taking the initiative to meet Wu Bing's fist. Taking this opportunity, the clear light on Lei Goen's body violently erupted, just like a round of clear moon falling to the earth. A flash of light evaded a distance of nearly 100 miles, directly appearing at the edge of Lotus Town. Facing the fist that smashed in the front, Su Ruo knew that he would definitely die, and his heart unexpectedly became incomparably peaceful for a moment, unconsciously closing his eyes. Good thing, this way you don't have to think about anything. However, the imagined destruction did not come. There was no pain on the body. Instead, a wide and masculine embrace surrounded Su Ruo. Wu Bing closed his fist in time, one hand wrapped around the woman in front of him who inexplicably closed her eyes and waited for death, saying, "Hey, stand properly. I don't care if you fall down and die." Words just finished, Wu Bing a flash in midair disappeared, leaving a bewildered Su Ruo. Frustrated, Lei Goen appeared at the edge of Lotus Town. The clear light on his body had already dissipated for the most part. He gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Bing, wait for me. I'll go back and call people to come over and raise the entire Lotus Town to the ground. You don't have a chance." The demonic voice came from behind. Lei Goen's entire body's cold hairs instantly stood upside down. He didn't even dare to turn back. He directly activated all of his clear light, allowing himself to try his best to escape the furthest distance possible. Nightmare. It must be a nightmare. The clear light once again lit up with a blinding light. But this time, Lei Goen found himself stuck in place, not moving at all. A majestic force pulled himself from behind, letting the power of the clear light consume rapidly, but he couldn't drive himself to fly away. That kind of feeling, just like a car was locked by a thick chain. No matter how much struggle is futile. In shock, Lei Goen turned around in despair and saw a man who was covered in lightning. Even his mouth, ears, eyes, nose and 7 orifices were all gulping lightning as if he was a god. "Lady, you are Lady." Lei Goen shrieked like a madman before being smashed in the head by Wu Bing's fist. Chapter 35. You're coming to my hotel tonight. The moment Lei Goen died, as if the heavens were angry, the night sky suddenly resounded with a loud thunder, and then very quickly, a dampness came from the air, and the rain sparsely began to drip. There has been a period of time has not appeared. Violent breath once again appeared from the body, instantly attacked the whole body after, rapidly to the brain erosion and go. Wu Bing frowned, did not dare to stay in the night sky. At that moment, his figure flashed and disappeared. After a few moments, Su Ruo and Third Uncle arrived successively. Third Uncle fished Lei Goen's body from the ground, viciously said to Su Ruo, "The Thunder Emperor descended to China. You guys even didn't notify the sacred realm, resulting in our young master dying horizontally in front of us. In this case, Thunder Sect will definitely ask for justice with the Chinese Dragon Guards, and with the country of China. But before that, our old ancestor will definitely slaughter the Thunder Emperor first, and at that time, you guys will still have a chance to perform." After Third Uncle finished speaking, he held the headless corpse and flew off in a hurry. Su Ruo had no way of explaining this, and could only allow the other party to leave. The situation nowadays had already involved the stability of the entire Huaxia country, and she also had to rush back to report this matter. The night rain was getting heavier and heavier, accompanied by lightning flashes and thunderous booms. Tonight was another night of thunderstorms. Uncle San had just left Lotus Town by 10 miles when he was stopped by someone, only to see the night sky. There is a figure with a delicate figure resting in mid-air. She is wearing a white hip-hop hat, a big wave of black hair hanging down from the hat, don't on the high chest. Uncle San was like a scared bird, and immediately sacrificed his flying sword. Who is in the way? A bolt of lightning just happened to strike down, followed by the light of electricity. Uncle San saw the face of the other party clearly. It was actually a Western woman with a high nose and blue eyes. The woman asked in a slightly stiff Chinese language, "You don't need to care who I am. I just heard that you're going to go and call people over to slaughter Lady? You're one of Lady's people?" Uncle San vocalized the question, but the flying sword he offered up swooshed and stabbed straight away, pulling up a long silver tail. "I also want to be his person, but he dislikes me for being too violent and always says that I'm not gentle enough," the woman said while but threw a punch at the incoming flying sword. A sharp sound exploded from her fist, and Uncle San's entire body suddenly trembled violently like sifting chaff. As he saw that on the woman's fist, a thread of black silk actually appeared, and the silk sliced the area around the fist into fragments, making the space unstable and a little blurry. A bare fist could shatter the void. That flying sword was struck by the fist and was reduced to a pile of scrap metal on the spot. Third uncle spat out 3 liters of blood. The destruction and loss of his own flying sword immediately caused him to suffer serious injuries, but it seemed like he could no longer care about his injuries compared to the shock to his mind and spirit at the moment. Uncle 3 laughed miserably. It's just that. Even the Thunder Emperor was able to appear in Huaxia. There's nothing wrong with another queen of violence. The Huaxia Dragon Guards are really a bunch of utter trash. Is the Huaxia continent going to have another great disaster? Hit the road. The woman's fist flew. Unstoppable. Lotus Town's newly built higher neighborhood called Green Lotus Court. The night rain plummeted. Yan Yunfei, who came back from working overtime, got a little wet, and at this time, she just came out from the bathroom to take a shower, when the gates suddenly opened. Wu Bing walked in with a gloomy face. His body had already been soaked by the rain, but he still couldn't wash away the smell of blood on his body. Yan Yunfei frowned slightly and said, "Where have you been? Why are you covered in the smell of blood? Quickly go and wash." Wu Bing glanced at Yan Yunfei and found that at this time her body was draped in a white cotton bathrobe. There were no buttons on the bathrobe. There was only a thin ribbon that tied a bow on Yan Yunfei's slender waist. If anything, as if pulling it with her hand, she was able to see the infinite beautiful scenery. Gulp! Wu Bing subconsciously gulped down a mouthful of water. A strange white aura flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he walked into the bathroom without a word, and soon there was the sound of a clattering showerhead shower. Yan Yunfei looked at her clothes. Everywhere was wrapped tightly, but why was it still? Stinking pervert! Yan Yunfei's face flushed, but her face revealed a sweet smile that she couldn't hide. Then she remembered something and turned around and walked into Wu Bing's room, and a moment later, a brand new set of clothes and pants were brought out by her. "I only bought the clothes for him in order to repay his favor. There was no other meaning," Yan Yunfei muttered to herself to find a way out, then knocked on the bathroom door and said, "Wu Bing, I'll put the clothes outside the door. Wait and see for yourself." Before the words were finished, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and Wu Bing appeared inside the door without a stitch of clothing, revealing a perfect body with a diamond-shaped body, without even a trace of flab. Every muscle is as hard as steel, full of endless power, broad chest, strong abs, and then look down. Yan Yunfei suddenly shrieked, threw the clothes in his hand to the bathroom and fled, as fast as possible, back to his room to unlock the door. Wu Bing took the clothes. It is the brand of Versace, underwear pajamas have. He slightly stunned, looking at the locked door of the room, cannot help but smile slightly. Outside the rain soon stopped, and the thunder also settled down. The summer in Guangnan province is like this. There are a lot of thunderstorms, but every time it does not last long. Sometimes it even stops without hitting the road surface, so people do not know whether to be angry or funny. Wu Bing's mind constantly floating Yan Yunfei waist of that ribbon, imagining the scenery after pulling open, unconsciously entered the dreamland. The night was uneventful. Early the next morning, Yan Yunfei woke up Wu Bing, her face a little unsightly, and said, "Be on time for work today. Someone from above is coming to inspect." In order to avoid suspicion, the two are separate to go to work. Yan Yunfei drove her convertible Mercedes-Benz after the departure. Wu Bing, only hanging dangling in the mouth with a cigar, came out. The body is still a security uniform, but was cleaned by Yan Yunfei. Also used the iron to iron again, simply then just received over the time when also new. Clothes exudes the fresh scent of soap. Wu Bing suddenly a little like this life. Out of the street, the small town of Lotus. Everywhere people are discussing the tragedy that happened last night in the 9 Seconds bar. Although the police have blocked the news, but the vast majority of people heard last night's gunfire, and then inquired about the town hospital morgue. Suddenly more than a dozen corpses. Things naturally spread. Wu Bing bought donuts and soybean milk at a street stall. Recently he has fallen in love with Chinese breakfast. Simple but tasty. More importantly, cheap. A cup of soybean milk with 2 donuts is only $3, which is undoubtedly very good for the shy Wu Bing. Speaking of which, the money he had on him was still the change left over from the night he bought the beef stroganoff for Yan Yunfei, and the money for the stroganoff was taken from Yan Yunfei's wallet. Wu Bing slowly walked towards the security section while eating his breakfast, and when he arrived, he found that there were already nearly 200 people standing in front of the security room door, and it looked as if everyone from the entire 8 Dragons Mountain branch had arrived. Only Wu Bing was missing. In front of the crowd stood a row of leaders. Yan Yunfei was among them, but today she was not the protagonist. An old man with gold glasses beside her was. The old man looks like already have 60 up, wearing a flower color shirt. At this moment is to more than 200 employees talk about benefits and treatment, said some words of inspiration and commitment, and soon harvested a burst of applause after a burst of applause. The old man named Zhou Kong became famous very early. Is the Guangnan province ranked very front of the tycoon? The year before, a smashed tens of billions of Huaxia coins, became one of the major shareholders of the Holy Realm Company, but also become one of the directors of the Holy Realm Board of Directors. The power is very great. When Wu Bing arrived, it was just when Zhou Kong had just paused after a speech. He looked towards Wu Bing, who wanted to quietly squeeze into the security team, and then the gazes of more than 200 people in the whole room also shifted over together. Yan Yunfei couldn't help but be furious when she saw the late Wu Bing, her chest puffing out. This is our colleague from 8 Dragon Mountain? Zhou Kong said kindly, his gaze looking at Yan Yunfei beside him. Yan Yunfei could only say stiffly, he's the vice captain of the security team. His name is Wu Bing. He lives farther away and was on duty until late last night. Normally he's not like this. Oh, it's like this. Zhou Kong kindly nodded at Wu Bing, signaling him to enter the team before continuing his long speech. It was only after another half an hour of speaking, when the sun began to steam the ground with increasing temperatures and Little Swallow suddenly fainted on the ground, that Zhou Kong stopped his long-winded speech and let the crowd disperse. That security vice captain. Yes, that's you called. Come with us. Before Zhou Kong left, he called up Wu Bing and Yan Yunfei to come to the general manager's office together, accompanied by one of Zhou Kang's bodyguards with sunglasses and a cold face from head to toe. Zhou Kong naturally sat on the seat belonging to Yan Yunfei, pointing to the 2 seats outside the desk and said, "You guys sit down. There's no need to be so formal. Xiao Fei, you should know that I'm a very easygoing person." Wu Bing indifferently sat down first, and also naturally crossed his legs, and only put his feet down after being glared at by Yan Yunfei. Zhou Kong looked in his eyes and smiled even more amiably as he said, "That vice captain. Ah yes, what was your name again?" Wu Bing just wanted to answer, but Zhou Kong had already turned to Yan Yunfei and said, "Xiao Fei, you're not right. If an ordinary employee can't even make it to and from work on time, you're still entrusting him with the important task of being a leader, which is a dereliction of duty." Yan Yunfei's face changed slightly, while Wu Bing revealed a smile. Zhou Kong continued his lesson with a deplorable face. "In vain, I still think so highly of you. This time when I appointed you to be the general manager of this side, it is because I supported your rise to the top at the board of directors in one fell swoop, or else with your seniority, it would be impossible for you to become the general manager. But I didn't think that it's only been a short while, and you're already, dash." Zhou Kong said to the back, as if really heartache, to reach out to pat his heart to ease, rested for a while before saying, "Forget it, I'm not in a good condition now. Tonight you come to my hotel. I'll teach you some management experience." Chapter 36, Long-Lost Relatives. Hearing Zhou Kang's words, Yan Yunfei's face instantly turned ugly, while Wu Bing stared at Zhou Kong curiously as if he had discovered a new continent. Zhou Kong said with a stern face, "What? Are you not happy about it? Do you know how many people are begging for such an opportunity?" Yan Yunfei said, "Thank you for your love, but I'm a rather stupid person. I'm afraid that even if Zhou Dong personally guides me, I won't make much progress, and when the time comes, I will instead disappoint you, Zhou Dong, and waste my time and effort for nothing." Zhou Kong said, "No, I have a lot of time. I am very patient with the people I fancy." Yan Yunfei refused. "I'm not feeling well these days." Zhou Kong laughed evilly. "It's fine. I'm experienced. I can handle any situation. You'll be able to have a good time." "Zhou Dong." Yan Yunfei stood up with a huff and said angrily, "Please show some respect. I don't need your guidance." Zhou Kong flinched for a moment, seemingly not expecting Yan Yunfei to dare to reject herself so bluntly. He slowly stood up and walked towards the outside, saying as he walked, "Fine, fine. In that case, that vice captain doesn't have to go to work tomorrow. Your position as general manager." "Humph, wait," Wu Bing suddenly called out. Yan Yunfei hurriedly pulled him back in an attempt to stop him, but Wu Bing broke away from her to come in front of Zhou Kong. That cold bodyguard of Zhou Kong immediately stood up forward. "What? You have something to say?" Zhou Kong said disdainfully. Wu Bing said, "All 60-something as a grandparent. Can you have some face? Seek death." The cold bodyguard reached out to Wu Bing's neck and grabbed straight across, lifting Wu Bing's entire body from the spot in one go. Zhou Kong said, "Kid, don't play cool in front of me. You're still a bit young. What are you doing? Let go." Yan Yunfei saw that Wu Bing was in danger and rushed over to call out. Zhou Kong said, "It seems like you really care about him." It's not possible that you guys are having an affair, right? It's fine. I don't mind. As long as you come and stay with me for one night tonight, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Yan Yunfei looked at Wu Bing, her eyes carrying panic and helplessness. Wu Bing's heart ached for a moment, and he hurriedly slapped the cold bodyguard's arm off, then kicked him into the wall. Manager Yan, I'm sorry. Wu Bing apologized repeatedly. However, Yan Yunfei not only did not release her feelings, but instead, her eyes were red and tears continued to well up in her eyes. You. Zhou Kong was so scared that he was incoherent. The cold bodyguard was a retired special forces soldier that he had hired at a high price. Normally one would not have a problem beating 10, but now he was actually disabled by a security guard in one go. Get lost. Wu Bing threw a slap over. That Zhou Kong rose up in place and flipped 720 degrees before flopping on the ground. Directly no movement. You go, I want to be quiet. Yan Yunfei turned around and returned to her desk, lowering her head and starting to deal with her work. Wu Bing was helpless, dragging the two fainted people away, casually finding a garbage pond to throw the two. He was bored and came to Fei Longyan. Let go an accident. Flying Dragon Rock this side of the Special Security Bureau of the people have all disappeared. Wu Bing in the hidden corners of the Flying Dragon Lake to find sleeping Wang Boan. This cargo after becoming the captain is still no ambition. The work arrangements are handed over to Xiao Yanzi. He directly do a handshake. Every day you know to sleep. Wu Bing woke him up and asked, this coffin appeared when there is no vision? Wang Boan thought for a moment and said, there is also a thunderstorm weather. That night the thunder is very violent, as if the whole day the sky is going to collapse general, sandwiched between the stormy weather, simply like the end of the world. It is estimated that the thunder shook and the rainstorm poured down, so this cave collapsed out. Wu Bing asked, which day was it exactly? Wang Boan said, the day of Labor Day. I remember that there was triple pay on that day, that's why I came here to cover the shift. Wu Bing's heart was shocked. Comparing the time difference, he realized that it was probably the time when he dueled with the evil emperor. He had a vague feeling that the appearance of this cave was definitely related to himself. That coffin. The more Wu Bing looked at it, the more he felt that there was some kind of conspiracy against himself inside. As soon as he thought of this, Wu Bing thought of the woman who must have wanted him to come to this place. Uncle 8, do you have any relatives in your family? Do you have any sisters? Do you recognize a woman called Queen Wang? Wang Boan said, I'm the only offspring in my family. Who is the queen? Is she very rich? If so, then I can be her long-lost relative. Wu Bing thought very seriously before saying, her wealth should be similar to mine. Wang Boan directly ignored it. A poor guy like you who can't even pay a $5,000 fine? No point. Wang Boan continued to go back to sleep. Wu Bing went into the cave to look at the coffin. Still cannot study a clue. At this time, Li Chong found to come. Wu Bing looked at Li Chang's stony face and asked, what? For those corpses last night? I did say hello to you. Li Chong shook his head and said, there are naturally people from above to get these things. What I'm worried about now is another thing. News has come from the Dragon City headquarters that a transcendent bandit group showed up in Guangkai City a few days ago, and it seems like their target is this coffin. Wu Bing asked, what's the name? Li Chong said, the Clown Thieves. Chapter 37, The Clown Thieves. The Clown Thieves? Wu Bing had a headache for a while, not because of how strong this thieves group was, but because of the people in it. All of them were madmen in general. They took pleasure in stealing, and believed that stealing was a sacred thing. Sometimes it wasn't even for the sake of money, but rather for the enjoyment of the process of stealing. The scariest thing was that they could sacrifice themselves without hesitation in order to accomplish their mission. They believed that stealing is an act of art, dedication to art, death without regret. The leader of the group, Green Hair Jack, has a transcendental B rank. His ability is relatively special, so he is pretentious, treating mortals as ants. Once in a Western country in order to threaten a certain government, not hesitating to kill more than 10,000 people in one day. The Holy See wanted to put a bounty of $100 million on this person for 3 full years, but he was still at large and kept sending down heinous sins, so it could be said that a disaster would be staged in a certain place that he had identified. No wonder Li Chong came to the door. Wu Bing said, leave it to me, I won't let him mess around. Li Chong was relieved and said, there is another news. I received a tip-off that crazy martial arts man spent a lot of money to buy a new type of stimulant in the underground black market. After listening to the persuasion it can enhance the combat power a lot. Wu Bing is not expected to be his opponent, and those who ate that kind of stimulant will be especially bloodthirsty and warlike. If not careful, Wu Jie may be in danger. I know. Wu Bing said goodbye to Li Chong and immediately came to Zhenlong Martial Arts School to look for Wu Jie, told her what Li Chong had explained and then asked her, are you afraid? Wu Jie said, I'm afraid. But still, I have to fight. I want to win. Wu Bing was puzzled. Why do you have to win? Wu Bing said, This time, the martial arts competition. The martial arts maniacs made a big deal of publicizing and creating momentum on the internet. Because of what happened to elder sister Niejio last time, the name of the Junlong martial arts school instantly attracted the attention of the entire internet, which included a lot of bigwigs in the entertainment industry. China's three major martial arts schools, North Shanglin and the Hanwu South Shenlong. Shanglin Temple advocates a wide range of disciples to open up the branch. The north of China everywhere in their martial arts halls. Hanwu Martial Arts School focuses on the actual combat. Set 100 of the strengths, often for the Chinese SWAT special training. There is a military background, and our Jinlong Martial Arts School is to focus on the martial arts racket, mainly to take the road of the entertainment industry. If I can win this time, I can use this opportunity to go on the entertainment industry, earn a lot of money, and then cure my mom, Wu Bing said. In that case, do you still remember what I told you last time? Are you willing to suffer? Wu Chi said, I can eat any kind of suffering, but tomorrow is going to be a martial arts competition. What other ways do you have to make me stronger? Do you have those magic pills in the movies that you can immediately increase your power by eating them? Wu Bing seriously said, there is no elixir, but I have a set of techniques here called the bone washing and marrow slaughtering technique. There are a total of 9 fingers. As long as you can last through the 9 fingers, you will be able to stimulate your potential. As for how much you can stimulate, it depends on how much of your own potential you have. I once used this technique on one of my subordinates, and she went from a little girl to a, well, expert overnight. Wu Bing asked, how high? Wu Bing thought for a moment. She once scrapped an aircraft carrier battle group of the United States of America with 1 person and 1 gun. Wu Bing opened his mouth wide, and only after a long time did he say, then you do it. I want to become stronger. Wu Bing seriously incomparable said, I want to tell you one thing. This set of techniques is not 100% successful. Once you cannot hold out 9 fingers will give up, and there are still chances that you can never make progress again. The worst result is that the whole body is paralyzed worse than death. Wu Bing's face changed, but in the end, he insisted, come on. Wu Bing stretched out a finger, and there were hair-thin lightning bolts twining around the tip of his finger. Looking at Wu Jie's face tightened, and his eyes became firm and unshakable as he looked at Wu Bing. When Wu Bing pointed his finger down, Wu Jie's body stiffened, and then he tumbled to the ground, letting out a miserable scream. At this time, Lotus Town came to a tourist bus. The car is full of Westerners. The head of a person is a dyed green hair of the youth. Walking in the street caused the townspeople to look sideways. Some bold young people saw him directly after the loud laughter. Wow, this idiot even dyed himself a green hat, but also come out to hang around. Ha ha ha, laughing people. Ha ha ha. The green-haired youth seemed to not understand the Chinese language, and gave a gentlemanly smile to those who pointed and laughed at him, politely nodding his head in return, further making those young men who were making fun of him let loose with laughter. Head, these assholes seem to be making fun of you. Should we kill them now? A burly man full of explosive muscles beside the green-haired youth walked up and asked the green-haired youth in English. The green-haired youth shook his head and laughed. Just let them have fun. They're all going to die anyway. A few more laughs are in order. Head, you are really merciful. If the people of the Holy See knew about this, I'm afraid that they would immediately revoke their bounty on you. A woman with a hideous scar on her face on the right side of the green-haired youth laughed. She was dressed in leather. If it wasn't for the scar on her face that was too scary, she would definitely be a stunning beauty. The green-haired youth said, ha ha, sooner or later, one day, I, green-haired Jack, will steal that Bible of the Holy See and tear it off one by one to wipe everyone's ass. Chapter 38, Come and Beat Me Up. Before dawn, Lotus Town was already bustling with activity. All the hotels in the town were booked to bursting 3 days ago, and many travelers who arrived later didn't even have a place to sleep, exclaiming that they had been duped because of the crazy martial artist's campaign on the internet, saying that he was going to fight with Jinlong Martial Arts School. Nearly 100,000 viewers crowded into Lotus Town in 3 days' time, almost causing Lotus Town to be paralyzed, and in the end, Li Chong had to borrow a large number of police officers from elsewhere to stabilize the security. As a result, many people were actually unable to enter the Jinlong Martial School and could only feel the lively atmosphere outside. Because the video of Niejio and Asotaro was posted on the internet last time, many media outlets contacted Jinlong Martial Arts School early this time, and were able to have a special venue during the competition, which allowed the media to report from the closest distance. This time, the referee was no longer a martial arts expert from Guangnan province, but a professional, the vice president of the Huaxia Wushu Association, the respected Taiji master, Yang Guanglu. Yang Guanglu is nearly 50 years old, but with a red face, he looks only 30 years old, and with a big belly, he looks like he can't move well. But if you think so, you are wrong. Yang Guanglu is good at fighting fast with slow. However, if he is really fast, he is also beyond imagination. 9 o'clock in the morning. The official start of the match. The two sides at the same time on the ring. Yang Guangli to the two said the rules of the match. Wu Lunatic today wore ball pants sneakers, revealing a strong upper body, a piece of muscle bulge, very powerful. His hands with a pair of leather boxing gloves, a set of combinations on the field on the brush, and sharp and fierce and ruthless, won the surrounding a piece of the audience's applause. Compared to Crazy Wu's fight for the limelight, Wu Bing was too bland, and she was surprisingly still wearing a school uniform. Wu Bing appeared at Nia Kong's side and said, "Your calculations are quite good," taking advantage of Xiao Zhou's afterglow from last time, and borrowing the influence of Crazy Wu to push Xinlong Martial Arts School to the top in one fell swoop. If Wu Jia wins this time, from now on, Xinlong Martial Arts School will really be famous in China, won't it? Nia Kong was silent, neither admitting nor denying. Wu Bing coldly said, "Aren't you afraid that Wu Jia will lose?" "Afraid," Nia Kong said. "But if you're afraid, you won't fight?" As they were talking, the sound of Yang Guanglu's whistle blowing came from the ring, and the match officially began. The flashbulbs of hundreds of media outlets kept flashing. Chatter! Crazy Wu let out a strange cry and launched an attack right away. His fists and feet were windy and wide open, and his offense was so powerful that it was a mess, like riding the wind and breaking the waves. Wui is a Xinlong school of martial arts stance to cope with, while seeing the moves while constantly retreating. It is not that she cannot resist the opening, but really Crazy Wu's strength is stronger than her. A fierce attack. Wui hands are feeling numb. The audience here, in fact, the vast majority of them are to explore Niezhou that battle of Kung Fu is true or false. Since now Niezhou is not in, that Wu Jia was called out to compete. The crowd thought her Kung Fu should not be much worse than Niezhou, right? But I never thought it was just an ordinary martial arts style, although compared to the average person has been very powerful, but compared to the video circulated online Niezhou, it is really too much difference. So, a burst of booing sounded. Some excited even directly applauded, insinuating that Xinlong Martial Arts School is a fraud. Wu heard the face white. A moment of carelessness by the crazy martial arts punch hit hard. The whole person thumped back 3 steps, almost cannot stand on his feet. The boos under the field were even louder, while Crazy Wu yelled, "Everyone see, what female martial arts god," but only after editing and special effects to make it. Xinlong Martial Arts School is just a scum that cheats people. Wu Jie was trembling, shouted and pounced on Crazy Wu, and under the anger, he was focusing on making swift moves, not caring about retaining his physical strength. Crazy Wu fought a guerrilla battle. His mouth kept yelling, constantly provoking Wu Jie's anger. "What? Annoyed? It seems like I really got it right. You're a liar. Niezhou is a liar. And your martial arts school is a liar too. Come on, hit me. Vigorously. Haven't you eaten? This side, this side. How? Can't breathe. Ah. Want to take a break? First drink of water? Come on. Hit me. I'll stand here and let you hit me." In less than 3 minutes, Wu Jie fought all his strength, hands propped up on his knees, panting heavily. His eyes revealed a cannibalistic gaze, looking at the sight of the complacent Wu maniac to death. The surrounding boos were even louder. Even Yang Guanglu as the referee was secretly shaking his head in disappointment. Only those media, as in the beginning, the lights flashed non-stop. However, Wu Bing heard one of the reporters who was broadcasting live, saying to the camera, "Viewers and friends have seen. The top student of Xinlong Martial Arts School is actually at such a level. It can be concluded that Niezhou won't be great either." The video last time, it must have been some people's malicious hype. Thanks to Mr. Wu, Mr. Crazy, his courage deserves our admiration. On the podium, Niekon gripped his seat with both hands and didn't say a word, but anyone could see that his face was very ugly. Wu Bing, however, smiled, remembering that last night when the first finger was pointed at Wu Qian's body. Her miserable screams really scared Wu Bing. Wu Bing thought that he had stabbed her to death with a single finger, and he didn't dare to give a second finger for a long time. However, Wu Bing's stubbornness and strength exceeded Wu Bing's expectations. Although she screamed in agony every time, she actually lasted until the end and survived the 9th finger. The moment her potential was stimulated, Wu Bing was dumbfounded. In the ring, Wu Bing suddenly took a long breath and pointed at Crazy Wu. Apologize. Chapter 39, The Pupil of the God and the Devil. Just by you? Crazy Wu shook his head disdainfully. You're not worthy. Brush. Before Crazy Wu could even finish his last word, Wu Jia suddenly erupted from his original position. The entire person brushed and rushed straight across, crossing the distance from Crazy Wu in a blink of an eye, and punching straight at him. Crazy Wu's scalp exploded, and he subconsciously waved his hand in front of his chest. Boom! With a shocking sound, Crazy Wu was struck by Wu Jia's punch, his feet dragging the ground in a straight line backward, a pair of brand new sneakers grinding out 2 black traces on the ground, as if a high-speed automobile suddenly braked sharply. In the end, Crazy Wu stopped at the edge of the ring, just 10 centimeters away from falling out of the ring. The surrounding audience erupted in a gasp of surprise. Those who had just applauded closed their mouths one by two at this time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Wu Jia opened his mouth and said, "Apologize. Apologize to your sister." The crazy martial artist, who had already gained the upper hand, was suddenly knocked to the bottom by Wu Jia's move, and could not help but feel resentment, roaring in anger and launching a counterattack, striking with all his might. This time, as if she was a new person, Wu Jia's aura became harsh and sharp, her moves became simple and easy. Crazy Wu's airtight attack was easily cracked by her. She obviously didn't have many moves, but every strike could accurately hit Crazy Wu's soft underbelly, forcing him to go crazy. Although, at this time, Wu Jia still didn't have Niejo's dreamy style, but at this time, she was like a great master who had already achieved the return to the true state of being, with one move pressing 10,000 moves, and the invincible aura of letting you change countless times and I'll just break it with a single blow. Nie Kong carefully observed Wu Jia's changes, and suddenly looked at Wu Bing and said, "She's even more powerful than me now. Isn't she doing something? Why are her eyes a bit off?" Wu Bing also saw Wu Jia's eyes at this time, accurately speaking, should be her eye pupil, the original black eye pupil. At this time in the depths has become two kinds of appearance. The left eye pupil is a complex hexagram array. Countless large and small hexagrams cascade all the way to the depths of the eye pupil, just like an endless tunnel to get lost. The right eye pupil is also an arcane and complicated array, presenting large and small arcs, also layered as an endless channel. The two pupils of the eyes show two faint colors. The left eye is slightly white, the right eye is slightly purple. But these phenomena in the presence of only Wu Bing can see clearly. Even Nie Kong just feel wrong, but can not see clearly. It was the change in the pupils of the two eyes that made Wu Bing seem like a different person. Wu Bing didn't explain to Nie Kong, because it was useless to talk about it now. Sooner or later, one day, this girl named Wu Jia would shock the entire transcendent world, because she possessed the one that had only appeared in legends, the divine demon's pupil. In the ring, Wu Jia was probably tired of Crazy Wu's moves, and suddenly closed in on him with a surprise advance, smashing Crazy Wu to the ground with a punch. "Apologize." Wu Jia's voice was as cold as ice, without a trace of emotion. Crazy Wu did have the temperament of a madman. At this moment, not only did he not have the slightest fear, instead, he was inspired with madness. Both fists fiercely hammered the ground, and the whole person used the force to kick Wu Jia's underbelly from the bottom to the top. "Lousy!" Boom! Before Crazy Wu finished yelling, Wu Jia once again slammed down with both fists, crushing Crazy Wu's feet and knocking him to the ground once again. This time, it was on all fours. "Apologize." Wu Jia condescended, his face expressionless. Unwillingness flashed in Crazy Wu's eyes as he rolled on the ground and rolled to the far side, lowered his head and bit down on his gloves, swallowing one of the pills hidden in them. At this moment, Wu Jia disappeared again. The spectators outside the arena only saw a silhouette flashing past, and then the next moment, Wu Jia had already punched Crazy Wu's stomach from the bottom to the top, and directly bowed his entire body, his feet off the ground as if he was hanging on Wu Jia's hands. "Wow!" Crazy Wu opened his mouth and spat out a black thing, the very pill he had just swallowed. Yang Guanglu in the ring immediately called for a halt to the match. Wu Jia immediately withdrew his hand, and Crazy Wu snapped to his knees, rolling his eyes and passing out. Yang Guanglu picked up the pills on the ground and took a sniff. Immediately his face changed drastically. "It's bloody frenzy. This is an extremely dangerous stimulant. Wu Ao taking prohibited drugs is against martial arts ethics. Expelled from the Chinese Martial Arts Association for life." This bout, Wu Jiao wins. Yang Guanglu raised Wu Jia's right hand high, and Wu Jia suddenly covered his eyes with his hand and flew down the ring. Not good. Wu Bing thought of something instantly. His face changed and he hurriedly chased after Wu Jia, looking at Nie Kong with a puzzled look on his face. "Wu Jia, what's wrong with you?" Wu Bing caught up with Wu Jia in the playground behind the martial arts school, and Wu Jia immediately transmitted a panicked voice. "Brother Bing, my eyes hurt. Let me see." Wu Bing broke open Wu Jia's hands to look into her eyes and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, only to see Wu Jia's eyes. At this moment, there were actually two lines of blood moistening and flowing. Rumble. Right at this moment, vibrations came from the ground and a loud explosion came from the 8 Dragon Mountain. Wu Bing turned his head to look and found a huge cloud of green smoke appearing in the sky of the 8 Dragon Mountain, outlining the appearance of a clown. Chapter 40, Jokericide. Not good, Wu Bing secretly shouted, then instructed Wu Jia, "You go home first, try not to use your eyes during this period of time. It's best to take a nap and wait for me to come back." After saying that, without waiting for Wu Jia's response, Wu Bing's figure had already flickered away. 8 Dragons Mountain was detonated by the potent explosives. Many stones fell from the mountain. A large number of tourists scrambled to escape and descend. The scene was chaotic for a while. A group of clowns with distinctive makeup laughed at the back of the crowd, holding all kinds of guns in their hands and shooting, just like wolves expelling sheep. They didn't seem to be in a hurry to harvest human lives, mostly intimidatingly shooting at the edge of the crowd. Looking at their panicked appearance, the clowns were even more happy. This group of clowns numbered about 50 people. The 3 people who fell at the very back of the group were none other than the green-haired Jack and his right-hand man, Iron Fist Stanley, and colorful Donna. The 3 of them walked out from the flying dragon rock. Stanley carried the dragon coffin on his shoulder and said, "Head, this is also too easy to get. Right, a little bit of technical difficulty is not there. Such a simple task actually bid $100 million. Those guys are not too much money?" Donna said. "Stupid. If it wasn't for the civil unrest in the Chinese Dragon Guard right now, do you think we could have gotten in so easily?" Jack was dressed in a standard clown outfit. His face was brightly colored to the extreme, with an exaggeratedly shaped clown hat. "It's too early to talk about success at this time. Wait until we escape out of Huaxia. It's time for us to have some fun. Let the little ones go to town and be entertained to their heart's content." Donna laughed out loud. "Those Huaxia people deserve bad luck. Actually engage in some kind of competition to attract so many people. Just enough for us to create a big enough mess. Brothers, let's party to our heart's content together." The clown thieves walked down the 8-Dragon Mountain and soon met a blockade. Because of today's tournament, Li Chong had specially borrowed police force from outside the area. However, when he came with hundreds of police force, he realized that although he had a lot of people, the vast majority of them didn't have guns with them, and they couldn't even compare to the firepower of the clowns. One strike and they were defeated. It wasn't that Li Chong didn't try, but there was simply no fight. Li Chong could only try to delay as much as possible, while having people evacuate the crowd and calling for backup. It seemed quiet in the flying dragon rock. The cave that had housed the dragon coffin had been violently blown up, and there was a man lying next to the flying dragon lake, badly injured. Wu Bing descended from the sky and immediately discovered that the seriously injured person was obviously Wang Boan, whose body had many bones broken and was bleeding badly internally. His life was in danger at any time. Wu Bing picked up Wang Boan and said, "Uncle 8, wake up, can't sleep." Wang Boan opened his eyes with great difficulty, and actually had the strength to curse. "I was hiding and sleeping. Those bastards actually dragged me out and beat me up. Damn it, it's really bad luck to sleep and get beaten up." Hearing that Wang Boan is still so energetic, Wu Bing was slightly relieved. He did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly brought Wang Boan to the town hospital. Lotus Town is as lively as the new year. Everywhere is the sound of gunfire, as if the whole town is at war. The town hospital was already overcrowded, and when Wu Bing walked in, he saw that the injured inside ranged from children to the elderly, but most of them were police officers, and a few of them had already been covered with white cloths. There was no time to even deal with people dying. All of this was a nightmare for the long-settled Chinese population. The bed is no need to think about. Wu Bing found a floating window to put down Wang Boan, and found gauze to bandage his wounds. Wang Boan grabbed Wu Bing. "Red eyes, don't mind me. I can't die. You're so powerful, quickly go to the other side of that group of crazy people." Wu Bing nodded, without the slightest procrastination, directly out of the hospital, to the most intensive gunfire place. Along the way ran into those way to burn and rob the clowns. Wu Bing directly slapped dead. Soon, Wu Bing arrived at the gate of Jinlong Martial Arts School. Dozens of clowns were blocking the gate, and there were nearly 50,000 spectators trapped inside the martial arts school. Li Chong and the others were guarding within the gate to the death, and martial arts experts such as Nie Kong and Yang Wangla had also come to help out. But it was a pity that it wasn't time for a white-knuckle battle yet, so they had no use for them. Fierce gun battle broke out. The clowns' big firepower guns deadly suppressed Li Chong and others. Obviously can easily rush in and kill big, but the clowns did not do that. They seemed to be waiting for something. Wu Bing didn't care that much. Suddenly appeared from the back, holding a construction bamboo pole, like a tiger coming out of its cage, sweeping more than 20 clowns standing at the back to the ground with a single sweep. More than 10 clowns in front of them turned around in shock. Wu Bing's bamboo pole had already swept back again. In a moment, dozens of clowns were all swept to the ground, and none of them were able to stand up for a long time, because their leg bones have been broken. The crowd hiding inside the gate froze in unison. Hard to imagine where the security guards came from to be so powerful. Li Chang's expression shook as he was the first to react. He yelled, "Charge out!" As soon as Li Chong rushed, Nie Kong and Yang Wanglu and the others also launched. They are all martial arts, everyone. Each has their own unique way, moving faster and more fiercely than Li Chang's policemen. All of a sudden rushed over, and first disarmed the clowns. These clowns are not ordinary people, even if they broke their legs and bones. After they reacted, they quickly continued to grab the guns in their hands, and shot at Wu Bing, who was the biggest threat. Chapter 41, Putting on Makeup Together. Day. thousands of bullets erupted from dozens of submachine guns, spreading out and connecting into a large net. An ordinary person, no matter how much you dodged, would be beaten on the spot into a bee's nest with 1,000 holes. However, the opposite party was Wu Bing, one of the 4 great emperors of the transcendental world, the Thunder Emperor. If not to avoid being too shocking in broad daylight, Wu Bing just wanted to directly hit the lightning down to directly split these clowns. At this time, to see the bullets coming, Wu Bing immediately also came to the fire. The fingers vaguely have the thunder light eruption. Fortunately at this time, the sky suddenly smashed down a large golden shield, just in front of Wu Bing, blocking the bullet. Behind the golden shield hid a tall beauty with long flowing hair. It was the golden dragon guard who intercepted Wu Bing that night. Su Ruo said to Wu Bing, "Leave this place to me. The green-haired Jack has blended inside the crowd. I can't find him." Wu Bing nodded his head, and his figure disappeared in a flash. Jinlong Martial Arts School covers an extremely wide area. Even if more than 50,000 people have already gathered inside, it still looks a bit empty. At this time, Donna walks to the front of the crowd and lets out a big laugh, using broken Chinese language. "Don't worry everyone. We are just here to find some happiness for everyone. Come on, put on some makeup first." Duona finished taking out a makeup box from her body and started sketching colorful makeup with a makeup brush into the air in front of her. Strangely enough, the lines of color drawn from her brush actually stopped right in midair without falling off or being blown away by the wind, as if there was actually a transparent glass in front of her. 10 seconds of time less than. Under the ghostly work of Donna's makeup brush, a wonderful clown makeup has been completed. Looking at it, the clown that was drawn out was actually similar to a real person, only the mouth with no longer a naive smile, but a chillingly evil smile. "Come on, everyone, change your appearance," Donna said, opening her mouth and blowing a long breath right at the clown in front of her. The clown was blown apart and disappeared into the air. The 50,000 or so people were baffled for a moment, not understanding what the hell Donna was doing with this move. But very quickly, screams resounded through the crowd, and then spread like a plague, and in an instant, everyone let out an unbelievable scream. More than 50,000 people, men and women, young and old, tall and short, fat and thin, all of their faces were made up in clown makeup, red noses, big eyeshadow and bloody mouths. More than 50,000 people, everyone, all of them were heavily made up. A face so covered with bright colors that even acquaintances standing next to each other would have trouble recognizing them. In addition to their faces, the clothes on the crowd also appeared to have changed. All the costumes had turned into green clown suits through and through, and at a glance it looked like a sea of green. The most unbearable thing was that not only were the clothes green, the most irritating thing was that even the hair was dyed green. A group of fiery and irascible martial arts school students couldn't stand it, and ran out in groups to launch a siege at the 3 people in front of them. "Oh, Chinese Kung Fu, just in time to learn." Stanley laughed as he stepped out, a metallic luster glistening on his explosive muscles, instantly knocking over dozens of people with the strength of one man, instantly calming the scene. What a bunch of weaklings. Stanley was greatly bored, and it was at this moment that Jiang Chao leapt out from the crowd, and with a sharp charge an avalanche fist came over. Stanley bellowed and met him with a straight fist. The 2 fists collided hard without dodging. A series of bone-cracking sound rang. Jiang Chao's arm was Stanley punch bent up. The whole arm bone inch by inch burst, presenting a weird shape. "Looks like it is already ruined." Jiang Chao's teeth clenched. Hard did not let out a scream. His left fist struck again, and swung at Stanley's head. "Waste." Stanley raised his hand knife and slashed back with a palm. The air unexpectedly resounded with sharp cracking sound, even as if a real big knife had slashed through. Gala! The left arm bone was broken. Jiang Chao finally could not help but want to cry out in pain, but Stanley did not give him this opportunity. Directly kicked Jiang Chao's chest, kicked him to spit out blood and flew backwards into the crowd. Stanley took a step forward. More than 50,000 people were scared back a step at the same time. He immediately laughed. "A bunch of cowards. You Chinese are the worst race I've ever seen, bar none." "Is that so?" Wu Bing's voice came from behind, and Stanley turned around to see that a security guard had actually arrived. Green-haired Jack frowned and subconsciously looked at the dragging coffin at his feet. "Another one to die. It seems that if I don't let you guys see blood, you bunch of losers don't know what is called blood." Stanley laughed cruelly, striding towards Wu Bing. Wu Bing also took a step towards Stanley. "I'm going to tear you apart alive." Stanley stretched out his hands like iron pincers and pressed them on both of Wu Bing's shoulders in one go, then lashed out. Wu Bing, unmoving like a mountain. How is it possible? Stanley was greatly surprised, and then he violently exerted his force. The metallic luster of his body flourished, erupting with a silver-colored light, tearing at Wu Bing's shoulders with all his might, wanting to tear him into 2 halves. However, Wu Bing remained as immovable as a mountain. Sensing that it was not good, Donna quickly put on a clown makeup and unknowingly hid into the crowd, while the green-haired Jack, on the other hand, secretly carried the dragon coffin. Wu Bing said, I heard from a man named Luo Quan in the town that his uncle is very good at treating broken bones. I'll ask him to refer you and get a 20% discount. As soon as the words fell, Wu Bing's hands were as fast as lightning, and he was hammering at Stanley's body. Chapter 42, The Disappearing Clown. A series of violent sounds of exploding fried beans rang out in Stanley's body, as if the bones in his entire body were broken. His 2-meter-tall body suddenly shriveled down all of a sudden, snapping to the ground like a pile of mud. Resolving Stanley, Wu Bing's brows but frowned. He turned to look behind him, just in time to find Donna stepping away trying to blend into the crowd, while the green-haired Jack, on the other hand, had long since disappeared into thin air. Wu Bing had a headache. Just now when Su Ruo came here, it was estimated that Jack also used this trick to blend into the crowd. That's why Su Ruo had to find himself. But nowadays there were more than 50,000 people who had been painted with clown makeup, and at a glance there was a huge swath of green, as if everyone's face was similar. To find Jack from it, it was simply impossible. Unless, of course, to kill everyone, or, Wu Bing looked at Donna and said in a cold voice, since you can put on makeup you must be able to take it off as well. I'll give you one chance or else. As Wu Bing said, he kicked Stanley in front of Donna. Stanley's body twisted 3 times to present a weird angle, but did not die, and just happened to face towards Donna, a face in indescribable pain. Donna shuddered and said, okay, I'll remove their makeup now. Shivering, Donna came to the front of the crowd and opened her mouth to blow out a green mist with a sweet scent. You seek death. Wu Bing became furious, and with a flash, he came behind Donna and choked her neck, lifting her entire body from behind. The green mist spread rapidly, enveloping more than 50,000 people in the blink of an eye, and immediately, a miserable scream rang out from the crowd, and the skin on those people's bodies began to ache and itch as soon as they were touched by the green mist. Help! Quickly escape! Leave this green mist! More than 50,000 people fled in all directions, and for a while the scene was in chaos, making it even more impossible to find the green-haired Jack. Donna cackled strangely. Cackle cackle cackle. Is it fun? The clown won't compromise. Wu Bing did not have the slightest nonsense, directly pinched her neck and threw it to the ground. Looking at the crowd that scattered and fled, he frowned deeply. Although Donna was dead, the makeup on the crowd hadn't faded yet, and they fled to the town, causing the situation, which had just been stabilized by Li Chong and the others, to become chaotic once again. Wu Bing found Su Ruo and Li Chong and explained the situation. Su Ruo said, green-haired Jack's ability is invisibility. Things touched by him will also be invisible within a certain range. It's hard to find him. Wu Bing said, his invisibility is not ordinary invisibility. It is a transcendental ability that can even hide his breath. But I still have a way. Now you guys go and control the entrances and exits of Lotus Town. Stabilize the crowds and gather them together. I will be back soon. Su Ruo, you have to be careful. Jack's favorite thing is to sneak up on people who are stronger than him. Su Ruo nodded, invisibly surprisingly unable to rebel against Wu Bing's orders. Li Chong and the others obeyed even more. Li Chong now has more than 200 police force on hand, together with Nyakon Yang Guanglu and others. There are almost 300 people available. 300 people can't completely encircle Lotus Town. They can only guard the important exits. In fact, there is one thing that Wu Bing did not say. Jack in fact will not escape. At least now is not the time. He killed 2 of his powerful generals. He will certainly find their revenge. If he found that really not a rival, he will be the hatred of revenge on the ordinary people. If that is really the case, then the Lotus Town at this time the local people plus foreign tourists, close to 200,000 people. Once Jack crazy revenge words, the people will be in a terrible situation, because Jack actually has a transcendent ability. Blasting, Wu Bing quickly through the streets, not too fast nor deliberately slow down. He came to Aunt Ling's house to find Wu Jie, found that at this time her eyes were blindfolded with a white cloth. A strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine emanated in the air. Wu Bing said, Wu Jie, I need your help. How are your eyes now? Wu said, a big sister just gave me medicine. I feel much better now. What happened in Bing's town? Why so many gunshots? Bing Wu reached out and removed the white cloth from Wu Jie's eyes and said seriously, there are bad people coming to town, and one of the worst of them is stealthily hiding. I need your eyes to help me find them. You only need to open your left eye. This should avoid overloading your transcendent power. Good. Wu slowly opened his left eye. The transcendental power slowly catalyzed from within his body. The pupil of his left eye immediately appeared to change, and a complex and mysterious hexagram star formation appeared in the depths. The star formation had just taken shape when Wu Jie suddenly exclaimed, Brother Bing, be careful. Without hesitation, Wu Bing slammed his fist towards his back, which was originally empty, but a green shadow was smashed out by his fist at once. Boom! The green shadow crashed through 3 walls in a row, and finally fell on the street. Wu Bing's figure brushed through, not leaving the green shadow the slightest chance to catch his breath, and stomped down with a foot in the air. The green shadow was none other than the green-haired Jack. Chapter 43, Transcendental Worlds Join Forces. Green-haired Jack raised his head and let out a sardonic smile. Even though he was spitting blood out of his mouth, he was still radiating a fearless madness. Facing Wu Bing's kick, he stretched out his hands and flicked them upwards. 10 marble-like green balls flew out of his hands and exploded in midair. Boom boom boom. A green mist appeared with great vigor, blocking Wu Bing's line of sight. Wu Bing's foot stepped down hard and impartially. The street shook violently. The street surface was stepped out of a big sunken pit, but the green-haired Jack was already nowhere to be seen. You can't run away. Wu Bing coldly snorted. A tyrannical aura burst out vigorously from his body, instantly filling a 2-meter radius, forming a unique space. Domain. Wu Bing's thoughts. The gravity within the field increased violently by hundreds of thousands. All the buildings within the surrounding area collapsed. A radius of 20 meters was raised to the ground, so that people have nothing to hide. Fortunately, the surrounding area is a commercial area. When the clowns took to the streets to shoot, everyone here ran away, and because of this, Wu Bing will control his field within 20 names. More than 20 meters, has reached Auntie Ling's house. After the gravity steeply increased, the air within the field also followed to become incomparably heavy, as if forming a wall of air. Slightly any fluctuation will be perceived. Wu Bing looked around coldly. He concluded that the green-haired Jack was definitely within the domain, and at this moment, he was just keeping still. But since it has been enveloped by the field, then everything has become a foregone conclusion. Wu Bing was about to use his means to force out Jack. Over there, Wu Biao had already sent a voice shouting, "Brother Bing, he's 5 meters to your right." Brush! Bang! Almost as soon as Wu Jia's words started, Wu Bing's figure had already instantly moved 5 meters to his right, and a punch was thrown at empty space. The green shadow came out in response to the punch, and Jack was sent flying to the edge of the field as he once again spat out blood furiously, his lips already turning white as he crumpled to the ground. Ha 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 ha, king level. There's even a king level here that can release a domain. It's too much fun. Cough. The green-haired Jack laughed intermittently while spitting out blood, while his hands kept creating small green balls, one after another fused together, and in the blink of an eye had already coalesced into the size of a soccer ball. Wu Bing, however, was not worried in the slightest. Within his own domain, unless it was atomic bomb-level power, it was simply a joke. Hand over the dragon coffin and you can go to hell. Fine. Green-haired Jack agreed with alacrity, provided that you let me kill that little girl. Ha ha. There is even a freshly awakened transcendent pupil technique here. Is it the eye of truth? I never thought that it would be planted here. Then go to hell. In fact, the dragon coffin, I'm not interested. Wu Bing walked in front of Jack and was about to smash his head with a punch. Just at this moment, there was a powerful blade light in the sky, which was 100 meters long, and quietly slashed down. Wu Bing's domain was sliced through, and the blade light almost slashed down against the tip of Wu Bing's nose, just in time to separate him from Jack. An old man wearing ancient Japanese clothing with wooden clogs on his feet, holding a single long sword, descended from the sky, blocking Wu Bing's face, and said in a deep voice, "The dragon coffin, I want it." One sword King Tsukahara Ryoso. Wu Bing calmly lit a cigar. I told you, what the hell are you waiting for if you haven't made a move yet? And here you are, and us. 5 silhouettes came from both ends of the street. On one side there were 3 big, burly Western men, and on the other side there was a pair of teenage men and women who were not too old. The arrival of the 5 people, together with Tsukahara Ryoso in front of them, 6 forces vaguely involved Wu Bing's domain, surprisingly causing the domain to slowly dissolve and disappear. Wu Bing did not care about this and said, "The 3 Bear brothers of the Bear and Wolf Alliance, the 2 top geniuses of the young generation of the British Ministry of Magic, Harry Ball, Victoria Swan, TSK 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 TSK, it seems that you guys have already made some kind of agreement to strike against me together?" Harry Ball said, "Coronation Lady has already secured the imperial throne. If we didn't have no choice, we wouldn't want to make things difficult for the coronation. But this dragon coffin is a matter of importance, and the Joint Council of Transcendental Worlds has unanimously decided that we have to bring it back and study it together." Wu Bing said, "So that's how it is. Your people have entered China in such a big way. Does it mean that you have teamed up to collapse the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood?" Victoria said, "The headquarters of Dragon City in China is having intentions to join the Transcendent World Joint Council. Then you guys are determined to keep this clown today?" Wu Bing pointed at Jack, who was hiding behind Tsukahara Ryoso. Jack not only had no fear after realizing Wu Bing's identity, but instead was full of excitement, hooking his finger at Wu Bing and constantly provoking him. Bear Avenue of the Three Bear Brothers. We only want the dragon coffin. When we ask the whereabouts of the dragon coffin, this person can be handed over to the coronation. Oh, Wu Bing casually responded. Then in the next moment, his body directly disappeared from its original location. Be careful, Xiongde voiced out a reminder. His lanky figure shot up at the same time, and a chopstick-like wand appeared in Harriet Ball's hand, raising his hand to strike out with a magical light. Victoria, on the other hand, took a step back and murmured something in a low voice. The closest Tsukahara Ryoso, in the moment Wu Bing disappeared, suddenly felt his own cold hairs stand up. He did not hesitate to swing his sword to block in front of his chest. The name of the sword is Moramesa, because it is too sharp. When using it, it is like a demon doing magic. In the history of the Japanese country, it was once sealed as a demon sword. Chapter 44, Solo Fighting. A loud sound erupted as Wu Bing's fist blasted on top of the demonic sword, knocking Tsukahara Ryoso back more than 10 meters, and the green-haired Jack, who had been hiding behind him and sitting on his butt, rolled on the ground with his eyes rolled back in his head. Tick-tock sounds rang out. Wu Bing's fist left a wound deep enough to be seen on the bone, but as if Wu Bing didn't realize it, one punch was followed by 1,000 full ones, leaving no chance for Tsukahara Ryoso to formally launch his sword. And this time Harry Pool's magic light has shot to a hit on the back of Wu Bing. Wu Bing body shape shock did not pay attention to. On the contrary, used the force more crazy to Tsukahara Liangzu launch attacks. Give me stop. Xiongde caught up and slammed his fist down hard, just hitting the spot where the magic light hit. At the same time, Xiong Er and Xiong Xiao came running wildly behind them, the three bear brothers emitting a black energy from the same body, vaguely echoing each other. Attacked again. Wu Bing stifled a grunt. His fists became even more frantic. Following the force of Bear's punch, he rushed to Tsukahara Ryoso's face at once, and a headbutt slammed straight into him. Ping! This time, Tsukahara Ryoso did not stand firm. The whole person was knocked into a tumbling heel and flew backwards, revealing the green-haired Jack behind him. Jack was dazed by Tsukahara Ryuzu's butt. Now that Tsukahara Ryuzu was sent flying, he finally had a moment to catch his breath. However, not waiting for him to come to his senses, Wu Bing had already slammed a fist down on his head. Die! The cold murderous aura was like an ice spike entering his body. The pupils of the green-haired Jack's eyes were steeply dilated as he watched the fist enlarge in his eyes. At that moment, death was so close. However, right at that moment, Victoria, who had been murmuring in a low voice behind Harry Potter, let out an odd note and reached out her hand to point at the green-haired Jack, who was 100 meters away. Strong shield boundary. A half-meter thick transparent boundary steeply appeared above green-haired Jack's head, like an extra-thick tempered glass, blocking Wu Bing's fist. Boom! The fist smashed hard on top of the boundary. A half-meter thickness was cracked and burst by Wu Bing's punch, yet it did not shatter. Green-haired Jack grinned broadly and threw out a basketball-sized demolition bomb in his hand as he flew back. Not to Wu Bing, because the green-haired Jack knew that it was useless. So he threw the demolition bomb to the most popular location in Lotus Town, the area of Jinlong Martial Arts School. A finger-sized demolition bomb had the power of a grenade, and now that it was superimposed on the size of a basketball by green-haired Jack, once it exploded, I'm afraid that half of Lotus Town would have to be razed to the ground. Bastard! Wu Bing dodged to catch up with the demolition bomb and kicked it into the sky. Rumble! The deafening boom was like a heavenly thunderbolt. A huge circular hole appeared in the sky of Lotus Town, and all the clouds within a 10-mile radius were cleared out, revealing the azure blue color of the top of the dome. I'll see how many you can stop. Dear coronation of the Thunder Emperor. Green-haired Jack let out a strange laugh as blasters continued to pour out from his hands, and although they were all just the size of a finger, hundreds of them were created at once. This time, green-haired Jack blossomed on all sides, shooting blasters in all directions of Lotus Town, especially on Wu Bing's side, which was given special care, dropping 20 of them at once. Wu Bing's face completely gloomy. His body began to have subtle flashes of lightning. In a blink of an eye, he came to Wu Jie's body, and exploded more than 20 blasting bombs by grabbing them directly with his hands. The other 80 or so, on the other hand, burst at the same time in Lotus Town, and in a moment, countless houses collapsed, and everywhere had an apocalyptic look. Ha 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 ha, Thunder Emperor is nothing more than that. Green-haired Jack let out a wild laugh and was about to continue bombing Lotus Town when Xiongde suddenly came behind him and slapped him unconscious. Bear 2 and Bear Jr. arrived at the same time, and the three of them stood in a row, with Bear casually placing Jack on his shoulder, like a hunter carrying his prey. Harry Potter and Victoria also came up. All 5 of them faced Wu Bing at the same time, their bodies uncontrollably trembling a little, because Wu Bing's body gradually lost its popularity. A tyrannical to the extreme aura filled the surroundings, and his eyes, too, transformed into 2 clusters of electric awnings. Catch the old man's sword, Tsukahara Liangzu shouted explosively. The demonic sword in his hand erupted with a shocking sword aura, as long as 100 meters long. A sword from the sky slashed wildly at Wu Bing. A sword king, a sword to be king. With this blade, heaven and earth changed color. This knife, soundless. This knife, unstoppable. The sharpness of the blade even sliced through the barriers of space, causing a faint black light to appear at the location of the tip of the blade, like a gap in the vacuum of the universe, carrying a terrifying might. Wu Bing pulled himself up and raised his hand to meet it with a fist of his own accord. Only a thunderous sound was heard from the flat ground, and on Wu Bing's fist, a bucket-thick white lightning bolt exploded upwards, colliding fiercely with the demon sword's blade light. Go! Xiong De suddenly vocalized, wanting to take advantage of the opportunity of the two exchanging blows to vanish, but he had just taken a step and immediately retracted it. A black-haired beauty with a hip-hop hat appeared from the end of the street, and before she even got close, she had already started warming up with her fists. At the same time, the surrounding ground suddenly shook, and a large blood-colored wall rose up from the ground, transforming into a 100-meter-high wall that surrounded the nearby area. Su Ruo appeared on top of the blood-colored Great Wall, holding a dragon-shaped token in his hand. Chapter 45, Enemies of the World. What's going on? Why is it suddenly foggy over there? In the area of Jinlong Martial Arts School, the external help called by Li Chong had already arrived. All of them were heavily armed police SWAT officers, rushing into the town in armored vehicles, and gradually eliminating those clowns with Li Chang's inside and outside cooperation. The situation is under control, but there are still tens of thousands of people in the town who have been painted with clown makeup. They can't erase the makeup on their faces, and they can't find their relatives and friends together, so the scene is still a bit rowdy. The one who asked the question was Zhang Xiaofeng, because he felt unusual vibrations and loud noises coming from the location behind Lotus Town, and when he looked over, it was clear that there had just been green bombs that had blown away the clouds in the sky, but at this moment, he realized that that side was shrouded by a thick fog, making it impossible to see clearly what was going on inside. Li Chong said, "Don't worry about what's going on over there. You bring people to blockade, go to the neighborhood to blockade, strictly forbid anyone to approach." After arranging the tedious things, Li Chong looked towards the thick fog over there, his face as gloomy as water. The Great Wall of Flesh and Blood had both large and small cities. The large cities were mainly used to defend against foreign enemies, laid in the border areas of the Chinese nation, and were so powerful that they could shock the world at every turn. The small city is distributed all over the country, with enough strength can be summoned on their own, or through the Dragon City token can also. The main purpose of the small towns was to facilitate the Dragon Guards to act, such as right now, covering up a shocking battle. Queen of Violence Alice, seeing the beautiful woman at the end of the street, Xiongde immediately handed over the green-haired Jack on his shoulder to Victoria. "I'll block her, you guys find a chance to escape." Saying that, a shocking black light erupted from the same body of the three bear brothers. The black light engulfed the bodies of the three people in it, and when the black light disappeared, a humanoid tyrannical bear as tall as 5 meters roared and rushed towards the street. With every step, a huge footprint was left on the street. The street was sinking, and the stores and houses on both sides were tilted. "Bear King, ha ha, just in time to get you to practice your strength." Alice reached out and tied her hair into a ponytail, and calmly waited until the stormy bear came in front of her before raising her seemingly slender arm and punching out. Boom! The two fists collided, and a ring-shaped air explosion erupted centered on the two, collapsing the houses within a 10-meter radius. The 5-meter-tall humanoid tyrant bear was knocked back 10 meters, his feet dragging on the street, leaving 2 deep traces. As for Alice herself, she didn't retreat a step. Again, Alice flicked the brim of her hip-hop hat to the back, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, and with a look of excitement, she took the initiative to catch up with the stormy bear. And surprisingly, with her relatively short and frail figure, she pressed down on the stormy bear and beat him up. Alice the pervert. The three bear brothers won't last long. Let's go! Harry Potter's wand erupted with blinding magic light and blasted straight at the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, while Victoria cast a floating spell on the green-haired Jack to keep him by her side. She was not willing to hug a big man. The magic light crashed on top of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, causing the Great Wall to vibrate. Large swathes of red stuff fell from it, and a deep pit appeared where the magic light hit, almost breaking through the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. The second demonic light rose again. Su Ruo flew down to the top of the city, using the Golden Dragon Shield to resist. After the Golden Dragon Shield became bigger, it directly pawned the way of the two. Victoria frowned and opened her mouth to chant odd syllables, preparing to release magical magic. But just at that moment, a person in the sky was knocked down and smashed right next to Victoria, smashing a big crater out of the street. Tsukahara Ryoso climbed up from the big pit, all his clothes in tatters, and his hair was even upside down, like he had gone to a hair salon and gotten a killer haircut, woefully out of shape. A bolt of electricity brushed down from the sky and grabbed at the floating green-haired Jack, Strong shield boundary. Victoria hastily changed her stance and condensed a 30-centimeter boundary out of her head. And Harry Potter also immediately turned his wand and shot a powerful magic light at the incoming person above him. Rumble. A shock of thunder rang out. Thick lightning like a thunder dragon descended. Wu Bing punched out the strong shield boundary, casually slapped away Harry Ball's attack, and finally, with a big hand, grabbed the unconscious green-haired Jack. And at this time, the battle on the street also ended. The 5-meter-tall Stormy Bear was dispersed by Alice's punch, and the 3 Bear brothers fell back hard. Just coming to Harry Ball's feet, Harry Ball said sharply, "Coronation Lady, it's not too late to ask the whereabouts of the dragon coffin before killing him. We have no intention of offending. You have to know that if the clues to the dragon coffin are broken in your hands, then you're an enemy of the entire transcendent world." Su Ruo also said, "Wu Bing, don't be impulsive. Hand him over to the Chinese dragon guards. We have a way to make him talk." The thunder light on Wu Bing's body dispersed, revealing his cold look. The green-haired Jack would leisurely wake up at this time. He understood the delicate atmosphere of the scene at a glance, then turned his head to look at Wu Bing and grinned. "Coronation of the Thunder Emperor. Ha ha ha, the result of having to be an enemy of the entire transcendental world. Do you dare to kill me? Ha 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 ha." Wu Bing smashed his head with a slap, then casually threw away the corpse and looked at the crowd. So hot? Chapter 46 Imperial Seal. Thunder Prison. Without having the chance to ask about the whereabouts of the dragon coffin, the green-haired Jack had already been killed by Wu Bing, and for a moment, the efforts of Harry Ball and the others were turned into a joke, and their faces were hard to see. Harry Ball said in a deep voice, "Coronation of Thunder Emperor, you will pay the price for your impulsiveness today. The dragon coffin is still in Lotus Town, and unless we find its whereabouts, we will remain here." Harry Poole glanced at Alice as he said that. If it wasn't for her sudden appearance, with the alliance of the 5 of them, even with Su Ruo's help, he would have been sure of a draw. Only now, "Your Highness Alice, hasn't your brother told you that you entered China on behalf of the Vengeance Society, and that you are here for the dragon coffin just like us?" Alice said with an innocent face. "I only came to find Wu. What is the dragon coffin? Humph, let's go." Harry Potter snorted coldly, and the 6 of them looked at Su Ruo in unison, signaling her to put away the great wall of flesh and blood to let them leave. Su Ruo hesitated for a moment and was about to activate the dragon token when Wu Bing suddenly spoke. Wu Bing said, "It seems that this newly promoted Thunder Emperor of mine really makes you all look down on me. First the Black Dragon King of Guangkai City, the Shadow King, and now you guys. It seems that the entire transcendent world doesn't have me in their sights. Since that's the case, you guys won't be able to leave tonight." Halibur turned around haughtily, holding back his anger. "Coronation Lady, I have already said that we have no intention of offending, but this is about the decision of the entire Transcendent World Joint Council. Even if you are one of the 4 emperors, you cannot disobey. Tell your magic minister, village chief, and the union president to send enough ransom money over. If you can't collect it within 10 days, you'll die." After Wu Bing finished speaking, his whole body shook. A majestic aura as vast as the sea suddenly rose within his body, and a square jade seal the size of a soccer ball appeared from behind him, transforming into a gigantic silhouette. It was a divine residence, Emperor Seal. "You've actually melted the evil Emperor's imperial seal." Harry Ball looked at the shadow behind Wu Bing with horror, his heart in waves. "Watch out!" Sukahara Ryoso raised his demonic sword, and a square jade seal also rose behind him, but it was only the size of a fist, and could not be compared to Wu Bing's. This was the king's seal. The jade seal transformed into the shape of an enlarged demonic sword with the tip of the blade up to Wu Bing. The 3 bear brothers once again transformed into a stormy bear form, and after the seal of the king appeared, it transformed into a dark and lightless background, with bear roars constantly coming from it. Victoria chanted rapidly. Her voice was ancient and hollow, vaguely resonating with some substance of the air, gradually forming a green breeze around her. Harry Potter, on the other hand, took out his wand and inspired the magic light to carve out a complicated magic formation in the air. Alice saw that everyone had taken out their stunts, and at that moment, she also looked grave as she was about to make a killing move. But right at that moment, Wu Bing reached out and pushed his hand through the air, pushing both her and Su Ruo up on top of the great wall of flesh and blood. Thunder Prison. Wu Bing took a step out, and the thunder god's shadow behind him followed with a vicious step down, and immediately, the space within the great wall of flesh and blood exploded with countless streaks of piercing and incomparable thunderbolts out of thin air. The figures of the 6 people were directly swallowed by the lightning, along with the great wall of flesh and blood which was surrounded by a circle. There was also a huge vibration, and the 100-meter-high wall began to crumble. No matter how Su Ruo urged the dragon token to do so, it did not help, and he could only watch the great wall of flesh and blood disappear. 6 people lay on the ground. Wu Bing stumbled and almost couldn't stand up. Alice was quick to fly to support him and whispered, It seems that you haven't fully fused the Emperor Seal, forcing the Emperor Seal to be activated. The backlash will kill you. Wu Bing weakly said. Now is a good opportunity for you to fulfill the mission of the Vengeance Society. Kill me, and also capture an Emperor Seal for the Vengeance Society, so that your brother will step into the Emperor position from now on, and will no longer be just the strongest king, Alice said without any good humor. You do know that I am only interested in you. Wu Bing's expression froze, as if recalling some horrible memories. Alice snorted coldly and directly threw Wu Bing to the ground, seemingly gently, but the fall broke several of Wu Bing's ribs. Alice coldly said, Wu, you are an asshole. I never want to see you again. After saying that, Alice whooshed up into the sky and was gone in the blink of an eye. Su Ruo looked at this strange change, wanting to walk over to help up Wu Bing but feeling that it was not appropriate. For a moment she did not know what to do. Fortunately at this time, Wu Bing ran over to help up Wu Bing. Wu Bing pointed to the ground unconscious past 6 people to Su Ruo said, help me look after these few. Don't worry, I have already sealed their ability. Unless it is the same as the Emperor Seal of the guy out of the hand, or else they will be similar to the ordinary people. You give them behind the people to pass the message. Do not want a people do not send over the ransom. Wu Bing thought about it and added, the ransom is fine for you Huaxia Dragon Guards to receive. Just take it as my, well, sincerity money for coming here. The prerequisite is that your Dragon City headquarters dares to accept it. You know what that means. Wu Bing stood up and said to Wu Jie, go, take me to the hospital to see your 8th uncle. Wu Jie's eyes had returned to normal. She said, Brother Bing, you have broken bones. Why don't I carry you? I'm quite strong. The bone is fine. It will recover soon. Wu Bing looked at her eyes and wondered. Rather, the person who gave you medicine is a high-level person. Su Ruo asked from behind. What about that dragon coffin? Wu Bing waved his hand. Anyway, it's somewhere in the town. You guys just find it yourselves. Chapter 47 Young man, you are weak in the kidneys. With law and order restored in Lotus Town, and with Donna long dead and her supernatural powers beginning to recede, many of the people who had been painted in clown makeup began to regain their original faces and began to search the streets for their friends and family. Everywhere, a scene of the aftermath of the robbery was staged. When Wu Bing arrived at the hospital, the bones in Wu Bing's body had really healed, but Wu Bing was still weak with a white face and purple lips, looking as if he was terminally ill. Walking into the hospital, Wu Bing suddenly smelled a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine. Before, when he sent Wang Bawan over, the hospital side was still understaffed, and many of the injured couldn't be dealt with in a timely manner. But this time, Wu Bing found that all those injured were being treated in place, and most of the injured locations were wrapped in traditional Chinese medicine, and all those patients actually stopped chanting in pain, and many of them slept peacefully. Wu Bing said, it must be that big sister coming over. Wu Bing felt curious. You haven't seen it before? No. Wu Bing said, if there was someone that out of the ordinary in the town, it would have been set on fire long ago. That big sister is like a fairy walking out of a painting. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was dreaming. Wu Bing said, didn't your eyes bleed at that time? How could you see it? Wu Bing said, the big sister ordered a few times on my head and body. The blood stopped. Then I could see just she said my eyes were damaged. It is better to put some medicine on them. The two said to find Wang Bawan's position. Found that the seriously injured Wang Bawan has also been on the Chinese medicine to sleep. At this time is being lifted by the nurse on the trolley to take to the ward placement. After Wu Bing made sure that Wang Bawan was fine, the breath he was holding on to was even more out of control. He couldn't even stand up. The whole person was almost hanging on Wu Jie. His face was ugly to the extreme. Wu Jie was shocked. Brother Bing, you're okay? I'll take you to see a doctor. Doctor. It just so happened that an old doctor with gray hair passed by and heard Wu Jie's shouts and rushed over. It was too late for Wu Bing to stop him. The old doctor took a look at Wu Bing and found that his feet were trembling, short of breath and sweating, tired and weak, and his face was pale. At that moment, he grabbed Wu Bing's hand and took his pulse again, and then looked meaningfully at Wu Jie, and then looked at Wu Bing again, and said in a deep voice, young people have to exercise moderation, or you'll regret it later. Wu Bing froze. For a moment he couldn't react. What did you say, old man? Moderation what? Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. The old doctor smelled some anger, shouted, what nonsense? Young man, you are kidney deficiency. What? Kidney deficiency? Wu Bing almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood, while Wu Jie was red in the face, finally realizing why the old doctor had just looked back and forth at himself and Wu Bing. Don't talk nonsense, old man. Old man, this is. The old doctor snorted coldly. Your feet are weak, your lips are white, your pulse is weak. Your body has been emptied out and you are still talking tough. It's really unbelievable. Hurry up and buy the 6 flavors of the earth pill to go back and replenish your body. Humph, the old doctor said and whisked his sleeve away, causing the people around to look at Wu Bing with a strange look. Wu Bing wanted to die. "I'll go back to Green Lotus Garden first. You stay and take care of your 8th uncle." Wu Bing couldn't stand the gazes from all around him and hurriedly left the hospital. Emperor Seal, the symbol of the emperor of the transcendental world, but also a treasure that can greatly enhance the strength. The transcendental world has existed since ancient times. 4 emperors, 12 kings, 36 superheroes, a total of 52 people. Never less than. Because this world exists 52 special seals. Once you have it, you will have a horrible strength. 4 emperor seals, 12 king seals, and 36 superhero seals. Even a mortal, once recognized by one of these 52 seals, infused them in his body. He could immediately transform into one of the giants of the transcendental world. Wu Bing had killed the evil emperor as the Thunder King in the first place, thus obtaining the recognition of one of the imperial seals. But the downfall of activating the imperial seal before it was completely fused was that the power of the imperial seal backfired on him, causing him to suffer from severe injuries, and almost all of his transcendental power was consumed. It could be said that the current Wu Bing was not much different from a normal person. At most he was more agile and experienced behind him. He walked through the streets and alleys with weak steps, and in order to quickly return to the Green Lotus Garden, he tried to take shortcuts and walk through those alleys as much as possible. Just when he was about to cross another alley and might come to the back door of Green Lotus Court, he was blocked in the middle of the alley. A group of youths with watermelon knives and steel pipes in their hands, their hair dyed in colorful colors. The leader of the group, Wu Bing, recognized. Luo Gang? The person coming was none other than Luo Ba's son, the murderous horseman who robbed Xingxia on a motorcycle and was pushed into the lotus pond by his own foot. Luo Gang. When Luo Ba was exterminated by a Sao ghost, Luo Gang was intentionally left alive because he had to be used to correct Wu Bing, and since the last time they parted ways in the interrogation room, Wu Bing had almost forgotten about this person. Luo Gang cut his hair short and no longer had the look of a killer horse. He looked at Wu Bing. His eyes revealed monstrous hatred. "That's right, it's me. Today I want to avenge my whole family," Luo Gang said, reached out and pulled out a police gun from his pocket, directly onto Wu Bing's head. Chapter 48 Blood Battle. The reason why he could tell at a glance that the one in Luo Gang's hand was a police gun was because police guns are engraved with a special number. And Wu Bing didn't believe that a teenager could easily get a gun in a country where gun control was so strict in Huaxia. The only explanation. Wu Bing did not even need to think to guess the general. "You're not afraid? This is a real gun." Luo Gang could not help but get a little angry when he saw Wu Bing being held by a gun on his head, but he still looked calm and collected. Wu Bing said, "I didn't kill your family. Li Chong should have made it clear to you. Put your mom's bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Luo Gang yelled, "My cousin has shown me the surveillance. You bribed Li Chong so you could escape, but you can't escape today. Go to hell." Luo Gang said he was about to shoot. Wu Bing's face sank. His body instantly sidestepped to one side, and a fist smoothly struck Luo Gang's stomach. If this is a change in the usual is absolutely easy, but at this moment the Wu Bing but weak, flash away after he immediately found wrong. Fist hit Luo Gang's body even soft and weak. Luo Gang's body did not even move a bit. Ping! The sound of a gunshot. Luo Gang really fired a shot. After Wu Bing dodged away, the bullet almost hit his own people in the back. A group of youths swarmed up and engulfed Wu Bing in an instant. Wu Bing's eyes are solemn. The alley has been blocked. At this moment there is no way back. Even in his weakest time, must kill a bloody road. As if back to 10 years ago when he first appeared. Only 10 years old. He is relying on a ruthlessness in the Western underground world to kill the sky. If the Hallowed Thunder Emperor was beaten to death by a group of delinquent youths, I'm afraid that he would involve many of his enemies throughout the transcendent world to die laughing along with him. This is not good. A watermelon knife came around. Wu Bing did not retreat. One step into the chest of the knife-wielding person, thus avoiding the blade. But although the blade was avoided, his back was hit by a steel pipe, the lesser of two evils. Mortals fighting in a group is so. When all sides are attacked, completely avoid is impossible. The only thing you can do is to choose the lesser of injuries, and then aim at a position to fight through a gap. Snatching the watermelon knife with his backhand, Wu Bing slashed and flipped over the person who had hit him with a steel pipe, and then with a twist of his blade, he forced back the siege around him. Kill! With a knife in his hand, Wu Bing was still able to inflict a terrifying killing power even if he did not have much strength. On the main street, Li Chong was personally patrolling with his men in case there were any clowns that had slipped through the net, and when he heard the sound of gunshots ringing out, he immediately brought his men on a wild goose chase. A large team of SWAT officers followed with loaded guns. Hundreds of people surrounded the alley. Li Chong rushed in with his men and smelled the pungent odor of blood before he even got close. Into the alley, as into a human purgatory, dozens of young people were cut over the ground, covering the wounds on the body wailing, favoring their body wounds are not fatal, but can cause the most painful effect. In the deepest part of the alley there were still two people who didn't fall. one half kneeling and one standing. The standing one used a watermelon knife on the neck of the half kneeling one. The watermelon knife had completely cut over the edge, but was still able to obliterate human life. Wu Bing, leave someone under the knife. Li Chong found himself sounding hollow as he shouted out the words. The person standing was none other than Wu Bing. He was covered in blood, both other people's and his own. Half of his face was swollen, and there were countless wounds on his body, both big and small, and Li Chong felt his scalp go numb as he watched. What kind of will does it take to hold on and not fall down? Kneeling opposite Wu Bing, it is Luo Gang. The gun in his hand is out of bullets. In addition to the beginning of the first shot by Wu Bing flash away, the back of the 7 rounds of bullets, all hit, but Wu Bing has not yet fallen. Luo Gang was already about to be scared silly. This was simply not human. How could anyone possibly be slashed dozens of times and hit with dozens of steel pipes, and still get shot and still be able to over dozens of people? I won't kill you. Wu Bing dropped the knife in his hand and with great difficulty, he lit a cigar and took a long exhale before saying, because you don't deserve it. Wu Bing walked out of the alley. Li Chong did not even dare to stop, because he understands that today, if not for Wu Bing, the entire Lotus town has been lost. Nearly 200,000 lives. I'm afraid that 1/10 of them will not be left. Those special police at the entrance of the alley also automatically make a channel. Encountered such a fierce and ruthless, even they also have to admit a trace of admiration. Li Chong grabbed Luo Gang's gun and took a look. His face sank. Luo Changrong, head over heels. Wu Bing kept insisting on returning to the Green Lotus Garden. When he stepped out of the shower room, the wounds on his body had begun to heal, but slowly. After his body was emptied of all transcendent power by the Emperor's seal, even the recovery of his physical body was affected. Got to replenish some food. Wu Bing wanted to call for takeout, but thinking of the current situation in Lotus Town had to give up, opening the refrigerator, which was filled with various ingredients by Yen Yunfei, but Wu Bing would only make noodles. Just at this time, Yen Yunfei came back. Chapter 49. Outside the bathroom door. Yen Yunfei first let out a scream when she saw the naked Wu Bing, then covered her eyes with her hands, but suddenly felt that something was wrong and couldn't help but cross her fingers again. Finally seeing that Wu Bing was at this moment covered in wounds, some of which were still losing blood. What happened to you? Not caring about the embarrassment, Yen Yunfei rushed over. When she saw Wu Bing's wounds clearly, tears flowed uncontrollably. Quickly, I'll send you to the hospital. Wu Bing said, it's fine, can't die. I'm hungry. Why don't you cook something for me to eat? Yen Yunfei gasped. It's already time for you to eat. Do you really not want to die? I'm really fine. It just looks serious. You do know that I'm not an ordinary person. Wu Bing explained. As long as I'm allowed to eat and sleep, I guarantee the wound will heal. Really? Yen Yunfei looked at Wu Bing's wound, and indeed found some signs of healing on it, and instantly believed it for a few moments, and then remembering that Wu Bing had slept for 7 days and 7 nights before, she didn't insist. Then I'll go cook something for you to eat. Yen Yunfei wiped away her tears, handily took out ingredients from the refrigerator and started cooking. Wu Bing wanted to help, but was scolded out by Yen Yunfei and threw a pair of underwear for him to put on. Wu Bing had no choice but to sit on the dining table and wait for the food. Plate after plate of food served up one after another. Wu Bing is like a starving ghost. Yen Yunfei served up a plate, he eliminated a plate. Even the vegetable juice are not spared. The white rice is eaten a few kilograms down, but the stomach does not see any change. Yen Yunfei now completely believe in Wu Bing's words, so the entire refrigerator are emptied out. A busy 3 hours. When she served a plate of eggs, she found Wu Bing sat in a chair and fell asleep. In his right hand, he was still using a knife and fork to fork a steak, and in his left hand, there was still most of a glass of red wine on the goblet. Yen Yunfei gently put down the poached eggs and gently used a tissue to help him wipe away the oil on his mouth. If she looked closely, Yen Yunfei realized that although Wu Bing was not handsome, he had a unique aura, as if any difficulty was solved as long as she stayed by his side. A feeling of peace of mind. The sun was bright and warm at that moment in time. Wu Bing slept heavily, breathing long and strong. Yen Yunfei even dragged and dragged before he got into bed, a toss down, but instead, he broke out in a sweat. After cleaning up the mess, Yen Yunfei found that low thunder suddenly came from outside. She looked out the window and found that it was pouring rain outside at some point. Thick dark clouds drifted above the sky, and thunder flashed continuously in them. The sound of thunder shook the sky. Yen Yunfei closed the window, then walked into the shower room. After a few hours of busyness, she was also exhausted, and just needed to take a bath to relax and unwind. Today's mutation in Lotus Town. Although it started from 8 Dragons Mountain, but that group of clowns left 8 Dragons Mountain after snatching the dragon coffin. In addition to the explosion at the beginning, the 8 Dragons Mountain scenic area instead didn't suffer any damage. Strange enough, that explosion at 8 Dragon Mountain was so violent, But apart from some debris being shaken down from the mountain of 8 Dragon Mountain was surprisingly unbroken. This way, the scenic area wouldn't be hit too hard, and only needed to deal with the rubble, and it could be open to tourists again right away. Only, the disappearance of the dragon coffin was a big problem. The company had already shown absolute importance last time, and this time it had to be retrieved as well. While thinking about things, a sudden noise came from outside, as if something had been hit. Yan Yunfei was startled. Wu Bing had already fallen asleep. It was impossible to wake up. So who could it be? Rumble. A terrifying sound of thunder came from outside. Yan Yunfei was startled and hurriedly sat up from the bathtub. Suddenly, through the crack underneath the bathroom door, she saw a shadow walking over. Someone had come outside the bathroom door. Who? Yan Yunfei's voice trembled in fear, thinking that it couldn't be those clowns. What should she do in that case? The person outside didn't answer, but there was a heavy panting sound like that of a wild beast. Yan Yunfei hurriedly stepped out of the bathtub, haphazardly found a large bath towel to wrap her proud body, and in the meantime took a hanger as a weapon. Apart from the hanger, there was nothing else in the bathroom that could be used as a weapon. Who? Yan Yunfei asked again, but the person outside still didn't answer, instead pushing the door hard. Yan Yunfei screamed, unable to care so much in her haste, calling out Wu Bing's name. The sound of pushing the door became more urgent and soon turned into banging on the door. Yan Yunfei was so scared that she hurriedly ran to the bathroom window, wanting to call for help from the outside. Ping! With a violent sound, the door was slammed open. Yan Yunfei looked at the door in horror and discovered an inhuman presence. That person was no one else but Wu Bing, who had just been dragged back to the bed with great difficulty by Yan Yunfei herself. However, the Wu Bing at this time was not an unusual appearance. His eyes were replaced by 2 clusters of electric awnings, and his body erupted with a shocking hostile aura, like a prison or an abyss, resembling a god or a demon. Wu Bing! Yan Yunfei was so stunned that she didn't even realize that the bath towel on her body had fallen to the ground. An explosive torso was exposed without any cover. Wu Bing flashed in. Chapter 50th. A message from Superman. At that instant, Yan Yunfei's mind went blank. The shocking hostility that burst out from Wu Bing made her find it difficult to even breathe, and the hideous expression on his face was as if he was going to destroy the world. And just when Yan Yunfei thought that she was bound to die, Wu Bing violently braked his figure within arm's reach of her. Move! The word squeezed out from between her teeth as if she was enduring unparalleled torture. Yan Yunfei saw Wu Bing's entire face distorted. She could clearly feel his pain. Her heart involuntarily trembled and her tears involuntarily fell. What's wrong with you? I'm not leaving. Yan Yunfei didn't leave. Instead, she reached out and hugged Wu Bing. The 2 nearly naked flesh bodies hugged each other tightly. The hostile aura on Wu Bing's body was stifled, and the lightning that appeared from time to time also disappeared. In that instant, the lightning in Wu Bing's eyes also subsided for the most part. A trace of clarity began to appear, but immediately, the sky suddenly broke out again. Shocking thunder. A silhouette pierced through the dark clouds and shot down rapidly. Wu Bing roared, pushed away Yan Yunfei in his arms and threw her from the bathroom directly onto the sofa. Boom! At that exact moment, the silhouette that descended from the sky broke through the wall in the midst of the pounding rain. It was a Western beauty with a hip-hop hat on her head. Queen of Violence Alice. Alice looked at Wu Bing with a grave expression. At this moment, he once again resumed his demonic godlike image, his tyrannical hostile aura rising again and again, and after dropping Yan Yunfei, his figure flashed and he crashed straight at Alice. Wu! Wake up! Alice shouted in a deep voice and took a defensive stance, but she was still slammed by Wu Bing, and the 2 of them tumbled and flew out of the house in a ball. The heavy rain in the sky was as majestic as a waterfall pouring down. The 2 were quickly blurred after flying into the rain. Yan Yunfei ran from the living room to the smashed bathroom to look out, only to see the 2's blurred shadows splitting apart in the rain, with thunderous loud noises coming from each exchange of blows. Occasionally, there were even amazing thunderbolts coming straight down from the 2 of them, and those who didn't know couldn't tell if they were heavenly thunderbolts coming down from the sky or not. 2 people fly higher and higher, and finally even disappeared in the dark clouds in the sky, and then the dark clouds into a thundercloud. There are constantly thunder and lightning splitting down, vibration constantly. The heavy rainstorm rained for a full day and night, and it didn't subside until early in the morning of the next day. Lotus Town was recovering. Many tourists began to leave. This attack was characterized as a terrorist attack by the Chinese government. The Chinese government began to increase its efforts to investigate the invasion of terrorist forces, and expelled some great characters and a series of means. By the impact of this matter is very far-reaching. The eyes of the entire world in a period of time will be concerned about the Lotus Town. In addition to the attack, on the other hand, the Jinlong martial arts school once again shook China. Following the female martial arts goddess Niejiao, Jinlong martial arts school once again gave birth to a dazzling new star, Wu Jie. The video screen of Wu Jie's match with Wu Maniac was posted online, and Wu Jie's persistent apology once became an internet buzzword. Many people became her fans, and major entertainment companies even threw out olive branches to Wu Jie, and at the same time hoped to draw Niezhou out through Wu Jie as well. The Chinese government intends to reduce the fear of terrorist attacks, so intentionally or unintentionally promote the reputation of the Jinlong martial arts school, in addition to Wu Jie, but also Nye Kong, Yang Guanglu and others also pushed up. Nye Kong and Yang Guanglu and others in this attack to fight back bravely, leading a group of martial arts to fight with the terrorist forces. Even bare hands against real bullets also did not give up. Such a heroic image, but also the status of the Chinese martial arts greatly improved a bit, so that China set off a wave of martial arts practice trend. More than 100,000 tourists dispersed, but the Lotus Town ushered in hundreds of thousands of students to come to Jinlong Martial Arts School to learn martial arts. This morning, a roadside stall of a breakfast stall, a pair of young men and women sitting on the roadside stool nibbling on breakfast, the two hair messy clothes tattered, look a little bit of a mess, but the woman is a Western beauty, a head of big waves of black hair even if it is messed up, but it seems to be more flavorful, so that the owner of the breakfast stall cannot help but peep at the eyes of the boss a few times, and then the boss's wife wringing his ears and cursing. The two people were exactly Wu Bing and Alice, who had just finished fighting in the sky. Wu Bing had stolen a pair of big pants from somewhere, and his upper body was covered with a Jinlong martial arts school uniform, which really looked like a few students. On the table was soybean milk and donuts, and a plate of wet fried beef river. The boss's fire was very strong. The fragrance of beef wafted out very tempting. Wu Bing took a big bite of the beef river, devouring it like a hungry ghost. Alice used her chopsticks a few times but failed to catch a single piece of river noodle. She simply got angry and threw away her chopsticks. Stupid. Wu Bing asked the boss to bring a fork before Alice could finally eat her breakfast. Thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have the transcendent power to suppress me, Alice said. Slaughtering the city. Ah, what else can you do? Wu Bing's face went white, then returned to normal and said, didn't you leave? Why did you come back? Alice said, originally left, but remembered that my brother explained me to bring words to you, so I came back. You think I want to see you fight all day and night exhausted? Bing Wu asked. Clark has something to say to me? Chapter 51, The Whereabouts of the Dragon Coffin. Clark, full name Clark Ayer, the President of the United States of America Avenging Society, the strongest at the king level. At his peak, he could forcefully fight the existence of the emperor level undefeated, a guy who wears his underwear outside in broad daylight. Alice said seriously, according to Clark, the will of the Transcendental World's Joint Council this time is obsessive, and is determined to get the dragon coffin that appeared in Lotus Town, and he told you to be careful because this time, there is an emperor level present at the Joint Council, ancient emperor. Wu Bing instantly guessed who the attending emperor level was. Of the 4 emperors of the transcendent world, the evil emperor had already been replaced by himself. The female emperor had called himself to come to Lotus Town, so he should have expected it, and that guy, Emperor Yu Yo, had sent someone to ask about himself through Raymond last time, which meant that he didn't know the situation either. So the only remaining emperor level was the most mysterious and at the same time the strongest of the 4 emperors, the ancient emperor. The ancient emperor, one of the 4 emperors. No one knew how long he had lived, but everyone kept him a secret, because it was rumored that his ancient emperor legion was all over the globe, with his forces rooted in almost every place. Luckily, the ancient emperor legion rarely interfered in the affairs of the mortal world, which was one of the limits that the governments of various countries could tolerate. The identity of the ancient emperor is a mystery, and rumor has it that his most recent appearance was at the end of the Second World War, when he appeared alone in the Japanese nation, deterring the United States of America and other powers with the power of a single man, and preventing the 3rd and 4th atomic bombs from exploding. Thus, one of the things that the Japanese say is true is that Gyuti is a Japanese. This was not denied by the ancient emperor's legion, but it was not recognized either. The ancient emperor, who rarely showed up, reappeared after more than 70 years, but surprisingly, it was for a coffin in a small town in China. No wonder the entire transcendent world has gone crazy, knowing that I'm here. Those king levels are still coming over without any knowledge of death. Could it be that this time around, it will end up turning into a showdown between the ancient emperor's legion and the thunder emperor's legion? Wu Bing said and then laughed at himself. TSK, my legion has only just come up from the king level. In the eyes of outsiders it must not be able to compare to the ancient emperor's legion, which has a long history. Don't you think so? Alice said. You are not a match for the ancient emperor right now. Clark had a fight with the ancient emperor. Well, he was beaten a bit badly. Wu Bing was silent. He had also fought with Clark before. Clark had a slight upper hand, although now that he had the Emperor's seal, I was afraid that it would be difficult to defeat it before it was fully fused. It would be a tie at best. Alice said, I really have to go. You have suppressed 4 king levels during this period of time. The transcendental world side should be quiet for a while, but it is only temporary. The next time it breaks out again, I am afraid that it will not be on the scale of this time. Wu, you have to be careful. Sending Alice away. Wu Bing went back to Green Lotus Garden to change into a set of security uniforms. The bathroom had already been mended by someone. Yen Yunfei left a note saying that the company's top management had sent word that the dragon coffin must be recalled, or else they would be held accountable. And she had taken someone to the town to look for it early in the morning. It's that Zhou Kong who's up to no good, isn't it? Wu Bing frowned and hurried to 8 Dragon Mountain after changing into his security uniform. After yesterday's incident, 8 Dragons Mountain was now closed and would not reopen until after the explosion debris had been cleaned up, and then after a professional organization had surveyed that there were no problems. Wu Bing came to Flying Dragon Rock and found that Wang Bawan was actually discharged from the hospital, and at this time, he was directing those security guards to clean up the rubble inside Flying Dragon Rock. Uncle 8, your injury is already healed? Wu Bing felt surprised. Only 1 day's time. Wang Bawan, who was seriously injured to the extent that his life was in danger, was already fine. Unable to help it, Wu Bing had a sense of curiosity about that fairy sister that Wu Bing spoke of. When Wang Bawan saw Wu Bing, he hurriedly pulled him aside and said, "There's no big problem with my injuries. I came back last night after I heard that the dragon coffin was lost, and I slept here all night. Guess what I found?" Wu Bing casually said, "Did you see a ghost again?" Wang Bawan slapped his thighs and said, "Yes, it's evil. I couldn't go back last night when it was dark and rainy, so I slept in my old place, and as a result, in the middle of the night, I actually heard that female ghost at the bottom of the lake screaming again." Wu Bing curiously said, "Then this time did you hear what she said?" Wang Bawan said, "No, I fainted again." Wu Bing said, "Get lost." Wang Bawan quickly said, "Don't, I have news about the dragon coffin. Before I fainted last night, I saw someone carrying the dragon coffin to the top." Wang Bawan pointed his hand towards the top of 8 Dragons Mountain. "It's that beautiful woman who helped me bandage my wounds. TSK, that beautiful woman is a great one. She's watery, wearing Chinese ancient clothes like a fairy descending to the earth. If I were 20 years younger, I would definitely go after her." Wu Bing froze. "Are you saying that the dragon coffin was taken up to the Temple of Compassion up there?" Wang Bawan said, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. If I wasn't afraid of being thrown off the mountaintop again by that old nun, I would have taken someone up there. That's a problem." When he thought of Mistress Void Cloud, Wu Bing had a headache. Unless he deployed the Emperor Seal himself, Wu Bing really didn't want to be swatted down like a fly again. But the dragon coffin had to be brought back, or else he would be out of a job. Chapter 52, Unexpectedly Smooth. "I'll go up and take a look." Making up his mind, Wu Bing was ready to go up to the Temple of Compassion to find out what was going on. Although the consequences of utilizing the Imperial Seal were very serious, if things really came to that point, Wu Bing would not hesitate. After all, being slapped down by the old nun last time was bad enough. Wang Bawan's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, I'll go too. Wu Bing remembered that this thing last time to peep at people bathing, on the spot to refuse, but Wang Bawan swore to God never to peep again. Wu Bing only had to agree. Looking for a corner that no one noticed, Wu Bing dragged Wang Bawan jumped up, and in a flash came to the top of the 8 Dragon Mountain. At this time, it was still morning time, and there was usually no one bathing, which was also the reason why Wu Bing agreed to bring Wang Bawan up. Inside the Temple of Compassion seemed to have just finished the morning class. Inside the smoke curled up the sound of bells, a different kind of peaceful imagery. Probably the last time was thrown off the mountain lesson is still fresh in my mind. Wang Bawan this time is the rules of the road behind Wu Bing, just a pair of thieving eyes glowing, looking at the Temple of Compassion as if looking at a stripped naked like a big beauty, almost drooling. Wu Bing said, wait for me here, I'll go in first and take a look. Wang Bawan nodded and found a hidden place to hide. Wu Bing was affected by the thunderstorm last night. The hostile gas in his body under the tyranny of the hostile gas instead inspired the rebirth of transcendental power. Now he has recovered his peak state. At once his body flashed and disappeared from the original place. Wang Bawan waited in place for a minute, suddenly felt that he was a bit anxious to urinate. As a security chief, I have to pay attention to my identity. It's not good to urinate and defecate anywhere. I have to go in and borrow a restroom, and come out when I'm done. Convinced by his own sufficient reason, Wang Bawan slipped out of the hiding place, found a remote corner and climbed over the fence of the Temple of Compassion and went in. There weren't many halls in the Temple of Compassion, and Wu Bing didn't find any sign of the dragon coffin after circling around the Maharaja's treasure hall, so he went to the house at the back of the treasure hall. What person? A clear and crisp voice like a yellow warbler calling from the valley. A long-haired beauty wearing ancient Chinese clothing suddenly opened the door from inside a house and looked towards Wu Bing's hidden position. The beauty with red lips and eyebrows, bright eyes and white teeth, like a fairy walking out of a painting, with an out-of-the-ordinary temperament, not eating the earth. Wu Bing looked dumbfounded for a moment, and in his heart, he was instantly sure that this woman should be the fairy sister that Wu Bing had spoken of, and also the person who took away the dragon coffin that Wang Bawan had said, actually found himself at once. This woman is at least a king-level expert. Wu Bing walked out and said frankly, "Hello, I'd like to find Elder Lady Void Cloud." The beautiful woman saw Wu Bing dressed in a security uniform and was slightly surprised. "Master, she is not here. What is your business? Master Void Cloud is not here?" Wu Bing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, then told us about the dragon coffin, and finally said, "Please return the dragon coffin to us, or else we won't be able to keep our jobs. So that coffin belongs to your company." The beauty was surprised. "I also felt a strange aura on my way back, so I brought that coffin back." But, when the beauty said here, her face was a bit unnatural, and only after Wu Bing pressed her did she say, I buried it underground into the ground." Wu Bing froze, feeling incredible at the same time, but also seems reasonable, thinking that this beauty is too kind, picked up a coffin halfway, but also buried it. The beauty brought Wu Bing to the back of the Temple of Compassion, pointing to a brand new dirt bag. "This is it." Wu Bing found a shovel and dug up the earth bag, and indeed found the dragon coffin was placed underground, and there was even a string of sandalwood Buddha beads on the coffin, and a bunch of wild mountain flowers. Wu Bing shouldered the dragon coffin and asked, "By the way, I don't know where Master Xu Yun went?" The beautiful woman said, "Master, she went back to the Holy Realm. I heard that there is some big matter to discuss. I'm not too sure about the details." "Thank you. My name is Wu Bing. I still don't know what you call yourself." Wu Bing asked. "My name is Chao Zd. I am a lay disciple of the Temple of Compassion. I don't have a Dharma name yet." The beautiful woman had just finished speaking when a burst of noisy human voices suddenly came out from inside the Temple of Compassion, as if a group of people were chasing something, coaxing a burst of chickens and dogs. Bing, quickly save me, Wang Bawan pig-like screams sounded. Wu Bing cannot help but cover his face with his hands, do not want to see. But a group of beautiful nuns with a broom stretcher, chasing Wang Bawan belt have not been strangled from the back door. When Wang Bawan saw Wu Bing from afar, he shouted, "Bing, save me, these ES are crazy. I just borrowed a toilet to pee and they even said I was peeping at them going to the bathroom." Chao Zidi's face changed when she heard that, pointing at Wu Bing. You two can't be the two perverted security guards that Master said last time that peeped at the sisters taking a shower." Wu Bing almost vomited blood when he heard that, and hurriedly said, "Miss Chao, I'll see you later." After saying that without waiting for Chao to react, Wu Bing carried the dragon coffin and jumped down directly from the back of the 8 Dragon Mountain. "Wait for me." Wang Bawan also had a big heart and ran wildly without thinking before jumping down after Wu Bing, not worrying in the slightest about the fact that there were thousands of meters of distance between the mountaintop and the ground. Chao Zd looked at the falling figures of the two men with a chagrined face. Chapter 53, Sexy Bikini. Inside the flying dragon rock, Wu Bing carried the dragon coffin with one hand and then Wang Bawan landed with the other. Wang Bawan finally strangled his belt, cursing and babbling. He was just saying that those beautiful nuns were too calculating, and actually couldn't even borrow a toilet. And he didn't know that there was only one women's toilet up there, so how could he blame himself? Wu Bing was speechless and left the 8 Dragons Mountain after handing over the dragon coffin to Wang Bawan. Since the dragon coffin had been retrieved, there was no need for Yen Yunfei to go to Lotus Town to waste time, and Wu Bing just happened to be looking for her to explain what happened last night. Yen Yunfei's face was a bit unnatural when she saw Wu Bing. Wu Bing pulled her aside and told her roughly what happened to her body. "If it wasn't for the fact that I exhausted the power in my body in the previous battle, I would have still been able to suppress it. You don't have to be afraid. Since I lost control of my body last time, the hostile chi in my body has settled down quite a bit. Lotus Town seems to have inexplicable power that is able to keep me peaceful. This time it's just a special circumstance. You don't have to worry about it." Yen Yunfei quietly listened to Wu Bing's explanation, then nodded her head and said, "I know. I'm going to go to the head office in the next few days. If you want to eat you can only go outside." Wu Bing asked, "Going there for what?" Yen Yunfei coldly said, "Anyway, it's a serious matter. Unlike some people who go out with some inexplicable women to fool around for a day and a night without coming back. Not even a word." Yen Yunfei turned her head and left after saying that. Wu Bing rubbed his nose, thinking that his explanation just now was all in vain. Her point of concern didn't seem to be on his own physical abnormality at all. "Brother Bing." Yen Yunfei had just left. Wu Jie's voice came over. She didn't wear the uniform of Jinlong Martial Arts School today, but changed into a fresh denim skirt, paired with a tight white t-shirt, revealing a delicate youthful figure, giving people a feeling of being brightened up. Wu Jie had a standard melon face, and although she hadn't fully grown, she was already a wooden plank of beauty. "I signed a contract with an entertainment company, and I'm going to take a plane tomorrow to attend an event in Zhongjing. My mom cooked a big table of food, and asked me to come and call you and eighth uncle over for dinner. Wu Bing asked, going so soon? Don't you still have 2 years left to graduate? Wu Jia said, it's just for the summer. My agent said that I need to show my face more in front of the public while it's still hot, and I still have to come back in September to attend my studies. Bing Wu followed Wu Jia to Aunt Ling's house, and sure enough, the table was already filled with a large table of food, and besides Wang Bawan, who had just rushed back, there was also a young man with black-rimmed glasses called Su Zhang, who was Wu Jia's agent. During the meal, Su Zhang spoke up. Don't worry, Wu Jia, I've already contacted the hospital in Guangkai City. Someone will send Auntie Ling over for the surgery tomorrow, and the cost is fully covered by the company. Aunt Ling put down her chopsticks when she heard this, and asked worriedly, my eyes have been broken for almost 10 years. It will cost a lot of money if I go for treatment, or forget it. I'm used to it anyway, Wu Jia said. Mom, I said I will definitely cure you. Be good and wait for me in Guangkai City. I'll come back to see you after I'm busy with my activities. Wang Bawan also said, right, you're only 40 years old. Now that Shayan has made a good living, there are still a lot of good days ahead of you. Hurry up to cure your eyes, and then maybe you'll have to bring a child to Shayan. Wu Jia's cheeks blushed, sneaking a glance at Wu Bing then burying her head to eat. Aunt Ling, on the other hand, laughed heartily and said good. But as she spoke, she suddenly shed tears and sobbed. If your brother hadn't had an accident 10 years ago, he could have gotten married and had a child by now. Mom. Wu Jia hugged Aunt Ling and said in a firm tone, don't worry, I will definitely take care of you for the rest of your life. I know. Aunt Ling comfortably wiped away her tears. It's all my fault, talking about sad things over a good meal. Come on, let's eat. Bing, have some soup. I've been simmering today's soup for 3 hours. Good. Wu Bing did not have the slightest ambiguity, drank 3 big bowls in a row, causing Auntie Ling to smile continuously. After the meal, Wu Bing pulled Wu Jia and asked, how much does the surgery cost, and who's going to take care of Auntie Ling during the time you're not here? Wu Jia said, I've made an appointment with the most authoritative doctor in Guangkai City. The surgery will probably cost about $1 million. Uncle 8 can't get away during this period of time, so I've hired a bellhop. Wu Bing thought for a moment and said, I have a friend in Guangkai City. Have someone from your company go to him for help and say that it was me who said so. He will arrange everything. With that, Wu Bing told Wu Jia the address of Lin Changtian. Wu Jia depressed. Brother Bing, don't you even use a cell phone? How much better to just call? Cell phones are too troublesome. They will be wasted in a fight. Too lazy to bring them. Wu Bing was talking, suddenly looked out the door. The building that was originally there was razed to the ground during the fight with Tsukahara Ryoso and the others. At this time it was being rebuilt. Dozens of construction workers were busy, but there was a person who passed through the workers. It was a blonde with a ponytail. Her features were as perfect as an axe chiseling, and her large S-shaped body was exaggeratedly convex and curved in the front and the back, which was perfectly in line with the standard of an angel's face and devil's body. Along the way, all the construction workers stopped their hands to look at the blonde. Then Wang Bawan's nose directly sprayed out nosebleeds. Su Zhang's glasses are removed. All of this was because when the blonde appeared in the line of sight, she was only wearing a set of only 3 strings connected together. A bikini. Wu Bing's face was weirdly incomparable as he had already guessed what was going on. Chapter 54, Super Mario. Sure enough, the blonde came to Wu Bing and performed an ancient ritual, then opened her mouth to speak fluent Spanish. Honorable coronation of the Thunder Emperor. Jedi Warrior No. 1 Super Mario reports to you. I am the first generation of Jedi warrior personally developed by Her Highness Princess Daisy. At the disposal of the coronation, Wang Bawan came running over with his ass in the air and said, Bing, what is she talking about? Can you introduce me to her? Wu Bing was speechless. He had heard Raymond say some time ago that he would send a cyborg over, but he could not imagine that it would be this image. But with Daisy's pranks, not leaving the cyborg naked had already been considered as giving face. Without waiting for Wu Bing to speak, Super Mario said to Wang Bawan in standard Chinese, Hello, my name is Mary. Hello. My name is Wang Bawan. You can call me Beiji. Wang Bawan was incomparably excited, and even took the initiative to grab Mary's hand to have a handshake. However, right at this moment, Mary suddenly changed her eyes, backhandedly clasped Wang Bawan's wrist, seemingly lightly twisted, only to hear a crunching sound. Wu Bing's pig-killing screams immediately rang out. His hand bones were directly dislocated. Wu Bing hastily stopped Mary, and then skillfully twisted Wang Bawan's hand bone back. The seam fell in that Su Zhang's eyes, so that the corner of his eyes jumped. Originally wanted to come close to follow the hilarity, did not dare to, and found an excuse to hurry to escape. Wang Bawan cried with a tear and a snot. Bing, what kind of friend are you? How to be so strong? Wu Bing didn't explain, but brought Mary to the back of the yard, and by the way, called Wang Baowan and Wu Jiao together. Wu Bing directly asked Mary, "What do you know?" Mary said without thinking, "I know everything that humans know, such as cooking, washing clothes and hygiene, etc. And I know a lot of things that humans don't know, such as flying and mass destruction force." Wang Baowan was shocked. "Geez, you speak with a mouthful of humans. Aren't you a human yourself?" Mary nodded. "Technically speaking, I also have half-human genes, but that's all made by high-tech bionic technology. For example, my breasts are silicone, as well as my organs down there can perform reproductive actions like humans, but I won't get pregnant, because Mary said, about to reach out and peel off the only bikini on her body to explain her body structure to the crowd. Wu Bing was so scared that he called a halt. Mary looked at Wu Bing with a bit of a grudge. Honorable coronation of the Thunder Emperor. This is a feature specially developed by Her Highness Princess Daisy, saying that you like the type with big boobs, big ass and big legs the most, and it is specially designed for you to rule out loneliness. Don't you want to try it? Wu Bing's face was greatly embarrassed. The Wu Jia on the side even looked over with a strange to the extreme gaze, while Wang Baowan was listening to his mouth watering, wishing that he was the object of Mary's service. Wu Bing had a headache and said, "This aspect should never be brought up again. You'd better show me your force." "Yes." Mary's body clicked with a low sound of parts turning. Then, under the gazes of the three, the 5 fingers of her right hand suddenly turned into 5 gun barrels, revealing a blackened muzzle. Mary curled her 5 fingers slightly and unleashed them at the empty space in front of her, and the 5 gun barrels spewed out hundreds of bullets within 10 seconds, clattering, making a crater in the ground. After the bullets had passed, the skin on the palm of Mary's right hand suddenly propped open, and a miniature gun barrel appeared, firing a volley of shells at the ground. With a roar, a 3-meter-wide deep crater was directly blown out of the open space. Fortunately at this time, the construction site outside was also using a pile driver to drive piles, so the crowd did not notice any abnormality. Wang Baowan's face no longer has a colorful expression, eyes in addition to shock. On the other hand, Wu had a curious look on his face, pondering whether he could defeat Mary under his super hair ability. Is that all? Wu Bing was a bit dissatisfied. Mary's strength might be great in the eyes of mortals, but it was nothing in the transcendental world, especially since there was a superhero in the Revenge Society, whose homemade armor could be too much more powerful than Mary's. Of course not. This is just an appetizer. I have over a dozen more powerful features on me. Mary put away her miniature cannon. Then with a vibration of her left hand, a long laser blade immediately shot out, a full 2 meters in length, with a gorgeous and dazzling shape that sold itself. Jedi chop. Buzz. The laser-long knife shook out a 10-meter-long light. The intensity of the light still illuminated the 4 directions even under daylight, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Mary looked at a 4-story residential building behind the courtyard and directly slashed out without thinking. After the 10-meter blade left the laser blade, it abruptly changed, and in an instant, it turned into a 100-meter-long huge blade light, and with a single brush, it furiously slashed at that private house. Not good. Wu Bing's figure flashed and appeared in front of the private house, punching out at the incoming blade light. Boom! A violent sound. The residents in the private house thought that it was the loud noise from the construction site, and immediately sent out a furious roar. Asterisk, can't you stop at noon? Let people take a nap and then start the work. Can't you? Coronet is going to compete with Mary. Please enlighten me. When Mary saw Wu Bing striking, her eyes suddenly erupted with a strange luster. She put away her long laser blade, and a large portion of her smooth skin behind her back suddenly cracked open, revealing a large row of more than 100 tiny gun muzzles. Chapter 55, Setting Out Together. The muzzles of the guns stretched out all at once, all pointing straight ahead, ready to fire. Wang Baowan couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" "Cannon, laser cannon." Mary's tone was excited, firing directly at Wu Bing in the air. Wu Bing also wanted to try out Daisy's masterpiece, and with a tremor of his body on the spot, the King Level's domain immediately penetrated his body and enveloped the small courtyard. The field had just been set up, when hundreds of finger-thick lasers had already exploded, like hundreds of fireworks erupting at the same time. Not all of Mary's cannon laser cannons were straight lines. Half of them came around from both sides, attacking from the back and left and right respectively, and there were even some that shot directly from the top and bottom, omnidirectional with no dead angle. One shot was a large encircling super strong attack. These lasers were specially compressed and looked only as thick as a finger, but they could penetrate steel. Thunder armor. Wu Bing reached out to his body and a thin layer of thunder light covered his body, which could not be broken through even by those cannon laser cannon blasts. Fiery fire burning sea. Mary suddenly opened her mouth and spewed out high-temperature flames. The flames were white in color and spread rapidly once they met the air, instantly engulfing the small courtyard under the flames. Wu Bing still topped his thunder armor and easily blocked the sea of fire. This move is a bit of a pirated version of Clark Ah. Isn't Daisy afraid that Superman will sue him for copyright infringement? Frozen tide. After the blazing fire, the high temperature in Mary's mouth changed drastically, surprisingly spewing out a mouthful of icy cold to the extreme cold air. The cold air made a crunching sound in the air, directly freezing the airborne Wu Bing in it, transforming it into a large ice sculpture. Big cannon. After freezing Wu Bing, the hundreds of miniature gun muzzles behind Mary's back fused into a half-meter wide gun muzzle, and a cannon blasted straight out at Wu Bing. The waist-thick laser engulfed Wu Bing's figure, and the king-level domain shrouded around him shook violently as if it was about to pop apart at any moment. So Wang Bawan and Wu couldn't help but cover their ears and close their eyes at the same time, or else their ears and eyes would have to be wasted. After the big cannon, Mary's body changed more than 10 kinds of weapons one after another, and even flew into the air, constantly changing her position to launch attacks. Each of her attacks were very amazing. If not for Wu Bing's domain shroud blocking her fire, I'm afraid that the entire Lotus Town would be reduced to rubble. After 10 minutes of explosions, Mary saw that she still couldn't blast Wu Bing's thunder armor, so she used her last move, nuclear gun. The location of the heart suddenly cracked open a small door. Mary reached out and grabbed a pocket-sized pistol, aiming it at Wu Bing from afar. A terrifying nuclear energy aura emanated from the pistol, causing the magnetic field around Mary to undergo a strong change, and the shocking radiation caused a large portion of the plants in the yard to die. At that moment, Wu Bing actually felt a threat to his life. Stop! Enough! Wu Bing hastily shouted out to stop, stopping Mary's launch. Who are you kidding? Launching a nuclear bomb here? Does Lotus Town even want it? Mary put away her pistol with a slight pity. A sound of parts rattling issued from her body. All the weapons were put away. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a sexy blonde again. But Wang Bawan, who had seen Mary's true face, never had the slightest lust for Mary from then on. Wu Bing withdrew his domain and said to Mary, "Not bad. Your strength is already comparable to the rank of S, especially the nuclear gun at the end. It can threaten the king level. I am very satisfied." Mary saluted. "Your satisfaction is Mary's honor," Wu Bing said to Wang Bawan. "Just in time. I'll leave Mary by your side to protect you. And by the way, protect the dragon coffin together as well. And tomorrow, I'll accompany Anti-Spirit on a trip to Guangkai City until she's done with her surgery." Wu Jia said. "That's great. Thank you, Brother Bing." Wang Bawan looked at Mary with an egg-pained face. AI, earthly weapons, can only be viewed from afar and cannot be enjoyed? Pity ah pity. The next day, Wu Bing took Auntie Ling in the entertainment company's vehicle to Guangkai City. Wu Jie and Su Zhang also had to go to Guangkai City to take a flight, so simply the four of them asked for a car, driven by Su Zhang. The car just started. Behind an open-topped Mercedes-Benz overtook from behind. The two cars drove side by side. Wu Bing turned his head to look and found Yen Yunfei on the Mercedes-Benz. Yen Yunfei was not alone. She was sitting next to a tall boy with gold glasses. Wu Bing recognized that person. He was exactly the foreign language tour guide, Xiao Gao, that LV Yun duo had brought over the first time he and Yen Yunfei dined at the Lotus Hotel. When Xiao Gao saw Wu Bing, his face showed a pleasing smile, with a hint of fear and more jealousy hidden in his eyes. Yen Yunfei glanced at Wu Bing, then accelerated to overtake the car. Chapter 56, Killer Ambush. Looking at the convertible car in the twinkling of an eye, only a car, but Wu Bing could not help but touch his nose. Wu Jia leaned over from the back and said, "Brother Bing, you like this to attract bees and butterflies, are not afraid of the big sister back to let you kneel on the keyboard. I have heard someone photographed the big sister appeared in the middle of the capital O. Hurry up to bribe me, or beware of me and the big sister to tell the case." Wu Bing didn't have the good sense to say, "Whatever, it's best to tell her to hurry up and come to me, saying that I miss her." Wu Bing spat out his tongue and Su Zhang slowly started the vehicle. Aunt Ling said worriedly from the back, "Ah Bing ah, Niejio is a good girl. If you like it then hold on tight. You can't let someone else snatch it away." Wu Bing quickly agreed. I don't know why. For Aunt Ling's request he always can't bear to refuse. But his own relationship with Niejio, it's hard to explain. The car quickly got on the highway. Su Zhang suddenly said, "Strange, can motorcycles get on the highway over here in Guangnan province?" Wu Bing looked in the rearview mirror, and indeed found that behind the car suddenly came a high-powered locomotive. A man in black wearing a leather jacket approached over, and soon drove in parallel with the car. The man in black glanced at the car, and then quickly accelerated away. Wu Bing said, "Stop the car and let me drive." Su Zhang didn't dare to hesitate. From Wu Bing's attitude towards Wu Bing, he vaguely knew that Wu Bing was also definitely not an ordinary person. At that moment, he stopped in the emergency lane and switched places with Wu Bing. On the road again. The locomotive has long been gone, so go more than 100 kilometers. See through the front of a small tunnel will be to Guangkai City. Su Zhang cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. All the way to the taut nerves relax. But the corner of Wu Bing's mouth pulled up an arc. The car accelerated into the tunnel. A faint firelight flashed inside the tunnel. A half-crouched on the side of the tunnel black-clothed man, on the motorcycle mounted a sniper rifle fired a shot at the car entering. When the car has just entered the tunnel, the light changes, the eyes will appear a short period of adaptation. A split second is unable to see too clearly. This time if utilized well, can easily kill the target. This is a first-class killer only have the means. 9 out of 10. However, just at this time, Wu Bing suddenly hit the steering wheel. The car under the speed of the steep lane change, rubbing the tunnel side of the concrete and sped past, easily avoided the bullet at the same time. The car is directly hit the locomotive parked on the side of the road. Under the roaring collision, the locomotive was directly knocked up. The black-clothed man hiding in the back rolled to the side in time and escaped. What's wrong? Did you hit someone? Auntie Ling let out a shriek. Wu Jia pacified her from behind. It's fine. I accidentally hit an ice cream cone. Bing's car skills suck. Su Zhang swallowed hard. If not for seeing the sniper rifle in that man's hand the moment he collided with the locomotive, he wouldn't have known that a bullet just flew past the car. Wu Bing also comforted. Don't worry Auntie Ling, I'll be fine if I drive slower. The car drove out of the tunnel entrance. Wu Bing suddenly made a sharp brake. The ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out. The tires pulled out more than 10 meters of black traces on the road before stopping. Aunt Ling added, "What's wrong again?" Wu Bing a burst of bitter smile. Su Zhang is looking at the front face as white. The original tunnel exit on the road, but also laid a large sharp thistles, densely spread more than 10 meters away. If this car is driven directly over, the tires will not be able to keep, and even directly under the high speed will have to turn over the car is not impossible. Su Zhang, you go and clean it up. I'll go to the back for convenience. Wu Bing got out of the car and walked towards the tunnel. He already had a killing intent towards that killer. Being able to hire such a killer, Wu Bing could probably guess whose handiwork it was. Only, Wu Bing has not yet walked into the tunnel. That black-clothed man has already picked up the locomotive, blasted the gas pedal and fled sharply in the reverse direction. Wu Bing is hesitating to chase. There came Su Zhang's alarming scream. Wu Bing did not dare to slow down. A flashback to the side of the car. It turned out to be Su Zhang clearing the thistles on the road. Accidentally cut his hand. Stay aside. Wu Bing went to the side of the road with a hand knife to cut a bull-thick tree. The tree as a broom directly to the road thistles are swept to the side. Look at Su Zhang's eyes froze. And then look at his own cut hand. Suddenly a burst of bitter smile. The car started again. No more accidents happened along the way. Wu Bing sent Su Zhang and Wu Jin to the airport before sending Auntie Ling to the First People's Hospital of Guangkai City. Entertainment company has arranged a good bed. Is a senior ward. Single room. Ling Aunt only need to submit identity information. Soon there will be a nurse to arrange admission surgery. Because to queue up, Ling Aunt's surgery will be a few days to arrange to. These days just by the hospital conditioning body. And blood testing, etc. Wu Bing helped busy before and after. Has been busy in the afternoon before it is considered to be done. Near dark, Wu Bing out of the ward. Just at this time, next to a ward also walked out. That is a young girl with a perfect face. Big waves of long hair through the youthful and fashionable atmosphere. But at this time the whole person is emitting a strong air of fatigue. If it is not a will to hold out, I am afraid that would have collapsed. Wu Bing heartache. Whispered. Qingxia? The girl turned to look over. To see Wu Bing, without saying a word directly flew over. Chapter 57, Same Symptoms. The girl was Qingxia. Only a few days to see. Her whole person has lost a lot of weight. Her face is haggard and tired. See Wu Bing a burst of heartache. Qingxia hugged Wu Bing tightly and cried, "Brother Wu, oh, my father fell ill. The doctor said he couldn't be saved. What's going on? Don't be afraid, I'm here." Wu Bing gently patted Qingxia's back. Qingxia cried even more, simply tearing her heart out. As with relatives, lost children finally returned to the side of relatives. For a while, Qingxia only to make things clear. The original, after Wu Bing left, the Lin family got the help of mysterious forces, not only to break free from the trap of the Zhang family, but also to take the opportunity to skyrocket the value of the Lin Changtian's personal wealth in one fell swoop into the top 5 of the list of the rich and powerful in China. But the good times don't last long. Just when the Lin family momentum, and won the bid to rebuild the ruins of the eastern suburb of Guangkai City is ready to do a big job, Lin Changtian suddenly comatose, sent to the hospital also do not see wake up. Wu Bing said, "Take me to see." There were 2 bodyguards standing at the entrance of the hospital room. After the last crisis, now Lin Changtian had strengthened his security measures. Even on Qingxia's side, a retired female special forces soldier had been arranged. But Young who was missing, Lin Changtian lying on the bed, his body inserted with all kinds of instruments. At this time there is also an attending doctor in the detection of data. and is not to the side of the nurse to order medication. Wu Bing looked at a sudden frown, only to see that at this time, Lin Changtian's face is dark. Shortness of breath. Wu Bing immediately thought of once also in the Lotus Town Hospital to see such symptoms. At that time, Nie Zhou's grandfather, Nie Kong, was also this kind of symptom. Wu Bing walked to the bedside and reached out to take Lin Changtian's pulse, and that attending doctor immediately said in displeasure, "Who are you?" The attending doctor is a man in his 30s, white and very handsome. His name is Lu Junyi, graduated from a prestigious overseas school. 30 years old can become the attending doctor. No need to think to know that by no means ordinary. Wu Bing did not look back and said, "It's fine, you do your job. I'll just take a look." Lu Junyi turned his head to look at Qing Xia and said with hidden anger, "Ms. Lin, I don't want any outsiders meddling with my patients in my ward, otherwise I won't be responsible for anything that happens." Not wanting Qing Xia's tone to be cold, she directly said, "Got it, we'll change hospitals later." "You," Lu Junyi snorted coldly, taking the nurse with him, he directly left the ward. When he passed by Qing Xia's side, there was a trace of an elusive light in his eyes. Wu Bing, who was originally taking Lin Changtian's pulse, turned back to look in slight surprise. Lu Junyi had already opened the door to leave. Interesting. Wu Bing turned back to continue taking his pulse. Only Qing Xia was left beside him in the ward, and he didn't need to avoid suspicion. He directly used miniature lightning bolts to help Lin Changtian get rid of the poison just like the last time he treated Nie Kong. Very quickly, an unpleasant stench emanated from the ward. Lin Changtian's body became red, and the black aura on his face quickly dissipated. Qing Xia didn't dare to breathe a single breath, but her eyes were bright to the extreme, looking at Wu Bing as if he had discovered a new continent. Her eyes filled with adoring stars. "Well, recuperating a bit should be able to wake up. You tell me, who did your dad have contact with before he went into a coma?" Wu Bing asked, but half a day waiting for Qing Xia's answer, turned back to look, only to realize that the other party is looking at himself froze. Wu Bing walked over and flicked her forehead and laughed. "What for? Stupid? Brother Wu, you're awesome. Are you a fairy? So you can discharge electricity besides being able to fight? Is this a special ability?" Qing Xia was like a curious baby, asking a bunch of questions all at once. Wu Bing didn't know what to do for a moment. Just at this time, Yang Hu walked in from outside. Yang Hu was followed by a female bodyguard of more than 1 meter 8, with a thick waist and broad muscular body, standing over taller than Wu Bing. "Brother Bing, you're here." Yang Hu saw Wu Bing, eyes excited, personally experienced the Lin family that change, especially behind Lin Changtian. Some speculation also told him. Now Yang Hu to Wu Bing simply admire incomparable. Regardless of force or financial power, Wu Bing was a person from another world. "This is Dingli, now Miss Lin's bodyguard." Yang Hu introduced the female bodyguard behind him. Dingli walked over and reached out her hand. "You are Wu Bing? Hello." Wu Bing pulled the corner of his mouth and reached out to shake Dingli's hand. Dingli immediately exerted force. Her palm was like an iron clamp to test Wu Bing's depth. Wu Bing slightly moved. Dingli's face immediately changed color, but she tightly bit her mouth, hard not to say a word. "Not bad." Wu Bing let go of his hand. Dingli's hand trembled so much that it was hard to contain, but it was unharmed. Wu Bing said the question he just asked. Yang Hu immediately said, "Before the old master went into a coma, he had received a mysterious package. Just now that Dr. Lu also asked about this, and also told us to go and bring the package. Look, this is it." Yang Hu handed over a palm-sized wooden sculpture on one side. It was the image of an ancient Chinese old man with kind brows and a smile. Wu Bing took the sculpture. When his eyes met the old man's eyes, the sculpture of the old man suddenly opened his mouth and spewed out a fishy black mist. Chapter 58, The Businesswoman. "Be careful," Yang Hu shouted, flying and crashing to knock Wu Bing out of the black mist, but in doing so, he himself was going to be enveloped by the black mist. Dingli was also the first to react and quickly blocked in front of Qing Xia. Wu Bing casually flicked Yang Hu to one side. Facing the black mist coming at him, he inhaled it as violently as if he were smoking a cigarette, and in one bite he sucked all the black mist into his body. Yang Hu exclaimed, "You're crazy." Wu Bing smiled. The power of lightning in his body was instantly cleared by the poison in the black mist. By the time he opened his mouth to spit it out, the black mist had turned into white smoke. Dingli's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Wu Bing, and Qing Xia stepped out from behind her with a look of trust that should have been there. This is a puppet of the transcendent world. Usually a certain trigger point will be set. For example, this puppet's eyes. Looking at it will trigger the mechanism and spew out poisonous mist. Wu Bing said while flexing his fingers and flicking at the sculpted old man's forehead. A mournful scream rang out from the sculpture, like the desperate cry of a dying person, sounding very oozing. Qing Xia was scared to goosebumps. "This thing is alive?" Wu Bing shook his head. "Being implanted with a trace of transcendental breath, it is not considered a life. But if the general public doesn't know, they will think that it is possessed by a ghost. And a lot of ghosts and gods of the mortal world are said to come from this. Casually throwing the puppet to Yang Hu, Wu Bing said, "Follow the package information to check. Maybe we can find out something out. The Lin family can provoke the transcendental world. It is really troublesome enough. It just so happens that this time I'm here. And by the way, I will help you guys to solve the trouble before going back." "Great. Big brother, will you'd better just not go." Qingxia happily pounced over and hung onto Wu Bing's arm like a sloth. That look of complete dependence made Ding Li beside her simply think that she had misread the situation. Yang Hu bitterly smiled and shook his head. He also couldn't believe it when he had seen this side of his lady before. The real Lin Qingxia. I guess Wu Bing hadn't seen it instead. Wu Bing smelled the aroma of Qingxia's body. It was a kind of spleen people's heart and lungs natural fragrance. Also do not know whether it was Qingxia's own body fragrance or some perfume. Anyway, it smelled very comfortable. Good. Then you take me to eat first. I've been busy until now and I don't have time to eat. Go! Qingxia agreed dryly, leaving Ding Li to look after Lin Changtian, while Yang Hu was going to track down the information about the package. But the two had just stepped out of the hospital room when a workplace gold-collar-looking man spoke up. "Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Qingxia frowned. "Zhou Dong, you're waiting for me for something. It's already after work time. Let's talk about anything tomorrow at work." Zhou Dong smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, you are really a nobleman who forgets many things. Tonight we have a meeting to discuss the matters of the resort. The manager of the tourist area over there has already come, and all the directors of the board of directors are also in place. It's just you who are missing." Qingxia's face changed, apologetically looked at Wu Bing and said, "Brother Wu, Wu Bing interrupted her and said, "It's fine, you don't want to run away from this meal. I will accompany you to the meeting. How late will wait for you?" "Really?" Qingxia was so surprised that she almost jumped up. That leaping look looked at Zhou Dong beside him. "Wu Bing Dao, of course, I haven't paid my salary yet, so I can only rely on you," Zhou Dong said. "I'm sorry Mr. Lin, I want to remind you that this is a meeting of the board of directors of Lin's group, and ordinary people are not allowed to attend." Qingxia thought nothing of directly taking Wu Bing's hand and said, "He is my fiancé, not an ordinary person." Wu Bing smiled and smoothly wrapped Qingxia's small waist. Everything was in the air. Zhou Dong smiled brightly, turned around and led the way in front. Soon, on the top floor of the largest commercial building in the center of Guangkai City, Zhou Dong opened a piece of top-level conference hall. There were already more than a dozen people seated in the conference hall. Each and every one of them was a big shot in the business world of Guangnan province, an existence that could cause storm clouds in South China by stomping one's foot. From the moment Qingxia walked into the conference hall, the aura on his body suddenly changed. His face revealed a cold look of indifference like ice, and naturally walked towards the chairman's seat of the conference table, and took the chairman's seat without a second thought. "Brother Wu, you sit next to me." Qingxia instructed the conference secretary to temporarily add a seat, then coldly said to the more than 10 directors present, "You may begin." From start to finish, Qingxia did not have the slightest intention of introducing Wu Bing to the crowd, as if saying that you do not need to ask about the identity of my people. The directors present, apart from Zhou Dong, the youngest, were all above 40. They had been floating in the business world for many years. If they really didn't have a problem with a female child who hadn't even graduated from university sitting in the chairman's seat, it would be an absolute lie. But they had no choice. Wu Bing didn't understand at first, but by the time the meeting started, even he was shocked. Qingxia did not have the slightest information on hand, not to mention any assistant or secretary around. But in the face of more than a dozen directors of the many questions, she was able to calmly deal with. Even if some directors deliberately find fault, she had most just frowned a little bit, and then quickly downed the solution, as if it has already been well thought out for a long time in general. From the strategic approach to the specifics of the matter, she has a kind of backward and forward feeling. Qingxia seemed to be a female giant of the business sea with amazing means. Between her hands and feet were all convincing means of strategizing. After a full 3 hours, more than a dozen directors shut up at the same time. All their problems were solved. No one was unconvinced. Even Zhou Dong was momentarily lost in thought, looking at Qingxia with an undisguised admiration. Then he saw Wu Bing attentively handing Qingxia a cup of water, and Qingxia reported with a little girl-like coy smile. Zhou Dong unconsciously clenched his fists under the table. Just at this moment, Wu Bing looked over. Zhou Dong's face revealed a bright and kind smile, saying, "All right, the group's internal issues have been deliberated. Below we have Manager Yen from the Holy Land Group, to discuss the matters of the resort with us." Manager Yen? Wu Bing's heart snapped, thinking that it couldn't be that coincidental. Just at this moment, the conference secretary opened the door to the conference hall, and the loud sound of high heels tapping on the ground resounded in the corridor. Chapter 59 is not want to do it. Turning his head, Wu Bing saw Yan Yunfei strolling in a professional outfit. The white wraparound skirt outlined wonderful curves. The jade legs were thin gray semi-transparent stockings, with pointed high heels. Simply let a person cannot move away from the eyes. But on the other hand, the scenery of the upper body is also equally beautiful and incomparable. The amazing curvature so that many directors in the conference hall cannot help but gulp saliva. Cheng Xia quietly said to Wu Bing, "Originally, a small manager would not have been able to come to meet with me. But the Holy Realm Group's Mr. Li was not in Guangkai City, so he could only assign an agent to come over. And I heard that this woman is his lover." Wu Bing looked at Cheng Xia with an odd expression. His heart had mixed feelings. Zhou Dong quickly walked to the door to greet him, and then brought Yan Yunfei to Cheng Xia's side to introduce the two to each other. Cheng Xia got up to welcome the two women who were speaking polite words to each other. Yan Yunfei lightly glanced at Wu Bing, who was sitting on the sidelines with an awkward dry smile, as if she had seen a stranger, and then brought Xiao Gao, who had arrived with her, to sit at the conference table. Xiao Gao showed a surprised expression when he saw Wu Bing, but after seeing Yan Yunfei did not give any indication. He could only nod to Wu Bing and quickly follow Yan Yunfei. Zhou Dong glanced at Wu Bing thoughtfully, and the latter returned an unkind blank stare. The meeting went straight to the topic. Both Cheng Xia and Yan Yunfei seemed to have forgotten about Wu Bing's existence. The two women had a heated discussion on the matter of creating a resort in Lotus Town, fighting each other for every penny. The more than a dozen directors present even had very few chances to interject. Zhou Dong was brazen enough to want to show a little bit of it, but was choked out by Cheng Xia mercilessly on a question, and was directly deflated. Our Lin's Group's neighborhood forest is the one that bubbles up inside the entire Chinese property market. This time we invested the full amount. It's not possible to only take up 50% of the shares. Your company knows that our resort budget this time around is ready to invest 10 billion Chinese dollars in a big asset. Mr. Lin's boldness is also very admired by our Holy Land Group. But when we first signed the tourism development rights of Lotus Town and bought half of Lotus Town's commercial land, we also spent a lot of money. If the previous Lotus Town, it really wasn't worth taking up a 50% stake. But nowadays, with the rise of the town's Dragon Martial Arts School in this period of time, and the Dragon Coffin program that we're preparing to launch, it's going to attract more and more tourists. And frankly speaking, it's not like our Holy Realm Group can't take $10 billion. A meeting, enough to discuss nearly 3 hours. The time has been close to the early morning. Some of the older directors cannot physically hold out, can only be early exit. Wu Bing is from beginning to end are concentrating on the two women staring back and forth, as if in the comparison of who was more beautiful, as if the spirit of shaking a number of very much. Zhou Dong suddenly voiced out a suggestion. "Both of you, it's already very late today. Why don't we go and have something to eat?" As if it's a way to wash manager Yan's dust. Cheng Xia frowned, subconsciously wanting to refuse, but suddenly her eyes saw Wu Bing on the side, and she instantly agreed. "That's good. Help me go to the nearest 5-star hotel to book a place." Zhou Dong laughed bitterly. "My big miss, at this point in time, there is nothing to eat in a 5-star hotel. Why don't you go to my?" Wu Bing said. "Why don't we eat a late-night snack in a big stall? Fry a cow river and call for a chaos han shrimp and crab porridge, the most to fill the stomach." Cheng Xia's eyes lit up, quietly said in Wu Bing's ear, "And call a stewed crayfish, and then call a fried snail." Yan Yunfei faintly said, "Thank you for Mr. Lin's generous offer, but I still have some things to take care of. Why don't I invite Mr. Lin and all of you to have a meal some other day after things come together?" Yan Yunfei finished speaking and was about to leave the conference hall. Wu Bing said, "Is Manager Yan so disrespectful? Is she in a hurry to go back and convey the content of the meeting to Mr. Li? I heard that your relationship with Mr. Li is not ordinary." "Shoo!" Cheng Xia was startled at his words and quickly reached out to cover Wu Bing's mouth. Yan Yunfei, who had already turned around suddenly and glared angrily at Wu Bing. "Surname Wu, do you not want to do this as a security vice captain?" Chapter 60, You're the one who called. So it's just a security guard. The anger in Zhou Dong's eyes flashed. Thinking that he had been bluffed by a security guard tonight, some bad thoughts came to his mind. Wu Bing said, "It's not that I don't want to do it anymore. It's you, as a representative of the company, to come out to talk about business, even not sitting down to dine with the clients. Don't you know that 90% of all business in China is negotiated at the dinner table? Don't forget, if you didn't negotiate this business, some people might have to make excuses again." Toward the end, Wu Bing had a point to make. Yan Yunfei froze, her gaze glanced in Zhou Dong's direction, and after taking a deep breath, she said, "All right, I'll accompany Mr. Lin for a late-night snack." "Great. I know a place that I used to go to often when I was in high school." The heavy atmosphere was instantly broken. The lengthy meeting finally came to an end. Although Cheng Xia's intimacy with a security guard had made them a bit overwhelmed, they didn't say anything in light of Cheng Xia's outstanding performance. No matter what, it was a relief for the dozen or so directors to finally end the half-day meeting. "Mr. Lin, I also want to go and see your favorite cuisine. Bring me along. Zhou Dong cheekily wanted to follow. Cheng Xia only had to let him follow, and himself and Wu Bing got into their favorite car, the Ferrari 812, and whizzed off. Xiao Gao carries Yan Yunfei, who has a cold face like frost. The aura that presses people to breathe is difficult. Xiao Gao feels that he is not talking. Not talking is not. Originally thought that coming with manager Yan on a business trip is a beautiful job, but could not imagine that only now I know that it is torture. Zhou Dong followed at the end of the last, driving a big Range Rover with the last. He dialed the phone and said, "It's me. Wait. I'll send an address to you. You bring some people over. Well, play a half dead. Not in the hospital to lie for half a year, can't come out." 3 limousines through the streets and alleys soon came to Guangkai City, a middle school near a night market called Sunshine Stalls. Stalls is a hut, the ground paved with construction planks. Walk up to a pop-up to give a person a kind of not solid feeling, but in fact, under the planks are very solid. Even if it is 100 people at the same time bouncing, do not see a problem. In the early hours of the morning is the most lively time of the night market. Stalls at least sat more than 10 tables on the hundreds of people. The arrival of the 3 luxury cars is very shocked for a while, especially Cheng Xia and Yan Yunfei stepped out of the car. A youthful and beautiful beauty, a mature and seductive imperial sister, immediately attracted some of the bold young people. Wailed strange. Yan Yunfei's face was a bit unnatural. She rarely came to these places, but when she saw Cheng Xia calmly pulling Wu Bing in, she immediately said to Xiao Gao, "Hold my hand and go in." "Ha!" Xiao Gao froze, then immediately saw Yan Yunfei's glare. He wanted to cry and put on a gentlemanly demeanor, letting Yan Yunfei walk in on his arm. Wu Bing turned around and looked at him with a smirk, and Xiao Gao felt his legs and stomach shake. Cheng Xia chose a table by the side, took the menu and ordered more than 10 snacks in one breath. "Sister Yan, can I call you that? Come on, order what you like to eat yourself." Yan Yunfei took the menu and politely ordered a green vegetable. Zhou Dong had just hung up the phone and walked over, picking up the menu and asking Cheng Xia questions in a self-conscious manner, showing a look of great interest in the big stall. In less than a moment, more than 10 snacks were served one after another, and under the aroma wafting, even Yan Yunfei felt her stomach indisputably growl a little. Just at this time, the roar of a motorcycle came from outside. More than 10 youths in avant-garde clothing, flanking a muscular vested man, walked in. This group of people either had tattoos on their bodies, or had exaggerated earrings on their ears, and there was even one who had a golden ring pierced in the middle of his nose, similar to a bull. A group of people sat down at the next table, shouting and calling each of them what brother, and yelling for a dozen of erguotu first before they even ordered food. Wu Bing suddenly asked Zhou Dongdao, "Just saw you have been on the phone. This group is you call people?" "Ah, no, how could it be?" Zhou Dong was shocked and hurriedly denied it. "That's good," Wu Bing said and stood up to walk over. Chapter 61, Eating the World. Wu Bing walked to the next table. More than a dozen delinquent youths all glared over in unison. The muscular vested man was addressed by them as Brother Quan. Brother Quan glanced at Wu Bing, without saying a word. Wu Bing smiled. As early as when this group of people stopped the car, he felt a trace of obvious hostility projected onto himself from their side. Hence the sudden question to Zhou Dong. That hint of hostility might not be felt by ordinary people, but for Wu Bing, it was as blinding as someone shining a torch at him in the dark. Wu Bing didn't even have to move his head to guess that these people were all Zhou Dong's handiwork. At first, when he didn't know his identity, Zhou Dong had concerns, but when Yan Yunfei angrily uttered those words, "Ha!" without saying a word, Wu Bing picked up a bottle of 1 kilogram of erguotu on the dining table and directly smashed it into Quan's head. Brother Quan's reaction was also considered fast, roaring angrily, reaching out to grab the bottle, but when his fingers touched the bottle, a force that was too big to be comprehensible, hard smashed his hand away. With a ping, the bottle was smashed to smithereens, and Brother Quan fell unconscious on the dining table with a broken head on the spot. Brother Quan, damn kid, you seek death. More than 10 youths were furious, have stood up to Wu Bing to strike, but Wu Bing, faster than them, copied the bottle of wine on the dining table. One person, just not more or less. A total of 13 bottles of erguotu smashed in the head of 13 youths, and then the ground lay 13 people. The stall was quiet. No one could not believe that Wu Bing, surprisingly less than a minute, alone dry over a dozen people. From start to finish, it seemed like there hadn't been any argument between the two parties, or rather, there hadn't been a. For a moment, the nearby tables moved away and sat further away, and the ones who had earlier screamed at Cheng Xia and Yan Yunfei were even rushing to pay the bill and leave. Not daring to stay for a moment, Wu Bing returned to his seat as if nothing had happened and realized that everyone was looking at him. Cheng Xia is a mess of blind admiration. Yan Yunfei is also used to it. After all, she has seen Wu Bing 1 against 100. The remaining 2 males were not so comfortable. Xiao Gao was sweating profusely. His mind kept recalling the look on Wu Bing's face when he turned around just now when Yen Yunfei was holding him, but now the more he thought about it, the more horrible he felt, and almost couldn't help but run away. Hatefully, his feet are soft, Zhou Dong face like paper. Saw Wu Bing looking over hurriedly lowered his head to drink kanji. Wu Bing laughed. Zhou Dong, are you not feeling well? Why is your face so pale? Could it be that you are having your period? Put. Ching Xia directly a mouthful of kanji sprayed out. Just Zhou Dong sitting opposite. Instantly was sprayed a head of kanji rice. Outside a crab leg. Ah, Vice President Zhou is sorry. Let me help you wipe it off. Ching Xia panicked and was about to get up, but was pressed back by Wu Bing reaching out. Let me do it. Wu Bing said, but turned his head to look at the next table, as if looking for any extra bottles of wine left. Zhou Dong was so frightened that he stood up with a brush. I still have things to do. You guys eat slowly. Said, do not wait for the answer to self-centered to go out. The footsteps of the fast as if in the run. In a flash on the car whistling away. Wu Bing shrugged his shoulders, his hand turned over more than a fragrant cigar, self-consciously lit up. Yen Yunfei put down her chopsticks and said, Wu Bing, do you know that he is Zhou Kang's son? That's why you are like this? Ching Xia also looked over. Wu Bing blew out a mouthful of cigarettes and yawned. So he really is Zhou Kang's son. No wonder I smell the same scummy odor from him as Zhou Kang. Yen Yunfei snorted coldly, but the corners of her mouth swung out in a subtle arc of laughter. Ching Xia pinched Wu Bing's bowl of food while saying, it was because of his threading of the needle that the cooperation of this resort came about. Speaking of which, his credit is actually not small. Wu Bing subconsciously pinched Ching Xia's nose and said, so you're thanking him? An icy coldness sent Yen Yunfei's body to explode out, like a sea like a tide. The temperature of the scene dropped tens of degrees. That no. Xiao Gao on the side directly all shivered coldly. Xiao Gao, let's go, Yen Yunfei said and directly turned around and left. Xiao Gao put on an expression that was about to cry at Wu Bing, who smiled sarcastically and waved his hand for him to leave. Xiao Gao was like an amnesty, and quickly followed Yen Yunfei's footsteps, but just walked 2 steps and ran back. It turned out that he had forgotten to take his bag. Brother Wu. Ahem. Flying Cloud Hotel's wine. It's quite good. Leaving behind a sentence full of deep meaning, Xiao Gao left under Wu Bing's grateful eyes, finally feeling like he didn't have to be brutally beaten. 2 people were left on the dining table, facing a dozen or so dishes that had just been started. Ching Xia said, if Brother Wu wants to go after them, go ahead. I can go back by myself. I'm familiar with this place. Wu Bing shook his head and said, it's fine. This is the first meal you've ever treated me to. I've been hungry for a long time before I waited. How can I just say go? Ching Xia happily said, good, good. Then in the future, I will treat you to dinner every day. Eat all over Guangkai City, then Guangnan Province, the country of Huaxia, Asia, until the whole world. If one day you lose your teeth in old age, I will cut them up with scissors and feed them to you again. Wu Bing's heart trembled as he looked seriously at Ching Xia, seeing a pair of clear and unadulterated purity. That night, the Lin family villa, 2 sets of unrestrained body intertwined with each other war again and again. Ching Xia physique is very special, even the more courageous. A full 3 hours of fighting, only to reluctantly fell in Wu Bing's arms. Bare as an octopus, General tightly embraced Wu Bing not to let go. Wu Bing smelled Ching Xia body fragrance, finally determined that this fragrance is her natural body fragrance, and perfume has nothing to do. The night is long. The continuous battle of Wu Bing did not have the slightest sleep, but instead of spirit trembling, in the darkness of his eyes like 2 jewels flickering bright, transmitting an inexplicable power. On the nightstand, Ching Xia's cell phone lit up. Wu Bing casually took a look. Is an unfamiliar number. The phone was connected, and Xiao Gao's anxious voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask if it's Mr. Lin? I would like to ask if Wu Bing is in. Something happened to Manager Yen. Chapter 62 Straight to the Dragon. Things are like this. Xiao Gao followed Yen Yunfei back to Flying Cloud Hotel. Yen Yunfei to the middle of the night even woke up Xiao Gao, let him accompany to the bar next to the hotel to drink. Then, when the 2 of them were drinking, a group of black-clothed people directly took Yen Yunfei away. Xiao Gao just wanted to call the police, but someone on the other side handed over a note, naming Wu Bing to go to a place, Dongkong Manor. It was a high-class club in the western suburb of Guangkai City, and ordinary people simply couldn't access the inside because every guest that could go in was a big shot who wasn't rich or noble. But for Bing Wu, the most important thing was this Dongkong Manor, which was the property of the Zhou family. Zhou Dong Zhou Kong, Dong Kong. Without the slightest hesitation, Wu Bing immediately drove to Dongkong Manor, which is more than 10 kilometers away from the city. The manor is built on top of a mountainside, with a waterfall from the top of the mountain. The scenery is very rare. Time to 4 o'clock in the morning. The manor is quiet. There are more than 10 security guards standing at the gate, so Wu Bing's car also did not ask a question, directly run over to smash the car. Really not afraid of death, is it? Wu Bing put the gas pedal to the ground. 812 roared straight through. That group of originally aggressive security guards have dodged. But there is an unlucky man move slower. Directly was hit and flew up. A loud bang. The door was smashed open. The front end of the Ferrari was also smashed into the face. Wu Bing did not care in the slightest. Continue to step on the gas and speed through the manor. Towards the brightly lit main hall straight into. The main hall in front of the door stood a group of men in black. Saw the car as also the slightest intention to ask questions or not. Directly from the waist to pull out a pistol on the open fire. More than 20 black-clothed people, more than 20 guns. Firing at the same time as firecrackers. Wu Bing's car has not rushed over to be hit by 1,000 holes. The windshield is a direct explosion, but the Ferrari still crashed into the main hall, smashing a row of floor-to-ceiling glass doors to smithereens. Wu Bing stepped out of the car with a freshly lit cigar in his mouth. More than 20 black-clothed men chased after him and continued to shoot. Wu Bing took a step forward. His figure instantly crashed into the black-clothed crowd. In a few moments, screams rose and fell in front of the door of the main hall. When Wu Bing knocked down the last black-clothed man with a punch, there was a sudden shock in the air, and a slender silver bullet came storming in. Wu Bing reached out to the left temple of his forehead, and the silver bullet was caught on the spot between his index and middle fingers. Lying in the manor outside the waterfall under the sniper threw the sniper scope to see this scene. Scared heart jumped. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately from the ground up. Even the most beloved sniper rifle do not care to put away. Turn around and jump into the waterfall inside. The reason why he chose this place as the sniper point is because for one thing, the sound of the waterfall can cover up the sound of gunfire. And secondly, if the situation changes, the waterfall is an excellent escape route. Ever since the last time he missed in the tunnel of the highway, this famous assassin in the assassin world felt that something was not right. But unexpectedly, his feet just jumped up from the ground before jumping into the waterfall. The collar at the back of the neck was grabbed by someone. Wu Bing holding a cigar in his mouth spat out some unclear words, but the words were like needles piercing in the killer's ears. Silverwing Killer is quite famous in the mortal world, but you've crossed the line. Silverwing did not dare to struggle at all, because he knew that on this earth, there is a group of special people with transcendental power. In ancient times were treated as gods in godlike existence, and in modern times, were treated as superheroes in the movie comics and so on, when people still think that they are just imaginary. Silverwing has ever seen transcendental power exertion. Chapter 63, It's not even dawn yet. What's the price to keep me alive? Silverwing asked bluntly. Wu Bing also did not have the slightest interest in chatting. Tell Yan Yunfei's location. You can live. Silverwing smiled bitterly. He understood the meaning of this sentence. Can live doesn't mean it's a complete life, breaking his arms and legs or being beaten into total paralysis. He can still live, but he didn't have a choice. He could only gamble that he still had a chance to enjoy the money he had earned for most of his life. She's in the basement in the far northeast corner. There are 2 mercenaries guarding the doorway. It's the Zhou family's underground money vault. The door is 1 meter thick super hard alloy. It can't be opened without a password. Just after the words were said, the hand on the collar was loosened, and Silverwing, whose feet had fallen to the ground, didn't dare to move. He knew that the other party was considering which part of himself he wanted to waste. Nervousness, uncertainty, panic, a variety of emotions for a moment filled the whole body. Sweat, wet clothes. Waiting for death sometimes by the pain of death is still miserable. Is to break the legs, or waste hands, or break the spine, or both. Silverwing knew clearly that in the eyes of that group of people, the humans of the mortal world were not much different from ants. The silent waiting allowed Silverwing to feel his heart beating. The sound of the waterfall beside him seemed to become unreal. Silverwing felt that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The taste of torture to the extreme made him nearly collapse. Just at this moment, a loud bang came from the manor behind him. Silverwing shuddered and turned around incredulously. Behind him, in addition to his own sniper rifle set up on the ground, there was not even a ghost shadow. He even left just like that. After the robbery, Silverwing immediately sat down on the damp ground panting heavily, trying to calm down the intense excessive heartbeat. Humiliation, celebration, fear and a series of emotions flashed in his mind. Finally, Silverwing made a decision. Inside the manor, 2 tall foreigners fell behind Wu Bing. In front of him, the 1 meter thick alloy door had been dented by his kick. The ear-piercing sound of the alarm rang throughout the entire lodge. The alarm was also connected to the nearest police station, and it wouldn't take long for a large number of police officers to come sniffing around. The Zhou family as the name of Guangnan province rely on the forefront of the rich. Zhou Kong'an is notorious for wanting to grasp all the money in their own hands to feel at ease with the old codger. Hidden in the underground money vaults of how much money? There were once a good person to do an assessment. The result is not less than 1 billion. Quite hard indeed. Wu Bing spat out the head of the cigar in his mouth and once again kicked at the alloy door. Boom! This time, a dazzling lightning bolt lit up on Wu Bing's foot, and with the extreme heat coupled with the strong force, the alloy door was directly kicked out of a large hole, revealing the scene inside. It was at this time that the sirens had sounded at the foot of the mountain. A team of police cars with hundreds of police officers arrived fully armed. In addition to the ordinary police force in the neighborhood, there was also a team of 10 special police officers. Zhou Kong didn't know when he appeared at the gate of the mountain villa to greet the police, and loudly said to the leader, a valiant female police officer, "It's really great that you can come, Captain Su. The robbers nowadays are really horrible. They even forcefully broke into people's houses in broad daylight to carry out robberies. They really don't put the Huaxia police in their eyes," Zhou Kong said while glancing at the female police officer's breasts with his eyes. The bulging curvature made him unable to help but gulp a few times. Su Shifeng said in a cold voice, "Please step aside, don't get in the way of our case. Also, it's not even dawn yet." Chapter 64, Not Even a Fart. Behind the alloy door was a basement of over 500 square feet. Under the bright lights, it allowed one to see the inside at a glance. Empty, 500 square feet of space only in the middle of a long dining table. There are 20 positions. At this time there is a man and a woman sitting at each end, separated by almost 20 meters of distance. In front of them are set up with exquisite and expensive wine and food, but only the male is eating. When Wu Bing walked in through the large hole in the alloy door, the male obviously froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, and even picked up the goblet in front of him with quite a bit of gusto, and remotely toasted to Wu Bing. "Welcome, Deputy Security Chief. Do you see that I'm alright here? If not for you interrupting in the first place, I would have wanted to bring Qingxia here tonight." The man was none other than Zhou Kong, while the woman was naturally Yan Yunfei, who had been taken captive. Yan Yunfei was fully clothed, and although her expression was a bit angry, she didn't look like she had suffered any losses. "This basement is indeed Zhou Kang's money vault." Wu Bing looked at his feet. "The ground is made of tempered glass, a thick layer I'm afraid that with a bazooka can't be blown away. After all, underneath the tempered glass, but put an unknown number of billions of coins, stacks and stacks, piles and piles, coins from all over the world, black, red, green and yellow, a variety of colors to confuse people's eyes. Stepping in this place, there is really a kind of walking in the money mountain feeling. How about it? The design here is okay." Zhou Dong did not even look at Wu Bing, self-consciously slicing the steak in front of him, sending one piece after another to his mouth. "Where are the things in the big stall for people to eat?" "You wait, I'll ask someone to serve another steak. This is beef from Kobe, Japan. You can squat on the floor to eat." Wu Bing strides over without saying a word. A click in his throat opens his mouth and spits a mouthful of thick phlegm onto Zhou Dong's beefsteak, then turns around and walks towards Yan Yunfei. Again, he did not even look at Zhou Dong. Yan Yunfei do not know at this time they should be happy or disgusted. Really complex mood is difficult to describe. Zhou Dong's entire body froze. His mouth was still stuffed with steak, but his eyes saw the steak in front of him. No, it should be a large piece of steak covered in thick phlegm. For the first time, Zhou Dong's face appeared twisted, hideous, and murderous. "Lowly thing, do you think that old me is really just an ordinary person? Today I will let you know that knocking over a few hooligans is not even a piece of. In front of me, you are a piece of. Die." A terrifying aura violently erupted from Zhou Dong's body, as if he had changed into a different person. His body bristled as he bounced up from his seat, and then steeply accelerated in mid-air, so fast that people could not even see him. They could only see a blurry figure flashing past, directly targeting Wu Bing. "Watch out!" Yan Yunfei let out a cry of alarm. Wu Bing did not even look back, directly backhanded a slap to his back. Splat! Crisp slaps rang out. Zhou Donglai quickly lost even faster. Only being slapped by Wu Bing, he fell to the ground like a dead dog, smashing the tempered glass with a layer of shattering. How is it possible? Zhou Dong's heart turned upside down. Through the broken glass, he saw a crimson slap mark on his cheek. At that moment, the worldview of life and values nearly destroyed, their own since childhood by the mysterious high election to enter the holy realm of cultivation. More than 20 years of bitter cultivation is now finally returned. The first battle. Surprisingly, impossible. Zhou Dong roared angrily and jumped up from the ground, shooting at Wu Bing once again. This time, he used all his momentum. His body flashed through the air with a surprisingly rolling vibration like a muffled thunderbolt. "I am a genius who achieved the tiger realm at the age of 30. How can I be defeated by a lowly thing like you who is a security guard?" Slap. Once again, with the same slap, Zhou Dong was once again knocked to the ground, his entire body smashed into the glass like a specimen in amber. Wu Bing finally arrived in front of Yan Yunfei and said, "Honey, I've come to take you back." Yan Yunfei's nose was sore, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't touched. But before she could express her feelings, a large group of heavily armed police officers suddenly rushed in outside the door. Su Shifeng shouted, "Police, don't move!" Chapter 65, Fighting Back. As soon as Su Shifeng's words left her mouth, Zhou Dong, who had been knocked into the glass, suddenly struggled to come out. Wu Bing immediately shouted, "Police beauty, he disobeyed your orders, actually dared to move. I'll help you teach him a lesson." Not waiting for Su Shifeng to respond, Wu Bing stepped on Zhou Dong with one foot. Originally only half of his body was sunk in Zhou Dong. After being kicked again, his entire body was completely stuck in, keeping an amazing level with the ground. This time it was difficult to even think about moving. "Look, it's not moving," Wu Bing said with a serious face. "There is no need to thank me. Cooperating with the police in fighting criminals is a responsibility that every citizen should fulfill." Su Shifeng burst into a knot of anger, immediately letting people go over to scoop up Zhou Dong. Zhou Kong saw his son's tragic situation. He was shocked and angry. Hiding behind Su Shifeng, he shouted, "Captain Su, you quickly catch him. He's the one who broke into my mountain villa to injure my people. If you didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid that the $10 billion worth of currency underneath this was snatched away by him." Wu Bing called out, "Hey, don't blow it off. This money is about 10 billion at best. You're not going to say that the missing 9 billion was stolen by me, are you?" Zhou Kong, old tearful, half true half false. "It's you, the beast. Beat my son like this. You just harbor a grudge because I was strict with you at work. So you joined forces with your lover Yen Yunfei and used her general manager's identity to blend in here. Then you guys collaborated inside and outside and plotted against each other. Captain Su, you must do it for me." Wu Bing looked at Zhou Kong with a smile on his face. "It's a waste if you're not going to be an actor. I know a few Oscar winners, and none of them are half as good as you are." "Captain Su, right. We met last time in the Lin family villa. Maybe you have forgotten me, but I want to tell you the real situation is that it is my woman was captured here by his people, so I just broke in hard." "My woman?" Yen Yunfei flushed, quietly stood behind Wu Bing without denying it. Wu Bing said all the things tonight, saying that Xiao Gao can testify, as well as the surveillance of the Lin family villa and so on. When Wu Bing finished speaking, it happened to also be the time when Zhou Dong was dug out. He had already passed out. He did not know how many bones were broken on his body. If it were an ordinary person he would have already died, but he was surprisingly still breathing. "Bring them all back." Su Shifeng gave an order, and someone was about to handcuff Wu Bing and Yen Yunfei. Wu Bing stopped those policemen and said, "It's fine to buckle me, but let's forget about this one behind me. She doesn't even have the strength to catch a chicken. You guys don't have to be afraid that she'll escape. It's not up to you." Su Shifeng coldly shouted. Her men immediately bypassed Wu Bing to handcuff Yen Yunfei. Wu Bing protected Yen Yunfei and his tone turned cold. "Come over again and I'll be impolite." Click, click. In an instant, hundreds of guns pointed over at the same time. Hope flickered in Zhou Kang's eyes, hoping that everyone could shoot together and smash this damn security guard into pieces. Su Shifeng said, "Are you trying to resist arrest?" Wu Bing, "It's fine, cuff him." Yen Yunfei stepped out from behind and held out her hands. "I said I can't handcuff it means I can't handcuff it." A shocking aura erupted from Wu Bing's body, transforming into a heavy pressure weighing heavily on top of everyone's hearts. Su Shifeng drew her gun and pointed it at Wu Bing. "I will not be polite if you move again." Ping! Right at this moment, a figure flashed past at the front door and raised his hand to fire a shot into the chamber. A silver-colored bullet whizzed by, passing through the hundreds of people, and with unparalleled precision, knocking away the police cap on Su Shifeng's head. Chapter 66, One day it will fall into my hands. Watch out! Under hundreds of police officers dared to openly challenge, which made Su Shifeng burst into a rage on the spot, and led the crowd to chase them out. Basement left 10 special police guarding Wu Bing. Zhou Kong suddenly some regret did not bring their own bodyguards, at this time only to hide in the back of the special police, afraid that he was killed by a shot. Outside the gunfire is fierce, as if the war. Wu Bing pondered. Yen Yunfei was afraid that Wu Bing did something impulsive, and hastened to say, "Wu Bing, you don't mess around, count on me to beg you. The cleaner is the cleaner. We go back with them won't be fine. I came to Guankai City is the meaning of Mr. Li, he can prove my innocence." At that time, Zhou Kang's words will naturally not be attacked by the self. Wu Bing said, "Li Taiyi is back?" Yen Yunfei said, "Yes, it was him who personally called me and asked me to come and negotiate with the Lin group." No wonder. Wu Bing looked at the unconscious Zhou Dong and probably had some guesses in his heart. Su Shifeng walked back from the outside with people. Not catching anyone, she was angry. Pointing at Wu Bing directly said, "Take away." Back to the police station. Su Shifeng interrogated Wu Bing overnight. In a narrow interrogation room, Su Shifeng directly threw Wu Bing paper and pen. Let him explain the facts of the crime. Wu Bing grabbed the pen and brushed 2 words. "Unjustly accused." "Fine. You want to play right? I'll play with you." Su Shifeng immediately moved to the interrogation tactics, shining a light on Wu Bing's eyes, constantly repeating the checking of his identity information, intending to make him bored through the fatigue offense, and then revealing the cracks. However, Wu Bing has always maintained a good state of mind, for Su Shifeng asked his name for 560 times, but still shaking as if it was the first time to answer such a question. After 2 hours, Su Shifeng realized that she was getting bored, but Wu Bing was still relaxed. Su Shifeng realized that Wu Bing is not simple, is trying to switch means. Just at this time, the door of the interrogation room opened. The director of the Su Maolong with a tall beauty walked in. Su Maolong spoke. Instructions just came from above. This case is now transferred to Officer Su. You don't have to be in charge. Wu Bing's eyes lit up as he looked at Su Ruo behind Su Maolong, nodding his head and saluting in a very gentlemanly manner. By what right? He's the one I arrested. Su Shifeng glared at Su Ruo, who turned a blind eye and chose to remain silent. Su Maolong said, just by virtue of the fact that I'm the director. This is your transfer order. From tomorrow onwards you no longer belong to the Guangkai City Police Department. There's a place you're going to on this. Now you can go over and report. Su Maolong looked stern as he took out a piece of paper transfer order and slapped it on the table. Then he turned his head to Su Ruo and said, Officer Su, you can take the people away. Su Ruo said, Troubled Director Su, I'll thank you for Dragon City. You don't need to thank me. I'm just obeying the country's orders. Su Maolong said, turning his head to look at Su Shifeng. Still don't unlock the handcuffs and release them. Su Shifeng's eyes reddened as she forced herself to hold back her aggression and walked over to Wu Bing's side to unlock the handcuffs. Then without a word she was about to grab the door and walk out. A police officer who hurriedly arrived almost bumped into her. The police officer immediately shouted when he saw Su Shifeng, Captain, it's bad. Zhou Kang's father and son were shot dead in the hospital. Bastard! Su Shifeng angrily shouted and was about to lead people to the hospital when Su Maolong's voice immediately came. Su Shifeng, you're no longer a police officer in Guangkai City. You don't need to be in charge of any of the cases here. I'll have someone take over this immediately. Su Maolong nodded to Su Ruo as he finished speaking, and then hurriedly left with the rushing police officer. Su Shifeng looked at Wu Bing angrily. No matter who you are, enjoy your free time now. One day you will fall into my hands. Wu Bing was stunned. I didn't kill this man, what do you hate me for? Chapter 67, Touching the Bottom Line. Out of the police station. Outside the sky has been bright. Wu Bing to Su Ruo said, Thank you if you do not come I do not know what to do. So that, or someone above good, or else committed a crime will be trouble. Su Ruo pulled the corner of her mouth, thinking to herself, do you still want to have a face when you're a lady saying this? Wu Bing seemed to have heard her heart and laughed. Don't worry, it's not me who's in trouble. The big deal is that I'm going to reduce Guangkai City to rubble, and I'll be able to come out by then. Su Ruo's face was grave as she said, you mustn't mess around. Information came from the Dragon City headquarters. The Holy Realm sent numerous experts to come and deal with you. Among them was the Thunder Sect's patriarch. Lei Goen's death has already been confirmed. Even though the Queen of Violence took the full blame, there are still people who suspected it to be on you. Wu Bing blandly said, you tell them that I killed the person. I don't need a woman to take the blame for me. Su Ruo shook her head and said, things aren't that simple. You're just the pretext on the surface. What really makes the Holy Realm care is that the civil unrest in the Dragon City HQ makes them think that they can take advantage of the opportunity to settle the Chinese Dragon Guards once and for all, and then take over the country in its entirety. Wu Bing waved his hand and said, I won't interfere in your own internal matters. I just want to stay here quietly for 2 years, and I'll leave as soon as I finish my mission. Su Ruo said, Coronation Thunder Emperor, with all due respect, from the time you handed over Tsukahara Ryoso and the others to our Chinese Dragon Guards, we are on the same boat. Without our Chinese Dragon Guards circling the wagons, even if you have great abilities, you can't possibly fight against the entire sacred realm with the power of one person. Wu Bing said with a smirk, you might have forgotten that if you had a great wall of flesh and blood from your Huaxia Dragon Guards, my Thunder Emperor Legion could have marched into Huaxia. Su Ruo's face changed. After a moment of silence, she said, I hope the coronet can seriously consider this. After all, one more ally is not a bad thing. Just like today's incident, you can use brute force to break the game, but from now on you won't be able to live normally with your girlfriends. Wu Bing laughed, you think I care about them? Ha ha, who am I? Su Ruo looked at Wu Bing's eyes and said, as far as I know, the reason why you challenged the evil emperor, coronation, was because your harem was. Shut up. Wu Bing brushed his hand and struck Su Ruo's neck. Su Ruo couldn't even call out the golden dragon shield. The whole person was lifted up. Wu Bing's face was full of gloom. His tone was chilling. Don't touch my bottom line. Woman, if there's a next time, no one can save you. Letting go of his hand, Wu Bing's body flashed with electricity and disappeared. Su Ruo squatted on the ground and coughed repeatedly for a while before recovering. Inside the Flying Cloud Hotel, Xiao Gao had just packed up his salute when he was startled by the sudden appearance of Wu Bing. Wu, brother Wu. Wu Bing looked strangely pale. has Yan Yunfei returned yet? Xiao Gao said. Back, but just received a call from Mr. Li. She heard that something happened to the Zhou family and the company's shares had to be redivided, so she rushed off to the company again. Do you want me to make a call to her? Wu Bing turned around and left, crossing out the doorway without a trace. Sacred Realm Company President Office. Li Tai sitting on the boss chair looking out over the scenery. Being on top of 100 floors of the floor, he could already have a bird's-eye view of the bustle of half of Guankai City. The lights in the office suddenly flashed. Li Tai frowned and turned his boss chair to see Wu Bing, who suddenly appeared. Li Tai laughed. Came really fast. Wu Bing didn't say anything and directly kicked over. Chapter 68 Dragon Realm Strength. With a kick, the thick desk separating the two men split in two down the middle. Li Tai's face changed slightly as his body bounced up from the seat and kicked down in the air at Wu Bing. Let you learn the power of the Dragon Realm. As he spoke, a mighty aura erupted from within Li Tai's body, and the right foot that he kicked out suddenly rose, unexpectedly hardening and tripling in size, just like the heavenly crippling kick inside the movie. The change of the right foot, so that his speed has accelerated a lot. The large office in a gust of wind. Countless paper documents fly up, but even so, Li Tai's kick, but no sound came out, because the power of this kick was contained within. The power was cohesive without any leakage. Wu Bing reached out to block, and a bright ringing sound erupted between the collision of hands and feet. This time I'm going to beat you to death. Li Tai's face was full of confidence and arrogance. When his feet landed on the ground, his body changed as if he was blowing up a balloon. His clothes and pants were bursting by a piece of iron-like muscle, and an angry dragon-like vein flared up as if it was going to break out at any time. In the blink of an eye, Li Tai turned into a giant close to 3 meters tall, with the top of his head reaching the top of the ceiling. Brush! With a movement of his body, Li Tai instantly arrived in front of Wu Bing, his fists hammering down like the top of a mountain. Wu Bing raised his hands to block, and with a loud boom, his entire body was knocked a notch shorter, as the ground under his feet was directly sunk. Li Tai screamed wildly in excitement. His figure was too fast for his eyes to see. Only a blur of shadow remained around Wu Bing. If not for the roar after roar, he would not have known that he was launching an attack. Wu Bing expressionless blocked all of Li Tai's moves. Feet stayed in place, never moved since the beginning. 10 minutes later, Li Tai stopped his attack as he panted like a cow. A white wave of air visible to the naked eye rose up all over his body, as if his entire body was being steamed. A trace of impatience began to appear on Wu Bing's face. It seems like I have to take out a stunt to make it work. Surname Wu. Watch my red dragon divine fist. Li Tai's physical body suddenly surged rapidly. All of his chi and blood surged above his right fist, and in a moment, the 3-meter body changed back to its original form. But his right fist, however, became more than 30 times larger. The fist was reddish in color, like a piece of red-hot steel, and the powerful chi and blood force even formed a circle of blood mist 3 inches away from the fist. Boom! With a punch, the floor-to-ceiling glass behind him burst in response, and that one image, it was as if it wasn't Li Tai who was throwing the punch, but rather, the fist-in was so amazing that it dragged Li Tai forward in turn. A grade only. Wu Bing was drained of all his patience. Facing Li Tai's surefire punch, he met it with a single step. The traffic at the beginning was just too much, especially during the rush hour. Especially those who worked in the city center with a bad mindset would be stuck in traffic at any time. Yan Yunfei departed from the Flying Cloud Hotel at less than 7 o'clock, and the distance of less than 5 kilometers went for almost 2 hours. When she arrived at the Holy Land Company, she learned that the meeting was temporarily cancelled, and Li Tai asked her to go directly to the president's office. Yan Yunfei was a little apprehensive, but still walked in, and then she couldn't believe what she saw. Only to see the president's office seems to have suffered a tornado. The interior is a mess. Documents scattered all over the ground. Paper is everywhere. The most exaggerated is that the floor-to-ceiling glass behind Li Tai even disappeared. The cool wind blew in from the huge window. Yan Yunfei looked at Li Tai, who was nestled in the boss chair, and almost didn't recognize him, only to see Li Tai's face green and swollen nose. His mouth is all dried up and sunken in, as if he was an old man who had lost all his teeth. His 2 eye sockets were black, and his nose was still constantly leaving nosebleeds, which couldn't be stopped. How can he stop the nosebleed? It is not a miserable description. Seeing Yan Yunfei, Li Tai squeezes out a smile that is harder to see than crying. How is it? Isn't my new style of decoration very chic? Ha? Yes, chic. Yan Yunfei chimed in. Chapter 69, Wait for me. Li Tai smiled, but pulling the wound, the result was even worse than crying. He wiped his nosebleed and hurriedly said, Yan Yunfei, I see that you have performed well during this period of time. Next, the Holy Realm Company's South China branch will be handed over to you. From today onwards, you'll be promoted to the position of vice president, and during the time I'm not around, the South China branch will be managed by you in its entirety. Yan Yunfei was stunned and only reacted after half a day. Are you sure you're not joking, Mr. Li? Li Taiyi seriously said. No kidding, I've sent out the appointment letter. Someone will prepare an office for you later. You don't need to go back over to Lotus Town. Yan Yunfei frowned and said, I refuse. What? Li Taiyi couldn't believe that Yan Yunfei dared to reject herself, and just when he wanted to get angry, his body suddenly shook slightly. Immediately, Li Taiyi sat upright, putting on an appearance of listening attentively. Yan Yunfei thought that he was going to listen to her explanation, and was just about to open her mouth to speak when Li Taiyi waved his hand and said, Alright, let's put it this way, the vice president you're still going to be promoted, but you don't have to move here. You're still going to work in Lotus Town just fine, and if there's any major meetings, either you're going to come over here yourself, or you'll let someone from this side go over here. You'll see to it yourself. Alright, that's it, you go out first to go through the formalities to sign on the job. Li Taiyi gave an expulsion order without saying a word to drive Yan Yunfei out of the office, and then returned to sitting upright once again. Wu Bing flashed, let's leave it at that this time. Spare you one more time. If you dare to have any flowery thoughts in the future, I'll whip it out and straighten it out. Li Taiyi hurriedly said. I don't dare to. Wu Bing shook his head and his figure disappeared. Li Taiyi dialed the phone and said, prepare the airplane, I want to go back. After commanding, Li Taiyi grasped his fists and swore viciously, wait for me, I'm going to go back to closed-door hard training. When I cultivate into the Xian realm, when the time comes. Yan Yunfei confusedly went through the formalities to sign the office. How could she not understand why she suddenly became the vice president? It seems that she has not been the general manager of the 8 Dragon Mountains scenic area for a month yet. No, it must be that guy. Thinking of her last promotion, Yan Yunfei immediately thought of Wu Bing, and then associating it with Li Taiyi's miserable appearance, she was even more certain. Arriving at the underground garage, Yan Yunfei saw Wu Bing sitting in the passenger seat. She immediately asked, why? Wu Bing had a cigar in his mouth but didn't light it. He looked at Yan Yunfei and said, whether it's the resort or the Zhou family's father and son, things are actually rushing towards me. Since Li Taiyi wanted to fight with me so badly, I rewarded him for his pain, and by the way, I took a little bit of interest from him, for the shot you suffered last night as compensation. Yan Yunfei said, I don't need you to meddle in my career. You'd better go back to minding your Mr. Lin. Wu Bing said, still angry? Who am I to be angry? I'm not who you are. Yan Yunfei said, if you really care about me, then right now you'll go back to Lotus Town with me. Will you? Wu Bing was worried. I still have something on my side. Get off. Yan Yunfei directly opened the passenger door. Please get out of the car. Wu Bing touched his nose and helplessly stepped off. Yan Yunfei then angrily stepped on the gas and left. Oops, Auntie Ling hasn't had breakfast yet. Wu Bing suddenly remembered Aunt Ling in the hospital. It was almost 10 o'clock now. No one was taking care of her. She must still be hungry. As soon as he thought of this, Wu Bing immediately went to a breakfast store near the hospital and packed a hearty breakfast. However, just when he was about to pay the bill, Wu Bing realized that he couldn't even pull out a dime on himself. The cashier looked at Wu Bing with skepticism. Brother, if you don't have cash, you can swipe your card, or the QR code on your cell phone will do. Wu Bing embarrassed. That, or I owe it first. When I get the money immediately back to pay back. The cashier immediately pulled down his face and said, small business does not accept credit. Wu Bing did not give up and said, accommodate me. I won't cheat on a few $dozen. The cashier directly put back the breakfast on the table, pointing in the direction of the door to Wu Bing said, you now go back to get the money. Have the money and then come back to get something. Wu Bing was helpless and took a bite of the doorway, then looked back at the breakfast behind the cashier as if weighing something. The cashier had a wary look on her face. Yo, isn't this the divine doctor? How come you can't even afford a breakfast? Or should I treat you? A handsome man in his 30s walked in and looked at Wu Bing with a leathery smile. Chapter 70, The Attending Physician. Wu Bing turned his head to look. Suddenly his eyes glowed. The person who came was actually Lin Changtian's attending doctor. Although he had some unpleasantness with himself, but he said that he would treat breakfast. The doctor's heart. The ancients do not deceive me. At that moment, Wu Bing felt that there were still many good people in the world, so he couldn't help but shake Lu Junyi's hand and said, Dr. Lu is really a good person. Thank you. With that, Wu Bing immediately picked up the packed breakfast behind the cashier and turned around to go out. Lu Junyi was flabbergasted for a moment and immediately reacted. Wait, asking me to treat you to breakfast has conditions. Hey, you don't go. Hear me out. Hey. Before Lu Junyi could finish his sentence, Wu Bing had already walked out of the doorway and left in big steps. As if he did not hear Lu Junyi's shouting, he did not return his head for a moment. Lu Junyi was in a hurry and wanted to chase him out, but the cashier was quick to stop him and said, I heard what you said about the treat. No need to look for it. Lu Junyi threw down $100 bill. angrily still thinking of catching up with Wu Bing, but the cashier still didn't let go. Sir, just now that person ordered shark's fin and bird's nest congee, 100-year-old wild ginseng soup, as well as caviar dumplings, and northeastern tiger meat buns, for a total of $9,688. This one of yours? It's not quite enough. Lu Junyi was so angry that the corners of his eyes jumped straight up. Damn you! Who are you punking? You still have shark's fin and bird's nest soup with 100 years of wild ginseng in this Thai store? Caviar for dumplings? Tiger meat you all have? Believe it or not, I'll call the police right now. The cashier calmly pointed to the business license on the wall and said, Sir, we are a regular business. The tiger meat is imported from a neighboring country. We have a tax bill to prove it. Do you want to show it to you? By the way, we also have black truffles here. Do you want to come a few pounds? I can give you a 99% discount. Lu Junyi. Inside the senior ward, Wu Bing arrived only to realize that Auntie Ling had already used breakfast. The entertainment company had also arranged for a bellhop when they first booked the ward, and everything had been taken care of. Wu Bing still took out the breakfast to feed Auntie Ling. Auntie Ling couldn't argue, so she had to agree. Eat some congee first to moisten your stomach, then eat dumplings and buns. Soup will be served at noon. Wu Bing took out his breakfast one by one, feeling his mind was at peace like never before, as if staying by Auntie Ling's side would give him an inexplicable feeling of peace. Lotus Town had an inexplicable aura that could make Wu Bing feel quiet, so staying by Auntie Ling's side at that time hadn't been any different. But now after leaving Lotus Town, Auntie Ling was especially special. Aunt Ling was touched and said, If my son had not been lost, he would be as filial to me as you are now. Wu Bing said, I'm sure he would. Auntie Ling said, Wu Bing, when my eyes are cured, I must take a good look at you. If you don't mind, why don't you become my godson? Good. Wu Bing didn't think twice and agreed without hesitation. Aunt Ling comfortably stroked his head, a happy smile on her face. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded outside the door. Lu Junyi gritted his teeth and opened the door to Wu Bing. You come out. Who is it? Aunt Ling's eyes had been wrapped up, and now was unable to see even a blurry silhouette, so she had to ask Wu Bing. Wu Bing said, A friend. I'm going out for a while. Outside the door, Lu Junyi's face was grim as he said, I haven't bothered with you about the last time. This time you are here again. Do you think this is fun? Wu Bing said, I'm sorry, I really don't have any money with me. I'll ask Qingxia to return the money to you when she comes later. Do you really think I care about those few dollars? Lu Junyi said, Immediately kneel down and kowtow and apologize. Swear that you won't come near Qingxia again in the future, or else. Not waiting for Lu Junyi to finish, Wu Bing rolled his eyes and directly turned around to go back. If you dare not do as I say, I will cure the eyes of that old woman in there of blindness. Lu Junyi said grimly, I almost forgot to tell you, I am also her attending doctor. Chapter 71 Gifts. Wu Bing lowered his hand on the door handle and turned around. Why don't we take a walk on the rooftop? Lu Junyi revealed a playful smile. Good. A moment later, on top of the rooftop, Lu Junyi laughed out loud. Do you have to come up here before you are willing to kneel? This won't do. You have to kneel in front of the crowd. No, you have to kowtow to me in front of Qingxia before you can do it. I'll take it as if you are begging me to save that old woman. Don't worry. With my medical skills, the chances of her eyes recovering are more than 80%. There is still an 80% chance for an eye that has been broken for 10 years. Looking at the entire country, only I dare to say that. Wu Bing turned a deaf ear and spoke of another matter. Did you think that you possessed A-class strength, and that's why you were so fearless to come up to the rooftop with me? Lu Junyi's complexion changed. How dare you be able to see through my hidden strength? What kind of person are you? Wu Bing said, Who I am is not important. What is important is that I want you to be clear about who you are. After saying that, Wu Bing walked towards Lu Junyi step by step. A terrifying aura like a prison like an abyss came out majestically along with his steps, crushing Lu Junyi's body overwhelmingly. Lu Junyi didn't even have the chance to move. His body's bones issued a violent sound of being overburdened, and his knees fell to the ground with a thud, and then even his waist was bent, and his forehead was eventually pressed to the ground. Kneeling down, kowtowing. Does this taste good? Wu Bing came to Lu Junyi's body, squatting down and lifting up his head. The suppressed anger in his eyes was like two volcanoes that were about to erupt at any time, carrying a shocking and destructive aura. Lu Junyi's eyes were radiating a great panic, wanting to open his mouth to answer Wu Bing's question but was unable to do so, because the pressure that the aura had transformed into had already forced its way into his body, and now he was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. Cure my eyes, the money won't be less for you. If you can't, I'll dig up this pair of yours to make up for it. Wu Bing said, turned around and went down the rooftop. After Wu Bing left, Lu Junyi immediately felt a lightness in his body. The bitterly suppressed qi and blood in his body lost balance for a moment, and violently shot out from his 7 orifices. After this, Lu Junyi was truly relaxed. he gasped for air. His blood-blurred eyes emitted monstrous hatred. Pulling out a phone from his body, he dialed a mysterious number. The signal was transmitted from the cell phone to the satellite in the sky, and then from the satellite to a certain mysterious space in the northern part of the Huaxia land. Old ancestor, the disciple is in trouble. Wu Bing returned to the front of the hospital room, just in time to run into Lin Changtian, who had walked out from next door. Mr. Wu, a great favor is not appreciated. Lin Changtian directly just wanted to bend down to Wu Bing and pay his thanks. Wu Bing hurriedly held him back, thinking in his mind that he had slept with your daughter. You don't have to be polite to me. And on his lips he awkwardly said, small matter, Uncle Lin, don't take it to heart. Uncle Lin? Lin Changtian, what kind of person? At once heard the meaning of Wu Bing. At that moment he laughed loudly, really no longer salute, but also reached out and patted Wu Bing's shoulder. Family ah. Wu Bing giggled. Qingxia blushed as she walked out from behind Lin Changtian and whispered to Wu Bing, Brother Wu, we have to go back first. Manager Yan's side suddenly agreed to yesterday's program. We are now going over to sign the contract. You stay with Auntie Ling first. I'll come over to find you in the evening. This is the gift I bought for you. Keep it. Before leaving, Qingxia stuffed over a rectangular box. Wu Bing opened it and saw that it was a newly listed cell phone. The back of the cell phone was also pasted with Qingxia's cute big head sticker, and the desktop was a sexy picture of her. The stocking long legs, the wonderful body that was hidden as if it was visible, the flawless and absolute face, and the pair of silky charming eyes, the half-open fiery red lips. Wu Bing's nose was hot, glanced at the time on the cell phone, and suddenly realized that it was still a long time from the evening. Chapter 72, the one with the 7 colored clouds on his feet is one of my men. The next few days, Wu Bing took care of Auntie Ling during the day. The night is with Qingxia get tired together. Eat, drink and play all to come. Qingxia with Wu Bing walked all over the streets of Guangkai City, from where she lived as a child, to the elementary school, and then to junior high school. In the high school playground, Qingxia told Wu Bing about her first love, said that time she fell in love with a senior. The two maintained a vague relationship for 2 years. Just when the senior graduated, Qingxia drummed up the courage to go to the time of confession. The senior but suddenly gone, out of the country, said to be a what college accepted. That night received a notice to go, to now have not come back. Once left a letter telling me to wait for him for 3 years, and then 3 years of all the news, but I still stupidly waiting. In the university rejected countless boys, until last month when I went to his home found that his parents have moved away. Listening to the neighbors said it was his child over there was no one to take care of them, so his parents emigrated there. I was in a bad mood, plus I ran into my dad's accident, so I used the excuse of taking a break to run to Lotus Town to look for a martial arts master. I want to find a martial arts master. Not only can I help my dad to solve the crisis, but also one day when I see that person, I can beat him up for me. Then let me know when you see him one day. I'll beat him to death. Wu Bing laughed, but actually I have to thank him. Otherwise you would have been picked up by someone else in these 3 years. Qingxia pouted. No. People on their own will one day meet a worldly man. He will come with his feet on the 7 colored clouds. Wu Bing skimmed his lips. I know the person you were talking about. So you like him? Qingxia's eyes widened in curiosity. There really is this person? Wu Bing seriously said. Well, he is one of the superheroes of the transcendental world. He likes to wear a golden armored battlesuit and juggle a gold-plated baguette. Once he ran into my land to spread his wildness. He was seriously injured by my slap into the ground, and after 5 whole years of confinement and suppression, he became my fighter. Qingxia's sexy red lips opened into an O shape, unbelievingly said, oh my god, brother Wu your real body is actually Rulai Buddha. Wu Bing rolled his eyes and said, Rulai is an ancient mythological figure. It is estimated that he is actually an expert in the transcendental world. The ancient people treat him as a god. If he came to the modern era, it is estimated that it is not so mysterious. Qingxia did not believe, touching Wu Bing's head, mumbling under his breath, where are the lumps? Where did you hide your lumpy hair? Wu Bing suddenly tensed his face and looked ahead. Qingxia also looked over with him and found that on the opposite side of the playground, there was a beautiful woman with a slender body walking. Wu Bing said, what does Lord Dragonguard want with me? The woman was none other than Huaxia Golden Dragon Guard Su Ruo. Su Ruo said, the latest news from the Dragon City headquarters. A few bigwigs from the Holy Realm have arrived in Guangkai City, and one of them, the Lu family's old ancestor, is even stronger than Li Guang. Originally, he wasn't included in this trip, but Lu Junyi was threatened by you, and the Lu family's old ancestor has instead become the leader of this operation. Wu Bing nodded his head and said, it's nothing, I'll just take as many as come, as long as you Chinese dragon guards don't interfere. I promise I won't make things difficult for you. Su Ruo shook her head and said, We only hope that you can keep the fight under control and not involve the mortals. Wu Bing said. I can refrain from taking action against mortals, and I will not fight in downtown places, provided they can do the same. Su Ruo nodded and said, the day after tomorrow is the time for Aunt Ling's surgery, so take care of yourself in these 2 days. After Su Ruo left, Xing Xia said to Wu Bing, Brother Wu, that sister's eyes looking at you seem to have ripples. Oh, should we take her in as well? Wu Bing did not have the good sense to say, why are you so generous and not jealous? Xing Xia spat out her tongue and said, I can't stand you alone. These days I'm exhausted. I have to be busy with the company during the day, and then I have to toss with you until midnight. My skin has deteriorated a lot. I can't. I'm going to the beauty salon tomorrow to take care of it for a day. Wu Bing suddenly thought of a question. Xing Xia, have you been so talented in business since you were a child? Chapter 73, Lord of Dragon City. Xing Xia answered without even thinking. No, I used to hate his business the most. My dad taught me how to do business. I would always fall asleep. But the last time I came back from Lotus Town, I suddenly could read the information contained behind those financial magazines, as well as all kinds of stock market trends. I just casually look at it and I can guess the general trend. As for the things on the company, it seems like I feel like that's the right thing to do, so I just did it that way. What's wrong with that? Wu Bing looked grave and said, then after you came back from Lotus Town, were there any other changes in your body? Xing Xia froze for a moment, then suddenly turned red and said, Brother Wu, I just finished my period a few days ago. It's not that accurate. Wu Bing froze, and then understood what Xing Xia said, and could not help but shake his head. Do you remember Niezhou? That is the night business car what we together that. She is also the same as you suddenly had some kind of change. Not business, but the martial arts aspects of the uneducated. The body function has become extremely strong. Can be used to describe the 1,000 miles in a day is not too much. She has never practiced martial arts, but has already been with those patriarchs who have been practicing hard for decades or comparable. Xing Xia's face collapsed after hearing this. Why isn't it me who has greatly increased my power? I don't want to be a business genius. I want to be a master of the world. Every day with you to fight against evil and maintain world peace. Nothing to fly around the world. Shoo fly to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Catch a whale to surf. Wow click click click. But why don't I have the slightest kung fu? Xing Xia pulled Wu Bing's arm. Go, quickly go back with me and roll in a big bed. Tomorrow morning when I wake up from sleep, if I haven't become a supreme master, I'm going to drain you dry. Wu Bing immediately raised his hands in surrender. The two of them pulled and tugged to leave the school, until long after the two of them had left, a big man with a sturdy figure suddenly appeared on the playground, fully close to 3 meters tall, has surpassed the 3 bear brothers who did not merge. His arms are knee-length, looks like a big ape, his hair is a little white, 50 years old, his appearance is diamond-cornered, giving people a feeling of perseverance and unyieldingness, but without losing the sense of stability. Su Ruo also came to the playground and saluted the big man. City Lord. The land of Huaxia was guarded by the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, and on the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, there were guardians, and the guardians were known as the Huaxia Dragon Guards, and the headquarters of the Huaxia Dragon Guards was located at the starting point of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, and was known as the Dragon City. Dragon City has a city lord, commanding 4 generals, commanding countless dragon guards, guarding the Chinese land located in the east of the world with life and blood, guarding hundreds of millions of Chinese people. The contemporary master of Dragon City, surnamed Dragon and named Yuan, shares the same name with the famous sword of the ancient Huaxia generation. Su Ruo said, after the last battle in Lotus Town showed that Lei Di, who has initially fused the Emperor seal, has truly possessed the strength of the Emperor level. That's why he didn't put those people from the sacred realm in his eyes. But I'm worried that if those old guys from the sacred realm who have their eyes high above the fixed once they start a war with Lei Di here, I'm afraid that the entire city of Guankai would have to be razed to the ground. Long Yuan opened his mouth to speak. His voice was thick and powerful, as if it contained some sort of law, and every word he said was particularly convincing. Thunder Emperor, the Holy Realm, and the sneakingly arriving Emperor Ing, the mysterious and unpredictable ancient emperor. The land of Huaxia is about to usher in an extraordinary change. Deal with it well, it's a great opportunity. Not so well, it's a great catastrophe. In fact, we're all heading in the wrong direction. The key isn't on the Thunder Emperor's side. The Lei Emperor sees it through. He has already arrived at Lotus Town, and went directly to seize the dragon coffin. I must go over there now. The site of Guankai City will be left to you. Guankai City is the most developed supergiant city in South China. The population is close to 100 million. Business is even affecting the foundation of the country. There must not be any mistakes. I will give you the maximum authority of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, allowing you to mobilize the great city to come back. If they dare to have reckless dissenting movements, you just kill them. I will be responsible for it. Chapter 74, Lu Kunci. The next day dawned. Wu Bing from the Lin family villa left. Of course, Qingxia has not yet become a master. In fact, tossed the whole night, the person who was drained instead of her, and now fell into a deep sleep. Even Wu Bing left do not know. Wu Bing remembered last night, Qingxia words, if she is really because of their own business into a genius, that Niajiao side of the estimated with their own escape relationship. In the past, Wu Bing was able to use his own thunder and lightning to stimulate the potential of the people of the Thunder Emperor army, but the success rate had not been high. But after coming to Lotus Town, it was as if something was changing in his own body. For example, a will like Wu Bing's wasn't really too strong, but he was able to hold out through the entire set of bone cleansing and marrow slaughtering dharma, which was really astonishing to Wu Bing himself. As for the earlier Aseo ghost, Wu Bing had actually simply tortured it without even utilizing the lightning. Could it be that those who have slept with me are now able to stimulate their potential in some way? If that's really the case, then should I go back and sleep with the entire Thunder Emperor Legion? When he thought of those big old men in the Legion, Wu Bing immediately shivered and hurriedly nipped the idea in the bud. Still at that breakfast place, Wu Bing picked some seemingly simple meals, but when he gave the money, the waiter directly said, 50,000. Wu Bing took out the cell phone Qingxia gave him, with her bank card tied to it. I don't know how much. Anyway, she told Wu Bing to spend as much as he wanted. You've been adopted. $50,000 for breakfast, which is almost equal to the income of an ordinary wage earner for a year. Wu Bing did not even frown. He does not have a big concept of money, because his Lady Army has created countless wealth for him. He also didn't feel ashamed of spending Qingxia's money, much less embarrassed. After all, money was really nothing in Wu Bing's eyes. The cashier cast an astonished look. Never thought that this looking dangling goods is really a rich master. If I had known that, I should have given him credit that day. Wu Bing walked out of the breakfast store. Just at this time, Lu Junyi drove a car from the roadside. These days he has become very low-key, conscientious for Auntie Ling to do the examination to measure the data, full of an exemplary doctor. If not last night from the mouth of Su Ruo learned that he has invited the rescue, Wu Bing really thought that he will be wholeheartedly want to cure Auntie Ling's eyes. Now that this is the case, Wu Bing is absolutely not let Aunt Ling in his hands again treatment. Today will change the hospital. Anyway, now not lack of money is not. Lu Junyi also saw Wu Bing. He smiled faintly, politely waved his hand to Wu Bing, and then quickly drove away from the hospital. Wu Bing's face changed slightly, quickly stepped to the ward to take a look. Auntie Ling, who should be lying on the hospital bed, disappeared. But on the seat next to the hospital bed, there was an old man with crane hair and rosy cheeks. His face was 3 times similar to Lu Junyi. Not waiting for Wu Bing to open his mouth, the old man had already said, "You're the young man who threatened my grandson, aren't you? I'm the oldest ancestor of one of the top 10 families of the sacred realm, the Lu family, known as Lu Kunci." Wu Bing's tone was as cold as ice. "Where is the person?" Lu Kunci said with old spirit. "I have long heard how the 4 emperors, 12 kings and 36 superheroes of the Western world are great. Today I will try to see if they are really that great. Come on, beat me and I will tell you where she is." Wu Bing's face was ugly as he threw away the 50,000 yuan breakfast in his hand, turned around and left the ward. His figure whooshed and exploded into flight, coming high above the sky, carefully searching for a certain car in the downtown area below. Cowardly as a mouse, Lu Kunci stepped out with a single step, and a terrifyingly majestic aura erupted from his body. Chapter 75, 3 Sect Gatherings. The one who took anti-spirit away could only be Lu Junyi, who had just left the hospital. His car must have been installed with something to isolate his breath. That's why Wu Bing hadn't sensed anti-spirit's whereabouts. But it didn't matter. Finding the vehicle and checking it in person would tell him. "Found you." Suddenly, Wu Bing, who was high above the sky, locked onto a vehicle 10 kilometers away, and Lu Junyi drove the vehicle to the busiest commercial street in Guangkai City. Today happened to be Sunday. The streets were packed with people, and to exaggerate, a random fart in the crowd could smoke down a large swath of people, because even if you smelled it, there was nowhere to escape. China is not much of anything, but the most crowded. Without the slightest concern, Wu Bing's figure flashed and he was about to chase after Lu Junyi, but just as he made his move, Lu Kunci stopped in front and reached out to slam his fist. "Stop for me." The surrounding space shook violently for a moment. A majestic heaven and earth gigantic power like 10,000 horses galloping wildly out, focusing on Lu Kunci's fist, striking out a single astonishing chi explosion white wave, one circle after another as if the magic treasure circle cascaded, dazzling the eyes. Roll! Wu Bing similarly punched out violently, and the 2 fists collided with each other loudly high in the air, erupting with a loud sound such as the same heavenly thunder, shaking the entire Guangkai city. Countless people looked up to the sky, and wondered why it was clearly a sunny day. How could the sky suddenly thunder? Did it mean that it was going to rain? A slender and beautiful woman stood on top of the rooftop of the highest floor in Guangkai City. Her gaze was deep as she looked high into the sky. The battle scene between Wu Bing and Lu Kunzi was reflected in her eyes. In her hand, she held a blood-colored dragon-shaped token. In the other direction, above a cloud at the top of the firmament, there were 4 silhouettes floating at the edge of the cloud, also watching the battle between the two. An airplane shuttled out from the side of the clouds, and the distance between the 4 people was only 10 meters. But the vast majority of the people inside the airplane were sleeping, except for a porcelain-based doll-like blonde little girl who saw the godlike 4 people, with her mouth wide open and full of shock. Next to the little girl there was a big hot day wearing a robe. Even the head covered in a big hat guy was shocked after the girl shook awake, also turned to look at the top of the clouds above the 4 people. Those were 2 men and 2 women, 3 old and 1 young. An old nun with an ice-cold look wearing a gray monk's robe, followed by a big beautiful woman who was out of the ordinary, wearing ancient Chinese clothes, like a fairy walking out of a painting. A man carrying a long sword dressed in ancient costume, sword eyebrows and starry eyes. Extraordinary. A tall and thin thick-browed Taoist with his hands behind his back, eyes wide open, feeling the gaze from the airplane. The thick-browed Taoist frowned, his 2 black and thick eyebrows forming a line, his appearance looking a bit odd, but a majestic force was pulled by him, and the originally clear sky of Guangkai City, within a minute's time, suddenly became black clouds rolling in gale-force winds, just like the end of the world. The 4 people were precisely the experts from the Holy Realm. 2 of them had also met with Wu Bing, the old nun, Master Xu Yun, the fairy-like Chao Ziki, and the handsome man with a long sword on his back was the sword genius of the Holy Realm's 3 major sects, the Divine Heavenly Sword sect, Mu Rong Yi. The tall, thin, thick-browed Taoist man was the head of the 3 great sects, the Thunder sect leader, Thunder Zhenzi, the Brahma Pure sect, Divine Heavenly Sword sect, and Thunder sect. Up to this point, the 3 great sects of the sacred realm had descended on Guangkai City in unison. Chapter 76, The Power of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood. The sky and earth roared. The majestic rain was like a waterfall flowing straight down from the sky dome. Guangkai City was quickly covered by the water mist into a foggy city. 10 meters away from people could not see clearly. The sky and the ground was a white mist everywhere. The only thing was that an occasional earth-shattering lightning bolt in the sky was able to pierce through the mist, and then brought a deafening thunderous sound. Above the sky, which could not be seen by mortal eyes, a huge and boundless city wall suddenly appeared above the rain clouds, like a huge umbrella, shrouding the vast and huge Guangkai City downtown area. Above the dark rain clouds, there is not the slightest rain in the sky, but 2 silhouettes in the high-speed back-and-forth collision. Shocking lightning from the 2 people met when the outbreak of Wu Bing body flashes of lightning like a heavenly god. Lu Kunzi is to promote the issuance of a golden magic treasure. That is a top of the shape of the ancient clock, only the size of a fist, was Lu Kunzi top and the head above. The clock emitted a golden clock shadow, up to 3 meters high, turned into a golden bell to protect Lu Kunzi from infringement. Wu Bing's lightning splits to the golden bell cover above, stirring up a circle of water ripples, never able to break through the protection to hurt Lu Kunzi. And Lu Kunzi hiding in the golden bell cover is not idle. He sacrificed 12 bronze seals to Wu Bing to attack in turn. These 12 bronze seals correspond to the image of the 12 Chinese pretty girls. Each one is heavier than Tarzan, flying high in the air when the rumbling sound, as if there is really a mountain in high-speed marching in general. Just listen to the sound of the vibration of the human heart. Wu Bing was 12 bronze lost seal rounds messy smash. Gradually even the opportunity to deal with Lu Kunzi are not. The top of the dome of the sky above. Lei Zhenzi cold snort. What thunder emperor. Actually even Lu Kunzi one cannot beat. If I had known that, so this clan do not need to personally come. A waste of time. Moroni smiled without saying anything. The virtual cloud master wife said, the Western transcendent world, one of the strongest 4 people must be too much. Lay patriarch may wish to wait and see. I once saw the evil emperor. The strength of the 4 ancestors is indeed not much difference. This Wu Bing can kill the evil emperor to take his place. There must be too much. Lei Zhenzi was not convinced. I heard that he relied on the help of the female emperor to win by fluke, and also suffered a very serious injury himself, or else he would not have hid in our huaxia. I came here this time, firstly to clean up the chaos in the Dragon City headquarters, to maintain the stability of the huaxia land, and secondly to find out the real culprit who killed my son. At that time, Wu Bing just happened to be in the Lotus Flower Town, and he must have escaped from the relationship. Master Xu Yun said, it's a pity that I had already moved back to the sacred realm on the night of the accident, or else with me around, how could national security not end up in a situation of death and destruction? Chao Zidi quietly stayed behind Void Cloud Shifu. Her whole mind was focused on the battle in the distance, turning a deaf ear to the words of the people around her. As she watched, the corner of her mouth suddenly moved, revealing a cryptic smile, as if she had seen through something amusing. There's going to be a winner and a loser, Morongi suddenly said. As he was saying that, Lu Kunci suddenly burned a golden talisman and pointed it at the 12 bronze Dharma seals from afar. Nyen. The 12 bronze Dharma seals combined together with a roar, and after a burst of arcane light flashed, a gigantic beast shaped like a qilin appeared high in the sky, opening its mouth and spewing out a shocking divine light at Wu Bing. Boom! The divine light was faster than lightning, instantly engulfing Wu Bing's figure before shooting down and crashing into the city wall below, causing the majestic and boundless city wall to vibrate. Su Ruo appeared in the middle of the city wall, trying his best to maintain the stability of the city wall, so that the divine light would not fall into the middle of Guangkai City and cause unimaginable damage. Lu Kuan, how dare you break your promise? Su Ruo raised the blood dragon token, and the city wall under his feet immediately surged as countless masonry tumbled and changed, forming a huge palm that covered the sky. That foreign beast was like a mole cricket facing a human palm in front of the palm. Chapter 77, The Thunderclap. With a slap, the beast along with Lu Kunci didn't even have a chance to escape, because the range covered by the slap was just too huge. Even the 4 Leijianzi and the others who were watching from afar at the top of the dome of the sky were also implicated, and had to fly away for a longer distance. The wind and clouds swirled, and heaven and earth changed color. Between the roar, as a large and small 2 flies were swatted, the beast was directly broken up into 12 bronze seals. The light is lost in all directions. Lu Kunci, even with the protection of the golden bell mask, the physical body did not directly collapse, but the concussion also made him spray blood wildly, was seriously injured. Damn Chinese Dragon Guard! Lu Kunci was sent flying hundreds of miles before he stabilized his figure, but remembering that he had actually killed the Thunder Emperor, he immediately felt that this injury was worth it. When I have regathered the 12 zodiac seals before summoning the Nien beast, I will definitely join hands with the 3 great clans to kill the Dragon City headquarters. In the distance of the firmament, Leijianzi was puzzled. The Thunder Emperor was killed just like that. Why does it feel a bit weak? How can this strength be compared to the 4 old ancestors? Simply a joke. Elder Void Cloud was silent, and Chao Zhenzi said, the Thunder Emperor escaped through lightning long before the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood manifested, and the one who fought against Elder Lu Kunci was not himself. What? Leijianzi was shocked, and before he could say anything, Moromi of the Divine Heavenly Sword sect beside him suddenly flashed away. His body transformed into having a sharp and unparalleled sword chi, and rapidly shot towards the location where Lu Kunci had just fought with Wu Bing. Over there is a jade light flickering, because the distance is too far. Even if you watch with your heart can only barely see a subtle point of light, almost negligible, but there was a shocking aura that erupted at that location. Just now the crowd thought that it was the residual power left behind by the 2 fighting, but Moromi noticed the difference and struck out right away. That is, the Imperial Seal. Master Void Cloud's eyes flickered, hesitating but not going after it. Humph! Leijianzi snorted coldly, suddenly crushed a divine light great recluse talisman. His body turned into clear light, instantly spanning a distance of 100 miles, arriving 1 step faster than Moromi in a backward movement. After getting close, he could clearly see the square soccer ball-sized jade seal. The aura of a vast ocean like sea was awe-inspiring. Chao Zidi stood and said to Master Xu Yun, Master, don't go. Since the Thunder Emperor dared to leave the Imperial Seal here to deal with Thunder Township, he naturally has the certainty that he won't let it be taken away by someone else. Master Void Cloud said, that's the reasoning, but with such a treasure exposed, even if it's owned by a master it will still make people greedy. Even Master just now almost couldn't suppress the demons in his heart. This square Emperor Seal, it's mine. Leijianzi reached out and directly grabbed the Emperor Seal in the air, but a shocking sword aura wildly slashed down from behind. Moromi's voice came out, Patriarch Lei, there's something for everyone who sees it. Morong you seek death. Leijianzi, as if he had expected it, his face did not change in the slightest. Behind his back suddenly shook. A big drum of animal skin rose against the wind, transforming into the size of 100 feet in circumference, shaking out the rushing thunder and lightning to block Moromi's sword, and even still had the strength to counterattack and strike back, so that Moromi could not come close for a while. Leijianzi's heart was greatly settled, reaching out to continue grabbing down on top of the Emperor Seal. The palm of his hand swept through, did not catch anything. That party Emperor Seal seems to exist in another time and space, like a mirror, let a person see, cannot touch, and at this time, below the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, in the midst of the pounding rain, a lightning bolt from the sky struck straight down, hitting a slowly moving private car in the downtown area. Boom! Lightning struck the front of the car. The whole car flipped in the air on the spot. A man who did not know when appeared in front of the car. Cold eyes and the driver in the car relative to each other. The 2 eyes were cold and merciless, and one was terrified. Chapter 78, Is it enough? On the spur of the moment, the car was rolling over Wu Bing's head. Lu Junyi directly kicked open the door and ejected from the car. He wanted to escape, facing a terrifying existence that was capable of crushing the dragon realm without having to make a move. Lu Junyi couldn't even raise half a thought of resistance. Could it be that even the old ancestor has missed? Impossible. The old ancestor will surely come after him soon. I only need to delay for a moment. Just a moment. In mid-air, Lu Junyi's feet were like an invisible ladder of ascending clouds. His body unexpectedly rose again and again in the air, and in the twinkling of an eye, he had already flown up to the height of the 10th floor. Fortunately, this time is a rainstorm. The water vapor covers the surrounding vision. Otherwise, based on Lu Junyi's this outburst alone, it is going to be on the news headlines. Wu Bing did not chase, but in the rainstorm lit a cigar. Time seems to be pulled in a moment to slow down, and so long as he inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes and then spit it out, the tumbling car is finally going to fall to the ground. Wu Bing's figure flashed to the car below, reached out and steadily took over a few tons of body slowly put on the ground, brutally ripped open the rear trunk. Unconscious Auntie Ling is lying curled up inside, breathing steadily. Wu Bing instant peace of mind. Reach out to the spirit of Ant up into the side of a building to avoid the rain. When Wu Bing walked into the building, the sky suddenly landed a 100 feet tall god's residence shadow, and stomped the mid-air Lu Junyi onto the street. Boom! Amidst the loud noise, the deity shadow dissipated and turned into a jade seal that disappeared into Wu Bing's body. On the street, Lu Junyi dived under the street surface, covered in blood, life and death unknown. In the distance, Lu Kunzi let out a huge roar of shock and anger, and flew wildly towards this location. And above the sky, through the great wall of flesh and blood covering the sky, Lei Zhenzi successively performed dozens of techniques, and even offered more than 10 pieces of magic treasure specializing in sealing treasures, were unable to turn the Emperor Seal into reality, and finally could only watch as it crashed into the Guankai city below and disappeared. It was as if the Emperor Seal was really in another time and space, and even the great wall of flesh and blood was unable to intercept it. Morong Yi said, "It's impossible to harvest the Thunder Emperor's Emperor Seal without him dying." Master Xu Yun flew over and spoke to comfort Lei Zhenzi, while Chao Zidi was somewhat lost in thought. From the beginning to the end, Su Ruo, who had struck out to beat Lu Kunzi after he flew away, was just coldly watching. It wasn't that she didn't want to move, but with her strength to catalyze the great city of the Great Wall of Flesh and Blood, it still seemed to be very reluctant to do so, and to catalyze it once had almost drained most of the power in her body. She also had to retain her strength because Guankai City was still not safe. Lei Zhenzi coldly looked at Su Ruo and said, "Little girl child, get out of the way. We have no intention to start an argument with the Chinese Dragon Guard. Lady killed my son. I want to take revenge for what is natural and right. It is also not contrary to the agreement with your Chinese Dragon Guard in the first place. There is no reason for you to stop me." Su Ruo said with a straight face, "It is true that we have no reason to stop you if you want to take revenge, but if you want to use means to jeopardize the safety of the people within Guankai City,